if you have that validation, bring it forward, because we've already done it. There's a lot of people in here who've already done it. Talk about it any longer. We just need the evidence. That's it. And the only question we're concerned with, who has validated it? Tell us the method so that we can go and take it and see if we can't get that same result, because it's not coming up with 8 inches per mile squared, and the values are way off, way off. That's it, break check. That's the skinny of this. This isn't a rejection of truth for us. This is actually telling you guys it's not a globe. And if you reject the fact that it's not a globe, then you are rejecting truth. What else can we say? That's it.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what
Yeah, the
you're
globe has
even
been
looking for.
falsified in the realist level.
Hi.
We
Show.
we just want more people to come to that consensus when we're actually saying, okay, I handed it to you. Now what are you going to do with it? You have the way to measure or falsify the claim of the globe. You can go and do it. Anyone can. It's in your hands now, whether you're going to do it or not. Somebody speak up. Hello? Was that you, Zanel? Somebody said something. You try to unmute Glue?
Yo.
Where did the guy go? Left?
Yeah, I go.
I was like, why did he go quiet?
He went looking for it. He really wants to bring it here.
What's going on, guys? Is it that quiet in here, or do I have somebody muted?
It's quiet. How you doing?
It's
Hey,
quiet.
Baruch Hashem, Mr. Jemzi. Welcome to the end of the internet. And the topic is water world. Welcome to the ends of the earth. Thanks.
The earth came out of the waters.
Amen. That's what Genesis 1 says. And then he called it earth.
You know, a good coincidence is that the seawater has all the materials, all the periodic table to compose the earth. So
Yes. It's phenomenal, fascinating. So that would be tohu wabo, right? You get that bucket of seawater. The earth is
You're
without
breaking up
form and
bad, man.
void inside that water. Oh. Baruch Hashem. Pick it up, bro. Psalm 24, the earth is the Lord's. Right? What's the earth? Well, the earth is the Lord's, bro. The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas and established it on the flood. Nice. How come they never told us that, Jemsy? What's going on here? Psalm 29, I believe it says, the voice of the Lord is as many waters. Wow. So you got that. Then you got Psalm 148. Praise him in the heights of the highest heavens. Praise ye heavens of heavens and the waters that be above the heavens. What? My goodness. We're about to get baptized, Jemsy. You know, when you get baptized, you got to fully submerge. That's what that means. So none of this sprinkling on the forehead stuff. You know, you got to fully dive in, Jemsy.
you gotta fully dive in.
Absolutely. You got to get submerged, bro. I wanted to kind of, go to Ken Hovins, right? Ken Hovins always doing those baptisms. So I'm going to come down there. Okay. I don't know if he's even still, what's he doing? And he'll baptize me. Once he pulls me out of the water, Jemsy, I'm going to tell him, listen, bro, I got bad news. Your ice meteor theory, it doesn't hold water. He's going to get pissed, Jemsy. What do you think?
The cryometeors, I mean, that could be a phenomena that happens. I mean, water falling from the sky, that's nothing out of this realm. I mean, out of the
Snow?
possibilities.
You like snow? If snow happened, I mean, I'm from Arizona. I didn't see it for 30 years, but I found it eventually. I was 28 years old. It's in Texas. Couldn't believe it.
It's,
My
I'm
goodness,
sorry,
the treasures.
I've heard his name, but he's like he believes in the globe or something, or what? Ken Hovind, you said?
He's really good
I
on.
can't.
He goes against evolution, and he goes against old Earth, and he does young Earth and everything. He shows you there's no, he shows you there's no dinosaurs and all that stuff, and he's really good in those things.
Well,
But
he shows you dinosaurs. Well, he's called Dr. Dino.
He doesn't understand the flat
Dr.
Earth.
Dino.
The way he described dinosaurs is the reason they were so big is because the firmament was there in existence, and it caused a higher
Oh, he
air
does believe in
pressure.
them. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
And then they were
Well,
able to
hold on. Okay, hold on,
believe in
guys.
them.
Goodness. Okay, I'm
Maybe he
gonna
does.
put this out there. Okay, well, Kent sometimes has some ideas. He's been doing, ministry teaching for 50 years. Sometimes half of what he says is right. Sometimes he's got some good meat, and sometimes you don't get a lot of good meat. Only once in a while, you need a teacher for 5 minutes, not a whole hour. Sometimes he's obviously of the older ways of thinking, so he got caught up in the outer space religion. So he will contradict himself. I'm just pointing out that he was actually one of the first people. His claim to fame was actually showing us that dinosaurs always live with man. They're actually all over the Bible. So he disproved what they say about dinosaurs. And that's actually the only thing I agree with him, really, is that dragons have always lived with man. They're throughout antiquity. They're all over the Bible. The first actual positive mention of an animal in the Bible is a dinosaur. But I guess people don't want to read the Bible, Jemsy. Anyway, thanks.
Like
There's a creature that breathes fire. It's called a leviathan. So it is kind of like a giant creature that we haven't even seen nowadays. It speaks about something that's way more dangerous than a crocodile, and that is mentioned in the Bible. So yep.
Yeah, it's common. I mean, it's all over the Bible, and it's all over history, and we got even English legends about dragons. You got Chinese dragons everywhere. You got Japanese dragons. I once was going to get all tatted up with these dragons. Thank God I didn't do that. I mean, there's a reason why these legends are in the history of man, and it's the most unavoidable creature throughout all of history. It's actually talked about more than anything, and there must have been several different kinds of these dragons, right? And when they find these dinosaur bones, some of them are fake, but some of them are real, and they just look like giant bipedal or quadrupedal lizards, which are just dragons. I mean, that's all. It's not like there's some spectacular mystery here. They used to get much bigger for many reasons. The environment and the oxygen and everything seems to have been very different. If we look at certain amber things, of course, this is just thousands of years ago. No such thing as millions. I don't call that young. I'm 41 years old. I'm not the spring chicken anymore. 6,000 years is plenty old, and that's what it says in 2 Peter 3. Jemsy, we'll just look here real quick. It says, "For this they willingly are ignorant, that by the word of God the heavens were of old." So actually, wait a minute. There's no such. Just want to point this out. There's no such thing as a young Earth creationist. I hate to burst your bubble, but young Earth creationist is a completely fictitious term, and it's giving into some sort of secular, backslap or turning the cheek is what it is. Because 6,000 years is not young, and it's not even just about the earth. It's talking about creation. That's why it says the heavens and the earth. Yeah. Baruch Hashem. The heavens were of old, and the earth is standing out of the water and in the water. And then 2 Peter 3:18, all the way at the end of the verse, it says, "Into all the glory goes Jesus Christ." So, wow, it started off about God being basically angry, people ignoring the word, that for this they willingly are ignorant, Gemsy, that by the word of God, the heavens were of old, and the earth is standing out of the water and in the water, whereby the world that then was overflowed with water perished. That's where, that's some interesting words right there. Cataclesis in the Greek.
It's almost like the water is everywhere.
Bro, Shamayim, first thing mentioned in the Bible is, in the beginning, God created the heavens, Shamayim. And the entire root word and basis of heaven is Mayim, which is water. So the entire foundation of that word is water. The word Shamayim almost is like saying water over there, or water here, or there is water. So literally the word heaven means there's water. So you can't make this up. So when we look up in the sky, we're looking at the heavens, and I mean, the original word is not celeste, right? That's much later. The original word is Shamayim, the waters. You can't make this up, bro. What are you breathing right now?
Water gas. Is it Kiko? Kiko, you're roboting, bro.
I
Kiko,
do hear the
you're
robot.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I don't know how I have a connection today. I mean, every single internal combustion engine runs on water. Already, the people think it runs on gasoline and diesel. Those are just the catalysts to make the air inside your engine explode. The air is the power that powers everything. You can't make this up, Jimmy. It's the water. So there it was the whole time. So ruach, the word wind, breath in Hebrew, that's what it is. So there is no ether. It's the breath of God. So, these people on the intellectual side of trying to be smart and name all these things have actually courted themselves into a satanic exception, Jimsy. So these big flat earth channels, the really big flat earth channels that go into all these things about, like, they want to use words that I'm not even going to use. And when they make claims like that, big people like, these guys that have been around for years, they bust things, right? And they, sometimes they're even debating a lot, and they all make mistakes, Jemsy. So when you start getting into the outer realms of these things, there are deceptions everywhere, like the word science is science, and the words scientific method is something else. My problem, since I got banned from Nathan Oakley's for using Hebrew, he doesn't know it, though. Apparently he has people that control all that. I would say that I have to point out some problems then, since I'm not allowed to talk to Nathan. If you're going to talk about science all the time, maybe we should find an end to that means. If there's a point to, but he'll say that we love science, but
Well, what happened to the guy? He just vanished.
Who vanished? XO vanished?
wow, that was a big lag out. What a nice day today. 2 minutes to the hour.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Jemsy.
you came through, but then you jumped out or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, big lag out. Well, this is the apocalypse now, so I'm going to have bad signal for a couple more days. Then we'll go back to the heavy stuff and talk about, the Strongs. 6440. If you look up Strong 6440, that is the word panim. That's a big one. First two sentences of the Bible. So yeah, man, we got to find out what people need. If they come, like, people just come to lurk and listen, but hey, I know you're looking for a reason, sir. Did you want to trade in your old life? That's a lie. I mean, you have a Honda, sir. The problem is it gets 5 miles per gallon. So I mean, the Honda would be great if it got the intended mileage you thought it was going to get, right, Jemsy? But people are living in these fictitious lies. They believe in these outer space religions, and it's like, bro, I can offer you a brand new Dodge Ram with the 6.2 Super, and it gets 100 miles per gallon. Would you trade in your Honda for that? And they'll say, no, I'm just looking. And that's what it's like when you're showing people the truth, Gemsy. They get scared of just because their life could change. Even if it's better, they don't want that because they're too comfortable in their religion. They're too comfortable worshiping their outer space thing. That is the end all for them. So they already have an end all. You don't want that to be taken away from them, do you? Well, if you offer them and then they kick a couple tires, maybe they might change their mind, but they need to think about what's their point here? Like, what are you trying to accomplish, sir? You just wanted to make fun of people? Okay, cool, sir. You just stay there and we'll mute you. We'll go on to the next person. But if you have them fill out a credit application, Gemsy, I asked this question the other day at Spake Faces right down the street. And I said, brother, I don't know what this guy's name was. I said, listen, man, can I ask you a question? Would you care if it turned out that your outer space belief system turned out to be a lie? Would you care? And he, of course, Gemsy could not answer. He had to say, well, you have to tell me what you mean in what context. And that's, people can't even make a claim. I go, listen, bro, if it turned out that everything you believe was a lie, would that matter? And I can't get an answer. Someone else talking, go ahead.
Yeah, my bad. I got background.
No, go ahead. Oh, no problem. So I just start really basic, like, hey, bro, yeah, like, these people are skeptics. They don't trust their government. I think that's actually good. If you want to challenge them and tell us why they're wrong, that's cool. But first of all, if they're right, if their government, if this United States government is lying about this whole space thing, how is that going to affect you in life? And I got to establish that first and make them go, oh my goodness, this is kind of scary to think about. Get them in that hot seat first, sit them down, because we're about to, do the paperwork and I'm going to show you what your down payment is. I'm just saying, like, if I don't make it professional, they just want to mess around, kick tires, break my windows, and you know what I mean? Put sugar in my gas tank, Gemsy. It's like, bro, listen, I mean, I know that you don't like these cars, but they're my two cars. I'll sell them to you, but you gotta, let's talk about it. So what's the end goal? Like the guy earlier, Gemsy, man, he was just, you don't even remember what they say because they're like,
Oh, you want a car? We gotta find out if you know how to drive first.
There you go. That's exactly. Wait a minute, sir. Do you have a license? Are you qualified? Exactly. Are you qualified to look at this? Or wait a minute. First of all, are you over the age of 18? Good. Okay, sir. Because you acted like you were 10. We VC checked you. You know what I mean? Like, are you okay? Yeah, bro. Listen, this car's not for you. We can give you a bike. Let's give him a bike, bro. Yeah, the government doesn't tell the truth. Here's a pamphlet. It just says here's all the stuff the government admits to. Now it doesn't matter. Cool. See you later. But I mean, Gemsy, if they don't even have a goal, they just want to basically, that's a form of vandalism, right? They want to show up, cause problems, laugh at people, vandalize, and then leave. And that's why people, we create those defense mechanisms, right? Because we know when somebody's going to come into a new conversation and we introduce new information, we know that even though we don't analyze this, we understand that they are going to react. And we know that there's going to be a certain set of avenues they'll take. And it's basically a psychological and a psychiatrist extrapolation. You know what I mean? You don't realize that this is about the words we use, right? Because we're on the internet. It truly shows you that sticks and stones may break your bones, but words are far more dangerous and they're permanent. And that's why people are so scared to death to just answer. Remember, I'm just some guy on the internet. They can move on with their lives. They'll never meet me again. And they can't answer a question, a simple question in public, Gemsy. Listen, if it turned out your government was lying about all this outer space stuff and the whole military industrial complex was completely not going into space, would that matter? And I'm not even saying, would you become something? Would you be a flat? Would you be a this? No, I'm saying, would that matter? Would you care? That's all they want to do, establish morality with people, Gemsy. And they will not establish morality. Once they announce that they're not interested in answering that question, then I know it's time for me to leave the conversation and we'll go back. Then now Miggy can use that method that is going to actually hammer them because they need to be hammered. But I'm going to give them a chance first. Whatever.
Amen. Hey, bro, what's your name, please?
Mr. Mazda or VM Rami or Ha'am Rami, if you'd like to speak Hebrew.
Yeah, but What was your name before here on Discord?
MG42, well, the XO of the RO. Also am the MG42
EXO,
Pro Box.
yes,
That's right.
EXO. I
Right, right
remember now.
there. Amen.
Thank you for reminding me. I love you.
XO. Yeah, amen. That's what that means. XO means kisses and hugs. You know, that's all I do.
Yeah.
I distribute kisses and hugs to people. I love people. I want to give them the truth. If they don't like it, that's fine. Amen.
I hope you remember me. You have not forgotten me.
Is that get?
Yes.
It's get
Yes.
beget? Right. Yes, that is
Yes.
get beget. Okay. Yes, I've tried to pay attention over many seasons, so it's a good thing that I can still keep it together. I don't know how I keep my sanity. Actually, I didn't keep my sanity. I just pretend to be sane.
Yeah.
Well, listen, you gotta
Well,
start.
we have to make it
You
through this world.
gotta get insane. This world is
Exo, you were
toast,
saying that
man.
you
Jesus
at
is
least
coming back, bro.
when you talk to people, you try
100%.
to reach. You're trying to sometimes reach to people and extend your hand, and at the least, if they can have the conversation, you're able to have the conversation. But some people just don't wanna even have it. They just
Yeah.
wanna protect their religious belief, and you can't do
Right.
much for that if they don't want to talk about
Means
the.
the comfort. That means
Go ahead.
it means the comfort, their lifestyle. It means that they can still do their immoral things, you know. A lot of people have a lot of immoral things that they do, and they need the hideout.
Bingo.
Yeah,
That's it. That's what this is about, right?
yeah.
That's what it's about, bro. And the pride. Remember, it's pride. People love their intellectualism. Remember, people love to be worshipped. They think, "Look how smart I am." You know, I have a server, and
How
these
holy I
guys have their
am.
servers, and 50 or 60 people listen to
Yeah.
you. It destroys your psyche, actually. No one's safe. Excuse me. Get. No one is safe. You say everybody can be corrupted with fame and fortune. You understand?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I know.
So there is no that's why you see all these Christian preachers that got rich, they turn into complete sycophants, psychopaths or whatever. All those are the worst ones ever.
Private jet. Yeah.
Right. Those are the worst. And then you got these, truther channels, right? I don't have to name names. Look at the truther channels that start doing well. They immediately first of all, they were already preaching the same lie. These truther channels are not telling the truth anyway. And that's why they get big and popular. There are no truther channels that are even close. They're absolute just scabs, these big truther channels, just to let you know.
Or at least they will touch a little bit a subject, the truthful subject, but then they will ridicule it. You know.
Right, but listen, the Catholic Church tells the truth also. There's people going around handing out $500 to homeless people from the Catholic Church. No, that's an excellent deed. I like that. However, it doesn't mean that the Catholic Church is right, number one. Number two, we know it's a deception. Number three, the term Catholic is absolutely wrong and means universal. You know what I mean? So this
Yeah,
deception
in the Catholic Church, forgiveness is for sale.
Right. So Satan is the god of this world, and Satan has his hands in all the pockets of the fake truth movements and the so-called religions, right? That are big, that take money, that are advertised, that people that wear suits and that brag. That's what Satanism is. That's what we have to deal with. So when you're watching these truth channels that claim, oh yeah, the earth has this and it's a toroidal field and all these extra details, no, that's a deception. When you start adding all this onto the creation, and you start labeling things and saying, oh, this is ether, or this is you're naming all these things that are not even something that are in a premise of us to even extrapolate in a lab. We can't analyze things, right?
Yeah.
So that's the great deception. The great deception is within the people that call themselves the truth. Now, they're going to give you a little truth. That's how deceptions work. When people leave the Democrats, they go, wow, I'm actually better now. I'm a theist. I'm going to stop being a Democrat. I'm going to start caring about babies. I'm going to start having morality instead of, nope, the Republican Party is still the same lie. You see? Still the same lie, bro. Not a different lie, the same lie. Okay. Thanks.
It doesn't matter which wing, it's the same bird.
Bingo. That's right. So when he's
They're gonna say
Go ahead.
some of them say, "Hey, I care about babies now. I'm just gonna go bump the neighbors."
There
Yeah,
you go.
but that means you are not allowed to prostitute yourself. You are not allowed to commit adultery anymore. You know, and people don't want that. They still want to keep doing it, to be able to do it,
You're making me
to
blush. I'm a
lie.
terrible sinner. I know I'm a terrible sinner, bro. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. I know
Oh my
I'm a
God.
sinner. I need to be saved, bro. You know, I have to repent every day. You know, if somebody walks
Yes.
by dressed as somebody, if a woman walks by and dressed inappropriately, and I wasn't ready for it, I might look too long, and that's adultery. You understand? So I gotta watch
Yeah.
myself. That's okay. That's what it is. So we're in the Great Deception. I got enough problems. I'm trying to talk about the basics. Like when I get into a conversation, Gem Z, get beget, I want to just say this is the very fundamental basic principles of reality. If this isn't important, we got to get to another topic already. So listen, if I'm talking to somebody that comes in hostile because they're an outer space geek, I actually got to go to evolution. I'm not even going to, most of the time I actually go to evolution, go, why do you believe in this evolutionism anyway? Let's talk about the problems there. Oh, it turns out that adaptation is evolution. People don't realize that. So I just go to the basics, and if I can't get off the basics, why would I go to complicated things? I mean, if we can't figure out intake, compression, power, exhaust, we're not going to the jet engine, guys. Sorry.
People in the truth movement say adaptation is okay, but evolution is not. Isn't that like similar thing?
It is the same thing. Adaptation is not only the exact same thing, it's worse. Adaptation is the evolution that people don't know means evolution, so it's more dangerous. So the Christian will say, well, yeah, I believe in adaptation, you know, because my dog has stripes or something, and it doesn't make any sense. You know, it's like, what are you talking about? No, but I don't believe in evolution. Oh, sorry, buddy, that is the same. That's like saying I don't believe in cats, but I believe in kittens. No, they are the same, actually. Yep. So we're there, guys. Yep.
What did the tigers adapted to when they developed those stripes?
Mike Tyson's living room, apparently. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Listen, that's evolution. According to people that say adaptation is true, Mike Tyson bought a couple of white tigers and they're living at his house in the 80s. This is a new environment. That's adaptation. Unfortunately, that's not adaptation. That's just like when I let my kitty cat, a stray kitty cat, came to my house and I let him indoors. He already had the ability to come into my house, enjoy the better temperature, and eat my other cat's food and live. If something doesn't already have the ability, Gemsy, what happens? Get me get. If something doesn't you got it. If something doesn't already
fail
have
to
the
live.
ability to survive.
You'll
So
fail,
here, watch
yeah,
this.
you'll
Wait a
fail.
second.
Will
Watch
fail
this.
to live.
Watch this.
Will
Watch
die.
this. Wait a minute. Watch this. I got two options. Watch this. Hold on. You got two options. They're so easy. I don't even need a question. I got two options. Ready? I don't even need a
Yeah.
question. Two options of all of biology throughout all of history after the fall of man. Listen, you have two options. Either something already has the ability to survive or it doesn't. That goes for everything that's ever existed in this thing that's been alive. It either already
Yep.
has the ability or it does not. Here, watch. Hold on, not done. Here's the answer. A or B. Both sides disprove adaptation. A or B. Both answers. If it already had the ability, that disproved adaptation. If it died, it certainly disproved adaptation. It's that simple, but people can't grasp these just basic fundamental principles of biology. And I'm talking about the truth movement. I'm talking about all these truth channels are saying this nonsense that adaptation is real, but evolution, no, you just declared evolution actually, and the other guy just won the conversation. It's already over. And I've seen it for 15, 20 years. So it's not
Nice.
stopping.
Yeah. Very well put.
Well, it's in the first couple pages of the Bible. So in obviously the last day of creation, what did God say? He said it's very good. So if it was going to adapt, it wouldn't say it's very good, because remember, it starts off very good and then decays or gets worse. So yes, the Bible completely shows this. This
Defiled.
makes sense. Yes,
The world
exactly.
got defiled.
That's right.
And God doesn't dwell in that. God cannot
Well,
have
it's getting
defiled
worse, isn't it? Like
things
you have a
near
chihuahua,
him.
right?
Yeah.
it's getting way worse. I'm gonna try to reset, but like, yeah, the end of it is not evolution. It's getting worse. So their only option is to use evidence for things getting worse and dying off. It's, yeah, see, this thing died.
Mutations. Oh, mic check.
Hear me, because I can hear you.
Uh-oh, we have a comment from Einstein Denier. Let's look at this comment. I think it says something about, or it will count into another species. And see, that's the point. Yeah, you have to go outside. If I can get to this text to actually read it, since I'm on a device made out of a piece of wood. It said, or it will give birth to a completely different species that will survive. Laugh out loud. Makes sense. You see, that's actually correct. If we had an example, this is a big deal, guys. I got to back up. You understand, if there is such thing as a species, then evolution is true. So the word speciation means to evolve. So you've been tricked this whole time. Everybody using this word species is literally saying evolve, 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 evolve. And that's how they get you. Yeah, there's no such thing as a species. I'm a specimen. Yes, I'm a specimen of the mankind. Notice I didn't use that human word. I'm just a man. I'm a specimen. My cat is also a specimen, but that's just a cat kind. It's not a species. Species means to evolve. So that's how they've gotten us with words. Again, sticks and stones break your bones. Words are everything. So they destroy the minds of children with words. They don't come into your house with sticks and stones and beat your children up. They come in on your television and show the cartoon dinosaurs with feathers. See, kids, the cartoon dinosaur has feathers. They evolved. And so are you. Are you still evolving, little Billy? That's the most dangerous weapon ever, is the television. And they've put these religions in every home, not only for free. The parents were more than happy to sit their little bundles of joy in front of those picture tubes for the rights of having freedom. See, the parents' laziness and freedom needed a babysitter, and we brainwashed the entire world because we needed a babysitter so we could party. And that's how this all started many decades ago. And here, this is the great deception. Now we have a boomer culture teaching outer space with people that will come in and find people that are skeptics and start attacking them fervently because you are literally taking their religion away. And there isn't one channel that has the truth, so you know you're in the great deception. It's quite beautiful, actually. Magnificently drawn out like a movie. That's pretty amazing. So, and without the bad guy in the movie, none of you want to watch the movie anyway. Without the problem, without the love story, without the pain and suffering, there is no point to this. So we got to stop looking at God. Why would God do this? It's funny. We love when men do it, don't we? We love when men are bad boys. We love when there's crime and there's a good guy that saves the day. But when it happens in real life, people just shut down like they are an NPC. It's over because they are so destroyed mentally. When you show somebody the truth in real life, no, they don't want anything to do with that. You're taking their outer space fantasy away that they can just go watch TV. They can just go watch the media. They can just get on the internet and argue, which is common. We can just get on the internet and argue about stuff. However, there are going to be some people that even weren't expecting it. They were walking into a nightclub thinking they were going to party, and they ended up with their life changing forever. You don't go to church and you don't find God at church. You find God in the back alley where you almost died and you got stabbed or something, right? You don't find God trying to be good. You found God before you were trying to do that stuff. And it's the pain and suffering. That's how we earn our keep. That's how we are forged in fire. And it's a beautiful thing. I thank God for all the trials and tribulations I had, because I would have been one of them. I'd be an NPC defending the religions of this world. And I would do it ready to literally not give up anything to do it. I would be one of them. So I just find people, Gemsy, and I go, you know what? He's not had enough pain yet. He can come talk to me in a few years when they've had more pain and they can care about morality, Gemsy. So I start with that. Do you care if you're being lied to? Or better yet, I'll make it a little bit more painful, Gemsy. I'm saying, are you going to be okay with it if they're lying to millions of children? And I like to just shut up and let them talk. Just shut up, don't blink, let them talk. Are you going to be okay with them lying to millions of children? Because that's my goal, bro. I'm a care provider for disabled people. We, this world is so destroyed. We care about things. You know what I'm saying? Do you care, Gemzy, if a billion children are being lied to? That's what I'm going to ask them. That's my first question.
Well, I call that, I don't like to say that word here on Discord, but we know the word, we all know it.
Don't do it. Yeah.
Yeah. One famous American guy said, "Oh, they like the hairs of my legs."
Oh
They
gosh. Oh,
play
that's
with
terrible.
the hair of my legs.
Wow. 420. It's 420 somewhere, guys. Bingo. It's 420 somewhere right now. My goodness.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Many places under the heavens right now. It's 420. So goodness gracious, 220 west of the Rockies right here. I'm about the tail end of the Judgment Scar, southern Arizona right now. And this is the Red October Resonance Cascade, guys. Go ahead.
Can I ask for one?
No, absolutely not.
When you judge me,
if you ask me about anything that has to do with any sort of secular religion, I'm leaving.
Did you spoke about me?
Oh, I don't know who you're. If you're asking me a question,
yeah. If you judge me.
No, I don't want to. I'm not interested in that. I'm not a judge.
No,
so
I'm not. I'm not saying to you. I'm saying like globally. Globally, you. If you judge me.
I don't know what that. I'm leaving. See you later.
Bye.
Be well, XO.
Who's that clown?
Get. I will tell you something. This I will start
What's
again.
up, Sasha?
Yeah, to
Go
tell
ahead.
you something. There are good people in the world, okay? There are good
Yes.
people because of God. You need to understand that. But
yes,
there are people who follow God in a good sense. That's great. I love that. But there are people who doing that and judge me. Don't judge me. Don't judge me, please, because I will not judge you. And I'm not doing. For example, I give you an example only. It doesn't matter who it is. Don't judge him if he is not that part of evil.
Yeah, Sasha, let me tell you.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You know how
I understand you.
in the name of the God, don't be hypocrites, because you are doing something and thinking that you are doing something good. But you are judging and stepping on the good people without knowing that you are doing that. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem when people are doing good. I have a problem when people are doing good and stepping on other people, on the heads.
Yeah. Yes. Knowingly, they do that.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Or if you want to put maybe without knowing.
Yeah.
Also.
I tell you why I don't like to judge people. I don't like to judge people because I'm afraid to judge wrong. And when you do wrong judgment, unrighteous judgment, then you will be judged accordingly,
Based.
Yeah, so I don't want to be wrongly judged by God or by anyone,
I'm not sure what that has to do with flat Earth, but based.
Sorry?
Oh, I said I'm not sure what this has to do with flat Earth, but based.
Okay, yeah.
It has nothing to do with the flat Earth.
It doesn't have, yeah.
Because I joined the flat Earth chat, so I assumed you guys were
Welcome.
about flat Earth.
Yeah, especially
Yes,
when you
so
yesterday spoke about flat Earth, like for 2 hours you were speaking about everything else but not the flat Earth. And now you are the person who are complaining about speaking about the flat Earth.
Wait, I'm very confused. I was leading up to the point before I
All
was
right.
muted.
1 second.
Right?
We had the moment.
You're not muted now, dude. Did
I
you bring
just-
some evidence that the
I
Earth
just
is curved?
I just muted him. drop the voice changer so people can have a conversation with you, or you're gonna sit on mute. I'm gonna give you only one opportunity. If you don't drop it, you stay on mute. How about that? Pretty simple. And if I'm around, I'll always guys. Yeah. Then you chose what you wanted. Bye bye. We're not gonna talk to somebody on a. Yeah, we're not gonna talk to somebody on a voice changer.
Take your toys and put them back on the carpet.
Yeah, I hate that those voice morphing apps.
Yeah.
They're
I don't know
satanic.
why
I don't
people
know.
come
That's the
from
way I
Christian
perceive them.
Brotherhood.
I try to engage people with the stuff I hear here, and man, the kickback is crazy, right?
A pushback?
Yeah, the pushback.
Because a kickback is like where you get a part of the cut. A
Yeah,
reaction.
I used the wrong term. You're right.
No, I mean, both would work. It just seems like in context, you'd be like, huh. I like to use that for when people talk about NASA only gets 0.5% of the budget. I'm like, why? So if they don't get a big enough cut, then they don't go to space. Their cut has to be high. So if another war starts or another entitlement program, or they start a whatever, more government spending, NASA has to get a 1-for-1 cut of that spending, or they ransom space off to the highest bidder. And the Globe was like, yeah,
Yeah,
cheese it.
yes. Crit, yesterday I asked the guy, what would be your proof that Earth is not a globe? Or like, if you see that, then it's. And he said the first thing was like, if we have some kind of organization or something valid, that and that organization that cover that, and that he will believe that organization, because we don't have any organization. And second one, it's the photo from the space, and that's it. And I told him, look, but you will not get this here. You will get here only this knowledge about geometry, about rotation and stuff, and maybe more. We can go into that even more and more and more, but you will not get that two things. Are you realizing now what are you asking for? And he like, okay, doesn't know. Yeah, like you will not like, but I don't know, go somewhere else, but here will not get that, that proof ever.
Yeah, and that scared him.
No, it's like asking, I don't know, whatever, like I will, if you prove me that you can go to the space, I believe you then that space exists.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm waiting and we get only for you. I don't care if other people is going in space.
Oh, I don't want to go to space the way they think mankind is going. I don't want to go in a rocket. I would never embark on a rocket. Even if they pay my ticket, invite me with a red carpet, everything. No, will never get on it.
Man, I will not go in submarine, not in rocket.
Yeah, submarine worries me too.
No, submarines, I'm not afraid. The worst
Are
that
you?
can happen, you drown, But going into the realm of heaven, I see it as the realm of low energy states, and there is a lot of stuff we don't know. Quantum mechanics. I mean, in quantum mechanics, we already have some basic knowledge and understanding. It's already showing us how we have to rethink a lot of the physics that we thought it's fact. You know.
Ask any space believer what we got in the last 60, 70 years. Oh, we got we can travel more.
Yeah, yeah.
Even it's not that not true because we cannot travel. We are in low orbit. You know, even that we
Yeah.
cannot do even that. That means what are we doing there?
Mm. Yeah.
Free, you know. Like okay, we had because of that we have 20 cures for the cancer. We had 20 development in this industry. We have 20 blah blah blah. We have 700 these things. What do we have?
Well, I tell you what, it's something weird. Back in the days, a new thing that mankind was discovering and learning, um, they were sharing and they were teaching their children, you know, the good knowledge and the natural science. But in the last 100 years, uh, the educational system changed and um, they took away from us um, the study about surviving, about healing ourselves, how to treat ourselves, you know. So nobody is capable to be his own doctor, and they actually created these special schools which you can go and learn and study only after you spend your entire childhood in their hands to model and shape your mind the way you want. So you are already a prepared individual. And now when you go into this special school to learn to become a doctor, yeah, you are already a practitioner of this religion. And, you know, a lot of the stuff they teach you in the medical university and stuff, they teach you to give people poison as a healing treatment, you know, and they even teach you and tell you how this drug is not helping and curing these people, but it only takes their pain away. It makes them people with no feelings, you know, that's all it does. And they are still sick and problematic, but at least they will become addicted to you. So their existence is dependent on you as a doctor. You created yourself a client for life, and this client is going to pay you all his lifetime. He's going to go to work, make money, and a lot of those money he will pay to you so you can give him those drugs so he can survive another day, you know. And this is
Look
so
at
wicked.
look at this logic. Does they send the rover on the Mars? That's the news. They send it rover to the Mars.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm reading now because I was interesting, and it's written on the Mars. The low temperature can reach minus 153 degrees. That means that rover
Well,
can listen. This get this
yeah.
is interesting. That means that rover can resist to that temperature. Now my question is, if that rover can resist on that temperature and explore the Mars, and we don't know the Mars, the surface of the Mars,
Mhm.
because we don't know even the surface of the Earth. Why we don't know the surface of the Earth? Because the same rover we can send to the Antarctica, because there are less temperature than 153 degrees, and explore Antarctica, for example. And
Mhm.
you know that places where nobody was in Antarctica because they said it's cold. That places.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the winter you get temperatures of minus 80 degrees Celsius, and
Or this logic.
all car tires, rubber, it fails, it becomes brittle and they broke. And all
or
the rubber sealing, in that machine, they fail. So the machine will fail working. Uh, and the engine of a car, it has a lot of rubber hoses and sealings, O-rings, and when those fail, the engine will not work. So yeah,
and another
but it
question: Is it
magically works on Mars.
another question for you, Get, if you want to research the temperature on 10,000 feet above the Antarctica, is temperature 10,000 feet about any point of time.
Oh, yeah, this
Is
is
it
interesting.
is it temperature there minus 300 and here is minus 2, or it's almost the same?
Yeah,
Because
well,
it's atmosphere.
minus 300 is possible, but minus 200 or 250, where oxygen, takes its liquid form. Yeah, that's
Um, is it atmosphere colder above the poles?
it shouldn't,
It shouldn't. But
according.
why we
Yeah,
cannot cross why we cannot cross Antarctica with the aeroplane? No, it's not so big like other continents.
yeah. Well, the airplanes are definitely not flying above those areas because of the extreme low temperatures. But in their globe model, it says that all this
I'm not
magnetic field of the Earth is actually protecting us from the sun's radiation. That
I'm not speaking
part.
I'm not speaking we get about aeroplanes,
Yeah.
this traveling. I'm speaking about scientific aeroplanes. You
Oh,
know? Oh
yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
You know
yeah.
that money what for Antarctica, you give the money for the aeroplanes, you make videos or whatever, you scan the continent with drones, with new technology, you go up. You know
Mhm.
that we can scan with the drones. We use that in military because I don't know how America attack Iraq. They use
Yeah,
drones, and they make the same thing they can do with Antarctica with the drones. They didn't need to even put the pilot inside.
true. Yeah.
Oh, but it's
Well,
cold. Yeah, okay. Or or not Antarctica. You can do the same thing with the North Pole.
they have to keep us away from Antarctica because if we go there, then you see, um, you have empirical proof that the Earth is not a globe, and this whole satanic
No,
heliocentric heliosexual religion falls
and then
down.
people
Catholic
ask
Church,
you,
Orthodoxism,
and then people
Islamism, all the religions, they will all fall.
And they will ask
except
you, where is
probably
your
Buddhism.
where is your edge? My edge is like
Yeah,
yours, on 60 degrees south. We cannot go
yeah, but
further than that.
hey, yeah, Sasha, even their infinite universe, they say it does have an edge. Why the fuck is not the universe falling down?
No, no,
Yeah.
I'm saying because people say like, oh, but people are going to
Uh-huh.
Antarctica. Yeah, from where?
Yeah.
From
Why?
Chile.
Why?
From Chile.
Yeah, Sasha.
From Chile.
Sasha, listen.
Yeah.
They are asking us why don't the ocean like flowing down, yeah, from the earth. But in their model, why don't we see the stars and planets and the black hole falling from the edge of the universe?
They
So
want to
that the
imagine.
whole
So
universe remains empty. Yeah, yeah, it's the same.
they all, you know, when they start imagine this, let's put them in imagination. Imagine sphere, but sphere
Yeah,
with all rivers.
yeah.
Yeah, how they are going in every direction or in one direction?
Well, they have to go in every direction.
How the fuck they are going in every direction on the sphere?
Yeah.
A rotating sphere.
Mhm.
Do not forget. Well, the gravity keeps rivers, you know, to you know,
To flow, yeah, flow
yeah, yeah,
downhill, and
yeah, yeah. They're
it also helps. It also helps water go through the mountain all the way up to the top of the mountain, and then have a spring there, a natural spring, where water is coming from downhill.
you,
Wow.
you know, you're from Romania. Danube. You go to the Black
Mhm.
Sea. Go to the
Yeah,
Black Sea. Turn around from where is direction to the river and think now how much
yeah.
curvature is to the Germany, you know, where is Schwarzwald
Oh
there.
my God.
Yeah, that means this
Oh my
water is going
God.
down to the Germany, but it's going down, but it's going in this direction. Why is it not going in that direction if it's going down?
Yeah, I tell you what, the Danube River um, starts flowing from Germany, Black Forest, and it's going all the way to Romania in Black Sea, where it makes a delta. And it's a very unique, fascinating, beautiful, natural place in Europe. But now, thanks to the Ukrainian diggings in their Bistro River, yeah, they made the river depth a lot deeper, so they can have a ship transport this GM cereal, the American genetically modified cereals, which are being cultivated in Ukraine. And yeah, so it's going to destroy all Delta, but Romania's landscape is not much higher or lower than Germany. I mean, Germany is at a much higher elevation than Romania is. And the Danube River is still flowing to that side, you know, in that direction. And it's the only river that actually starts springs. You can see it, a river on the ground, and then you see the river going in the ground, back into the ground, and it flows underground, and then it comes back up to the surface. Yeah, it's a mystery, and very unexplicable phenomena, but funny thing is this has been described in the ancient Egyptian culture. The Egyptians in the pyramid, in the hieroglyphs in the pyramid are speaking about this river that actually goes and flows underground and back to surface, and was worshipped as the river across which all the souls of dying people are going to the land of bees. And also in Greek mythology is known as the Styx. Yeah,
It's
it's a
called
very
Pannonian Sea in the Pannonian Sea. They are saying. I don't know if it's true. That was then. It was the sea.
Oceanos Potamos. Yeah,
Because you have in Serbia some parts of small lakes, and there was salty. That
yeah.
was
Hungary was a sea before,
yeah
but this
salty.
was in very ancient times, like when Hercules existed, and uh, Danube was flowing into the sea, but Hercules came and he cut a mountain. He split it in two, and this mountain is actually even today visible. It's exactly where the Danube enters the mountain region in Romania and Serbia.
Teared up, yeah.
Yeah.
There is two hydroelectric.
Hydroelectric, yeah, power
Yeah.
plants. Turbines, yeah. What they call them. Our this, it was actually a bridge in ancient times, but now they made it like they put turbines, and it provides electricity from the Danube River. But that bridge is called the Iron Gates.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And it doesn't carry this name like from 10, 50 years ago. No, it carries that name for like before the pyramids were built in Egypt. It's funny, these globers, they want us to ignore everything, not to know anything, not history, not science, not technology. So we are really going there. I see the mankind going there into the era of AI, artificial intelligence. So human intelligence is no longer a requirement for social existence. So if you actually try to read a book or start learning something, no, that is blasphemy. So they started closing the schools. Yeah, so they dumbed down our children, and they say, oh, let the children stay on the laptop, yeah, and video chat with the teacher and play online games, entertain the children and never teach them anything, because teaching children now anything is blasphemous. Yeah. So this generation that's coming in the next 20, 30 years, when they will be grown up, they will be very kind of people, very cold snakes, literally. I know it's very pessimistic view, but
I will tell
yeah,
you something, Gabby, about kids today, but then I need to go. Today, my daughter likes to play. She asked me like to look for the word in dictionary, you know. And she asked me,
yeah,
tell me one word, and I said, okay, cat. I don't know. I was like saying something
yeah.
from my mind, and she was like, cat is animal, blah blah blah, and searching that. And she asked me, she said to me, okay, can you say me another? I said, horizon. And she said, I don't. She said, I don't want that one. Okay, I said, find level, please. And she
Uh-huh.
said like, oh, level has 3, you know. And she started to read level. And I said, okay, that's enough, you know, because she's one
It's
day a
good.
Glober, one
It's
day it's
good.
flat earth.
You give her hints, you know, and she's getting them from an early age.
Yeah, but the pressure of the how to say of the society, it's big because I feel
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
She's
I
coming from
know.
school and saying, Daddy, why all my friends and me, because she's putting together, then she's a Glober. Why we are thinking that that is a globe, only you think that is not.
So she knows that you don't have this
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
overview. That's
yeah.
good, good.
I
That's
told her,
yeah.
don't worry about that. You're a
Mhm.
child. You need to live your life.
Yes,
You will
yes.
find out when it's time. It's don't worry about
When she grows up, she will.
it. I told her
And
level.
it's
Look
not
for
her
level.
time.
Then I
Yeah.
said, do you know sea level? Yeah, sea level. There are people saying in all around the world sea level. I'm not saying anything else. I'm not saying anything else. I'm not saying Earth is not a globe. I'm saying that sea is level.
Well, you have to give them hints like, hey, okay, you know sea level, but uh, people have written so much about sea level. There is so much science about it.
Mm. I will give you my advice. Don't trust people. Trust water.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
that's a very good one. Yeah, I like it.
And natural laws. Don't trust what people think about natural laws. Trust natural
Yeah.
law itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because natural law you
Well,
cannot prove scientifically. It's happening always, you know?
yeah.
That means believe in that if you want to breathe.
Yeah, these are the first thing. I mean, uh, you have to tell her that in this world, the best friends is her own parents, and everyone else is questionable, you know, because you, as the parent, you are the only person in this world that cares the most for her because she is your own life. And nobody else will have this kind of mindset on her own being or well being, you know.
Yeah, I will
But
go. And you know what we said? I need to go. What we said, I'm telling
yeah,
you, this is not. Be careful of people who are preaching a lot.
yeah.
Yeah, only that one.
You said that?
Yeah, because I'm saying that because you know I don't see secularity in me, but some
Oh,
people
yeah,
see,
yeah,
and that's somehow,
yeah,
oh my God, ooh. And I know how to, you know, speaking about because I was listening, pain, you know, yeah, yeah, yeah. I experience also that the big one, not only mine, the other people pain, more other ones
yeah.
than mine. Yeah, that mean okay, don't preach me now what is fucking pain or whatever. hell or whatever.
Yeah.
So sorry about this. This is not for flat Earth, but yeah, that's for you
I
guys.
understand, Sasha. Don't worry. Yeah. Well, be great,
Oh,
Sasha.
I need to go. Yeah. Cheers.
Yeah. Catch you later. Be great. Bye bye. I finished cooking while listening and talking here in the flat Earth server.
So,
Sleeping. If nobody's talking, I will deep out too. Be great, everyone. Have a nice evening.
Yeah, you have a nice evening too.
Thank you. Thank you.
It was a good day, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. We had an interesting guy with the light today, LiDAR technology. But I was trying to talk to him and also do something else in life. And I couldn't get back to him to actually challenge him on his claim that technology.
You have a good
But
night.
thank you. You too. Bye bye.
All right. Yeah. It's been a long day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Crit. Yeah, who's the big fucking flat earther?
Flat Earther is not what something is. It's a description of a surface.
What?
Flat is not what something is. It's a description of a surface.
Right? And you think the Earth is flat? Is no one even gonna talk then?
Do you think the surface is what?
I'm
Like
just
there's
asking you, but do you think it's flat? Is that what you think?
well, if it's not curving anywhere. So it's not a curved surface. It's practically not used as a curve or moving surface.
Do you think
So
it's flat?
I mean, uh, the surface is flat. I mean, that's not what something is. That's just a description.
What is it then?
It's not a globe. We can tell for sure
How can you tell for sure?
because it's not curving anywhere.
How so?
There is no curvature that is attached to the claim. You know how they claim that is a spinning globe of certain dimensions that you see on the cartoons and the movies.
Who's they?
Who's they? Who's they?
Yeah.
The claim, not they claim. The claim.
Ah, right. The claim.
Yeah, the claim. So the claim is that it's a ball that is spinning with water and gas attached to it, right?
Right.
But that is in reality, in the realist level, that is impossible. Because
How
you
is
know
that
when you
impossible?
impossible, because that's an impossible. Because if you have a real ball that is not an impossible, the real ball doesn't have water and gases attached to it when it's spinning. Because what happens if you have water on a ball
What about
and you
gravity?
so it is an impossible, right? Because you don't know any real ball that does that. Only in the cartoons, only in the fantasy, only in the imagination.
Gravity.
Was that a word? Can you spell it?
Yeah. Let me think. Fuck. G-R. Fuck. Gravity. Fuck.
Do you know
That
how to,
difficult question though.
you can write it down? You can write down the word on a piece of paper and then what?
Yeah.
That word causes thing to happen in reality?
What do you mean?
When you say, what do you mean when you say gravity? A word that you can say
I mean,
and write down?
if you take a feather and a bowling ball and a vacuum chamber and let them go, they'll both land at the same time.
Do we live in a vacuum chamber?
I believe in a vacuum chamber.
You and I, are we in a vacuum chamber?
No, that's why when we drop one and if we drop one outside a vacuum chamber, they
You know
don't fall at the same speed.
You know what happens in a vacuum chamber to water? The
What
water
happens to water? Boiling.
it boils, right?
Hmm.
So remember when you claimed that this ball is flying through the vacuum chamber? What's on the outside of the ball? Water, right? So why isn't that
You
water boiling?
seriously think the water's at vacuum? The water's under pressure.
It is under pressure. Oh, yeah, it is, right? So, what is the antecedent to the pressure? What is the definition of gas pressure?
The
Is the
definition of gas pressure.
is the pressure that the gases exert on the walls of the container. You remember on the ball there's no container? The ball, the high pressure system that you're talking about, right? The realist level, because you're telling something that is true. The water is under pressure. Yes, it is. So the gases on the surface, there is a gas pressure or air pressure, right? And then the antecedent to that pressure is containment. But on the fantasy ball, there is no container. So it's next next to the vacuum that you're talking about, right? Next to the vacuum of space.
The
So what will
pressure of
happen
a
to the
gas
vacuum?
is in a measure of the average linear momentum of the moving molecules of gas.
What will happen to the high pressure if it was next to a low pressure system?
What?
What will happen to the high pressure if it was next to the low pressure?
There's no high pressure system next to the vacuum of space. There's a linear gradient.
There is no high pressure system?
Yeah, next to the vacuum of space.
So we are not in a vacuum. We agree, right? That's impossible.
Correct.
Yeah,
You're,
correct.
you are currently not in a vacuum. I can guarantee that. Can you repeat that?
That will debunk the claim of the spinning water ball in the vacuum of space.
Oh no, the Earth is like outside the Earth is definitely a vacuum.
What is the pressure of the emptiness of space? What is the pressure there? Very low, right?
Well, I don't know off the top of my head, but it's very, very low.
It is very, very low, and there is a big volume.
One might call it a vacuum.
You know the volume that is available where the pressure will rush into. The volume is almost infinite because you don't know the edge of space, do you? Right? There's no edge to space. Like
I have
almost
no idea where the edge of space is.
yeah, exactly. So the volume is pretty big. Why isn't the high pressure rushing towards that low pressure, that available volume? Because it's impossible to be that.
Why does high pressure not rush upwards out into space? Is that what you're asking?
You are in a pressurized system. You are in a pressurized place. It's pressurized, and the antecedent to that is a container, containment. And the ball doesn't have a container. You see the problem?
Why does pressure require containment?
That is the antecedent. You know, how do you get a ribeye? You need a cow, right, to get the ribeye. So how do you have gas pressure? A container is required. Containment.
No, it's not.
Why? Because you say so?
Why? Because you say so.
No, you're the one claiming the opposite
Since
of what.
why would you require a container for gas pressure?
Because that is what is demonstratable. That is how it works. That is the laws of thermodynamics. That's how it is.
Can you repeat the law of thermodynamics which states this?
Okay, let's go by the definition of gas pressure. What is your username again? Because I want to tag you in the tech chat with Mitchell.
Yeah.
Mitchell, I'm Jency. How are you, Mitchell?
Use a second. I'm reading.
There you go. I tagged you
So you see from chemistry.elmross.edu, the pressure of gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. Then
Yes, I
from
can move you, Poptus. Oh, and the thing I've got.
The molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and with the walls of a container. Because the molecules are in motion, a gas will expand to fill the container. Since density is defined to be the mass divided by the volume, density depends directly on the size of the container in which a fixed mass of gas is confined. So let's see, cam.libertex. Pressure is caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of a container. With a smaller volume, the gas molecules will hit the walls more frequently, and so pressure increases. So you're talking about the realist level, how gas pressure works, and the antecedent, the thing that must be there for the other thing to be, the container, and then the gas pressure, which is the force that the gases exert on the walls of the container. Without the container, there is no gas pressure, bro. So how are you breathing? You're breathing air, right? You expand your lungs, you expand the volume of your lungs, and the pressure around you rushes into the volume of your lungs, right? The antecedent to that pressure around you is containment. And you mentioned the pressure gradient, and you need a pressurized system. You need pressure to have pressure gradient. So that
Well,
is.
you have pressure at sea level.
So, and the antecedent to the gradient is gas pressure. The antecedent to the gas pressure is containment.
Wonder what's containing all that pressure onto the Earth.
What was that?
What would be containing all that pressure onto the Earth?
A container? Containment?
A container? What, like gravity?
Wait, gravity? Do you go to the propane shop and say, hey, can I get some propane gas? But I don't need a container because I got gravity here in my pocket.
Well, yeah, it would be contained in a sense because it's not going to float off, will it?
But that will be a claim against what? Even the priests of the globe, because the priests of the globe tell you that a bunch of gas is leaving this place, right? Leaving this globe daily, every second. So how do we have a pressurized system without a container? That will be impossible. That's why the impossible is impossible.
Well, if you have a force constantly acting down on an object, such as every molecule of the gas around the globe.
But the gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of the container. So you do have the gas, but
Yeah,
if you don't have the container, then you don't have the pressure.
A
It's the force
pressure
of
on
the
a
gas molecules on each other, not the walls.
The average linear momentum of the moving molecules of gas against each other.
It's like if you pour two streams of water against each other, they clash. Gas acts that way, just in a much weaker way.
Yeah, but there is no ball in the first place, right? We do have a pressurized system. We do have the phenomena of
But there would be a
entropy,
ball.
thermodynamics. We do have all that stuff going on. Nobody's disagreeing that all that stuff is happening. But you're saying that this is happening on a fantasy place that doesn't exist.
Why is the sun round?
You mean when you say
How's
round,
all
you
that
mean
gas? How's all that?
When you say round, you mean like a circle, like a coin, like a frisbee, like an M&M?
Like a sphere.
Oh, how do you know the sun is a sphere? Let's say
Well,
it is a
so
sphere, right?
the gas that the sun is made up of, right?
How
the
do you?
atoms
But
that it's made up of, right? They're not equally spread out. They're not flying out everywhere. We can detect that there's a clear you know, distinctive barrier between where the sun is and
What's
where the
keeping
sun
the
is.
fire on?
You know, what's
You're making
what's
a
keeping all
claim,
those held together
but
in that
that's the
spherical
thing.
shape?
That's the thing. You're okay. Let's say the sun is a sphere, right? Let's say it's a sphere, but
If you say it's okay, if you say it's a sphere, it completely defeats your argument.
no, it doesn't, because you're the one making a claim about the medium, the distance, the make of the sun, even though you haven't verified that. You don't even know that.
So,
You just
but we orbit around the sun, like the Earth
when
goes
you
around
when you
the
say
sun.
when you say we, you mean you and me?
Yes, me and you.
So you're saying that you and
The
I
Earth,
are orbiting around the sun?
yes.
Okay, so that will be a nonsensical claim, right? Nonsense.
How?
Well, when you look, okay, so you have your eyes. Are you blind or can you see? I'm pretty sure you're almost certain you can't see, right? Because
I
there is
can,
blind people
you know
who
what
can't
else I
see.
can do? As much as seeing, I can also feel temperature, and I think
Yeah, we can
temperature
feel temperature.
changing on an average across a year is because we move closer and further away from the sun as we go round it.
What if I flip it on you and I say the sun is moving above our heads and it's getting during the sunrise, it rises from the east, and then at noontime is closer to your head, is above you. That's why it's warmer, because it's closer to you. And
I'm
then when it
talking
goes
about
when
winter
it
and
goes
summer, not night and day. You've
it,
just
it is
described night and day. I'm
yeah.
talking about summer and winter.
Does
Okay,
the
summer and
flat
winter.
Earth sun just sort of go in a spiral over a year where it slightly gets more north and
Okay.
slightly more south?
On the sensical claim, you're claiming the opposite of your observation, your vision, one of your senses. You're claiming the opposite of what your body is detecting, your vestibular system, right?
How so?
Your vestibular system, the liquid inside of your inner canal of in your ear, right? It will tell you if you were spinning. If the ground was moving, you will know it's moving. Right now, you're gonna make a bunch of claims, but we're sticking to the senses.
Tells you
So,
exactly where you're going relative to
oh,
the
okay,
ground.
Mitchell. So you're observing the sun moving across the sky. You
Yeah.
don't feel movement of the ground.
Yep.
And then you're going the opposite. You're claiming the opposite of your senses, what you experiencing and observing and feeling, and what your senses are pointing out, and you're making a nonsensical claiming things that you don't know of. You just making it up, or someone made it up and told and wrote it down, and you read it somewhere, and you're saying, yeah, that's what's happening because someone said so. Because this thing that you're describing about the sun being a ball, being a sphere, and being at these distances, and being in a certain medium, all that stuff you saw it in a cartoon, and you just believe it.
I saw in a cartoon. No. I
Yeah.
know that we can measure the distance between the Earth and the Sun using
Ha,
light.
you know,
Yes, I
or you believe?
know we can do that. And
How?
if we
You know.
measure it right, let's say we measure it over a whole year, because then the Earth would be able to do one full rotation around the Sun. We see it goes from one position to another as it gets closer or further away from the Sun, and we end up at the back in the same position 1 year later.
So the sun is doing all that movement. You can observe
No, the
this.
Sun isn't moving, right? Let's not get
Sun
ahead of
isn't
ourselves.
moving.
The
You see
Earth, right?
that is that is a nonsense claim, bro, that you're making right there.
What's my claim?
You wake up every day when the sun rises from the
Yeah.
east, don't you?
Yeah, that's because the Earth spins.
But that's nonsense. You don't feel the earth moving. You don't observe it.
No. It's
You don't
so, you know
observe.
how have you ever been in a car or like a fast moving train, right?
Is the earth a car or a train?
No, but I'm gonna give you a thought experiment for you to
I've
think
been in
on.
a car. I've been on a plane. I've been on an airplane.
Right.
Are those
So when you
contained?
look out in the distance, right, things
Are
move
those
really slow compared to them
Is
moving really quickly.
is the car, the train, and the airplane, are those contained?
You're trying to go on to like a different argument, but I can
But are
destroy that
those
argument too if you want.
contained? Those are contained, right? Those are contained. Okay, so
You're gonna
listen.
talk about the second law of thermodynamics, but there's no
No,
point.
No,
you're
he's trying to
trying to
press you on your analogy, buddy.
Yeah, because if you get your analogy wrong, how can you believe in something that's literally wrong?
Bro,
You did. You
So
you're
got your
yes,
analogy wrong.
go and cite it correctly, right? And I will tell you that you're looking at the second law of thermodynamics incorrectly. Has nothing
Okay,
to
now
do
you're
with
off
it.
in the weeds. He's pressing you on your analogy. For one, the train is a closed system. The Earth is said to be an open system. For two, the Earth is
The
constantly
train is a closed
accelerating. It's supposed
system.
to be
It's not.
rotating. It's angular velocity. It's not
You know, a
linear.
train isn't a closed system. You know, it has to be airtight. You know, like a completely closed system.
okay. So now go on top of the train and try to make the same analogy, or on top of the car.
Okay, right. So you're stood on top of the car, right? And the car is
Yeah.
moving in a direction, and the stuff in the distance moves really slowly when you look at it, and the stuff close to you
Is
moves really quickly, right?
does the
That's
car has a speedometer that you can detect the movement of the car, right? You can tell the car is
yes,
moving,
of
right?
course, bro. Of course,
Do you
yes. You
have
can.
any equipment that tells you that the ground that you're standing on is moving, just like the car?
Yes, it's called a day. The Earth
Oh,
spinning.
so you're the thing in question is the thing under your feet, and you're saying, okay, let me check if the thing under my feet is moving, and then you look to the sky, and you're saying, oh, the sky is moving, therefore the ground that I'm standing on is moving. You see how ridiculous that is? That's nonsense.
Oh, I don't know
Yeah.
how to talk to you, bro.
It's inference, interpretation at best.
I
More like
think
religion,
I
though,
don't think
probably.
you can grasp how big the universe is
You,
because
you think
How
you think
big is
you
it?
don't know
When
the
did you
cartoons
measure it?
that you believe in? I do know the cartoons. I know the cartoons better than you.
you
Yeah, how big is it?
what
When did you measure
cartoons?
it? Give us something to work with here. I want to grasp this.
Right.
How
Okay.
big is it?
You want to grasp? Are you sure you actually want to
How big is
learn?
it?
Are you
Do you
sure?
grasp how big it is? Tell me how big it is.
You know, it's not conceivable within the human mind to grasp
Oh,
how big it
you
is.
don't grasp how big it is. Okay,
Okay,
I
right.
got you.
So
That's
Okay,
why.
thanks.
let
That's why
me.
he's
Right, see,
projecting.
if you want to
Bro.
understand how
This
big
is
it
it.
is,
Mitchell,
imagine a
wait,
really
Mitchell.
big ball.
So this is
Imagine a
exactly
big ball.
why you're projecting into a place that you've never been to, and you're
Nah,
projecting
bro.
yourself into a cartoon and speaking like a character on the cartoon and saying
What?
you guys don't get the cartoon.
I'm
You
not
speak
talking
like
about
a
a car.
cartoon
Can you
character with a
describe this
sombrero.
cartoon? Because I honestly don't know what cartoon you're talking about.
The globe
What's the mini
cartoon,
blue marble
the
pick?
solar system cartoon that you're talking about,
The
the thing
globe
that you haven't
cartoon.
experienced, that you haven't seen yourself, the thing that you have to draw on a piece of paper and make numbers about it, and you're saying, hey, this is how reality works because you draw on a cartoon.
Okay, one. I'm not sure if you don't know, but I'm not an artist. Two. I don't watch cartoons. That's a tough one. And three.
You don't watch cartoons, but you believe in the
The Earth
globe
is a globe.
cartoon. That's ironic.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
pretty
man. Of course
invested
I
in
believe the Earth is
cartoons
a
for a
globe.
guy who doesn't watch cartoons.
Isn't
Hey,
the
I mean, I
only
think as long as we can treat each other
isn't the
well.
only depiction of flat Earth a cartoon?
No, that's just what's
Well,
outside, bro. Just check out an ocean. It's not a cartoon. It's really there.
Fuck!
the
Holy
realist
shit!
level
It's
has
all flat. No.
the realist level, the thing that we can check, experience, sense, right, with
Yeah.
the senses, and
Okay.
then demonstrate and verify. In reality, the realist level, it's out there. You don't need the globe cartoon to say, hey, the reality that you experience is not actually, that's not what actually is happening. Now
Can
you
I?
go into drawing the cartoon and doing the numbers to explain that when you're observing and experience it, that's
Yeah.
not what it is.
Okay. How about let me try this, right? How about
Remember, no,
I
no, listen.
explain to you?
Remember, this is why I'm saying about the cartoon, because you're the one that said that the sun is not moving, because you have seen a cartoon of the Earth moving across the sun, haven't you? Have you seen
I
the
mean,
cartoon of?
technically, the sun
Have
is
you seen
moving, but
the
it's not.
cartoon of the Earth moving across
It's
the
not.
sun? Have you seen? Have
I
you
haven't,
seen the
sir. No, I
cartoon?
have not. I have not. I have
Okay,
not.
so how are you saying that the sun is not moving and the Earth is moving around the sun?
This is
Where
what
you've
I'm
seen that?
So I'm gonna answer your question because I really want to. I do want to talk to you, right? But I feel like the only way I can sort of maybe try and do this, because I've done this many times, and none of it works, right? I'm going to explain to you how I came about to believe why the sun doesn't move, okay?
You see
ready?
it moving every single day, and you're
I
making
do
a
see it moving,
nonsense
yeah.
claim that
Right?
it doesn't move. Can you think about this for a freaking second?
Okay, of
That
course,
is
bro. I
nonsense.
am thinking about it, right? So, as a kid, obviously everyone has questions about the world around them.
Yeah. Tell us
And
how you
I,
came to
of
deny
course,
your senses.
question why does it go night and day? Like anyone, right? So,
Oh, could I ask a question about that really quick?
go on.
Okay, yeah. Does the sun go over a curve?
Does the sun go over a curve? Like, a
Yeah.
curve is something that you could draw, but
Like
there is
surface
no
curvature of the Earth?
noun called a curve.
Like, does the sun go over surface curvature of the Earth? Does that curve block it?
So, the
Is that why we
Earth,
get night and day?
the Earth spins, right? But we're jumping ahead of ourselves again.
Well, I mean, you said that we have night and day, so I just
Yeah.
wanted to get, like, to the
Well,
crux of it.
okay. Let me gather up what I'm actually gonna say, because it's long. It's a very long-winded process.
All
I
right,
feel.
I'll let you. Well, it always is. I'll let you unpack it till I get
Thanks,
too bored.
bro. Yeah, I'll be a couple minutes.
I mean, if it don't go over a curve, then I guess night and day don't have anything to do with a spinning ball. But I'll let you cook.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. Okay, so we talk about night and day, and I never really found out an answer directly. Until many years later. But science always interested me, and throughout my life, I've continuously been studying science, okay? Now, unless every sort of scientist has been lying, because the way it works is that these are theories that have evolved, not evolved, but they've changed over hundreds of years in order to put what seems unobjectifiable into an objective category. Now, I understand, like everything, like a police officer doing an investigation or a judge at his jury, there are chances where humans can be wrong. I understand that this is a
they're wrong.
possibility. Okay. But
Yeah.
scientists don't try and sit there for hundreds of years trying to answer why the sun goes round in the sky. They
Not a
think
science
about
question.
other things, right? They think about the behavior of matter or
Yeah.
why chlorine atoms act the way they do. Or
Yeah,
why photons act.
scientists think about science, and this isn't a science question. So
Right.
who really
No,
cares?
it is the science question because you have to have a basic understanding of how light travels and just science, bro. Like
That's just a word
if
that
I
you're
was to
using.
explain, okay, if I was to explain it better, right? I know I'm not the best at explaining, but if I was to explain it better, you can sort of answer these questions yourself that you have about the universe once you start to learn science, right? So
What's that?
in physics, you learn everything about space. They teach you about the sky.
Not science. That's sci-fi.
What? How is it
Violation of
sci-fi?
the second law of thermodynamics. That's not science. And what
Right. So
scientific experiment could you apply to it anyway?
how did we get the second law of thermodynamics anyway?
Observation.
We got it through science, right?
No.
Oh, not really.
No. That's a natural law. That's outside of science.
Right,
it's just
but the
something
only
that
people
happens
who could
every single time
fully
with no exception.
understand that natural
You don't need an
phenomena.
experiment though for the second law of thermodynamics. It's just something that's observed to occur every single time without exception. No experimenting required, thus no science per se.
This is just you just demonstrated.
How did you discover? How did we discover that that was a law though? That was a fundamental law that happened in the universe? How did we discover that?
What I just
We
said.
watched it.
We watched it, but when you watch
Yes.
something, do you fully understand it all the time? Do you always fully understand something that you always watch? If I held up a million videos, right? If I forced you to watch a million videos, random videos, because you'd watch them, would you confidently say that you understood every single one because you watched it?
No, no. You don't
Exactly,
have
right.
to.
So
You don't have to
it's that
understand why it
process.
happens. You don't have to understand the mechanisms or anything about why it's doing that. All you have to do is see that repeatedly every single time without exception.
So
It does.
I'm interested to understand why you're so curious about how night and day occurs when you're not interested as to why it occurs.
Well,
We
I
are.
am interested. I am
Well,
interested
we
in
are.
your claim about why it
you've
occurs, and it invokes an Earth curve. So I'm just gonna ask if I can see it.
it invokes the possibility that the Earth might be round. So that's
Has
why
to
you're
Mhm.
be if your
questioning it.
story is true.
So but it is true.
All right, let's take a look at the curvature that the sun goes over.
It was that curvature that you see.
Mhm.
Like,
I don't see it.
what sort of curvature do you mean? Like the one in the morning when the sun rises?
Surface
Morning, John.
curvature of the Earth.
Right. Yeah. So let's say you have an object that emits light, right, in an
Okay.
empty room, and you
Okay.
put it in the middle of that room. Then you go to the very corner of that room, and it's really far away, and you have another object, but this one doesn't emit light. This one sees the light that the other light-emitting object is emitting. Let's say it's a cube. If you're on one face of that cube that isn't facing the light, then and you're stood on the surface, if you look up, you won't be able to see the light because the cube is in the way of the light that you should see. But if you were to turn the cube around, the light that's in the middle of the room doesn't move anywhere, but the face that you're on the cube rotates. And as you start to rotate, where let's say you're on the side of the cube now, and you can see some of the light from the emitting object in the middle of the room,
Sorry,
you
I
would see,
dozed off for a minute there. Was this a demonstration of surface curvature of the Earth?
yeah, it is, because as you turn, you start to see more and more of the light emitted from this object in the middle of the room. And it's the shape of the object that you are standing on which determines the shape of the curve that you see as the Earth turns around and you start to see the sun
So
clearly
proof.
as you start to
So
face it.
proof by analogy. The analogy being object in a room.
Proof analogy, the light is the sun and the very distant object is Earth, and the object could be any shape because it doesn't matter what shape it is, as long as it's turning, you will get the same night and day experience without having
So
to go around the sun.
this isn't even an argument for the globe. This is just an
No,
argument for
it's an
rotation of
argument
whatever.
night and day, exactly. That's how simple I'm having to make it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want me
So
to make it simple for you?
No, because I know the Earth is a globe, so please don't.
You've only just got one idea of how light can like give you night and day cycles. It's really amusing to me. It can only be
So,
a sphere. I mean, do you notice when the sun goes away, it gets darker?
why does the sun,
Right.
why is it all
Fuck.
balled up? Why is it so densely compact? Why isn't it just spread out everywhere? Can you answer that? Why doesn't the sun just go out and spread out everywhere?
Your question being is you didn't answer mine and just steamrolled it through to ask your question. What the fuck did you do?
I'm sorry, but I'm surely get a free pass since that's all you seem to do.
What, like the night when we were trying to figure out if you knew what a triangle was? Yeah,
Yes, everyone here does it, bro. So
Listen, let's put it
you
like
can
this.
excuse me this time because it
Let's put it like this. Let's put it like
aids
this.
my argument.
If you've got a light source, you'll notice that it illuminates the portion of the surface it is over, where everywhere else is in darkness. And you move that light source,
If you
and
have a
it illuminates.
torch, yes.
Not a torch, a light bulb.
Okay,
quite easy.
we can use a
And
light bulb, fine.
it's
A
just
light
going to
bulb emits light in all directions, yeah.
awesome stuff, and it's only going to reflect light and illuminate light surfaces, isn't it?
It's only going to reflect light.
Yeah, off of surfaces, so you can see those surfaces, right? That's how light
Right.
works.
Yeah,
It
light
illuminates-
reflects.
Yes, it illuminates surfaces. So when that light source moves, it illuminates other parts of a bigger surface, leaving the
That-
area that it was in darkness. Otherwise, we
Yes.
just need to illuminate the entire world.
Right, but if you were to have a light source, like a light bulb, and you put an object in that area where it was getting hit on light, and you looked and you did a 360 around the object, would you say that that object is lit fully? Like a
No, it would
big-
depend on how big the object was and the ratio between the distance of that big object and how far away the illuminating light source was. The Earth's
Okay, so let's say
quite
we had a
big.
more accurate way of
Yes.
detecting the brightness of light, right? And we pointed this detector at the object and we mapped like loads of points around this object. We would be able to see where the light is brighter and darker, correct?
Sorry, can you say that again? I was giggling too hard. Well,
So we map an object that we place in front of a light source evenly with loads of different points, and we measure each point of that object with something that can detect the level of brightness of light that it is reflecting. Right? Would we be able to detect an area on that object that is darker than the one that's facing the light?
well, obviously.
Yes.
I'm
Right.
going to show you.
So doesn't that mean that there is night and day because the Earth rotates?
No, because the light source is too far away and not able to illuminate the area that it had left in darkness.
So why do we
Right.
see the moon go through
mean-
periods of cycle, like waxing and waning crescents and so on? What causes that?
What the fuck has that got to do with the fucking day and night
Well,
cycle, dude?
I think it has the fact to do with that the moon is illuminated by the sun and that it goes through cycles because the moon orbits the Earth. And so when it goes through a waxing or waning process, that's the Earth's shadow blocking the moon.
You
Or,
don't even know your own religious fairy tale. That's just completely false.
sorry,
Sorry, heretic. Sorry. Are you now claiming that moon phases are because the Earth is in the fucking way?
yes, that, or because you didn't let me
You're an
finish,
idiot.
the
You're an
moon
idiot. That would be an
and the position
that would
of
be an
viewing
eclipse,
the
wouldn't
moon.
it? Okay, I'll let you go.
Okay, well,
but please
would you
don't
let
say
me
moon
explain,
phases.
please?
Well,
Yeah,
no,
why
because
the
you're wrong
fuck is
already.
the moon upside down in the southern hemisphere?
Hold
Oh, they
on.
don't
I
know.
just
They
want
don't
to make
know.
sure. I would just want to make sure that you don't think that moon phases are caused by, the shadow
Okay.
from the Earth.
All right, I'm going to explain it, and I'm going to give you a visual because I think visuals help. So if you'd
Okay,
like to
but don't
tune into my stream, that would be
think
really
you
good.
know your own story.
So
Heretic, he
E,
did say what I thought he did. Yes,
Yes,
no?
he did. Yeah. He said that moon phases are caused by the shadow of the Earth, which isn't even the story in the heliocentric
not only.
so-called model. So
You'd have to
you're just
understand.
making stuff
Okay.
up, man.
Yeah,
I'm
you are
making
making
stuff
stuff
up.
up.
Okay.
You're talking about an eclipse.
I'm not making stuff up. Oh, but
You're talking about an eclipse.
whoops.
Moon phases in your story have got fuck all to do with the shadow of the Earth.
Excuse
This is
me.
the
Let's.
fifth time. This is the fifth time somebody has come on
Can
from
we
your
keep
side
this
and got their
family
own
friendly?
fucking story.
Yeah. Can we calm
Shut
down?
up. Shut
Jedi's
up.
I'm trying to
right.
have. I'm trying to have a productive conversation. I'm
Well,
being
you're
honest.
You're making
Mate,
shit up
I've
though.
been
It's
in.
not productive.
Jedi, I've talked to you over a few days. Don't tell me I'm fucking not in good faith because I fucking am. So shut up.
Well, you're making
Don't tell me
shit up.
I'm not
you
making
literally
shit up,
don't even know your own story.
bro.
Moon phases are
How do
caused
you?
by
How?
the Earth. Listen,
I said not
moon-
only caused by the moon
not
and
only
Earth
so part
interactions.
of it is. Part of it
Yes,
is.
part of it is, bro.
Right,
No, it's not.
Listen.
Oh my god.
Mo-
Okay, I'm listening.
The area of shadow cast behind the Earth has got fuck all to do with moon phases. That's an eclipse. In your model, moon phases
Right,
are due
yeah, moon
to
phases.
the orientation of the moon orbiting the Earth. 50% of the lunar surface is always lit by the sun, and depending on its orbital
That's
path,
because
we
yeah,
could
well done.
see a different moon phase.
How
Don't say
what shape would it have to be, yeah, for it to be lit up 50%?
You said that the Earth's shadow was causing moon phases.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry, I was talking about when the moon is specifically like here
That's
in this
okay.
area, right?
I'll calm down if you will retract
Thank
that.
you. Yes. Okay, I understand why you were mad, but I did mean this part. I wasn't speaking properly. Yes, I made a mistake. Right? So here, this area, this bigger loop where the Earth isn't interacting with the moon and its shadow, and this small gap, in fact, it's probably much narrower because the sun is a very bright object, it would probably be this only. Sorry about that. And
Right.
to go back
It's
to my
just
question to you, what shape? Sorry, go on.
I didn't. Sorry, as I said, other people have made this statement and got it completely wrong. I really didn't want you to be one of those people as well, mate.
Okay, well that's fine. It doesn't matter. It's over now. My question to you is, what shape would the moon have to be for it to be illuminated 50% of the sun by all time at all times?
Well, being as
What
we
3D
only
object could it be?
Bill, being as we only see one side of it, and I understand your assertion that it would have to be a sphere, but we only ever see one side of it.
But
Now there
we've
might be a
already been to the
correlation.
other side. We know
Have we?
that. Yes. We've
How
got
did we?
satellites that orbit the moon. We've been to the other side of the moon. We've been on both sides.
Tell me about the time we did that.
Humans, as a species, we
Oh, so
invented
nothing to do with
electricity.
you or me. Nothing
Okay,
to do
well,
with.
no, we didn't invent it, but we invented a way of using it. So, yes,
There's we
you
again.
were right. The only possible shape it can be is a sphere.
That's if it is indeed reflecting light from the sun.
What makes you think it isn't? Like, what makes you think all the other planets that we see in the sky aren't reflecting the sun's light?
I'll give you two reasons.
Okay, go on.
Do you know how spheres reflect light?
What? In what context? Like in what? How
When
they?
spheres reflect light, when spheres reflect, I can explain it to you. When spheres reflect light, because that surface is curved, the light rays are divergent from that spherical surface, right?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. You will notice within the full moon, for example, that is an even covering of the light. It is as bright in the middle as it is on the extremities, correct? So,
Yep.
first instance, doesn't actually look like a sphere reflecting light.
To be fair though, how certain are you on that? Because it could be abiding to the same rules that you're saying it isn't, but the only measurement you're taking is from your human eye. Surely
Does it
it's
look
not about.
like sphere reflecting light? Being as
Okay,
that's an even covering of light from the middle to the extremities. We understand that light, when in contact and reflecting off of a spherical surface, those light rays are divergent. So we wouldn't necessarily, well, if at all, see that pattern of light, would we? We'd have a hotspot.
we would.
Point. Would we demonstrate that?
I think we would, yes. The reason
Really?
why, yes,
You ever reflected a torch off of a football, for example?
of course I have. And the
Awesome.
difference
And you'll
between the
notice
difference here that you aren't seeing is that the sun is a very bright object. Now, I'm not talking like, oh, it
the second,
can light up a couple planets.
do you want the
It's
second one?
go on then.
Do you understand the inverse square law with regards to light? Further away from light source, it gets dimmer. Closer you get to light source, it
It
gets
doesn't
brighter.
get dimmer. That's not how light
Further
works.
away from light source, it gets dimmer. Put your face in front of a light bulb. My God, it's fucking bright. Walk away to the other side of your room. It's a little bit dimmer. You can handle looking at it. Inverse square law of light. Right? Right?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. Do you remember when they went to the moon?
Well, I wasn't there, but I've heard of it, yes.
You remember the story. So down here on Earth, we see that lunar object that is the brightest thing in the night sky. It looks fucking bright and comparable to the sun, not as bright, but still fucking bright. Would you
Yeah.
agree that if you were to get closer to that source of light, it should be brighter?
So you think if I got closer to the moon, it would get brighter?
Yeah.
I would perceive it to get brighter, but it would not get brighter in like the brightness of the moon would not increase
Really? So you
itself.
don't. So being as we're 250,000 miles away from the moon, you don't think that the closer you got to it, it will get brighter, and not
It would get
understanding
brighter for me, but
it
the
will
moon
get brighter.
itself would not change in brightness.
Would get brighter for the people on it, wouldn't it?
Right. So
If
let's say you had an observer watching the moon from 10 kilometers above its surface, right?
yeah, it'll be brighter. It'll be brighter.
No, wait, just wait.
Million
And
miles
it's
away.
measuring the brightness. It stays
According to
consistent because of the distance, yeah?
it is consistent, is it? This reflecting sphere of light that doesn't appear to be reflecting light because the surface is divergent, and we see an even covering of light. Even though we're getting, apparently, according to the story, when they landed on the moon, they're literally on that fucking surface. Don't you agree that that moon would appear brighter because you're fucking closer to it?
It would appear brighter, yes, but appearing in actuality is different.
Should have appeared brighter to the people standing on it and the cameras, right?
The moon has appeared brighter to what? Sorry, say that again.
So the people on it, if we're going to believe the story that men went to the moon and played golf on it and drove around in buggies,
Right, so if they're on the moon, yep.
it would be brighter for them, wouldn't it?
No.
Why not?
Because the moon, sorry, doesn't emit light.
Hold on, it's reflecting light from the sun. So when
Yes,
you get
but
close
it's
to that
different.
reflection, it will get brighter.
I've answered your question. Like, what does this mean?
Well,
what does this
you're
tell?
telling
What does this tell us?
at the moment, that moon doesn't look like a sphere that's reflecting light, and now I'm kind of wondering whether you understand what I'm saying about people being on it, but it's casting shadows of doubt over that story, being as when they
Talking
went
about
there.
shadows.
No, not talking
Why does
about
the
shadows.
moon's asteroids have shadows?
Why are you going to step past this point? Why do you want to now step past this?
No, that's okay. Right, fine. But we can. I'm just bringing it up. We can continue with this point. That's fine. I'm just bringing up why the moon has shadows.
Why does it even have craters on the side that's tidally locked to be facing us all the time? Are there asteroids coming off the Earth, firing
Because
into the
the
moon?
moon wasn't
Significantly
always
more on
tidally
the
locked.
dark side.
Okay. Pre-tidal locking.
Yes, it's what we've witnessed to happen to objects of similar mass or similar ratios of mass
Oh,
to
so
other
in affirming
objects in the universe.
fallacy. Okay.
So, there's a very famous scientist called Albert Einstein who was able to
Wasn't a
predict.
scientist.
He's a pseudoscientist.
Unless you can cite a hypothesis from Einstein, he wasn't a scientist.
Yeah, he
Unless
was a
I can
pseudoscientist,
physically
not a
cite
scientist. You're confusing
a
the two,
hypothesis.
pseudoscience and science. You're confusing those.
Okay, I'm not, but
Do you,
sure.
do you see this in the text room? This might help you understand what I'm talking about of my first point about divergent rays off a curved surface.
Right, so you're saying that the edge of the sphere, let's say you've got a light right shining onto a sphere, dead on.
Yeah. Yeah.
The center of the sphere would reflect the most light, which is true, and the edges would reflect the least because it's bouncing off the surface and going in many other possible ways that isn't returning back into our eyes as the observer. Yes?
Do you get? Yes, obviously.
Yes. We observe that on the moon from the Earth's surface.
I'm literally looking at the moon right now.
Yes,
And,
I know you're looking at it, right? But this is what I'm trying to tell you. When you shine a really bright object onto a surface, it's harder to tell which is brighter and which is darker because the thing that limits us are our human eyes, right? Our human eyes aren't allowable to adjust for the contrast that is being viewed by the human, right? And so it becomes indistinguishable to see the different levels of light.
So we don't see what would necessarily be a curved surface reflecting light. You're just going to sit here and tell me why we don't.
So
I'm saying
basically,
while we don't see it, but we can
it is a
detect
curve.
it.
Okay, so basically, it is a curved surface reflecting light, even though it doesn't look like it. Just trust me, bro.
Right, so I could do this demonstration in front of you if I had a really powerful light, okay? I could put an object in front of you, shine a light behind you that's really powerful, and I say you point out where you can see the change in shape of the object, and you wouldn't be able to do it. I can promise you that. In fact, you can do this experiment for yourself. If you really care, you can. And I promise
You
you.
can
I
you
promise
can
you.
also when you ask about the shadows on the moon, that you can also cause light to look completely dark like a shadow. So your claim about the moon doesn't demonstrate anything pertaining to the globe. You can't
Did you
use the moon
say?
to say globe.
Did you
Yeah,
say you can
since
make
the
light look dark?
Yes, you can make light look completely black completely. Yes.
so just two things.
Do you,
Like you try to get us to coalesce with you and say the moon is a sphere. Well, just in observation, it's not reflecting light like a sphere, unless we believe your fucking bollocks. And second of all, if we're supposed to have gone there because of the inverse square law of light, then it should have appeared brighter on the TV screens and to the astronauts that are on it. It should have almost been a blinding light, right?
no.
Yeah.
Is there a parallax shift
Your
as
eyes
well?
adjust. The cameras adjust to the amount of. Do you know? Okay, right. So the cameras, right, detect light and are able to take photos based on the abundance of light that the sensor receives. Yes.
What camera did they take to the moon?
I don't fucking know. An old one.
Was that how? Did it have a filter on it
I don't
to
know.
filter out that light? No, it didn't.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Why are you
So
telling
the
me?
camera.
Why are you asking me the question if you knew? That seems
Well,
kind of pointless.
I'm not literally asking you if you knew, which you
I
don't.
said no, but I said it multiple times because you kept talking about it.
Yeah, and I was telling you what it was, and that it didn't have a filter on it to
Right, so the
filter out.
camera didn't have a filter on.
No,
What does that even? What does that show?
it shows that they weren't on the moon.
Do you know what the filter of a camera does?
Well, depending what type of filter it was. In this instance,
What
it would have
filter?
had
Okay, what
my
goes
good.
through the lens of a camera?
What goes through the light?
Yes. So what would be the need of having a filter in the camera?
It would be fucking brighter there. Being as on the Earth, it appears to be fucking bright, and when you get closer to, my goodness, this is turning into the conversation we had the other night,
No,
mate. And now
it's not.
kind of
It's not. It's not.
You Claire, it's not. It's not.
Yes.
When we get closer to a light source, it's not going to appear brighter. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the moon isn't a light source.
It's reflecting light.
Yes, that doesn't make it. Is a mirror a fucking light source, bro?
No, but when I
No.
get close, light will appear brighter.
Oh my god.
Yeah, cope.
You still haven't established that it's actually a reflector anyway. That's still
Okay.
just an
We
assumption.
have. Yeah, we have. We've both pointed. We
No, you
both know
haven't.
the moon is reflecting.
No, you haven't
No,
even established that it's a ball, let alone a ball spinning on its axis that doesn't appear to be doing that, reflecting
Moon
light
isn't
from
spinning,
another
bro.
ball. You haven't. What the fuck, dude? You keep fucking up your own story.
Yeah.
I said the moon is okay. The moon is spinning around the Earth. The moon is not
No,
spinning
it's
on
not.
an axis.
It's
It's not
not.
spinning
But
on its axis, dude. You don't know your story. This is embarrassing.
How do I not know my story? How about you tell
Look
me
up
your fucking
tidal
story?
locking, dude. Why do you think you need the tidal locking story? Because it's said to be spinning on its axis, but it doesn't look like it. You don't know what you're talking about. You just keep
I'm
making
not
shit
saying
up.
it's spinning on its axis.
I know you're not. That's why you're wrong.
I'm
Well,
wrong because
actually,
I said the
you're
moon isn't
correct.
spinning on its
You're
axis.
correct, but you're wrong within your own paradigm.
Okay, so
yeah, you're
my
you're parroting the wrong pseudoscience, bro.
Okay. It's not
Funny, right? It
pseudoscience.
is funny.
It's not
I mean, it's not
pseudoscience when it's
funny, but
physics,
it's
chemistry, and
it's not
astronomy.
funny, but it's laughable.
You've said this about 5-6 times now. Can you define what pseudoscience is for me?
You want me to define what pseudoscience is? I can tell you what
Yeah.
it isn't. Astronomy, physics, and chemistry.
I'll tell you what. Define what pseudoscience is.
Nah.
A collection of beliefs or
It's easily
practices
lookable on the internet.
That's fine.
Pseudoscience.
You've said
Let's read it for him so he can hear it at least once.
Yeah, go on, read it to me, bro.
A collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method.
Right, and who thinks, like, let's ask the majority of the populace of the planet, who thinks physics, chemistry, and astronomy are pseudosciences, and I'll sit here and wait until you get the majority.
That's not an opinion-based thing. You think this is like opinion?
Oh my god.
What's the
We're
scientific method?
humans.
What's the scientific method?
I asked
What's
you
the,
this question. What the fuck?
right,
Why
we're trying
are
to
you asking me questions I've already asked you ages ago? I asked you a couple days,
well,
no, maybe last week.
so being as you've now got that standard of understanding, then you can answer James's question. Right? You've said astronomy is science. Well, then you're going to need to have a valid hypothesis that you can test in an experiment, aren't you?
Yeah.
Awesome. Can you give me one?
An experiment. When we went to the moon, we conducted an experiment.
You said you weren't there. I remember a few minutes ago you said
Oh
you
my
weren't
god,
there.
are you just
quote,
trying to
unquote,
like just
but
derail the
now it's me
conversation? You
again.
know what I'm talking about.
No, a minute
Humans
ago.
went to the moon. I've clarified myself more than twice, and you keep doing it.
There's no we, bro.
It's
like
interesting.
it's like I define a noun for you, and every time I say that noun in the future, you're just like, what? What does that noun mean?
Yeah, you
Ed, the
misdefined
thing
it
is that
and
you're
used it.
claiming that we went to Fantasyland, but no, we haven't. But you believe it, but not everybody believes that, bro.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny, right? I have my beliefs,
It
right?
is funny.
And you have yours, and I'm not sat here mocking you for it. But
It's really
every
funny
chance
how
you try and
how
get, you
say,
try and
hey,
chat shit about me.
it's really funny how you say they went to the moon. I wasn't there that time, and then 2 minutes later in the conversation, you refer to it as we, us going to the moon.
Okay, I can tell how many
Sure
people
as
you
hell didn't
interact with
perform
in
any
your day-to-day
experiments
life.
on there.
Anyway,
We did.
being
Humans did experiments on the moon, right? Where on the moon there
Prove
is
it.
a fraction of a percentage of the atmosphere as there is on Earth, right? Because when you drop two objects from the same height of different masses on the Earth, they fall at
my.
different speeds because of the atmosphere in the way.
I like
But
the story you're
when we
telling me.
get to
I
somewhere
like
with
the
no
story you're
atmosphere,
telling
hold on.
I love the
When we get to
story.
somewhere, okay, when we get to somewhere with no atmosphere, right, and we drop two objects of different masses, and it has a different changed gravity than the Earth, and that gravity is consistent, right? Because we
I
are
love it.
staying on the
Got it.
same
I
level of plane
understand
on the
what
moon.
you're saying.
We
I
drop the
completely
items,
get what you're
and what
saying.
happens? They hit the floor at the same time.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
interesting.
I completely get what you're saying, and you're back to saying that when when we do this, that happens, etc. So, can we actually do this?
You'd need a lot of money to get there.
It doesn't sound like we can do this.
What
Oh my
pseudoscience?
god.
What pseudoscience?
More
again?
pseudoscience. Right, so microwaves that you use every day. Let's see. Can you perform any interesting real experiments to do with the microwave when you use
You
them?
started this conversation, my friend, about how you wanted to understand, day and night cycles, and all of these scientists throughout history have done all of these studies and all of this type of shit. Now, being as we understand that natural science is a hypothesis construction and test, can you give me
Okay.
one valid hypothesis for astrophysics, for example?
One valid hypothesis
Yes.
that no matter the mass of an object, when dropped, without interference of the atmosphere, they shall hit the floor equally at the same time. There you are. There's a valid hypothesis that we carried out. Thank you very much.
That's not a hypothesis, you fucking idiot. What are the two constituent parts?
Yes, it is. Sorry. Don't tell me that's not a hypothesis, mate.
What are the two constituent parts of a hypothesis?
Oh my god. I've just given you them. I've given you them in one hypothesis.
Awesome. So within
I'm
your hypothesis,
encouraging other people in here to actually talk because
within what you just said, give me the observed phenomena and the cause of phenomena. Give me the
the
IV and D.
observed phenomena, right? Gravity, the thing
So
that's
gravity
changed,
is the phenomena.
the density of the atmosphere. That's what's changed.
What's the independent variable? What's the cause?
Gravity.
So gravity is the phenomena and the effect.
We've literally okay, right. So when you're studying something, you change the variables. The difference of gravity on Earth and the Moon are, wait for it, they're different.
Why did you give me gravity as both the IV and DV? Why did you do that?
I didn't do that. I said the EV was the atmosphere.
The atmosphere, right? So
Yes.
you did say gravity in your first example, my friend, and then you gave me gravity as the cause as well. I'll tell you what, I'll let you do it again. What's the dependent variable?
Oh my god. You think just
know.
because the atmosphere and the gravity change on the Earth, on the moon, that the experiment is null and void? Is
not
that
on
what
the
you're
moon.
saying? Because I'm not going through this process where you like try and do a gotcha.
I'm not on the moon, mate. I want you to
Right,
give me
so you
I
think
want you
that...
to give me a valid hypothesis is what I fucking want you to do. It's
Ooh,
quite
calm
simple.
down. Fucking
Give me the
hell.
DV and IV. Because I
Bro,
will
I
literally
did.
assert and in front of everybody else demonstrate that you really do not know what you're talking about. What's the
How do I
hypothesis?
not know what I'm talking about?
You haven't been able to give me a hypothesis yet. Give
I
me an
did.
IV and
I
CT
literally
relation.
spoke one.
Do it again. Do it again. What's the DV?
Right, I don't think it should be up to you to decide whether my hypothesis was accurate or not, because
I'll
that's
tell you
rather
what.
biased.
Well, being as I know what the scientific method is, I know what pseudoscience is. I'm trying to
What?
demonstrate to you
Right,
all of
okay,
the
Jedi.
above.
I
Pseudo.
know that too. So why is it when I say I know, I'm fucking wrong? Because there's obviously a difference between you and I. So what is it? Why am I always wrong and you're always right? Can you explain?
According to you, you just said that gravity causes atmosphere.
I didn't say I did not say gravity causes atmosphere. Please listen if you're ever going to open your mouth.
Start again. What's the DV? What's the DV?
Bro.
What's the DV?
We are going to the moon.
That's not an experiment.
Right. Because the thing we want to look at is, is how gravity affects objects. We are unable to get.
We're not going to the
We are.
moon. Do it
Yes.
here on Earth.
Okay. Let me finish, bro. Please. Please let me finish.
Just want a fucking hypothesis. I want you to
Yep.
demonstrate.
The reason why we're going to the moon is because the moon has a negligible atmosphere.
No one's going to the moon, mate. Do it here on Earth.
Yeah,
Just
you
give
can.
me
You can get a massive vacuum chamber, and the experiment is exactly the same.
awesome stuff. So let's do it in a vacuum chamber. What's the phenomenon?
Yep. The phenomena is that the feather and the hammer hit the ground at the same time.
What's the cause of the phenomenon?
Gravity.
Awesome. Can you give me gravity, please, and then vary and manipulate gravity to see if it has a assumed cause, please?
So, I'm going to compare gravity to something else, because currently our science does not have a way of manipulating gravity to an extent that we can manipulate other things. Now, before you get on your horse and run with it, I'm going to tell you why. Right.
This is hilarious.
Okay, Jedi. You know, you talked about how you started to like me the first time you talked to me, right? And I've been patient with you ever since. I've never laughed. I've never laughed at what you've said. Right?
Because I'm right.
You make a lot of shit up, though.
So do me the courtesy of listening when I'm talking to you.
You don't have a valid hypothesis.
I do have a valid hypothesis.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Independent variable that you can manipulate or vary.
Yes.
Yeah, what's
The variable we are changing is the atmospheric pressure, right?
Oh, so it's atmospheric pressure now. I thought it was fucking gravity.
Yeah. Well, that's
No.
a different experiment. You want the gravity
Oh,
one? You want the
then
gravity one, right?
stay
This is the
on
thing.
topic then.
I need the other one, right? Because it's difficult to explain to you. I'm finding it really hard to explain to you. I'm trying to explain to you. Maybe I can. Maybe I can. I won't give up.
Oh, dear me. So remember that pseudoscience is something that is claimed to be science that doesn't
Okay.
follow the scientific method.
So
Understanding that.
let's see why it's not a pseudoscience. Let's say we have a chamber, right? And you're pretty content with the idea of a vacuum because I know you've used it in your arguments before to try and disprove globalists. So it's obvious you are aware that vacuums can exist. So that's not a pseudoscience. Point one. Let's say we have a vacuum and we have it on Earth. We can drop two objects that have different masses, i.e. a hammer and a feather, at the same height, we know that they all hit the floor at the same time. The reason why this experiment wasn't done earlier, or on a mass scale done earlier, was because creating a vacuum like that is hard, and it would not be suitable evidence to suggest that gravity is the cause of the falling feather, because before we went to the moon,
Still
we
isn't.
had no other type of gravity to compare our arguments of
We
gravity
went
being
to
the
the moon.
Jumping
cause
all over the place.
against.
We went
Oh
to the
my
moon
god.
again. He's back to that.
Yes, I am back to
What
that.
did you actually manipulate in this so-called experiment? What was manipulated?
Okay, so by manipulate, you think that manipulating something requires physical interaction.
Damn
Direct
right, fuck.
intervention by the researcher. That would be your
Right.
IV. So what are you
So,
manipulating? What's
okay,
the independent variable?
let's say, because I know if I explain what I'm about to say, you're going to disagree. So if I say it differently,
Fuck's
but
sake,
in the
dude, it's an
same,
easy question to answer. What
it's
was
not.
manipulated?
It's not, because you're not going to agree with me, right?
Yeah,
so,
this is the mental gymnastics that
let's say-
pseudoscientists have to
No.
perform to try
Yeah.
and justify
Getting
their
boring, dude.
experiments as being actual experiments.
So
Yeah, your IV
They're not.
should be a simple enough thing to say in just 1 or 2 words. What is it?
He doesn't know.
Oh my god. The thing
Oh,
we're
fuck.
changing, right,
Yeah.
is for the first experiment, the thing we're changing, because we're not on the moon yet, is the atmospheric pressure, because we know the atmosphere
Ooh, the
changes
density of
the
the
rate
medium.
at which things.
Okay, so the density of the medium, and that affects how
Yes, if
things
that's
fall.
what you want to
Okay.
call it, bro. The density of the medium, right? Do you know why we got rid of the medium?
To see how things fall without it.
See how things fall without it. Well done, right?
Hold up real quick. Can you
if we went to
perform
the moon,
physics? Wait, can you
No.
perform physics without a medium?
of course you can.
No medium.
Oh, wow.
So you got object moving through a medium without a
Yes.
medium.
Yes. If you have a, let's say you want to do a light experiment, right? There's going to be a medium within that. You can use that medium, right? You can have controlled mediums. Let's say you did a pressure, let's say you did a closed system and you added nitrogen gas only to this system. That's a controlled medium. Of course
Yeah,
you can have
you said
mediums.
no medium. You said no medium.
Yes, you can
Yeah.
have no medium. You can have a vacuum chamber if you want.
Oh, so like a perfect vacuum?
Yes, humans have been able to
space
create
isn't
a
even
better
claimed to
vacuum
be
than
that.
there ever has been in nature.
Space isn't even claimed to be that. Can you show me one of these perfect vacuums?
Space is claimed to be a vacuum, but it's not a complete vacuum.
Not a perfect vacuum.
Yeah,
Nothing
that's
is.
true.
It's impossible.
Wow, that's like saying, 0 Kelvin is impossible. It's like we can get really close. So it's like saying 0.99999 isn't 1. It basically is, but it isn't, right?
You can get
So you
really, really
understand that.
close to 0, but how close is that? 0.1, 0.001, 0.00001,
It's, I'm pretty sure the closest we've gone to 0 Kelvin is like 003.
Excellent. So not a perfect vacuum, like you said.
Kelvin has nothing to do with a vacuum. I'm not sure what the
I know.
lowest
So
vacuum we've
now you're
ever
trying
had
to red
before.
herring away from your own point. So good point. Good catch there.
I'm not red herring.
Still waiting for a hypothesis.
But anyway, you manipulated the density of the medium to demonstrate the medium's effects on how things fall. Great.
Jedi, I don't get what
an
you mean you're
experiment
still
for
waiting for a
gravity here, unless you're
hypothesis,
going to call
because
that gravity, which I
tell
guess you kind
your
of can, because technically
tell the
that's
other people
specific
here
gravity.
to stop
but,
interrupting me.
It doesn't sound like you're showing anything relating to the effects of the curvature of space-time or anything like that. So I don't
What
know.
would you
I
know
don't know
about
what
the
to tell you.
curvature of space-time?
Not much.
Fine.
Nobody can manipulate it to show it having any effect on anything.
It's also
You don't
That's why you
need to
gave
be
me,
able to
that's why you
manipulate
gave me an
something.
experiment where density was the
It's not
independent variable
flat water.
instead of
It's not
space-time.
intrinsic for you to manipulate something, for you to get different results using a different thing, right? Let's say you've got 2 cups of water in front of you, right?
Oh, okay. So you're going to indirectly manipulate. Just cut to the chase, man. You talk really slow, so you're
Okay,
going to
right. So
indirectly
the Earth and the
manipulate.
Moon
You're going to
are 2
indirectly
areas.
manipulate. Hold on.
All
You're
right.
going to indirectly manipulate the curvature of space-time.
No. We're going to go
Okay.
to
Well, then
2
who cares
different
about this? It's another
environments
red
where the
herring.
gravity or the direct variable is changed.
You can't have your fucking moon experiment because it's in the
Why?
second law of thermodynamics. You can't have it because it's in the second law of thermodynamics violation. You're just going to repeat your story.
No. Explain the second law of thermodynamics violation the moon apparently
It's in a
commits.
vacuum. It's in a vacuum, and we have gas pressure here. And you even said that there's a very, very, very tiny atmosphere on the moon.
Yeah,
Now,
it's like it's not even noticeable.
yeah.
It gets
So
blown away.
oh, it gets blown away. Awesome.
Yeah.
So being as we're here on the Earth, you understand. You've heard me talk about vacuum chambers before. You understand that
Yeah.
entropy is high to low. This is a direction. For example, we're talking about energy movement.
Do you know what entropy like depicts? Like what is it telling us? What's entropy telling us?
It's telling us the direction of movement of energy.
It's not
So,
the
for
answer I'm
example,
looking for, right? So entropy, no, I'll tell you what it does.
okay,
Entropy, yeah. Entropy determines the feasibility of a reaction taking place. That's what it
Awesome
does.
stuff.
Yeah,
Awesome
the
stuff.
feasibility, right? So, do you know
So
what that means?
if I've got a hot cup of coffee, what will happen over time to that hot cup of coffee?
Is it in an open or closed system?
We've just got a hot cup of coffee, mate. What happens over time to that hot cup of coffee?
Is it in an open or closed system?
We've just got a hot cup of coffee on your fucking kitchen counter. What
Okay,
happens to that?
right. So it's on a mug in my kitchen, right? So it's in an open container, right?
Well,
The heat would bleed into the air, right?
Awesome
And the mug
stuff.
and the table around it.
So the cup of coffee eventually over time will get colder, right?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. And if we have high pressure, and I say I have it in a tire, and outside is lower pressure, when I was to open the tire or split the
Light
tire,
pressure
high pressure in a tire,
within the tire.
yes, and I was to split the tire open with a knife, for example, what would happen
Yes.
to that high pressure out inside the tire? What would happen to it?
The air would leave
Yes,
into the air.
yes, because high goes to low, doesn't it? The reverse doesn't happen, does it?
If the air that goes from high to low, high pressure to low pressure, is in a trapped container, if it's in a container,
That's why I fucking
like
put it. I said a tire.
right.
You're not listening.
So it
You're
has
not.
to be going from a container to an open, like a closed container to an open container,
Yes.
right? But if you have an open container and an open container, you
No,
don't see
open.
that movement, right?
Well, it depends on what the pressure is. If it's all equalized, then obviously not. So, for example, when we have a vacuum chamber, we understand that the only thing that is separating those two dynamic environments, the no pressure inside and the atmospheric pressure outside, is the physical bounds of the container, right?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. And when I say, for example, have a tap that's halfway up the inside of the vacuum chamber and I open the tap, when I open the tap and let the gas in, the gas disperses in all directions, doesn't it?
Eventually it will.
What would you mean eventually? Of course it will. That's what gas
So
does.
it
Moves
doesn't
freely.
instantly. So when you open the tap,
Moves freely
right, the
and
gas
randomly in all directions.
doesn't flow over the tap first and then start flowing everywhere.
What are you talking about? What's the direction of gas inside any container?
What's the direction of gas?
Inside any container.
Omnidirectional.
Omnidirectional. Awesome. Thank
Yeah.
you very much. Good. Thank you very much. So, being as the Earth is an open system with gas pressure, right? And out there's a vacuum. What do you think would happen if there's no physical bounds in between the two dynamically different environments?
Because they're dynamically different doesn't mean that one's a closed system and the other isn't.
The Earth is an open system. We have gas pressure here on the
So
Earth.
what's the rest of the universe? Is that a closed or an open system?
I don't really care. It's a vacuum in this instance.
But it has to be something.
Well,
is
yes,
it
but
an
it's
open
a
or closed system?
I don't know what the bounds of the universe are in your fucking story. I'm trying to tell you.
But why do
Vacuum
we have
space.
bounds for the Earth? Where do we end?
My God, why are you not
No,
listening?
this is important, Jedi.
I tell you what, why don't you just listen to me? Being as
I am
we've just
listening to you.
and shut up, I've got a question for you. Being as we understand, and you've demonstrated your knowledge, and I'm going to pat you on the head for well done. Inside a container, gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. Good. Now we've got a problem here. Being as we've demonstrated that the physical bounds are the only things that are separating the atmosphere outside of a vacuous situation inside a container, we need a physical barrier. The Earth is declared to be an open system. We have gas pressure here, and up there is a vacuum. What do you think would happen?
Well, I see it happen every day.
What do you think would happen if there's no physical barrier between two dynamically different environments? One high pressure, one very, 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 very low pressure.
I don't think anything would change.
Really, being as we've just demonstrated that the only thing separating two environments is the physical vacuum chamber itself from the vacuum inside.
It's a representation that. It's a demonstration that represents a different thing.
It's a representation. So there's something different.
No, it's a demonstration that represents a different thing.
So entropy is not going to take effect now. Do you know the difference between an open and closed system?
Why are you asking me this question? Of course I do.
Awesome.
This is why it's important for you to. This is why it's important for you to also define whether the universe is an open or a closed system.
I don't care about the universe, mate. It's not up for contention right now. We only have the visible universe. I don't know what in your model the expansion.
I'm not going to answer this question until you actually put some thought as to why I'm asking you whether the universe is an open or closed question. It's not something that we can just move past. It's fundamental.
Oh, it is. What's an open system? What's allowed to leave?
Everything. Absolutely anything.
Awesome. So being as the Earth is an open system, what would be allowed to leave?
Do any of the open systems that we use in our experiments have their own gravitational field that's detectable?
Well, being as we do them here on Earth, and every single time we open the system, gas fucking, then there's no observable
But it's
gravity.
not the system that they're contained within, is it?
What?
The gravity isn't coming from the object. Like the object that you have, the closed system, that is the closed system, doesn't have a gravity, doesn't have gravity like the Earth does.
Well, it's on the Earth, so all the fucking gravity that and every time we
Right,
open
but
container, that's fucking
exactly,
leaves.
yeah,
So,
but the Earth is
the Earth's
not
an
the
open-
same as the closed container.
Is it not?
Special
No.
pleading.
You even said that the Earth is an open container, so how could it possibly be the gravity for any closed container?
In your
Special
story,
pleading fallacy.
system.
In my story, sorry, that you lagged.
Yeah, in your story, the Earth is an open system, right?
And in your story as well.
No, in my story, the Earth is a closed system, obviously, because we have gas pressure.
Ah, so if it's a closed system, then that's why all the gas doesn't leave.
Well, obviously, because it has a physical barrier. But in your story, it's an open system, which you've already understood that everything is allowed to leave.
Yes,
which
in
would
my
include
world, it is an open system because the universe is also an open system.
Okay, so
heat transfer takes place within the universe, which is why it's an open system. Like, I was trying to get that out of you, but the reason
no, that's
why...
energy. That's energy. Energy can transfer in
yes,
and out
that
of
is
the
energy.
closed.
Well done,
Hold on,
Flatwater. But if you
energy
knew
can
anything about
transfer.
energy,
Hold
or
on,
even the
hold
second law
on.
of
Energy can
thermodynamics...
transfer in and out of a closed system.
Energy
It's
cannot be
matter that can.
transferred out of a perfectly encapsulating,
No,
perfect
that would be an
thermodynamic...
isolated system. That would be an
Huh?
isolated system that you're talking about. A closed system is one that
Yes.
energy can transfer in and out of, not matter. So if the gas can't fuck off, how can we
Right.
fuck off to the
So
moon?
let's say it's a
That would
theoretical
be an exchange.
isolated
That
system.
would be an exchange of matter, and that's what can't happen with a closed system.
I
Yeah,
disagree
Jed, I
with
just
that.
wanted to point out that his argument is a special pleading fallacy. So even in the case of every single open system that you can actually access, there is no like pulling force stopping
Huh?
stuff leaving. But of course, he's decided that in this one special case, that's the case, and therefore,
Sorry,
whatever.
you're going to have to
This is
explain what you're talking about
I
instead of like
didn't finish
acting like I'm
talking.
not in the
Don't worry.
room
I didn't
listening to
finish
what you're
talking.
saying.
So if you carry on talking over me, I'm just going to mute you, bro. Just don't talk over me. I'm talking to Jedi, and so I'm expecting him to talk next. So Jedi, all I'm telling you is that he's using a special pleading fallacy, and therefore you don't actually need to address any of the bullshit you're saying.
That's how I would have described it. It's bullshit. It's just bullshit.
Right.
Interesting. So
Well,
You
So
get
it's quite
confirmation from someone else, and that means you can stop talking to me now because what I'm saying is a fallacy or what XYZ, whatever he said. I don't honestly care because
you
he's too
understand what
rude to
special
address me in a
you understand what
conversation.
Well, I
understand
mean,
what
first
special
of all, he's strawmanned me, and then he's also used a poison the well fallacy, which is interesting because the problem with fallacies is that they are invalid logically. So if you keep on making invalid logical statements, they don't need to be addressed.
They don't need to be addressed if they're factually illogical.
Yeah,
Who's
if they're
determining the
illogical,
logic here?
well, I've pointed out what's wrong with them.
You have an invigilator, someone who would not be
What?
biased towards your intentions during a conversation that you plead to win. Of course you don't. Oh, but
There's
what
no
I'm
such
saying is
thing
wrong.
as an unbiased
Here we are
person.
again.
Ah,
Ban
so now
truth.
he's
Here
gonna
we are
whine
again.
about
You
us.
were listening. You were
There's no
listening
such thing as an
earlier, my
unbiased
friend.
person.
You know what I was saying.
There's no such thing as an unbiased person, though, is there?
Oh, well, that helps your argument. But I pointed that out at the very start of mine.
Find me an unbiased person.
I pointed that out at the very start of my argument.
Yeah,
Do
but
I need to
you
repeat what I
just
said?
criticised me for saying, "Oh, you need to have an unbiased invigilator. Find me one."
No. I need to have someone that doesn't have the same biases as your side of the argument.
But I'm just pointing out your invalid logic. It's got nothing to do with bias.
No. It does,
Yes.
because you thought
Yeah,
it
it
was
does.
invalid. Not someone
It
who
is
studies
invalid.
logic.
The
It is
laws of
invalid,
logic
bro.
are
And I
biased
told you.
against.
I told you in detail, and I told you in detail and named
Okay.
the
Yeah?
fallaciousness. I
Bro,
didn't just
I
say
can write a
fallacy,
whole
bro.
2,000
I
word
said
paragraph
it's a
on why you're
fallacy
chatting.
because X. I mean, you can talk over it if you want. I
Right.
told you.
Wasn't intending to.
You can talk over me again if you want. I told you exactly what was wrong with it, and that's why Jedi is having a problem talking to you because you're not addressing your own fallaciousness, and it's a waste of his time.
Okay. So, what's the question that I shall be receiving now? What is it you want to talk about? Any
Got any
questions that I can maybe,
yeah,
like when
scientific?
you're listening to
Yeah, I
someone
got
who
the
you ask a question to,
You
you
don't have
kind of
to
like
ask
maybe
me
want
if
to
I want
listen
to
to what
ask
they
a
say.
question for like 5 minutes on end. I'll just ask the question. Do you have any scientific validation for this claim of gravity causing air pressure?
Do I have any claim like on me? Because like on my physical person, I don't have it on my PC either.
Okay,
So
so he
I think
couldn't
I
even
might
figure
run
out what
into
the
some.
question is. So okay, that tells me where this is going. All right, thanks.
Oh, so you're gonna give up now?
Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Planets,
Can
stars.
you not beg the question? And can you demonstrate gas pressure without a
I'm
container?
not begging the fucking question. That's how I do it, right? If
Well,
you want to say to me, right, how do you work out 1 + 1, and I give you a fucking answer that shows how I work it out, that equals to 1, why are you then saying, nah, that's bollocks? I'm showing you instances in the universe where we look up and see balls of gas, rock, and other things, right? And you're saying to me that I can't
Come
show
on.
you.
This is the very thing that's in contention. Your story is about the vacuum of space. I'm asking you to demonstrate to me gas pressure without a container, not point your fucking sky religion.
No.
Yes.
Planets
It's
don't have
also
zero pressure.
it's a false equivalence fallacy anyway.
Right, okay. If you mention
Yeah.
fallacy again, I'm just gonna think you're chatting shit, like, honestly. Why don't you
Right.
phrase it in
So
another way?
the fact that every time you use poor logic, I point it out, you're just gonna cry about that.
Yeah, I
How
mean,
is
if you don't like
I'm
that,
sorry.
you could just stop using poor logic. That'll
How
work.
do you
One good
how
way
do
to
you
go
work
about
out
that.
the surroundings around you? How do you
What
do
do
it?
you think a false equivalence fallacy is?
No, I'm asking you the question.
What do you think a false equivalence fallacy is?
I'm not asking you. I'm not
What do
answering
you
your
think a
question
false
until you
equivalence
answer
fallacy
mine.
is?
Yeah,
What do you
saying it
think a
over
false
and over
equivalence?
isn't gonna work.
Yeah. I know that you're scared of this. What do you think it is?
I'm not scared of it. I'm just not answering.
You are. You're terrified, obviously. Otherwise, you'd answer.
Terrified.
You are, obviously.
Quite the hypochondriac you are.
So, what's a false equivalence fallacy, bro?
Am I gonna be here all day before you change
No,
question?
you can just answer the question, or you can say you don't know. That's fine as well.
Oh, is it fine? So even if it's not
Yeah,
true, it's
fine. If
fine.
you don't know, I'm happy to explain.
Okay, I don't
it, but
know.
you
I don't
don't
know.
seem
Sorry,
to
I
give a
don't know.
shit that you're being
I
fallacious.
don't know.
So, okay.
I don't know.
So
Tell
it's
me.
when you draw a comparison between two things that actually can't be compared because of the flawed reasoning.
flawed reasoning, right? But here, in an instance where we are on a planet and we look at other planets, or that's one
Begs the
valid
question.
thing. Like, hold on. We also
Hold on
exist
while
in
you
the
beg the question
universe
some more.
just as
Okay.
much as Mars or Venus or the Sun. We all exist in the same environment. So that's also where your logic fails, because that in itself is logical. It's like you would compare two
No, it's
anatomically similar creatures in the ocean because you found them in the ocean. That is logic. So
Yeah,
if you
so
want to
where
talk
did you
to
get
me
this
about being
equivalence from?
can I just
illogical,
let him
right,
Where did
finish
you get this?
talking?
please make
Yeah.
sure I don't actually
So
make any sense.
where did you
Yeah,
get this
before, but
equivalence from between?
can I just talk to him about this, please? Because he hasn't even addressed what I actually said. Why do you
Yeah.
think I said it was a false equivalency? What do you think I was actually talking about?
Oh my god. You're talking about me comparing the Earth to the other planet, the other things in the solar system.
No, I wasn't.
Because it's out in the sky, so it's
No,
wrong.
I wasn't though.
Oh well, that's how it came forward. You know?
Oh, I see. So you don't actually want to understand the other person, but you want to try and address the point that you didn't understand. Right. So the
Oh,
false
banned. If I
equivalency.
didn't want to understand, if I didn't want to understand, I wouldn't have been in this call. You know, today, a couple of days ago, day before that. You know, speaking to everyone who hurled abuse at me, even though I did not treat them like shit once. Maybe
Oh my
until the
goodness.
end, because
Please,
that's like an
dude.
hour and 45
I'm
minutes
trying to be
of
respectful and wait for you
abuse.
to finish. I'm
Yes,
trying
well,
to
I
be
appreciate
respectful and
that.
wait for you to finish, but you are just waffling on, and I really want to get to the point, right? The reason I said that it was a false equivalence was because you were comparing maths, 1 + 1 = 2, to the real world, right? These aren't comparable because one is a social convention that we agree on. We just agree that 1 + 1 = 2. There's no reason to think that other than the fact we agree, okay? And one is the real world, which we can verify empirically. So
Maths
this is a
isn't.
false equivalence.
Yeah, but maths isn't limited to pen and paper. If I
When
held
did I
two
say it was?
scissors in front of you and I asked you how many
When did I
scissors
say
there
it
were,
was? When did I say it was?
well, you're implying that it is because
No, I'm not.
that they're two logics that can't be compared. Sorry.
Just a straw man. Bro, it's like, you
What?
just
You're
spewed
you're
fallacy.
saying maths is a socio belief that anyone can
I didn't
believe
say it was a
what 1
belief.
+ 1 is.
I said it was an agreed upon convention.
Right, so
Is
doesn't
it
that mean
not?
it's logical?
Well, logic is also an agreed upon convention.
Right, and so when someone uses a telescope to look up into the sky, have we gotten to the
Yeah,
bad
that's not
part yet?
equivalent to 1 + 1 = 2, bro. That's why it's a false equivalency.
No. I was saying that I'm basically saying that that is
What?
true. Oh. I'm not saying because 1 + 1 = 2 that planets are round. That's not what I'm saying.
But you were comparing the two. That's why it was a false
I'm comparing my
equivalency.
actions.
But this is why I said that, and then you started crying
So
about
okay, so
fallacies.
you've been
The issue is
you've
that if you're going
misunderstood
to use
what I'm saying.
fallacious logic, if you're relentlessly going to use fallacious logic, then you're going to be relentlessly called out for that fallacious logic, right? You cannot blame me for your use of fallacious logic. You have to sort that out yourself.
Right, I'm more than happy to sort that out myself, but like, do you see the whole conversation we had just to get here? Like, you could have just said, the analogy used is a bit convoluted, and I don't understand what exactly you're trying to compare. That could have been an easy sentence for you to say.
It's actually quicker for me to say false equivalence fallacy.
Right, okay.
And so I did. And then you cried about it. So now you're actually blaming me for you crying about it.
Right, but I said I don't know what false equivalence fallacy is.
And then instead of just asking
instead of
me,
explaining it,
well,
you could have just
banned
said it a different
truthlessness,
way.
why don't you explain to me what a false equivalence fallacy is? You chose to cry about it for 2 minutes.
What? How am I crying? Am I crying right now? I don't feel any tears.
Yeah, every time we ask you for globe proof, you just cry and whine instead. Guess we're not going to
Well,
get
you
any.
spewed out fallacies first, to be fair. Anyway,
So,
sorry, Jed.
like, what
I've
was the
completely
question
ignored your
originally?
conversation.
Because
Carry on.
I've
I was just getting
forgotten now.
annoyed at the fact that everything he said to you was completely fallacious, but carry on.
Right, so I can't use anything too imaginative because I might bore you or confuse you. So,
You can't point to your sky.
What a wild straw man.
You can't point to your sky religion.
Bro, keep
Sky
calling the straw man. It's fine. Like, you can call it whatever you want.
Yeah, if you keep misrepresenting me, I'll keep calling it straw man. I think that's fair.
Sure. What was the question I was answering? Because
I'll go
Well, I
through this
forgot.
again. This is what happened. I asked you for demonstration of gas pressure without a container. You pointed to Jupiter.
Yeah. Does
So
Jupiter have a pressure?
that's the story.
Of course it
up
does.
for debate, according to your sky religion, but that's the very thing that's up for debate at the moment. You have to demonstrate that you can have gas pressure without a container, not point up into the sky and because you've got a sky religion say, look, we got gas pressures without containers all over the fucking place. But that's
Right.
the violation of the law of second thermodynamics.
Jedi.
And every single gas law, please don't speak through me. I'm losing my patience, dude. You obviously
pal.
don't understand what you're talking about. You've just been taking us around in circles for the last hour and a half, talking
Not
shit.
intentionally.
Well, you have. You don't understand that you can't point to your sky religion when that's the very thing that's up for debate at the moment as proof of your fucking sky religion.
Right. So what I was going to say to that point was, there is a reason why I point to other planets, and that's because I feel like if the universe played out the way you think my religion says it should, then nothing would be able to hold itself together. There would be no planets, there would be no stars. It would just be an equilibrium of matter and non-matter and antimatter. So it's
my
like
pussy hurts.
So
There are no. It's quite
Pardon?
simple. There's no planets. Those planets that you keep pointing out are in violation of laws of nature. The
So
Earth, the
how
one that
can
we're
we
standing on,
detect them?
we can see them, but the
We can detect
overriding.
them too.
You can see them.
And
I
we
detect
can
them with my eyes, dummy.
we can use light that's behind the planet to see the composition of the atmosphere of that planet. We know that there's
What is you
nitrogen
saying,
and
nigga?
helium. That's what makes up Jupiter, nitrogen and helium. I mean, sorry, hydrogen and helium, not nitrogen, my bad.
Process, Timmy.
What is you saying, nigga?
Oh, you're not saying much. You've just been banned.
No, I'm saying why
Was
I'm
that an
using
A or a
planets.
hard R?
Who said that? Which guy was that? Was that Ed?
Yeah, it sounds like me, doesn't it?
I don't know. You haven't spiraled like that until now, but I guess it was you, so I gotta ban you. Sorry.
What?
Oh no, I'm getting
Hard R
banned
is
for
a
something I
DOS
didn't do.
offense, and we can't let you do it. So
It was
yeah.
not hard R.
It wasn't him.
Can we give
dude.
him a yellow card?
Jedi,
False
it wasn't Ed.
punishment as well. Okay, I mean, even Jedi saying it wasn't me, but sure, go ahead.
Okay, no, if it wasn't you, I won't ban you. I just want to ban
wasn't
whoever
him.
it was. We get in trouble
it
for
was.
not enforcing their rules. So
Yeah, it was
I think
somebody
it
else.
was
dude.
Eoth.
There we go.
Clearly the guy
Oh,
who's
it was
mic
traded
blowing.
2002, I think.
It was me. I did it.
Shut up, it wasn't you. Is this charm on an
I
alt
think that we
account?
should just.
I am Sparta. Well, no. So
I don't
if I'm getting this right, excuse me, just real quick, if I can just clarify, because I am genuinely interested and invested.
Yo.
So are the
don't
FE
rail
guys?
on this all day, but was he just trolling when he said it was him? Like actually,
He was not trolling. He's not
it
trolling.
was him. It is Charmhole. I don't want to be stuck here all day. I just
Why would it be me? It was not me.
oh for fuck's sake.
Look at this muted accuser. Look at this accuser in the chat right now.
Never mind. I'll just find out on the YouTube channel. Go ahead, guys.
No worries.
Wait, unmute Charm because I was speaking to him.
Kill Charm.
So, without pointing to your sky religion, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Since it's fundamental, your belief, I say no, and I also can't say no. No.
Yes, so this is the point in contention.
But
Can't
it's like
it's
Jedi.
undemonstratable.
All my demonstrations are outside in the universe. It's like I have an answer right, but you're just guarding that answer with what you're saying.
Being as those lights in the sky like Jupiter are uncontained balls of gas from vacuums, then the gas would fill the space.
But it doesn't. That's the phenomena. That's what's crazy.
Isn't it crazy? According to sky religion. Now
It's
you've just got to
beautiful.
believe, dude. Why do you do this?
Have you seen pictures of Jupiter?
Yeah, it's awesome.
It is awesome.
Mhm.
I'm glad you think it is awesome because I really like them.
I used to really like them as well, mate. I mean, I'm 48 years old. I've only been a flat earther for fucking 8 years, right? And I
So
believe the
why
same
don't you
thing
like them anymore?
because they're in violation of laws of nature. That can't happen. You also don't have any scientific experiment to prove gravity, and even in the instance of me letting you have gravity, it doesn't affect gas.
Well, you say I don't have an experiment for gravity, but there are two places that we've been in the universe where gravity is different.
Back to your sky religion, and we have. Apparently, this is the thing that's up for fucking debate. I've pointed out 2 good reasons as to why that moon doesn't look like a sphere reflecting light, and if you were to get closer to it, you'd be fucking blinded to that light because of the inverse square law with regards to light.
Okay,
You
right.
kind of
So we think.
hold on, I haven't finished.
Sorry, yeah, go on.
You kind of sidestep those. But every single time I ask you for something, you either go to the moon or you go into space and wax lyrical about this fucking beautiful story. And there's Jupiter violating the second law of thermodynamics because it is a giant ball of gas that isn't dispersing into the vacuum. Even
Yeah.
though you don't have a scientific experiment that proves gravity, you don't have a demonstration of gravity acting on gas in the first instance. Here on Earth, all the gravity is, apparently.
I mean, it's like I do have an instance in where I see gravity affecting gas, but the the option that I say is misinterpreted or dismissed. So it's like you say the planets and the stars around us violate the second law of thermodynamics, right? And they violate nature's rules, right? This is a rule all across nature. So why is it that we see them? Like, I'd understand if they were, I don't know, maybe an illusion or maybe they're not real, but we see them and we detect them with multiple
This all the way
instruments.
This goes all the way back to your waxing lyrical about scientists and studying the universe. Now, you've just been brought into this story. I've tried to demonstrate to you that all you've got is pseudoscience, no actual science, no scientific hypothesis test. You've got none of that. You just believe this story. You're holding on to it so bloody hard, man. You're making it fucking scream. You're not
You're not
stepping
trying to
back.
change my mind, though, Jedi.
Dude, you're not stepping back. You're so
Stepping
invested,
back,
man.
proverbially.
Yeah. Well, either way, you're
Of
so
course,
invested.
I'm invested.
Oh,
I don't. It's like you want me to just like believe in you when I don't personally believe that.
I don't care what you fucking do, to be perfectly honest with you.
So
But
then why would I concede?
when you demonstrate invincible ignorance and lack of understanding, it infuriates me.
See, okay, now Jedi, I know I'm not a perfect person to represent this, and I know I'm not very good at arguing a point. Like, I don't have an opportunity to practice it every day, and I don't do it anyway. And so you may feel instances where I am like that, but my intentions are genuinely just to try and understand what you're saying, and like, unless every time I do that and I don't say yes, okay, it's oh you're wrong. Like I may be wrong about a few things, especially like what I said earlier with the moon and the phases, right? But there's no instance in where we disagree, and in that disagreement, I am correct and the other is wrong. It's just, oh, we'll brush past it, or oh, we'll move on. And I don't see the questions that I'm giving to you as fundamentals as themselves, right? These are things that people just think about, and I'm asking you to think generally in a wider area as to why, why are the planets there then if they falsify the second law of thermodynamics? And but then we just talk about something else, like we just move on to the atmosphere, or we move on to the brightness theory or whatever.
Can I just be quickly on this?
Of course.
So when Jedi says, for instance, like the planets aren't there, or I can't remember exactly how he worded it, but it's because you have an idea in your head of what you're seeing when you look in the sky that hasn't been validated, right? And that's because of a story that you've been given that you can't validate, which is
How
cool.
is it?
I mean, no one's saying that Jupiter isn't there, but is it what you think it is? Is it a ball of gas in a vacuum, right? That's really what Jedi is saying, and what I would say to you as well is that we know that those things are there, but like we don't actually know what they are. And I like, for instance, I have absolutely never ever seen evidence of balls of gas in vacuums anywhere ever. Yet I'm supposed to believe that that is happening in the sky when I look up. It's a bit silly, and so a lot of the things that you say are based on like zero evidence, and then
Yeah.
there's like fallacious reasoning mixed in, and
Okay.
it's just about being honest about what you actually know and what
Yeah.
has been given to you as a worldview that you can't confirm.
Okay, so this is what I completely understand what you're saying. Like, I understand where you're coming from. The reason why I'm talking about it is because like I said, I've studied science, and I'm now studying science, chemistry, and this is my third year at university. I'm finishing. So, from what I've learned from this time, I would not say is false entirely. Some of it is, like, maybe there's theories that we don't fully understand, on an atomic level, like truly what an electron is. I understand that there's a margin of error within the science that I'm studying, but if I could word it in a way that you would be able to understand, I would happily do that. I'd love to do that. So I think obviously we're going to get misconstrued. I have the patience, and I am willing to obviously talk to you about it. But going back to what you said about balls in a vacuum, space, and you having no proof or evidence of it, well, I'm not sure. Like, do you believe that when we send a satellite into space, and we receive data from it, that that you don't think it is actually there? Like, we're just lying. They're just
Well, I
lying
mean, you
about
really
putting it
use the
there.
word "we," right? So
Okay,
what is
sorry,
"we"?
I say we as like humans, just humans.
Yeah, but what does that imply? Like you're already telling me that you're
So there's
psychologically
scientists.
Dude, don't
Okay,
talk
so
over
there's.
me. I'll let you finish.
Sorry, mate. Yep, go on.
When you say something like "we," what you're
Mhm.
telling me and the rest of the room is that you are invested as part of the team. It's like you're a fan of a team. Like, I don't know if you support a football team, right? But you know how if Arsenal play Man United or whatever, and then like there's some random dickhead who's never ever played for the team, has never worked for the club, has nothing to do with them other than buying a shirt, and he describes we won. It's like, you didn't win shit. You didn't do anything, right? But you're doing that same thing. You've taken ownership of what they are claiming to have done.
Okay, fine.
Right.
What they've done, they've sent a satellite into space, right?
So they claim.
So they claim.
So why should I believe?
Well, this is up to you whether you believe it or not. I'm just going to explain the process of what happens, right? So the satellite gets put into a rocket, and I don't know if you've ever watched a rocket launch before.
Yeah,
but
many times.
they're really cool, right? So it goes off up above the Earth's atmosphere. If the astronauts stood outside without a pressurized suit, they would die, right? And this thing leaves the Earth, right? And the only way we're able to judge the distance between the Earth and this satellite that we have communication with is through how long each command that we give this robot, because that's what it is basically. It's just a robot that does measures the magnetosphere, or it can detect infrared light, that sort of stuff, right? So it goes through space, and through clever mathematics of people who study the positions of these phenomena that are in this vacuum of space, right? We are able to propel this rocket that contains the satellite, which will still be communicating with Earth, because most likely that is also the brain of the rocket itself. So it would need it to be able to adjust the thrusters, point in direction where it needs to go.
We know the story.
Now,
I mean, you're going anywhere
yes,
with this.
we've had multiple well, actually, I'm not sure how many, but we've had satellites on collision courses with Jupiter. So it gets into Jupiter's orbit,
So they say.
and it falls into this. I mean, it may be a planet, but it falls into this thing, into this field, right? And we can detect briefly. I mean, we don't even have to be in the planet. We can actually detect atoms and what atoms they are from when orbiting Jupiter. And that was a satellite's mission. And so
So
we
I mean,
were
you're just
able.
telling a story, bro. Like, can you get to the end of the story?
Right,
Can we
but
actually...
what do you infer is happening? Like, what can you tell is going on in the story that I've said?
Well, I can give you a story about space marines, and they're getting on a ship, and they're going to go and beat up a bunch of Tyranids with bolt guns, and I
No,
can tell you a story.
but the whole journey is recorded, and I'm sure there are papers or places on the internet where you can go and see the whole journey of this
Have you done
satellite,
that?
because it would be recording. Yeah.
Have you done it?
Have I done it?
Yeah.
No, I haven't done it. No.
Well, then why do you believe it? Don't forget about me. Why do you believe it?
Because I know there are scientists who did that. I know
But you
this. I
didn't
know the
check.
satellite exists.
But you didn't check.
But I know the satellite exists. I know it
No,
was
you
a
don't.
mission.
You just told me you didn't check.
Bro, I didn't check where the exact file for the thing that you need to read is.
Don't worry
Right?
about me, bro. You didn't check. You believe something with zero evidence. That's not a
Right, who
me
told
problem.
me? How do you think I got this information?
I think you were told it every single day on the mainstream media, and you believed it. And I think you were
What,
told
you
it was
think
a
the
3-year-old in
BBC report? It probably reports it once, right? Right.
They
So
bro,
doesn't it?
really, you're going to do that, right? So you go onto social media every single day. There's a reference to space. I guarantee you.
No,
When you
there
go,
is not,
when you
mate.
watch yeah, there is all the time.
It's
Like the
YouTube. It's
BBC
YouTube,
logo
bro.
is a globe, bro.
What does that
BBC
say
News
about anything?
logo is a globe.
What does that say about anything?
That tells you that it's in your face all the time.
It's meant to represent like interconnectality between the world.
Yeah,
like
it's supposed to be
I
the
know what it's meant to
satellites.
represent, but what is it? It's a globe, is it not?
I mean, is there an issue with that though?
What do you think I'm saying when I say that?
You're saying it's like a form of indoctrination to enforce the
Yeah.
idea that it's a globe Earth.
Yeah.
I mean,
What
why do we so sorry?
What was my initial statement?
Yeah, your initial statement when it came to him was that his idea that it's being like a whole story being told to the whole general population. That's like your point.
Yeah. So what was his statement to me that made me say that?
His statement was him talking about I believe the lunar mission to Venus.
No, it's
no. He said to me, "Why do you think that I believe that?" He made that statement, right? And I then said, "It's in every single piece of media you consume every day."
Yeah.
So
Okay.
is that not,
I think that's a good point.
Is it not true?
No,
that the
I agree.
BBC
That's a good
News-
point.
Yeah. Okay. So is it not true that the BBC News has a globe as its main logo?
I don't know. I don't watch the BBC. Sorry. But
Okay, well, it is true.
It is
It
true.
Well, no,
is
the
true,
main
and it's true
logo
for-
is
it's
3
true for
letters,
many
BBC.
news sources, right? Whether you have a problem with that or not doesn't really matter. The point is that it's always there, it's always present, it's implanted in your mind.
This
right?
is the BBC
That
logo.
was
for
the
anyone
only
who
point
wants
I
to
was
know.
making.
Let's be a bit more generous. Like I searched it up. It's like I think this is what he's referring to. I think is this what you're referring to?
It's the BBC News thing.
Is it?
Let me have a look.
Sir, is this what you're referring to? Because I know like I searched up the logo. It says BBC,
Yeah.
but I'm just like I think I'm gonna be generous. To think that, like obviously this is the point you're demonstrating. I mean you can even point to like I think like things like other companies like NASA or like Comcast. Obviously.
Yeah, like loads of them. Loads of them have the globe
yeah.
as the main logo, right?
I'm curious, like, if assuming obviously you have a contention with the globe Earth, you think they're pushing a narrative, but just assuming it's true, would you have an issue with it then?
It's not if it was true or whether it's false doesn't actually matter. My point was that he asked why I think he believes it, and my argument was that because he's told that it's true, not that he's seen evidence that it's true. Does that make sense?
I think most humans have seen evidence. He lives on a. I don't know if he has, but have you ever gone on like a? Have you ever used GPS, or have you ever been on a,
Okay,
for
but
example,
now you're
like a
going off
plane?
into a different argument.
I mean,
Right?
I'm sorry. I don't mean to do that. I'm just like trying to tell him. Like, I'm just wondering what evidence he's seen, because purposely people passively see things that affirm their belief in the globe Earth. I guess.
That's fine, but that's a different argument, and I don't want to scatter into a second argument. Right?
I mean,
So
well,
what we were talking
you
about-
assume that he's not seen any evidence. Don't you say that though?
Well, I'm making a claim. Like I'm in the.
He's making
I'm
the
in
claim that
the-
I've seen no evidence because I said I did not
No, I'm
have.
not. I'll tell you what my claim is. You don't need to pretend
Oh,
what my
it's a
claim is.
it's a
I'll tell you.
misunderstanding. He can restate it then. Just let him restate it.
Well, I can just tell you what my claim is.
Yeah,
You
yeah. That's
don't
what
have to make up a claim
that's what
for
I'm
me.
telling you. I'm asking you to just say your
Okay,
claim
fine.
again, so we can.
My
avoid
claim
it.
is that the reason you believe that the Earth is a globe is because you have been told it repeatedly through mainstream and through social and through other types of media.
Okay,
media.
this is
Okay.
what I've been trying to tell you, that it's my studies of science throughout my entire life that has led me to believe that the Earth is round and a globe.
So you didn't think the Earth was a globe before you did science?
I was speculative.
I was a
absolutely
kid, mate. I didn't know what was going on.
No, you obviously you were told the Earth was a globe when you were 3 in primary school, bro. You know
I don't
that's true.
remember. How do you know about that about my life? And I don't
Because
even
that's
remember.
what everyone's
I mean,
taught
he
at
is right.
age,
I
bro.
guarantee you probably did believe that, but I think, me personally, I was speculative. I looked
Right.
into it. So
Exactly, but it doesn't matter whether I believed it or not. My future knowledge would affirm that belief anyway, so it's undeterministic of anything.
But you understand that that's then just confirming the bias you already had.
It would be, but the bias is negligible because let's say, right, that
But you're just doing it again. You're literally
no.
so you've got 3 stages of this process, right? So the first stage is
I'm
implanting
going to
that
explain why it's
knowledge
wrong.
as a 3-year-old. The second stage is confirming that bias, and now you're at this third stage where you're justifying the initial bias and the confirmed bias by saying, "Well, I still believe it, so it must have been true back then." But this could just be a third stage of compounding your biases from the previous 2 stages.
I see your point, but necessarily he isn't wrong when he says, like, just because someone considers their bias doesn't disprove the evidence. I mean, like, if I buy a car and it was like, and like I look for evidence to prove that it's a good car with bias, it doesn't mean that those things about the car isn't true.
Yeah, of course, but that's not my point. My point is that he hasn't provided evidence, and that the evidence itself is what you're looking for, right? So without providing evidence, just saying, "Well, I believed it," and all the rest it's a weak argument. But this is actually not what the original point was, which was he asked me why I think he believes it, and that's my answer.
Yeah, you said he believes it, but I mean, did you guys ask the question, what's the evidence for a globe Earth? Because obviously, I think it'd be charitable for the person here, or at least the globe Earthers, to defend their point.
I mean, if you
defend
guys
the
want to
point
move on,
that the
I'm
Earth
fine
is
with
a
that.
globe.
We can move on to another topic. That's fine. I don't mind. But I mean, if you wanted to draw
I
a
think
line
it's still
after that, that's
relevant.
fine.
I think it's still relevant, but obviously, I know what you mean.
That's fine. Yeah, we can move on. I don't mind.
Okay.
So, anyone want to defend our heliocentric ball-tied religion?
Why do you call it a religion?
Because at the moment we're just believing stories. Like it's like you didn't listen to cryptos. Fucking hell.
I mean, what's a religion to you?
A religion is belief without evidence.
Belief of what? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Belief without evidence.
Belief without evidence. I
Yeah,
don't think
just-
that's what I could subscribe to as religion. I think what most people describe to as religion is a structured form of beliefs which people believe in that can be backed up with theology, but sometimes not.
Yeah, a lot of religious people claim to have evidence that God exists.
Oh,
With miracles and stuff.
I think every religion has evidence for its religion.
Exactly. So it's claiming that that's religion is wrong.
Faith. What's faith?
Faith?
What's faith? What an open-ended question. It could be whatever you wanted it to be.
Yeah. So we just, if this is not going to be constructive for our conversation, I'll take back what I said.
I believe faith is something believed with some. Sorry, what?
Don't
Yeah,
go now.
sorry, what is right?
I'll ask you again. So, has anybody got any evidence for the heliocentric idea?
Yeah.
Heliocentric idea.
Yeah, like the Earth being a ball spinning in the vacuum of space. They make
I
3 physics.
actually had a question for flat earthers. What's you guys' like a model that you guys use?
Don't have a model. We just use reality. And what type of model would you want?
You don't believe in a model? Okay.
A modification fallacy. Have you got a globe Earth model?
Yeah, I do.
Awesome. Can you give it then?
Shit.
Absolutely.
Let's see it. Yeah.
Please don't give me a picture of a fucking globe.
Yeah, you know that's coming though, right?
Yeah. We all know what's coming, mate. We all know.
I
what's
fucking
coming.
love pictures of globes.
A home decor. The ball. They could go to Home Depot and get a globe for your desk.
All-encompassing model.
Where are you putting this proof, bro?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm just looking for the one that I like because obviously I was gonna post a photo of a globe, absolutely, but I assume they want more interactive one, which I think is fine. But
it's gonna
Yeah,
need
that's valid.
to make.
That is valid.
It's gonna need to make all of predictions in one singular model. Every single one. It's gonna have to take account for everything, right?
What are those? What are those measures?
Fuck me, mate. You're not going to be able to give us a model because there isn't one. We're just entertaining this idiot. He's going to demonstrate himself being an idiot, so we're waiting for that bit.
This one's interesting. Do any of you guys have Unity?
No.
Okay, then I can't
Lobotomize
use
all
this
women
one.
at birth.
Apologies.
No, I prefer
So,
Division.
You think we as a society should start lobotomizing all women at birth?
Here, this is a website full of multiple models, which coexist with the globe Earth theory, as you guys say.
But that's not the same as a
Beautiful.
globe Earth model, is it?
That is a globe
Yes, it
Earth
is.
model.
You just said it's not.
What do you mean?
Let me look at your source.
Excuse me, what? I don't know. Okay, whatever.
Earth Space Lab. Let's have a look at them. Oh, these aren't even models, bro.
They are.
Huh?
They're not.
How is it not a model?
So a model,
What do you mean, how's it not a model?
a scientific model is a representation of a natural phenomenon, and that's exactly what it does.
No, mate.
The Earth is pretty natural, mate. So's the sun.
Phenomenon. Is it a phenomenon?
Yes, it is. The Earth rotations.
I mean, using a colloquial definition, I suppose you might be right, but the
No,
It is a
I'm
phenomenon.
using. What do you mean colloquial one? This is the one that is like within text.
So your idea
is a
that the
phenomenon.
seasons work because the Earth is tilted is a scientific model?
Yes, that is.
Yes.
When it's represented
I mean,
visually,
I
that is
think
a
that's
scientific
colloquial
model.
definition, but yeah, whatever.
You want to search this up?
I just did.
Why are you dismissing all of this?
I'm not. I'm just telling you what I think.
Okay, good.
Am I not allowed to?
No, that's fine. I'm
This
just
is an
making
open
sure
Well,
you're
then
not
I'll
conversation.
saying
carry
it's
on, then,
wrong.
won't I?
Wait,
so we've
wait.
got.
You're allowed to talk as much as you want and give whatever
It's so
points you
funny.
want.
It's so funny. Gio is saying this was an open conversation 3 minutes ago. He was demanding terms of what was spoken of. Your fast talking fancy shtick, Gio, is kind of played out, buddy.
I'm not fast
Just
talking.
for people who
I'm talking at a relatively slow pace.
Can I address
Oh,
the actual
mate,
subject matter?
Concrete thinkers, huh?
Get into dick swinging. Yeah, all of these are just telling you how this would work on a globe.
Correct.
So what? How does that prove a globe?
Because this is what is consistent with the models in real life, unless you have a more suitable one, which which I don't think you do.
All of these phenomena are possible on a flat Earth with different explanations.
All right, then please provide it.
Yeah, I mean we can.
Yeah,
talk
please
about
provide a flat Earth model that fits everything that with which we with which we
Yeah,
measure.
you just apply an azimuthal
we
grid
measure.
division. We just apply an azimuthal grid division to all of our
I
equations.
provided a model. Can you please do the same?
Yeah, I just did.
No, you didn't.
Where?
I just
Put
did.
it in the fucking
Both
24/7 Earth.
azimuthal grid division model.
Excuse me. A model requires rather. Sorry, a model requires the visual evidence or visual representation rather.
Yeah, Walter Bislin's azimuthal grid division model.
Yeah, post it in chat, please, so I can access that.
Fine.
Thank
Jesus Christ, you can't Google this.
I did this for
No.
you, man. Can we get like the same courtesy from both sides?
Awesome stuff. So
This is
can we
what I'm
now-
talking about, bro.
We have proof of the model then, please.
Yeah, but I don't think you guys accept photographic imaging. Or I think one that also coheres with it, which I find really interesting. I think this is what probably proved it for me on one that I could do individually at a pretty cheap cost. Is when I visited Australia. I took a photo of the moon, and when I went back home, I took a photo of the moon, and they was inverted.
Brilliant.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is quite brilliant considering
Yes,
that it's.
The
Can you
display
offer?
the display of your naivety is quite brilliant, sir.
Can you please offer a different explanation of why it wasn't inverted?
Yeah, put a 6 on your ceiling. Stand on one side, you see a 6. Walk to the other side. What do you see?
I see a 9.
There you go.
That's because 6 is
Wait,
non-superimposable.
Yeah. Wait, do you
Okay,
think that's how? Wait,
put a 1 on the ceiling. What do you see?
Do you know what?
I see a 1.
Okay, move to the other side. What do you see?
A 1.
An upside down 1.
Let's make.
Wait, what?
It's really simple, guys. I don't understand how you get this. You just.
You know what
changing your
stoichiometry
order.
is?
Why are you talking?
I'm gonna assume that the guy who made the point about the 6 on the wall doesn't know what
Flat
stoichiometry
Earth
is.
dome model.
The ceiling, sir. The ceiling.
Yeah. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you for this model.
Yeah, can I just make absolutely clear that I was asked for a model, and so I provided one, but I do not conform to a model, right? Because you guys are.
I'm not gonna debate. I'm not gonna debate a shadow.
Didn't finish.
I'm not gonna shadow box.
Didn't finish. Okay, so this whole talk of models is stupid because what a model is just you applying your own ideas layered onto some sort of observation, right? So we have different ideas to explain the same observations, but that doesn't make either of them correct. Does that make sense? So this whole talk of models is a waste of time.
No. I don't think so.
Yes.
Because the
Well,
point of a
you're wrong
model is to matching it as close as to reality as
But
possible
if your
using
idea
the
of the
recorded
reality,
measurements.
if your idea of reality explains an observation and my idea of reality explains that observation, which one is
Right.
correct?
Well, I find
Which
this really
one is correct?
funny because
Which
it
one is
says
correct?
here.
Answer the question.
No, don't be so rude.
No, okay, well just fucking shut
The
up then, man. You've been
Oh,
wasting my
Yeah,
time.
calm down, guys. Calm down. Calm down. Come on.
Answer the question or shut up. Like, what a waste of time.
I'll answer the question. What is it? Don't worry. What's the question, man? Group? Hello? Hello, group? Oh, okay.
Yeah, what's up?
I was asking. I'll answer the question on his behalf. Don't worry. Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm happy to unmute Ed, but it's like talking to you guys is honestly talking to a brick wall because I've said something, I've asked a question, and he just doesn't want to answer.
I'll answer it. Don't worry, man. I've been answering all your questions. I mean, come on, let's be honest. I mean, have I not answered a question?
Well, you've been a lot more reasonable than he has. Carry on.
Thank you. All right, but the reason why I think it's relevant to bring a model is because I believe that the model is significant, and because if it's an inconsistent model with reality of what humans observe, then I think it is an incomplete model and doesn't actually explain reality. Therefore, it is false. That's the reason why I asked for a model, is because I can't. If it's one that is like can't really explain how I go about my day to day, then I think it's one that I don't use. That's why I use the globe Earth model, is because it's the one that is
But there is
scientifically
there isn't a globe Earth model, bro.
I mean, there is. It's consistent with reality.
Crypto.
I mean, I
what you
already have a
posted-
Sorry, what?
What you posted is just a bunch of explanations for phenomena we agree on.
Yeah, and I think the one that you sent me, and I think it's I have an issue with it. There's already one that I disagree with because when I can point it out right now. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let me explain. If the so when it comes to the Earth that we're on right now, is that on a flat Earth model? If I were to stand in Latin America, and I was ever to stand in North America, I would have the same view of what it would look like on the moon as I would in any part of the world. The issue with this is that that's not how it actually works in real life. Is when I stand in because when I stand in Latin America and when I stand in North America, I have different views of the sun because I'm inverted. That is why.
So what does that have to do with what I posted?
It's an inconsistent model. It doesn't provide an explanation for the inverted moon.
But you understand that the moon turns in the sky as it moves, right?
It rotates around the sun. I'm not the sun, the Earth.
No, it
sorry.
turns in the sky like a wheel.
Yeah, it does. Correct,
You know
but
that, right?
yeah, it changes on its axis. Correct.
Right.
It doesn't flip.
Why do you need to flip?
Crypto.
Look, I think. Do you want me like stream? I don't know if I can stream in here. Hold on.
Can you?
I can't.
Jedi, do you understand what you're saying? Because it sounds like babble to me.
Here, let me explain
Yeah,
to you. Let
it's
me
not
open up
answering
my
your
screen.
question.
Actually,
It's not answering your question.
I think I'm answering the question. I think I'm. What do you mean? He asked me what's the issue with the model, and I explained it. I think maybe there's a misunderstanding. I think there's a very good infographic that I'm going to provide in the side chat real quick. Okay.
Sorry, I said question. I meant description of the cartwheel-like effect of the moon. I don't think he got that.
Oh, I did. Here. These are taken right here in the side chat. This is what I'm talking about. If I'd like to provide it, I don't think you could provide an or
If you were to
give an
flatten,
explanation.
sorry, if you were to flatten that surface of the Earth, wouldn't you have the same observation?
No, you wouldn't, unless you're on the bottom of the Earth.
Well, if you were just to flatten the Earth, you still got the same orientation to the moon.
If you were on the bottom of the Earth, correct.
Yeah, so if you were just to flatten that, you would have the same orientation. It wouldn't change anything.
On the bottom of the Earth, but I don't think that the flat Earth model he provided makes it so you're on the bottom of the Earth. The one he provided
So
is that everyone is on the top.
as the moon's path is between the two tropics, and say, for example, Crypto and I are in England, and you make the observation from Australia, you're just on the different side of the fucking moon. What don't you get about this?
Wait. So you agree with me then? Then it doesn't match up with the time zones, and it also doesn't match up with the
It's not
observation of the
inverted,
moon.
by the way.
It is inverted.
That would be like a mirror image. It's not. It's not inverted.
I don't understand how
Wait,
you don't get it.
what is it? Is this a joke? This
Can you see the
infographic Resolve?
Can you see the picture that Resolve has posted?
Yes, I
Literally
did.
what I'm trying. Awesome stuff. Thank you very much.
And it doesn't
So
line up with reality.
What do you mean it doesn't line up with reality?
It doesn't line up with reality because if you're in the northern hemisphere, it shows
It is
that
reality. That's a
Excuse
fucking
man,
stupid
I was
statement to make.
man, I was literally like, what are you talking about? I was in the middle of a conversation.
What do you mean reality?
Yeah, but the view of the sun, or not the sun, my bad, the moon. The view of the moon isn't what he's showing. I don't understand.
It's the same thing that you showed it. It just leveled out that curved surface that you presupposed that we were on. What are you talking about?
No, it doesn't. His shows that you can see the top of the moon still from in the same direction, but you can't.
Top of the moon.
Yeah.
How much surface do we observe?
Of the moon?
Yeah.
I can't give you a number. It depends on the time of year as well.
Okay, so say we got a full moon.
You could see half of it, roughly.
Awesome. Okay.
That doesn't provide an explanation. What is he doing?
He literally has. I don't see how you don't get this.
No, wait. The reason why is let me explain it. So the reason why is
I think that's
because
called a full moon.
there's a very notable crater that everyone that like is very luminescent, and you could still see it in the same location every time. It would have to be on the bottom, and it's not on the bottom.
Again, I still don't understand how you don't get this.
I don't think
Again,
you do.
it's observed with crescent moons as well. change
You'd
your
you'd have to
orientation.
show the crater being in a different location. That's what you have to show. Not just the moon in different phases. You have to show to me that the crater is in a different location. Because that's how it is in real life. Is whenever you
But
take
you
one.
already wait, hold on. You already know that they cannot prove that model. So I will question what's the point of that?
You have to, I guess, to debate flat earthers to see where they're coming from, because I don't really understand.
You've already surpassed it, dude. You've already surpassed it. No
Well,
point
being
further.
the Earth is
Oh, it's
observed and measured.
Epsilon back to gaslight everyone. Fantastic.
I'm not gaslighting anyone. I'm helping you, retards.
Yeah, yeah. Do you see, Geo? Do you see how you managed to have about 10 minutes of conversation without calling anyone retards?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you notice how Epsilon did it in about his fourth sentence.
I think Epsilon is. I think I've talked to him before. I think he's a reasonable debater sometimes. Yeah, I talk to him sometimes.
When he's calling everyone retards.
I mean, it's a blood sports server. I guess you guys have a level of decorum which I follow.
Yeah, but don't you think that if all you're doing is coming in calling people retards, then you don't really have a place in the server and you should just shut up?
Perhaps in the room. It's your guys' room.
Yeah, well.
Awesome. So how do we prove a model then?
You'd have to show it to me. Oh, okay. So
No,
this is.
any model. How would we prove a model is the actual true representation of reality?
Oh, sorry. What was that? I was looking at this model you posted. Yeah, you'd have to show to me a photo in chat. Also, I don't know exactly what model you guys stand by because you guys always don't agree.
Not listening to the question. How
Yeah.
do we prove a model?
Oh, it has to be coherent with reality, with
Awesome.
the observation.
So being as a surface of the Earth doesn't curve, then that kind of bit of a problem for the ball Earth model, then, isn't it?
Where's the observation of the surface not curving?
Well, over any distance of water.
Yeah, over any distance of water, the Earth curves. Much like when a ship goes out, you can see the back of it as it leaves.
You do understand that the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat stationary plane.
Uses a flat Earth. What?
And your idea of not being able to see the bottom of a boat as it goes away is making a claim to the curvature of the Earth, which has been debunked. Right?
Wait, I don't understand what you quite said.
Well, being as you're making a claim to a physical hump of water between the observer and the boat, that physical hump of water has been debunked. Right? There is no physical hump of water between point A and point B over the distance of an arc on the Earth.
There's no amount of water between them. Yeah, there is. It covers it. What are you talking about?
It's like now you're not understanding the words that are coming out of my mouth.
You're saying just because there's a distance. Yeah, there's water between the distance between a boat.
No hump, physical Earth curve. Listen to the words very clearly. Between point A and point B, you being point A, point B being the boat, the physical curvature of the Earth that you're saying is blocking the bottom of the boat, that has been measured and demonstrated not to be true.
How has it been demonstrated? Is there like a model for that?
No, there's no model. This is observed reality.
How's it debunked? I don't understand.
How far away is the physical Earth curve for a 6-foot observer? If you're standing at the beach, for example.
It depends on your eyesight.
Yeah, so I said a 6-foot observer. Let's not go to eyesight, otherwise I'm going to charge you with being a facetious little shit. You understand what I'm asking you, right?
Yeah, how far can someone see? I don't know the average distance.
No, what is that? This is impossible. The invincible ignorance is strong with these people. I'm gonna
It's
go
not
and look up.
ignorance. You're just not providing it. What are you
You
talking
know
about?
everything else, but you don't know that.
He's not. Wait, because he's not like portraying it in its sense.
You're claiming a distance to the horizon, a point beyond which you cannot see any more of the surface, and behind
Oh,
which
isn't at the
boats and
horizon.
buildings disappear.
The
Correct.
boat
So
isn't
what
at the
distance is
horizon.
that?
Yeah, I
have it
don't know.
diameter,
I don't know
right?
the. I told you I don't. I already told them I don't know the exact distance now.
You give an answer, it doesn't matter.
Claimed to be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Is that what we observe in reality?
Oh, I'm searching it up. So I can give you a number.
See, Jedi posted an image in the chat. Oil rigs.
Okay, so I'm looking at. Okay, one sec. 20 meters above the surface. I can't find an exact number, but it looks around here like that you could start losing, like past 10 nautical miles is like when it
Ah,
starts to the curvature starts to become apparent.
what, for a 6-foot observer?
Yeah, probably something like that.
No, the calculation for this is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if you're 1 foot above the surface of the Earth, the geometric physical horizon will be at 1.22 miles. If you're a 6-foot observer, that's 2.9 miles or 3 miles, just to make the math simple for you. Do you see the picture?
I posted in chat, so
There's
I
lots of
don't know.
pictures.
I don't know how tall the observer is, so I can't tell you that.
Okay, so do you see the picture? Scroll up of 2 oil rigs.
Yeah, I do.
Awesome stuff. This is an observation taken from 1 foot above the surface of the water. If the Earth was a ball of a radius for 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So this observation should show a physical Earth curve at 1.2 miles. These oil rigs at unknown distances, one's at 6 miles plus, one's at 9 miles plus. Can you tell me in relation to the 2 oil rigs where the horizon, you know, the bit where the sea appears to meet the sky, appears within reference to these 2 oil rigs? I'll give you 3 choices. Is the horizon in front of the oil rigs, between the 2 oil rigs, or beyond the 2 oil rigs? Where's the horizon, mate?
The horizon is, I could look as it's seen in the photo. It looks past.
Awesome stuff. So being as the oil rig on the left hand side is about 9.4 miles away, we can say the horizon's 10 miles away. Yeah, could be further than that, we don't know, but at least 10 miles away. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'd have to check the validity of these images, but perhaps.
It is a valid image. However, it was an image during an event which is known to be a lighting phenomena. They're going to say it's not, but let's take pictures of that same oil rig at the same position every day for a year, and we'll see which pictures seem to be the majority.
And you will
All
still
your-
not see an
Yeah.
horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height.
Ed,
Wait,
all we're
is
gonna
that true? Is that true? Is this during a lighting phenomenon?
I'm still
Yeah, you
talking.
can look it up.
Ed, sit down. Thank you. All we're going to
Yeah.
demonstrate with your multiple observations at different times of day throughout the year is the horizon's going to move around. Just
Not the
compounding
different. I
up
didn't say different times a day.
different times throughout the year. Let's make an observation throughout the year. It's been done. Loads of observations have been taken from the same point at these oil rigs, my friend. And we will demonstrate to you that the horizon appears in front, between, and beyond the 2 oil rigs, depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day. But all you're going to do for us, mate, is compound our point, because the horizon for the 1 foot observer should be at 1.222 miles. But it's not physical Earth curve. So when people come here and say, I can't see the bottom of the boat because the curve of the Earth is in the way, you have to understand that the horizon's an optical phenomena and not the physical curve of the Earth that you've all been led to believe that it is. It's just this one simple.
Okay, so I found a. I searched it up, and it seems that is if that is a actual thing that you guys are misportraying. Interesting enough, this is the same photo on a different day.
Awesome
Yeah, that's
stuff.
also Black Sun.
Yeah.
Very
We just
much for
talked about it.
Yeah, thank you for compounding our point even more for us. Thank
How's it compounding your point? You can obviously see that it's in front of it now.
you. Okay, but the horizon moves, doesn't it?
The horizon. Yeah, comes closer. That's true.
Yep. And
But I
is
think I think
also
that I think that the main reason why.
and is beyond the ORIGs in my demonstration, and we can compare images throughout the year from different researchers that have taken this observation, and we'll just demonstrate that the horizon moves around.
But then how can
Yes,
your
therefore-
picture of the horizon validate anything?
Yeah, I don't understand.
Therefore, not geometric as claimed it to be.
Yeah, of course the horizon isn't perfectly geometric. Every time I try to give evidence
Welcome
for
to
that,
Flat Earth.
a reason for that, you didn't believe me.
Kind of interested that as soon as we bring this up, people start bellyaching because the claim is, I can't see the bottom of that boat because physical Earth curve is in the way. Between me and the boat, there is a sagittar. You know, the curve, the top of the arc. But being as we demonstrate, the horizon is just an optical phenomena. Depending on the technology that you use and the atmospheric conditions of the day, it will move around, removing your physical obstruction for the bottom of boats.
That doesn't nullify a globe Earth theory.
Yeah, it does.
So wait. So he, interestingly enough, on the video that you guys took that from, he says that he was at an elevation of 510 feet, which means the horizon should be 22.5 miles out, which is consistent with what
You were wrong.
Wait.
Oh.
That's not
Heretic.
that observation. That's a 1 foot height in that observation. You're just wrong. He's talking
Wait.
about another one if he said that.
Wait, who me? I'm wrong because I brought up that his model, of which
He's
he
not
posted.
at 500 feet, dude.
He
Just look at
is.
where he has the camera. He's right
He's
down
at
at the
5.
beach. He's
He's at
right down at the beach, right next
Which
to
one
the
are we
water.
talking
He's
about here?
certainly not at 500 feet
The
elevation.
one
Get a
Jedi
grip.
posted.
Yeah, the black swan image. There's a video that goes along with it. Like you can just it's a screenshot from a video.
He's done a lot of objects, but is not the one Jedi's talking about. Get with it.
So where's the 1.225 mile horizon that's supposed to be blocking your view?
Okay, yeah, sorry. So you are right. Yeah, but it seems as if that was from a different video, but even then his video, second video is still right. Second.
Welcome to Flat Earth, my friend.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not saying that as if it's right as in that. I'm saying that is that the calculation of the horizon being 22.5 miles out.
Dude. Did you see the gift I posted?
Which one? Oh yeah.
The last image. Do you notice that when the gentleman zooms in with his camera, the horizon appears to move? First instance, the horizon appears in front of the ORIGs, but as we continue to zoom in, the horizon moves beyond the two ORIGs. Right?
How did the Earth curve do that?
Well, it says here atmospheric refraction, but I don't know what that is, so I can't make that argument.
Why would you want
Good call.
to?
It's a stupid one.
But why would you even want to make the argument?
Because I don't know the scientific intricacies of it, and it's probably true. I'll be honest.
Yeah, no, but how do you know that without knowing? Bro, come on.
How do you know it has any
Wait.
scientific?
The reason why it's
wait. What you're
Yeah, I'm
saying is you
waiting.
want to make an argument that you don't understand, right?
No, I said I'm not going to.
He said he's not going to do
Yeah,
it.
but why do you? Yeah, but you obviously want to.
Yeah, if I
Why do
knew-
you even want to?
Oh yeah, the reason why I want to is because I think it's like I think it's wrong that your position.
He believes in science.
So you
Yeah.
think it's true despite not knowing it. Do you not understand what you're doing?
I feel like it's the same point about flat earthers. You don't have a model, you don't have a theory that you can say that you can prove. So
We don't
you're
have
just
these
saying the
things
same.
that we didn't claim. Like that's a problem somehow. Oh no, what?
Oh, because you don't make claims.
Okay,
I
it says
can't
right here.
possibly
It
say
says.
you're wrong.
Okay.
We don't make unverifiable
hilarious.
claims. We leave that to you.
That's hilarious.
That gives us the upper hand. We'll let you make all the
So,
unverifiable claims.
I'm
Why
gonna
would
read.
we
I'm
start
gonna
doing that
read
after
this
we
right
saw how
here.
it worked out for you?
It says
Keep
the
talking,
fact
bro.
that the atmospheric refractions at play in the black swan photo is evidenced by the vertical compression and wavy distortion that the more distant platform exhibits in the photo. Temperature inversions are common off the Californian coast. Temperature inversions can refract light a considerable distance along the Earth's curvature, placing the visible horizon far beyond the geometrical horizon. The
You can
second
even
error
see
that
the oil rig. You can see the oil rig is like pale because there isn't enough light. It's not the same amount of light that's
fascinating.
reaching your eye
You do
than the
understand that
one
you're
that's
making our
closer.
argument for us, then, right? So
No.
your rebuttal is destroying your own argument. You understand? Right?
I don't see how it's destroying my argument because it seems it gives like a pretty
Well, because the original, the chronology of this argument, right? The chronology of this argument is that Globers always used to tell us boats disappear over physical curve, bro. And then when we said, oh, actually, what, this physical curve? And then they were like, oh, actually, it's optical. And we were like, yeah, that was our argument the whole time. So you don't have a physical curve.
Oh, but where does the
And then
boat
they
go
want to tell us,
inevitably?
oh, but light bends, bro. Well,
It goes around. It goes over the curve.
Yeah, but
Where
apparently
is it?
not, because now you're telling us that it's optical, which was our argument all along. So make
The
up your
ship it.
mind.
Oh my god.
Oh, well,
Right.
when it's a boat that's getting blocked by the horizon, it's physical Earth curvature. But when you can see the boat another day at the same distance, it's refraction.
Right.
Wait, yeah, quite literally, yeah.
You're
I think it's.
flip-flopping between-
I actually think it is quite literally that, because considering on every other day when this phenomena doesn't happen, then it like
boat goes behind the horizon.
The boat goes beyond the horizon. Yeah.
Right.
It's like you
okay,
just have to
cool.
watch. Just watch a boat. Just like watch it leave and go into the ocean, right, away
Yeah, I
from
think-
you. It'll go.
Imagine if flat
It'll
earthers
go over
did
the
this.
horizon.
Imagine if a flat earther said, "Oh, well, we know the Earth's flat because," and then they flip-flopped between two observations and saying, "Well, it's geometric
Such
on this
as?
day and optical another day." You
Ooh, I wonder
guys
what those
wouldn't
observations would
accept
be.
it, would you? No,
What
you wouldn't accept
observations
it.
are
You
those?
know, you what? We don't make
observations would
stupid
those be?
claims like that.
Well, okay,
Right,
like
so
the
because
crank,
you
like
can't
the like
say
the
anything
like the oil
about
rigs.
it.
Yeah, I mean,
Because you
we
can't
can see
don't
the
think-
oil rigs because the Earth is flat. All right, and then you show the other picture where it looks like it's being cut off by the horizon. I can turn around and say, oh, well, it's refraction and waves and things like that.
refraction doesn't work as if it it turns it away though.
So is there double standards here or what?
It's not a double standard because refraction would prove. Wait,
You just said
refraction.
you didn't know what refraction was. That's why you wasn't presenting that argument. So now you're an expert.
I'm not an expert. No, I'm not at all. By no means. But I think I can.
Okay, so then
I think
how do you know how it works then?
Because I read a scientist who said it.
Okay, can you cite the law of refraction?
Nope.
Just
I
cite
cannot.
it for us, and we'll take a look at what it's. Okay, so you don't know anything about it. All right, well that
The
establishes
law of
that.
refraction.
Yeah, because it doesn't exist.
Have you heard of
Snell's
Snell's
law?
law?
Hilarious. None of you have studied science, I can guarantee it.
Oh, thank you for the ad hom, bro.
No worries, my friend.
That was really, really
Yeah,
valid.
refraction
Oh, shit.
doesn't exist. Yeah, right, dude. Snell's law, bro. Come on.
But yeah, I don't think you're like if refraction were to happen, that it would make it so much like if I were to shine a light off at a distance and it were to refract, it would go away, or meaning downward. It wouldn't go upward.
What if we showed it to you like on a cement floor, flat garage floor, or on a kitchen table? What then?
It would have to be the same distance to be apt.
You're gay.
Oh, it has to be at the same distance.
Amazing.
It can't be just an example of it actually happening.
Yeah. Can you show me like one word as if what's it called? I mean, in your model, it would technically have to go higher, but I don't know.
What about a radio controlled boat that goes less than 500 yards away and appears to disappear bottom up? Has it reached a physical Earth curve yet?
I'd
We
have
can
to
show
see
you
the
that.
GIF. But I think, I mean, yeah, perhaps. I think it would be outside of the view of the observer.
I think everything that you guys are saying here is extremely beta. It makes you sound very gay, and I
Alright.
would immediately stop.
Wonderful. Thank you for your insightful critique.
We should be shut down, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm convinced.
Yeah, I'm a gold believer after that statement.
Don't
How
wanna be
dare us
gay.
talk this talk?
Yeah, I don't understand, because considering if it were on water, you'd have to show that the oil rig would reflect and be at the same distance.
Oil rig doesn't matter, bro.
It does.
The oil rig isn't the argument.
It kind of is because it's the
It
marker.
kind of isn't at all.
What?
It isn't the argument.
So you're kind of just gonna tell us what our argument is for us then, huh?
No, considering that the model that he provided or the photo is contingent
What
upon
model?
it. The photo in the
No,
chat that
the
he
photo
posted.
provided shows you 2 oil rigs to give you an idea of distance, right? The distance that the horizon is at. The oil rigs, other than as a marker for distance, have absolutely no function at all in the argument.
Okay, then the horizon still. The horizon still is like explained by the refraction.
Then it can't be geometric, can it?
Yeah, it can.
Right, so you just want your cake and eat it too. That's cool.
Are you the same guy who a minute ago couldn't even cite the law of refraction, but now you're going to tell us what refraction explains?
Yeah.
Well, that's
Brilliant.
pathetic.
Go and waste someone else's time, bro.
How? Wait, I'm not wasting your time. I mean, you sit here all day
You
doing
are.
it.
You're definitely wasting our time.
Day
Different levels.
3721. Still waiting for that pesky curvature.
Any day now.
Yeah, I'm collecting my notes.
You sound a little refracted.
I don't think that means anything you think it means.
Well, what would you know? You don't even know what the law of refraction is.
Yeah, I don't because I don't study. Yeah, I don't study light.
You don't study your claims. You just make them.
That's not what I said at all. What are you talking about?
Well, that's what it amounted to.
Yeah, maybe to you, perhaps.
That's
Nah,
what
just
you've been
in
saying.
reality.
In reality, I mean, you obviously don't live in reality, so
Oh yeah, sick burn.
it wasn't a burn.
Okay, even better.
Well, we're actually just accepting reality how it's presented. Like you see the same thing, you know. You experience the same thing as what we do.
He needs a
It's
model
just
for everything.
you have an interpretation. You have an interpretation of it. It doesn't actually match what you see.
I mean, it does.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Not.
No, it doesn't.
That's why you had to appeal to refraction.
Wait 1 second. Just because I cannot explain. I mean, like, just like applying a bit of honesty. You guys have been doing this for, I assume, years. You guys sound very old. You obviously know like how to make this little factoid. I mean, I don't know how to because I've never seen. I don't debate flat Earth often. That's why I came here.
Did you say you guys sound old?
What?
Yeah, you are old, Max. Don't lie. Nah, I'm just
Yeah.
playing.
Yeah, but I post. I mean, obviously you guys know the explanation, but I don't think it's like. I mean, obviously other scientists I've looked at. I think they give them obviously more in-depth analysis. I think it's just being dishonest when you use like.
Why do you believe that? You can't cite or bring up any of the science, so why do you believe that?
I mean, yeah, I can. I mean, it says it explains it through this one law, and on every other day it seems consistent. I mean, if that law explains it, then that makes sense.
But the law that you couldn't cite and don't know anything about, how do you know that that explains anything what we're seeing?
Because a
Scientists
scientist,
said so,
yeah, scientists did an in-depth analysis. That's so, yeah.
Because someone said so. That's literally the reason that they
Hey,
do
I'm a
this.
scientist.
Which scientist did this in-depth analysis? Let's start there.
The person that did it was Dr. Danny R. Faulconer.
Oh, Danny Faulkner.
Another
He's an
well-known
astronomer,
globe
right?
troll.
Yeah, he is an astronomer, correct.
I'm not a scientist then.
You know you can't science an observation.
Yeah, I guess he is a scientist, correct.
So did he provide any of this in-depth analysis, or did he just say, oh, I've done an in-depth analysis? Could we actually look at the analysis?
Wait, what was the thing about observation? Can't do any science in observation? Yes, you can.
I don't know what you're talking about. Just want to see this analysis that you said that Danny Faulkner did.
Yeah, it's in the side chat. Posted.
Can you cite anything from it? Describe it? Can you give us anything?
Yeah, I read it out earlier. It says the error which flat earthers don't consider atmospheric refraction, which is nearly always present to some degree. The fact that atmospheric refraction is at play in the black swan photo is evidenced by the vertical compression and the wavy distortion that more distant platform exhibits in the photo. Temperature inversions are common off the California coast. Temperature inversions can refract rather, light a considerable distance along the Earth's curvature, placing the visible horizon far beyond the geometrical horizon. The second error that flat
So
earthers.
just begging the question that there's a geometrical horizon in the picture that we don't see. I see. Well, thanks for that in-depth
No,
analysis.
it's not. It's that
Well,
light
it's
is
literally
taking
what
it off longer distances.
Is there any evidence that there actually is a 1.2 mile geometric but refracted horizon in that picture that we don't see?
Yeah, it seems as if you can kind of see one.
So what I've heard so far is that the evidence is the rigs, and
which isn't the argument.
yeah, that doesn't tell me that 10-mile horizon is actually geometric, physical, and that 1.2 miles doesn't tell me that at all.
Yep. And in fact, can't tell you that because it's not the argument.
I mean, wait, are those two photos taken on the opposite sides from each other? They posted in chat. Resolve.
I think they're looking in the same direction.
Are they taken on the opposite sides? That's what I mean.
What do you mean by opposite?
One is I don't know what this is. It seems like it's a pylon structure.
So
So
one's on the left-hand side and one's on the right-hand side?
yeah, I don't know. I was asking if they were across from each other because obviously it leads to an island, and I was wondering if it leads to the island and it's a flip.
Well, no, but you're
And it looks like it looks like it is because there's a
Isn't
large
it funny
pylon.
isn't it funny how you spend the whole time talking about the black swan image and all you can talk about is the oil rigs, and then as soon as someone provides an image where you should be looking at the thing that isn't the horizon, suddenly you can't notice it.
Wait,
and this is
wait,
actually what
what?
you should be looking at. Like the pylons are the reason for that photo, and even though you guys can't stop talking about the oil rigs in the black swan, the second this is brought up where you should be noticing the pylons, suddenly you can't notice them. Isn't that just a coincidence?
What are you talking about? I'm talking about the pylons.
Right, so you can't see the difference between those two sets of pylons?
The difference is the pylons on the bottom don't have the large structure next to it, so it seems as if it was taken on the opposite side.
They don't have the appearance of curvature, bro. That's the point.
Yeah, because of refraction. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh my god. You think that you can see the curvature of Earth from the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, too. I think you can. Yeah, when you see an
Oh
horizon.
well, yeah. Good luck with that one.
Okay, I mean your image just seems dishonest.
Wait,
Well,
so you
because of your
think that we
preconceived bias, yeah, sure.
Your image is dishonest if you can't even like explain the origins of it.
the image is dishonest?
Yeah, it is. Wait. How is it? Why are you just repeating what I said? If you're telling me, oh, it's the
It's
same
just
side.
stupid.
Well, you told me it's the same side, but it's not. I clearly demonstrated that it's not the same side.
Oh, I
And it-
actually, to
and
be
and
honest,
it would actually yeah, what?
I thought you were talking about the two black swan pics when you said that, but after I had a look at the chat, I saw it was about Pontchartrain.
Oh, okay. I meant then. It is interesting.
But one, right? You can go to
Yeah,
Oh,
Beasticles,
Your mic is cutting out.
Yeah, Beasticles, you might want to rejoin.
How about now? Better?
Yeah.
Yeah, much better.
Okay. Yeah, I'm at the boonies right now in Vegas. But yeah, the cool thing about the Black Swan is that you can go out there and repeat it yourself, man.
Yeah, I'm looking at images repeated, and it seems as if it's like consistent, not with that image, but rather the idea that the horizon's above it, or in front of it, rather.
Throws out the ball, man. That's the point.
What?
Remember how you were saying that there's a geometric horizon, the physical Earth curve, right? That's what
Yeah.
obstructs boats. Okay. Well, where is it?
It's in front of it. As shown in this photo.
Okay, and then in another photo, it's behind it, right?
Yeah, correct. And that's because when because when
So
light,
would you agree that the horizon is apparent and not a physical thing?
that the horizon, I guess there's no definite. No, I would say that there is probably a horizon that you could see there. And when the image is past it, it's because light is, I believe, carrying the distance of the horizon further through the law of refraction.
I don't think he understood your question. Beast, pose it again.
Okay, so remember the beginning? You said there was a physical geometric Earth curve, right? A physical horizon
Yeah.
that obstructs things, bottom up, right? Like the boat going over the horizon. You see it disappearing bottom up. That's physical, right?
Based on from the observation point, yes, in most cases, yeah.
But now you can see that that's not the case, and that the horizon is apparent and depends on the observer, right?
When the what do you mean by the observer? When the observer has, when no,
Depends
when
on
other
how
can.
high you go.
Yeah, if you're at a higher position, it's gonna be easier to see it. But if you're at the same position, and then there's also a refraction of light, and it carries the distance further, then
Yeah, well, the point is that it's not physical, my dude.
yes,
That's
it
the
is.
point.
Wait, yeah. For example, if I see a fish in water, and that fish is at a different position based on my observation, it doesn't mean it's in that actual position. It's just based on the conditions of which the fish is in and how light is interacting with it.
So is the horizon a fish?
That's
Is
not
the
the point.
horizon physical?
It's an analogy.
No, well, it doesn't work. It's not analogous.
It is analogous because it would mean that
It
the
is
object.
not. Is the horizon? Is the horizon something that's physical?
No, we're talking about the oil rig. The oil rig would be the fish. The fish is the position. It still means that it's still in the position, but I
No.
can see it in a
Listen,
different spot.
that's not equivalent because that's the law of refraction. That's Snell's law. That's dealing with two mediums, right? In this image, what are the two mediums?
The two mediums would the two mediums would be the observer, and it would be the what's it
What
called?
the fuck? An observer is a medium? Just shut up, dude.
I don't know what the two mediums are. That is correct. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, so it's not refraction then. It's not Snell's law. It's not analogous. It's not equivalent. It's not that.
Wait, how?
I just told you how.
No, you
Snell's
didn't.
law
You
is
you
two
just said no, it
media.
wasn't.
Snell's law is where the path of light diverts at the boundary separating two mediums. That's Snell's law. And then when I asked for the two mediums in the Black Swan or any of these pictures we're showing you, the first one you named was the observer. So
Well, I don't know. So
Possibly.
assume it would be the water. It would be the horizon of where the light
it was a trick question. There's just one. It's air.
No, that would be the flat Earth model, but no, it'd be
Fuck, that would be reality. That's what you're looking through. The one
no,
medium.
you're not. You're
Yeah.
looking.
Okay. All right then. What's the other medium besides air that we're looking through?
Yeah, the horizon. That's the point of contact, and that's where the light reflects off.
The horizon.
Yes, the horizon is where the
Horizon's medium.
yeah the horizon would be the medium because that's where the light would reflect off of, and that's what it's being refracted off further.
The fuck, dude.
You saying the fuck doesn't explain.
It
So
has to
the
be past.
horizon and the observer are the mediums.
No, I take back the observer part.
Yeah, he's figuring it out as he goes. It's not making much sense.
I mean, it makes sense now. That's why you're not responding, correct?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so then how is the horizon not the medium if that's what is being reflected? You even said that's what we're observing.
Reflection is not refraction.
Yeah, my bad. Refraction. My bad.
Yeah, so the light traveling through the air, what other medium is it passing through?
It would be air.
Right, so one medium.
That's not one.
Air is not one medium.
I said that's not just one in the model.
What model?
It's multiple variables. What are you talking about?
I'm just asking you what medium besides
wait.
air
So
the light
if
is passing
if we
through.
keep air as a
I'm not
constant.
looking through the water. So I'm
Yeah,
not seeing anything
that's not what I said.
refracted through the water or anything like that. The light is just coming through the air, unless there's another medium here that you can tell me about. Maybe we're looking through a sheet of plexiglass for all I know. You tell me.
No, you're not looking through the water. That is correct. But what is being happen is that the light that is being projected from the what's it called? The light that is being projected is refracting off the water to the observer. That is why it's like a distorted and horizontally.
Refracting off the water.
Correct. That is what happens when when
You
light
just
touches water.
changed the word. It was reflected, and if you just changed it to refracted, and that's not what refraction is.
Yeah,
The diversion of a beam of light at the boundary separating two mediums.
Okay. What?
Okay, so that's what refraction is. You keep parroting it, and then when I
What did
tell
you
you what it
say?
is, you get all confused. So why do you keep talking?
What'd you say it was?
The deviation of the path of light as it passes through the boundary separating two media.
Yeah, correct. So it changes direction. You're not disagreeing with me.
He
So
said,
what's the
yeah,
second
correct.
medium? Where's the boundary?
I'm saying his definition's correct, Maximar. What is that like little sly comment you have?
Because you don't know the definition.
Well, yeah, I agree. I have the definition in front of me. I know what it is.
And this is just the refraction part. We haven't even gotten into the question-begging geometric horizon that you don't see there. You can't even get past refraction.
Well, yeah,
so I don't
because
know.
it carries the horizon further. That's why.
What horizon? The geometric one you don't see?
Yeah. Wait. If I have, for example, let me put this into a model. Let me see if I can find one for you.
Why don't you just tell us how you know that there's a geometric horizon there that we don't see?
Because it's
Just
apparent on because it's apparent.
the word refraction when you've already demonstrated
Because it's apparent to the observer when a refraction is not there. That's why.
The fuck? You still haven't validated that there is any refraction. What's the second medium?
The second medium is the horizon. That's what's being carried out
Oh
further.
my god! Now the horizon's a medium again.
It is.
Justify that.
Yeah, I told you. When light touches the horizon, it carries that out further due to a refraction.
When light touches the horizon, so the horizon is a medium, an isotropic medium.
Yeah.
This is just insane, dude.
Yeah, you can keep saying it's insane. That doesn't make any sense.
So here's what an isotropic medium is. An example would be glass, water. You're saying the horizon is one of those?
What is the horizon made out of?
Water. I'm not looking through it though.
Correct. You're not. Yeah, you're not looking through it, but you're looking at what the projection of water. What are you talking about? So whenever it touches.
What is what I just said? I'm not looking through the water. Not seeing the
Yeah,
path.
a fraction doesn't have to go through the water.
The air and the water. Well, then it's not refraction.
It is refraction because if it touches the water and then it changes the direction of the light, then yes, it is. Who's singing?
So, 1 second, sorry.
What's going on?
Hello?
No. Is it me? Let me see. I'm gonna catch y'all peeps later. I gotta save my battery. Bye.
So for isotropic media, we got observers, we got horizons. What else? Hey, Timbo. Not much. I was just going to shoot the breeze. No worries. I was just going to let you know that horizons and observers are isotropic media. Just a heads up for next time. I didn't realize that till now. What? Last guy I was talking to told me that one of the mediums that light went through was the observer, and then he said the other one was the horizon. Wow. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. It's pretty bad. Yeah, I don't think he knows what a medium is, but anyway. I had more stuff I wanted to get to, but didn't even get past that point in the conversation.
It does sound pretty weird. But you know what? Not everybody knows what they're talking about when it comes to the globe model or their interpretation thereof.
Yep, that's for sure. Well, I guess he does have the conditions for refraction then. We've got air, horizon, observer. That's 3 mediums. He's good to go.
What's the medium? The observer.
Yeah.
What's the other one? The horizon.
Wow. I mean, those were answers I was honestly not expecting. So I didn't even really manage to move on to where I was trying to go just because what he said up front was just so ridiculous. There was really nowhere else to go.
Right, earlier there was a guy saying boat goes over the ocean and LiDAR scans the bottom of the ocean. And then it's basically doing a 3D scan, and then they're all put into a quote unquote 3D program. somehow they all come out to a globe.
I
So I tried to
probably
ask
do
him
that.
I tried to ask him how do they reference it? Like, how do they know the difference between the one boat and the other boat and the elevation to start with, all these things? And he's like, oh, you don't need any of that. You just do it, and it just comes out as a globe automatically.
Buddy just said you guys are #1 on the server.
Who?
A guy in chat there.
Wouldn't you use sonar on a boat? Not LiDAR?
I don't know. He claimed LiDAR could penetrate the ocean down to the bottom.
I would assume it would be sonar, but what do I know?
He's basically trying to say, like, you could scan an object in 3D, right? Like a figurine on your desktop, right? And put it in 3-dimensional software, and then you'll have like a 3D model. Therefore, if you scan the Earth, it comes out to a globe in the same fashion. The problem is with the reference on your desk, there is a reference point. There's some clear demarcation points. It's not the same on an Earth, because he basically said it's altitude, right? So the plane or the boat is getting a distance to the ground, right, to put into its scan, but it needs to know how high it is as its first reference, right? So I got him to concede that if you just had a plane at altitude, getting altitude profiles below it, since the plane would be following the same altitude, whether it was following an arc path or not, you'd end up with the same altitude profile. You could chart it perfectly as a horizontal. So there has to be an assumption somewhere to curve the thing.
Are my headphones really bad? Is your mic just terrible?
Probably.
What did you say? Okay, I don't know if I'm the only person who like can't hear you at all, or if it's like just me.
It's just you.
Oh, it's just me.
Yeah, just you.
Well, didn't
Yeah,
they
makes
use the
sense.
WGS84 for that thing that he was talking about?
Well, I didn't actually look at the article or whatever it was he posted. So he claimed it didn't reference anything, like literally nothing. It referenced nothing whatsoever. It's just the plane goes, the boat goes, does a scan, and then voila, it just becomes a globe. No reference to the boat's altitude, no reference to the plane's altitude, no references whatsoever. It just happens.
Are we talking about geodetic surveys now?
No, we're talking about alleged 3D scans using LiDAR or some other such thing of the surface of the Earth. That requires no reference datum to be able to stitch it all together to outcome as a globe.
It references a whole heap of different data sets and models. Denmark Geological Survey one, and there's a bunch of other ones.
Did you show that to him from his own source?
Yeah, we pasted the link in there. They're trying to say, no, that's the data input. Like, well, you click on the resources page and it takes you to Earthbytes. Apparently it uses Earthbytes software, and then you go to Earthbytes reference. sources, and they list a whole heap of, like, there's just a long scroll of like how many different models they use.
Exactly.
Oh, but they didn't use any. It's just the raw data, and it just turns out that way.
So you have a lemma, right? You have to drop another 2x4 below it 6 inches. Then you get 6, 6, 6, 7, 8, 6, 6, 7, 6, 7, right? How do you know, unless you pull from one or the other, which board is the board that's out of whack? You need some plain data reference. You have to say, okay, I'm pulling from the altitude of the top board. And so then I know that the bottom board's off. Or whatever. You need to have that continuous reference. Otherwise, you don't know whether the bottom board is curving up or down or wiggling, any of that.
Bro, your mic is like so bad.
Oh my god, bro, your mic is like so bad.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Thank you for repeating what I just said.
So bad, bro. You gotta like sort your mic out, bro.
Yeah, you have to like sort your mic out, bro.
Bro, can you like sort your mic out?
Bro, could you like sort your mic out?
I really did not know that was crypto. Good work.
Thanks, man.
Is it possible for you to like sort your mic out, please?
That was very Oliver. Please,
I am
sir, can I
Oliver.
have some more?
Please, sir, can I have some more?
Oh, that's my new name. Sorted. Right, let's go.
Right. Still, do you know I've been British this whole time? I've been tricking you all. You think I've been American?
Honestly, that's not the worst I've heard.
Not bad.
Yeah, I would give it like a 7 out of 10. There's I can tell you're American, but it's not bad.
Thanks. Years of practice.
There's another guy who made an argument to that 3D model guy. He brought out some survey, transcontinental arc of the parallel type of thing, a different one though, and he just insisted up and down that no, they don't compute those angles, they don't correct them, they don't try to match them to the surface of an ellipsoid. Says right in his source, yeah, of course they do, because that's what geodetic surveyors do. Same thing. No, it's just raw data, and it just shows that it's a sphere. No, it's not.
Yeah, so Dogs Are Gods tried pulling that one over 24/7, and they read straight from his page 60. It said they got it from the Clark ellipsoid.
Do you want page 32, 31 of the Surveying for Engineers?
Can I have like
PDF?
page 28, please?
You want page 28?
Yes, please.
Page 28 is a picture of somebody with a, what does that say? A triangulation pillar.
That is so cool.
I know, isn't it, though?
Triangulation pillars are my favorite.
Oh my god, you sound terrible. Shut up. Triangulation pillars are so cool.
Definitely not how I sound.
It's exactly how you sound, actually.
Say actually again.
Actually.
Yeah, not bad.
Actually.
Actually.
What? More of an actually.
Actually.
No, not sh. Actually.
Actually.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
Any Glover seen the Go Fast rocket footage?
No.
Hell no, bro.
You should watch it.
The what?
Ain't no Glover got time for that.
Oh my god.
True.
Bro.
I kind of want to see what they say the rocket hit when it stopped in midair. I want to see if they say, "Oh, well, the gravity was super strong there, so the rocket just crashed into it."
So if we're going to
No, I
bring
don't
up
think that's what they say.
if we're going to bring up the National Geodetic Survey, then we obviously have to account for the fact that they do calculate the curve into their surveys.
Yeah, good point. Flat and then calculate for after that. Brilliant.
Right, but here's the point. Here's like the big gotcha for that. It's the fact that if you do not calculate the curve into it, you will not get the correct figures. That's the big gotcha of that, because you have to calculate the curve or else you're not going to get accurate measurements.
Preach.
Getting better.
What?
You're getting better.
Better at what?
What?
At bringing up points and arguing. At least you're educating yourself, and you sound better than you did a year ago.
Yeah, I absolutely am educating myself.
Good, well done.
So there's another good theory that was brought up by the gyrotheodolite. Wait, how do you pronounce that?
Theodolite.
Theodolite. Gyrotheodolite. Sorry, I've been drinking.
You've been what?
Drinking.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Joe.
What you drinking?
Gyrotheodolite. So do you know what a gyrotheodolite is? I'm sure you do, because you know what a theodolite is.
Yeah.
Right.
So the interesting thing about a gyrotheodolite is that it relies on only a gyroscope, which is used to calculate like distance from the spin of the Earth. It is a instrument comprised of geocompass mounted on a theodolite used to determine the orientation of true north. It is the main instrument for the orientation and mine surveying in tunnel engineering, where astronomical star sites are not visible and GPS does not work. So it relies heavily on the spin of the Earth in order to calculate true north. Any
First of
comments?
all, yeah, first of all, I find Wikipedia to be a fantastic source.
This is not
Second,
Wikipedia. Oh yeah, it is Wikipedia. Just kidding.
definitely, yeah, because I was reading it as you were saying it.
Well, that's so fucking fantastic for you now, isn't it?
It's just amazing. But the
Right.
point is that it doesn't actually mention spin at all.
It actually
in the
does.
description. Well, no,
It actually
doesn't.
does. It says it uses a
Doesn't.
gyroscope. What the fuck is a gyroscope?
Yeah.
Oh my
Wait,
God.
So
gyroscope
if
and
you were to
spin is
further,
the same thing?
if you want to further this point, it actually cannot be used on the North Poles. It can only be used 15 degrees north and south of the North and South Pole because of the fact that the spin cannot be calculated into that. So it actually cannot be even used in certain parts of the Earth because of the fact that it has to accommodate for that spin. So any comments, questions?
Would you have any evidence for this, or is this just a baseless claim?
No, it's not a baseless claim. This is literally how the tool works.
So Yaha is your argument.
Yaha,
She's the tool.
Yaha is my argument. It's a good fucking
Alright.
argument, by the way.
All right. I mean, that's you can have that argument. It's wonderful.
So do you or do you not have underground tunnels that function? I'll give you a good example. Subways.
We have Subway. They do delicious
Right.
9-grain bread, and they do like
No, they're
you can have
no,
Oh, the
Subway is
cookies are to
disgusting.
die for.
cookies
Okay,
and
if you
cookies.
like Subway, you're disgusting because there's so many better sub shops out there
We
than
can go on a
Subway.
date there. That'll be
Who's
our
asking
first date.
Ew! If you took me to
Who's
Subway on a
asking?
first date, I would literally strangle you with the Subway bag
That's my
behind
goal.
the Subway, behind the fucking Subway.
Yes.
Which means you
And then
would be at Subway.
yeah, I would order a footlong and
That
then shove it
before,
up your ass.
is
Oh,
that before or after eating the sub?
Before, obviously.
Kenshi, your first date game is off, bro. You're gonna get a sub shoved up your ass.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're
never
gonna get a
mind.
sub.
That
It's
was
gonna be
the
a
only
meatball.
bad part.
It's gonna be a
I
meatball
like
sub too.
I like it. Just
I'm
You're
gonna
gonna
turn her
sauce
into a flat
everywhere.
earther though.
You're
You
gonna
should
turn
drink
me
more.
into a flat earther.
She already is a flat earther. She just doesn't know it yet.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, true. We just pay her to act like a glober so we can have somebody to debate. Conversation over.
Are you gonna have any conversation?
What was that from AI? That's funny.
That was me waiting for her to post the methodology by which the device allegedly does what it does, rather than just claiming what it claims.
Oh my god.
There we
I
go.
mean, I can make, yeah, we can make claims all
So
day.
far, all I've heard is appeal to pragmatism so far.
Appeal to what?
What?
Pragmatism.
Pragmatism?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, for instance, I could say to you that the iPhone can only work on a flat Earth, and because iPhones work, therefore the Earth is flat, right?
I mean, iPhones do have a gyroscope in them, so that is somewhat
Yeah.
true.
So if my statement is that iPhones can only work on a flat Earth, iPhones work, therefore the
iPhones
Earth.
don't. Yeah, but iPhones don't have a gyroscope.
Oh, they don't.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about the logic, right?
What? No, they don't have no gyroscope inside.
They ain't got no gyroscope inside of there.
I never said they did.
That's right. No, Alice just said they did.
Yeah, yeah, but that's because she's wrong about virtually everything she says.
That's because I'm wrong. Just tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Okay.
They have accelerometers.
Oh, that's what it is. You're right. Accelerometers. Okay. Gotcha.
So what do you think about my iPhone statement that the iPhone can only work on a flat Earth?
I find that to be absurd.
Yeah, exactly, because it's just a baseless claim, right?
Right.
Right. So we don't do baseless claims.
You don't need basis claims.
No, we don't do them.
Okay. Let me go ahead and post a document. I'm going to delve into it a little bit further as I'm reading through it, but this is something other than Wikipedia that you can kind of get into. What is the sound that's happening?
I think
You don't
riding
want
on
to know.
eggshells.
Oh
Is
god,
somebody like,
sorry. I'm muted.
what the fuck?
We know what you're doing.
I know, for real. What the fuck? Bro's panting.
Riding on eggshells is dry humping his girlfriend, therefore the Earth is flat.
I'm on a run, if you must know.
He's
It does
literally
sound like you're on a treadmill.
he's literally riding on an eggshell.
His girlfriend is the 5K run.
No, out in reality, running down to the beach.
Sorry. That was funny.
Okay.
Huh.
All right. So if we're gonna delve into the gyrotheodolite, if we can turn our attention to the document that I just posted, we can go to Chapter 1, Introduction of the Gyroscope.
And don't you mean gyro compass?
No, it's the movement of a gyroscopic mechanism as a result of that word is cut off. Internal action, the movements of force which acts upon it. Since a gyroscope can only have an angular rotation, we consider the basic situation mechanical rotary movement. So we have a nice little diagram. We're on page 6 for anybody who's following along.
Sweet.
Would anybody like to do some popcorn reading?
Well, do I have to pay like $9,000 a semester for this?
No, this is free. We're socialism, baby.
Sweet. I must be in Canada.
Do you still have to? That's a plane? Yeah, it's a fucking plane. What about it? This isn't about. Yeah, okay, so this is about gyroscopes, not about planes. I understand that it is worked out on a plane. This is not about finding round Earth. This is about using gyroscopes. I'm, of course, talking to Amish satellite driver.
Quite a funny name.
Yeah, it's pretty
What's
good.
funny?
His name.
Amishism.
Hold on, I need to think of a new name.
Why?
I don't know.
I feel like that's almost a bigger achievement. Normally, I just like change someone's name to make it funny, but if I've actually bullied someone to change their name, I feel like that's almost a bigger achievement.
I think so too.
What?
Holy shit, this is a big one.
Okay, there we go.
That's actually very good. I'm not sure about the spelling of center though. It's pretty bad.
Sorry, that's the American spelling. That's my bad. Hold on.
Do you also believe in global warming?
Yes.
Of course, man.
Yes, I believe in global warming.
Let me
Is it
guess.
global warming?
Democrat, pro-vax. What else? Voted for Biden.
Okay.
Pro-abortion.
Yeah.
72 genders.
Man,
Are you guys
fit in all
actually?
of them.
Every time
Are
you
you guys-
complain, 75 more genders are created.
Are
Come
you
on,
guys actually flat
at least
Earth?
believe there's only 2 genders. Now you can't fit all of those and then be on that boat too. Come on.
Fuck yeah.
Let me, Kenshi, I just wanted to make this statement right. There's the statement that there are 2 genders is actually false. There's actually 0 genders. The entire concept is nonsense. The entire concept is nonsense.
0 genders.
There are 0 genders. There's 2 biological sexes. Gender is a psychological idea that came from language and is then being applied to humans, and it's actually a category error. It has
Yeah,
no
in modern day.
There's no application to humans.
Actually,
In
no,
mod-
it's not in modern day
in-
because because in Judaism they actually recognize 3 genders.
What?
Oh yeah.
It does
Yeah.
sound an awful lot like agenda. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Well, I'm just telling you that in
What was the 3 genders?
So you had male,
I mean,
female, and
yeah.
so you had male,
Well,
female, and then you had a group of in Judaism that were not recognized as any specific gender. They're otherwise known as the non-binary of today. But they were basically people that ascribed to no specific gender roles and kind of lived in their own community.
What were they called? What were they called?
They're the hand rubbers.
The hand rubbers.
Wow.
Yeah. So
I mean,
you have
shit. There's always been hermaphrodites, right?
You have 3
No,
genders.
it's not a
in the
hermaphrodite.
Bible.
No,
three
but the
genders in the
general,
it was
like
both-
our term for him, right?
So, and it's an androgynous, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, what were they called? What did
Androgynous.
the Bible call them? The Bible doesn't call them that.
What, eunuchs?
Well, the Bible didn't call them eunuchs because eunuchs are.
No, I'm guessing. I don't know.
I mean, shit. Just look at Roman Greek. Like,
This is the way questions. This is the way questions happen, right? So I asked a question, I attempted to answer it, and nobody else did for reasons completely lost on me.
Okay, if you know what it's called, then go ahead and tell us because I don't know what it's called, but I know that it happened. I think it's.
Who told you? Who told you so?
AI, you're like. Your mic is like terrible. You're talking from space.
Oh shit, space is real.
Space is real.
Apparently so. That's why I was talking from.
Oh, a tum tum.
section was good.
Okay, there's a
sorry.
lot of them actually. There's androgynous, a person who's both male and female sexual characteristics. A tum tum, a person whose sexual characteristics are indeterminate or obscured, and alonit, a person who is identified as female at birth but develops male characteristics, and a saurus, a person who is identified as male at birth but develops female characteristics. This is gender diversity in Jewish tradition.
So therefore, the floor is a ball, right?
Yeah.
Sweet.
And my room is in fact moving at 1,000 miles per hour.
Oh my God. Are you a feminist too? Please don't be a feminist too.
No, I'm not a feminist.
Oh, thank God! At least one
Yeah,
box
but
isn't checked. Maybe you can get that date
right,
to
but
Subway after all.
all of those categories, all those categories you mentioned are just phenotypical,
You said what?
right?
Xenotypical?
No, phenotypical.
Oh,
The way
phenotypical.
somebody
Okay.
looks.
Well, traits doesn't necessarily refer to physical traits. It can refer to personality traits as well.
Okay, that's fine, but what did they think it referred to?
It just says traits. It doesn't say.
Okay, so then before you can substantiate your claim, you need to know what types of traits.
Gone beyond the moon.
Okay, it does refer to sexual characteristics. This is completely off topic. Why are we talking about this? Who's going to stop me?
No one. Keep
What?
drinking, it's funny. Keep drinking, it's funny.
I don't have any more. I mean, I don't have any.
You need some Subway to wash it down.
Yeah. So, I mean, the floor's a ball, right? I've never seen a floor be a ball, but, you know, I guess it is now.
Yep, and I guess water can be sea level and sea curved at the same time.
Must be.
I guess we're moving at 1,000 miles an hour, but the sun is still sitting in the same place for minutes at a time, not seconds, but minutes at a time.
Well, you know the sun moves faster in their conception than it does in ours, right?
Much faster. It should be squiggling all over the place, but it's not.
But I mean, in their conception, it's going like 1.5 million miles an hour, or something like that, depending on which official narrative you listen to. In our conception, it'd be like fractions of that.
By the way, did anybody have a retort or comment about the geothermalite?
Yeah, never
Or no?
ever type uwu again.
Oh, okay, sorry. I won't actually say uwu because it'll disgust you.
All right. I will literally fly to wherever you are and destroy you.
All right, I'll fly to the south of England and meet you halfway.
Sweet.
Probably halfway.
I mean, if it
Well,
saves me an
Alex,
airfare,
you don't need
yeah,
to
fine.
really fly. You should just be able to get in a helicopter, let the Earth spin until you get to his point, and then land.
That's true.
Is AI just really, really patchy for everyone else?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Patchy, patchy.
No, I can see him lighting up, but I can't actually hear anything he says. Almost as bad as Leluca.
So what can you tell us about the
Oh shit.
what was the gyro that you were talking about? The one that they use for mining, yeah?
Owlishness.
Flattishness.
Swattishness. You dead?
No, she's now FE Crisis Center, but at least center's spelled correctly, to be fair.
She was looking for a new name.
Yeah, I'll take that as a win. I feel like we've collectively bullied our listeners to change her name. I think that's cool. But anyway, does anyone want to ask any questions about our obviously flat and stationary Earth?
Yeah, if the Earth is flat, where are my socks?
Where's the curve?
Don't know. We've been looking for years.
We got a geometry expert in the text chat right now trying to explain how diverging shadows can only occur over a curved surface. That's weird because I'm sitting in a room right now with a flat floor and a bunch of diverging shadows in it. So can you explain, geometry expert?
Yeah, your room's a sphere, dude.
It's a sphere, obviously.
What about straight shadows, diverging shadows? What about all of those ones?
Sphere.
You're going to get to the other side of the room.
What about bendy shadows?
Geez, it's Australian time. G'day, fellas.
G'day, mate.
G'day to T-Dub and Timbo Slice.
DW, you sound like you're underwater.
I'm training to be an astronaut.
Must be that global warming.
Yep.
Got Sydney underwater.
That's actually not bad. Not a bad go on the accent there, mate.
When is that global warming gonna get rid of winter in Georgia? I hate winter. It still hasn't gotten rid of it though.
Yo, is your guys' Australian chapter gonna have a cult meetup like they're in Vegas too?
Did you just say that there's winter in Georgia?
No, we don't do stupid
every
shit like
once
that,
in a
mate.
while it gets snowy.
You're not doing
here.
Flattoberfest?
It snows in Georgia.
In the U.S., yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, what? Georgia's really far south, isn't it?
Somebody beat me to that.
I've been here 23 years. I'm 24, so.
That's funny.
What was that, Jedi?
Oh, somebody beat me to muting Patricia Spear.
Oh yeah, he's useless. He only comes in here to.
Yeah.
He's obsessed with Flattoberfest, isn't he?
Is somebody banned our listeners?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Yeah, because Oktoberfest. Flattoberfest is like, it's as expensive as like a pricey music festival. And then what do you get out of it? Like they get money. They're making money off of Flat Earth, right?
Yeah, what do they spend the money on?
I know.
NASA.
Never been to one, never asked. Not interested.
What about cryptocurrency? Some of these flat earthers sell cryptocurrency and merchandise. Some of these other flat earthers sell merchandise.
So?
Imagine a coin that had the flat Earth map on it.
I'm just saying that there's money to be made off of people that believe in flat Earth.
Look, if people have merchandise and people want to buy merchandise, then what's wrong with that? It's like you know, when you buy a Nike jumper, Nike or whatever you Americans call it, you're free advertising for Nike. So
I agree, except if you say, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
I don't know.
No,
I
you're
like
right.
I like to support my favorite bands, and one of the bands I support, I bought a
So
t-shirt.
they're making money off you. How do you feel about that?
Made out of organic.
I think the distinction is if they promise they'll do something with the money. Like if they say this money is going to feed kids in Africa, and then it turns
like
out
NASA?
they say we're going to do this to do a
What
level
bands
test,
do you listen to?
and they don't.
then that's
What about
bad.
NASA? Do you have a problem with NASA then?
I certainly would if A, I paid any of their budget, and B, I had doubts about whether they were doing what they said they were. Yeah.
Don't you know that the Australian government provides money to NASA? That's part of
I
our
think
space
NASA
program.
does some good, but I also understand that it contributes to the military-industrial complex, and I have mixed feelings about the military-industrial complex.
Mixed?
Well, yeah, I mean, I like the idea that America is a global police, but I don't like the killing of children.
Do you think your government's capable of being global police?
I
Well,
think
I was
they're the
wondering
best.
if
I think the U.S. is the best at it right now. Yes.
so.
Yeah,
Eggshells,
certainly better than Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, Eggshells. Are you aware that the Australian government partially funds NASA?
No, I wasn't. I was aware that we let them have a, or the U.S. military or something out at Pine Gap have a radar array there that I'm sure is used for NASA stuff. Wasn't aware that they fund NASA. Is it fund them as in give them money with nothing in return, or is it like, can you please put a satellite in orbit for us?
Well, it depends how you define getting something in return, right? But it says here, I've got the industry.gov.au, Australian Space Agency. Apparently, they provide funding for the NASA's space exploration program, the Trailblazer program, whatever that is, and their endeavors to return to the moon and then go on to Mars. So, yeah, they are directly funding NASA.
Oh, yeah? So they are directly funding. There you go. I didn't know that.
And that's on the government's website, so it's not like some
Yeah, no,
conspiracy.
I could believe that. So yes, then cut out the first part. It would bother me if I didn't think they were putting things in orbit and doing the things they said they were. Mismanagement, maybe a little bit, but outright lies, that would definitely bother me.
Well, then, how much aid does the United States send to Australia?
That's a good question. I would be surprised if it's much. They've certainly got bases and like refuel stuff here, and I think they do some of their South China Sea operations somewhat using stuff in Darwin. But like, yeah, you mean aid as in like here you've got starving people or Aboriginal health issues, have some cash.
I would refer to anything that's not an investment, you know. So it's not a loan.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Or direct investment, but just like a grant, a gift, logistical money for like building this or that, anything.
What are you guys talking
it
about?
depends what you're building, right? But yeah, I'd be curious to know the answer to that. It probably wouldn't be zero because quite often, the way that, like they call it checkbook diplomacy, right? If you've got lots of money, you can turn that cash into votes in the UN and stuff like that. So it would probably, now thinking about it, it'd be surprising if it's zero.
Because I'm just interested if the amount is greater than the alleged amount that they're paying back to NASA.
Yeah, when it gets to all that stuff, I can't even get my head around it. I never understand, is it like, do you just send a giant pile of cash all in one go? Is it trickled out over years? Is it actually in the form of like the government pays private businesses or vice versa? Like, I don't have the first clue about it. Would like to know more.
Well, often what happens is our government makes a bill that says we got to give money to these people for such and so reasons. And then the senator sponsors the bill. And then the other country has some dues to have a company that has another company that has a funnel company and then a backdoor company, which pays the senator. You know, these senators didn't become multimillionaires for nothing. You know what I mean?
You forgot to mention that all they do is click a button. Not even like. I don't
think anybody on either side would suggest that system
They gotta dress up. They gotta dress up nice, you know, and stand on the podium and talk for a while too. You know, it's kind of like what.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage. You know, we'd love to go back to the moon, but we just scrapped all the data, and it's a pain to build it all back up.
What happens if you get a hole in it? Well, just get a hole. It's like the UK's pissed off
Stuff
with India
is
too.
flat.
After giving
You can
them all
tell
that
it's real
aid,
because it looks so fake.
giving them all that aid money, and then them spending all that on.
Wait, does anyone here actually believe that Tesla went to the moon or space or whatever? Does anyone believe that Tesla actually went to space?
Well, they're sending rockets up there, so you'd guess so.
Who's
Yeah, I
sending
think they
rockets
know.
up there? Wait, hold on. Who said that? Who said that?
That would be eggshells, wouldn't it?
Yeah, what's your proof that they're
lie?
sending
You're not
rockets up there? Like,
I didn't say I've got proof. I just said I think that's the case.
by the way, you know that if you just look up the interview Elon Musk gave after the fake X thing or SpaceX, whatever he calls it. Like, he literally says, like, they asked him, like, did you like modify it? Like, did you turn it into like a spacecraft? He's like, nope. It's literally just the Tesla that was shot up with a rocket. That's it. Then the rocket like detached, and it's literally just a Tesla flying in space.
Yeah, it's got normal tires.
And it looks like you know what it reminds me of, these like arcade, you know those arcade racing games that you see with like the it looks like one of those like 2004 arcade racing games. It's the same kind of graphics.
It wasn't his Tesla he shot up into space. It was his McLaren. It wasn't his Tesla.
Okay, so whatever. Okay,
Pretty
cool.
sure.
So okay, that proves the ball. It was a
there, mate.
McLaren. So now the Earth is a ball. Okay, cool.
Exactly. Thank you.
Earth is a ball because it was a McLaren instead.
Exactly. See,
Well,
using
it
brain now.
but it wasn't but it wasn't a McLaren. It was a Tesla.
It was a Tesla Roadster.
Oh wow.
Yep. Fake X shot up a Tesla. They literally like just look up the press conference for that thing. Like it's damage control. It's not even damage control. It's like it's what they call it, like when they make shit obvious for the people, but the people still don't get it. That's what they're doing.
Conspiracy theories.
In plain sight. In plain sight.
Truth in plain sight. No, it's something else. Like there's like a term for it, like the karma thing they believe in, like this superstitious thing they believe in.
That's an African term, isn't it?
It's like not what's it called?
Karma. Karma's
No, it's an
Indian
term.
I'm pretty sure.
Indian. It's to it's to like unburden the karma. That's like one guy called it. It basically like they don't like now they don't feel guilty. Like we basically gave you the information. It's for you to figure it out. Now it's on you. It's like with 9/11. There was like enough information out there to realize that it's
the Jews done it.
Not
Yes.
what they said it was. Right.
Karmic debt.
Like informal consent.
Oh, informal consent. That's also one of the terms for it. Yeah.
Oh,
Tacit.
Right.
She's a healthy female of breeding age.
Arcana.
Revelation of the method.
So, who's got any proof of the spinning water ball flying through space?
Definitely not.
You
Just
should have
Google
You guys should
globe,
already have
picture of
proof.
globe. Just Google it.
There's already lots of proof. You should be able to see it for yourselves by now.
You should be able to name any of it if there's lots.
It's
You should
all
be
right
able
there.
to go up just like Richard Branson said. Oh, by 2020, you should be able to fly up there and take a selfie. right?
You don't need to fly up.
I mean, if they honestly, if they went up there in the '60s with like their third grade science project of a rover, I mean, we should be able to do that now, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
Pilum
Yeah,
ex ante.
Yeah,
Future
I
proof.
agree, in the echo
That's what it's called.
But hey, man, they scrapped all the telemetry data, bro. It's a pain to build it back up. So hey, too bad.
Even
Huh?
if we had
You know
it,
what's funny?
we
Like
don't
they
have
said
the
that
we don't have the machine to
they
play
don't
it
have the
on.
technology to
Fucking
go past
hell.
the Van Allen radiation belt. And then they asked the guy like, okay, but what about now? It's like, or what about like, what? How come that wasn't a problem back then? Oh, it wasn't discovered yet.
Yeah,
So
we
because
didn't
the
know
Van
about
Allen
it.
radiation belt
Yeah.
wasn't discovered, it wasn't a problem to go past it. It's like the guy's such a retard, and he's like one of the chief engineers of or chief whatevers of NASA.
Yeah.
Someone said they had proof, and you don't need to go up to space. So what would that be?
Anyway, before he answers, new rule. From now on, you have to say the NASA.
The NASA, yeah, I noticed that too.
It had quite a ring to it, didn't it?
The NASA.
Is that like the Facebook? You know, it used to be called the Facebook.
Yeah.
Was that guy trying to think of the term revelation of the method?
Yeah, I think someone said it.
Okay, right.
I had a comment. I'm not like physics. Is someone else talking right now? You guys having
Oh, go ahead.
conversation? Yeah,
I'm just
I'm
talking
not
shit.
like I'm not very good at physics. I don't
Me
think
neither.
I could debate it. I don't think I could debate anything in regards to the science.
Really?
But I have a
Oh, let's talk about geometry then.
I have a tangential point that I'd like to make. Are you guys familiar with like chemtrails and the people that like look at chemtrails and stuff?
I'm familiar with the claim. Yeah.
Okay. So to me that always like struck
Radium,
me.
strontium, and barium. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Well, my understanding of the claim is that like airplanes are dropping like particulate matter in the sky and creating these chemtrails, whatever. More or less, right?
Apparently.
So
I think they've admitted to it as well. So
it would require like a grand conspiracy, right? Of like airlines and
them admitting to it, or
They admit to it, man. There's weather modification aircraft.
I didn't think you guys were like pro chemtrail. Okay.
Pro chemtrail.
No, I'm not. We're not pro chemtrail. They've
Well,
already admitted that they do it.
Okay.
I think if the government admits to doing chemtrails, then it's probably a good thing. I hope they keep doing it.
Higgs, I think you'll struggle to find any conspiracy these guys don't believe in except ones that relate to space.
Except for the globe.
Well, it's just like so. My issue with grand conspiracies is the amount of people that would have to be in on the conspiracy.
Who would have to be in on chemtrails?
Yep.
Everyone would have to be on
Well,
it.
so the airlines would kind of necessarily have to be in on it. Like
The
there have
pilots
to be
would definitely have to be on it. Are they always using the same guy to pilot it, or what?
Yeah.
I've got no idea, but they actually admitted to it. So what's the problem
Well,
with
maybe
them
it's a good
admitting
thing.
to
Maybe
it?
it's just a good thing. We should need more chemtrails.
But that's
Well, it's
not
just-
the point that he's making. So you don't need to go off into a silly tangent. Like that.
Yeah.
What he's saying, do you guys believe in chemtrails? And I'm saying, I'm aware of it. I'm aware of the claim of it, and I'm aware that they.
I actually wasn't even trying to talk about chemtrails.
What are you saying they admitted to?
I was trying to
Well,
talk
they've
about like
admitted to
grand
putting
conspiracies.
particulates in the air to control the weather.
Yeah, like I think there's definitely been experiments that have done that, and people that have tried to do that. Like weather modification is not a new idea. I wasn't really trying to go into that at all. I was trying to go into
You were
something that
trying.
like
I know what you were trying to do. You were trying to lump us in with chemtrail
No, I was.
conspiracies. That's what you were trying to do.
Well, I was trying to pick a conspiracy that you guys would kind of necessarily disagree with, and then we would talk about like, how you don't have to necessarily disagree with it. It's just like there's
What
a
about
lot of things that have to happen for a grand conspiracy to work, right? And when there's like
heliocentrism?
potentially like millions of people that have to be
What
like
about
literally.
heliocentrism?
Yeah, well, I was gonna relate it into that, right? So
That's a conspiracy.
yeah, so there'd have to be millions of
Hey,
people
just go
that would
be with
like
her.
have to
Hey, wait,
like
I'm sorry.
necessarily be in on it and like know the truth, but be like deceiving the public or everyone else, or I'm not sure how it would work, but they would have to be deceiving a lot of people, right? And to me, it's just like people can't
So
even
you were
run like
trying to relate. You were trying to relate chemtrails to the amount of people that would have to know to the amount of people that would have to know about flat Earth. Is that what you were trying to do?
yeah. Well, it would be like if NASA was just like a complete sham, right? If it was
As
just
it
like
is, yeah.
Like
yeah,
heliocentrism.
yeah, it's just like to
Yeah.
me like we can't even run a DMV, right? Like to have like a grand conspiracy work would require a lot of coordination and effort, and there'd have to be a lot of mouths that kept shut,
Dude, you
right?
sure about that? Hold on, stop right there. So in the United States, when you go into a DMV, depending on which one you go to, you see posters on the wall. And yeah, you are going to get what you believe is a driver's license. That's what you're told. You need a driver's license. Now, when you go and you attempt to get a license, you find out it's actually called a passenger's license. Curious. Why? Why is that the case? You're going to be the one operating the car, right?
I actually live in Canada, so I've never been to a DMV, so
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
just
sure,
think about it.
not really sure what you guys' system is.
Well, dude, the point is this. They say that you need a license to drive a car, right? Yeah. Also, they say you have a free right to travel and move your property. So how can you need a license to drive a car when it's your property and you have a free right to travel? Why
Because
is
the
a
roads
driver's
are different.
license?
Because you
No,
have the
they're
right to
not.
travel. You have the right to travel, but just not with a car, Lamau.
No,
Yeah.
that's wrong.
You can travel. I can travel. I just traveled across the world. Do you think I drove my car? Is it possible to travel without a car?
That's not the point.
Yes or
Now,
no
notice
question.
how.
Though. Answer the question.
Well,
Then make your point.
Of course it is.
Okay. So do you have the right to travel if you don't have a car?
Then.
Yes.
Right.
Done.
But you don't have. Look, see.
This wasn't really.
I'll
This
submit
was
to you.
very
I'll submit to you that these
tangential,
responses.
my
Listen,
point.
I'll submit to you that these responses that I'm getting is evidence of what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm. So
The
you're
fact that I
saying the
can't even
DMV
finish
is a
the
grand
sentence.
conspiracy?
No, I'm saying the idea that
Like
you
I said,
need
Matt,
to be legally. Oh my! See, dude can't even contain
Maybe if
himself.
you
He's so
guys let him
indoctrinated.
finish his fucking point, then you
Yeah.
might get what he's trying to say.
Oh, look, it's impossible for these people to get what I'm trying to say, but the people who know what I'm trying to say already know that what they just did demonstrates my point, and that satisfies me enough.
I haven't interrupted you at all, actually.
I think I do know what you're trying to say. I think I could probably make exactly the case you were going to make. I'm well aware of the sovereign citizen arguments, that the idea that all crimes are commercial, that the United States is a corporation.
What?
But it's just the same old tired sob shit nonsense.
Crimes are crimes. Right?
That's
I didn't say crimes weren't crimes.
That's super deep. Can we just like vibe for a minute? That was good.
Can we get back to? Can we let AI finish his point?
No. Hold on. Well, I'll finish it up because this guy knows kind of the gist, and he's dealt with it before. But the basic premise is there's legal theories, right? And when you face legal actions, there's certain rules that apply to you and certain rules that don't. Most people don't know which rules apply to them, and then they go and find out, and then they try to wager that in court, but they still fail. And so the argument is, well, you failed, so your point isn't true. But see, the thing is this. If I write on a piece of paper, right, and I get the 3 strongest guys in the neighborhood to write on a piece of paper that you must pay me taxes, and I deliver it to your house, You're just going to laugh.
Yeah.
Because you know I don't have authority. The problem is that most
No.
people think that the traditional governments have authority.
Well, I would argue the opposite to that. I would say if somebody has the biggest men out of anybody and the biggest guns, then they make the rules. That's the way it's been since time immemorial. So if there is a group of people in power who say that you have to have a license and you go, well, you're not the real king. The real king is Edward V, who was usurped by his brother or something like that, then it doesn't matter. You're this pretender to the throne is sitting on the throne. He makes the rules, and that's what actually matters. If you admit that when you try these arguments in court you fail, then what you were saying is you don't have legal standing. You might have a moral standing, but that doesn't matter if you're getting banged up and you're getting your windows smashed in by a cop and getting held in
Which is the whole
contempt of
idea of the
court in a
King's
prison.
Court in the first place. The whole idea of the King's Court in the first place was to convince the citizenry to go along without having to use force, with the backing of the threat of force.
I'm not trying to like say anything against what you're saying, but like I'm not sure how this relates to what I was talking about. To like how grand conspiracies would require an enormous amount of collective effort, and everyone
The
like
point
and
is,
if there was like one outlier,
the majority. The point is the majority of people just go along with the system that's in place for different hierarchical and socio power dynamics. Right,
Well,
just like we just were talking about.
Yeah, so with a grand with a grand conspiracy, there would have to be a lot of people that would be like in on it, and like they would know that there was a lie being perpetrated, right? You don't think
maybe in certain instances, but so I would say to you, pick one and start quantifying the people that would need to know the absolute implicit truth.
Yeah, well,
let's
we
do
can
that.
start we can start talking about like individual organizations. So like at NASA, how many people do you think that know that the Earth is flat, but say that it's round? Is it like 50% of them? Is it 100%? Is it
No,
75%?
not even close. Less than 100 people.
You understand what
So you think like all like the like the astrophysicists that work at NASA like that actually have PhD like verifiable PhDs?
Yeah. Most of them are jacked up retards.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Most of them think that if you see 3 pixels on a screen from a supposed telescope and you look at them long enough and watch them flicker, that you could tell me that there's a planet with water.
Isn't that because we threw out satellites in space that like crashed into these things that have water? Like we literally bombed Mars, right?
No.
Oh my god, dude.
Allegedly,
that's true. This could all be the Matrix. In which case, you don't have to prove anything.
Like to me, like NASA would kind of have to understand the shape, or like there's a lot of scientists in NASA that probably have to understand the shape of the Earth, like just due to like projects that like I don't think NASA actually does. Like maybe SpaceX would be a better analog, because SpaceX actually does fly like a lot of like aircraft, right?
Are they funded by
NASA uses a flat, non-rotating model to launch fly helicopters or to do anything.
Do you think like do you think like SpaceX is the same as like NASA? They're kind of like
funded by NASA, aren't they?
I thought it was a private company.
No,
they need
yeah.
What did people in the control room say about the simulation and the actual like what they call the actual moon landing? Wasn't it
They
said
said
that
they wouldn't
there was
they wouldn't know the difference? Yeah. Is that what they said?
It's possible that you're just like retarded.
Yes.
What?
It just, well, like
like it's possible that like the Earth is round and like all of your theories are just like a bunch of nonsense and you're retarded. Is that possible?
Round and flat.
Ironically, that was a pretty retarded argument or attempt at one.
I'm just asking. I want to know. Like, do you think it's possible you're just retarded?
Why do you retards always say round instead of spherical?
No, I'm not.
Can't you tell the difference?
I think I just want to know. Do you think it's possible you're retarded?
No.
Okay.
No.
So there's no way you could be wrong.
Pretty sure it's used retarded.
No, obviously not, because the Earth is observed and measured and practically used.
So there's no possible way you could be wrong.
It's got fuck all to do with my cognitive abilities. It's
So just to
about
like
the
walk
direct.
back to the conspiracy
Why are
point,
you
yeah,
talking? Why are
Yeah,
you
let's
talking?
have a normal conversation with the guy that we were talking to
I think it's
before.
funny that
I
you think
wasn't.
there's no possible way you could be wrong. This is like a religion to you.
So
No,
FE Jedi was trying to tell you, and you just talked over the top of him. So can you let him respond, please?
it's got nothing to do with my cognitive function. It's a direct measurement and practical use of the surface of the Earth. The Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat stationary plane. Doesn't matter about my cognitive function.
I wasn't expecting you
I
to
think you're
say
retarded. I think
that.
you're retarded.
That like 100 people at NASA would know that the Earth was the
You
Earth's
understand what?
actual shape.
Yeah, but you
So
understand what? Hold tight. You understand what departmentalization and compartmentalization are, correct?
yeah, like it would be similar to like if we had like a high
hierarchy.
we yeah, well I was gonna relate it back to like when the U.S. was developing nuclear weapons. Like yeah, there was very few people that actually knew like what
Spot on. That's a good
yeah,
example. I like that
for sure.
example. Project Manhattan, for example, right? That's the one.
Yeah.
The Manhattan
But
Project. Yeah.
I
What was it like?
I don't think it's a
that.
one-to-one analog though, because like I don't think they told anyone what the state because the stated goal of like Globe Earth is it's stated, right? Like everyone knows that that's what
Yeah.
NASA thinks, right? Whereas
What,
like the
one
like
world
the US like
religion?
Department of Defense
One world
wasn't going
religion?
around saying that they were like gonna create nuclear weapons. I don't think that was ever stated to anyone.
It's a quick question. So you understand that the army works on a hierarchy system, right? Those at
Yeah,
the
of
top
course.
know
Yeah.
those at the bottom. Of course, yeah. So it's a
It's a need to
pyramid
know
structure.
basis. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a good one. Official Secrets Act, secret documents, and all that type of shit, right? The janitor, for example, isn't going to know what's happening in the boardroom, is he? He's just going to
Correct,
be
yeah.
compartmentalized into what he's doing. He's going to build a watchman thingy, call it, and then somebody else is going to build something else, and they might not even have any contact with each other or whatever. So if you're going to ask, does everybody at NASA, let's just pull a number out of our arse, let's say it's 1,000 people working for them, do all those 1,000 people know the real truth of the matter? No, they're just concentrating on their jobs that they're doing. Only those people at the very, very top, like AI was suggesting earlier, maybe, I don't know, 50 out of those 1,000 that we've just pulled a number out of our arse. But not everybody is, in on the secret. Why would they?
What do you think those
That's fair.
astrophysicists are doing all day? The ones who
We're
are
having
too
a
stupid.
conversation with someone.
Hey Jedi.
Yo.
I'd like to mention that NASA's revamping their website. So a lot of those documents that you can grab, some of them are 404ing. So I would archive as many as you guys can before they're all gone.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, mate.
But yeah, I think that's a more logically consistent position, because if there was like millions of people in on the lie, I would just find like a flaw in your position. Just because I think that could literally just not happen. Yeah. Okay.
I think you are literally retarded.
Awesome. Let's go back to this guy. Keeps making claims about our function. Literally. So
Anyway, I'm just gonna mute. I'll mute myself. You guys can talk to someone else.
Yeah. So why do you keep?
Cool.
Why do you keep saying we're retarded, mate? Why? Come on, you had balls to speak up just a second ago when everybody else was talking. Now we've cleared the floor for you. You're going to speak up now?
I think his balls disappeared up his vagina.
Who are you addressing? Who is this? Who are you guys talking to? Are you talking to me?
It was the Scorpion guy, I think, who said something. Server muted.
Yeah, now he has no balls. What
How
happened?
does the moderator get muted? I don't understand.
What do you mean? What moderator?
Somebody
If
keeps saying
you haven't figured if you haven't figured what's under your feet, why are you worrying about moderators being muted or not? Stick to the topic.
What was the topic again? I'm sorry, I just joined, so I'm not trying to be rude.
What's the name of the channel?
24/7 flat something. Flat Earth. Welcome to Earth.
There
Yeah,
you
you
go.
remember that
That's the
movie?
topic.
Will Smith. He's like, "Welcome to Earth, motherfucker." Like Independence Day, 1995. That shit was tight.
Rewatch it. I think you'll disagree this time around. You'll say, "Oh my god, that's the worst movie I've ever seen."
I think
And
it's
that's what we hold.
like Project Bluebeam. Like I'm kind of down with that. Like fake alien invasion and laser beams, directed energy weapons, and
Okay. What is that? Is this 24/7 just bringing your own fucking conspiracy theories and see if you can label us with those?
what else is this chat for?
It's
Flat Earth,
just
mate.
about Earth, mate. It's about nothing else. I don't care about who killed fucking JFK. I don't care about fucking chemtrails and why they don't dig at fucking 15 degrees an hour. That's a good one. Thanks for that. But yeah, we're just talking about the Earth, my friend. Nothing else, nothing more, nothing less.
The plane, a planet, plane, flat plane, infinite realm, or are we? What is the model? I never understood this.
There is
I
no
just
The
think
model,
NASA.
the model sits on top of your fireplace. That kind of model.
So wild that everyone always asks for a model. Like the model is outside your door. Like go look outside.
I
Exactly.
found a
If you
model.
look
I found a
outside,
model.
you'll see for yourself. Like just look at the moon, look at the shadow of the moon, the season, the lunar cycles,
Oh
the
my
sun,
god, look up
the
there. There's a
seasons, the
bird.
time zones, the
Earth must
stars
be
in
a
the
bird.
northern and southern hemispheres, the stars in various seasons. Like you can just look outside.
Yeah, you can. All you've done is just looked outside and point things out that are just outside. What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
it's basic math, a grade school level math. It's basic geometry.
Can you
Give the
give me
math.
some of that
Yeah,
basic math?
mathematics, also known
Yeah,
as logic.
you're chanting this. You've been chanting this on repeat for like the last hour. It's just
This is
basic
all
math. Are you
basic
actually going to
logic.
get to the basic math, or are you just going to repeat basic math forever?
No, I'm just saying, like, if you really are interested in the
Oh, yeah,
truth,
okay. He's not going to give us the basic
you
math.
can
He's just going
cut me
to
off.
chant the
Keep cutting
words
me off.
basic math forever.
If you truly are
I want to
interested,
hear his basic math.
if
Can
you
That's
we
all
have
we
your
truly,
want.
basic math?
you're
Now he's going to
truly,
talk about us and what we want. Who gives a fuck? Just give us the basic math.
home games at 5.
Yeah,
Why are you so emotional, bro? This
You're
is
the one
Okay,
that's
so that's not the
emotional.
basic
he's
math.
right.
We don't want to hear.
24/7.
We don't want to hear you talking about your feelings. Tell us
Yeah,
the
we don't
math.
care.
Tell us some
basic
information
math.
to give us evidence,
Tell us the math,
or sit down.
because all
I've
I've been
been
hearing is
posting
I
it.
can give
I've
you
been
some.
equals
posting
5.
it. Are you gonna keep ganging up on me?
If you don't shut the fuck up, yeah.
Are
I'm
you
the
going to keep
only
not
leader of
giving us that
right
basic
now.
math that you keep chanting about? We're getting bored of hearing the chant. Let's get to the basic math.
I can give you some basic math.
Do you have
Yeah.
ADD? Why are you getting bored?
What is basic
Put
math?
up. Just put up or shut up.
24/7
How about that?
bored?
Sure. 60 nautical miles per degree is basic math.
Awesome. Hello, Eggshells. How are you?
Cool. That's from
Good, mate. How are
Polaris,
you?
isn't it?
No, from anywhere. Looking at the ground, looking at the sky. It's just a relationship. And then the basic maths question becomes, what shape can you
Relationship from
map
what?
with that relationship?
Sounds like a perfect sphere. Is that what you're saying the Earth is?
I'm just doing the basic math so far. I can give you my conclusion in a moment, but
Is
it will
it a
be pretty
perfect
close to
sphere?
that.
Is it a perfect sphere?
You're making a basic maths claim.
No, it's not.
Can you back it up? And that claim also pertains to a perfect sphere. Is that your claim?
Nope, no, you can see where it goes wrong because that relationship is a little bit wonky sometimes. By
Yeah,
tiny
it is
bits, but
wonky, so it's
corrected
not going to be 60
over
nautical miles per degree. You would need corrections even in your potato Earth paradigm. So I don't know what you're talking
Like, is
about.
this how you look? Is
What
this how you go to
equation?
school?
Yeah, what equation is wonky?
When you go to school, is this
What
the
equation
attitude
is
you give your
wonky?
professors? When you guys were
Dude,
earning
sit
your
down. We don't want to
PhDs?
hear your
Shut
fucking
up,
belly
dude.
aching. Stop belly aching. Sit down or
Shut up, man.
provide something. How about that? Don't interject
Who's
if you don't
belly
got shit to
aching?
say.
I'm not belly aching. You're the one
You
whining.
are, dude. You're here whining like a little fucking baby,
No, I'm
dude.
not. I'm not.
Yeah, you are. Every
What's
time
wrong?
you
What's
open
wrong,
your mouth,
Zeros?
no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Shut up.
Yeah.
Literally, shut the
What's
fuck up.
Shut up, bitch.
What's got
Like
you?
that's you. That's not me. I don't talk
Hey,
like that.
Zeros. Zeros. What's got you nuts, man? What are you so angry about?
Huh?
He's a bit of an
No,
angry
you
character.
keep
upset
attacking my
today.
character. You keep attacking
What are
my
you so
character.
angry about, man?
Take a
I'm
chill
not
pill,
angry.
mate.
I speak in a very non-passionate, dispassionate manner. There's no emotion here. Zero.
Press X to doubt.
Zero emotion from zeros.
Good. So let's go through the claims one by fucking one.
Why do you appeal to authority so much, dude?
I'm not appealing to
There's
authority.
nothing there. There's no
I'm not.
substance there.
No,
Just
that's a straw
generalized,
man. That's a
baseless
straw man.
assertions.
That's a
Just
straw
like,
man.
well, there's basic math.
You're
Well,
building on a straw
what
man.
basic math? I mean,
Yes.
just show it. Support what you say, village idiot.
No,
Basic
I don't
math.
have to show it. You can do it yourself.
Basic math. Well, that's what you claimed. Let's see the basic math. Support what you say.
Yeah. I mean, if you're truly,
Yeah.
if you're truly interested,
If you're truly, show the basic math.
Why are you screaming at me?
Because you're not showing. Yeah. Okay. Listen. What's the difference between you and a village idiot?
Is this a character attack?
Yeah. Yeah. It is because
This
a
is an
village
ad
idiot
hominem.
doesn't support what they say.
I'm gonna scream at you.
A village idiot doesn't
Step in
support what they
screaming.
say. A village idiot doesn't support what they say, and you're not supporting what you say. So what's the difference? Nothing. You're a village idiot. We can move on.
Yeah, let's move on to eggshells. Eggshells support this basic
So
math.
there's a lot of tests you can do. There's a lot of observable tests you can do with on a heliocentric or geocentric model.
Observable
And
tests?
yeah, like
What are you going to vary? Your
observable-
eyelids?
Well, I mean, there's things that work on a geocentric or heliocentric model, like
A model? What's a model?
well, not model, but
Not a model, but just shut up. We can get this. It's somebody that has some semblance of coherency.
Let's move on to eggshells. He said
I
something
might
about
be a little drunk. Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right, then sit down, man. We don't need to talk to drunk people.
eggshells.
eggshells.
She said eggshells. 15 degrees an hour. Let's go. Or is eggshells left?
15 degrees an hour is slightly different, still related, but slightly different. The one I was going with was 60 nautical miles per degree, which I concede is out at places because we're not on a perfect sphere. It's oblate spheroid or whatever else, which is where you can see that relationship is more effective or more accurate in some places than in others. But when it gets
where'd you get the oblate spheroid?
Neil deGrasse asshole.
Well,
Tyson?
you better contact NASA and have them redact over 50 years of bullshit photos then, because that's not a oblate spheroid.
Yeah, it looks like some CGI cartoon shit, like Looney Tunes or something. It looks like a cartoon.
Riding
Like,
on,
oh yeah, look.
I haven't seen Riding on Eggshells in a while. Has he felt the wrath of the elevation angle yet?
Definitely riding on eggshells now.
Riding on eggshells. Are you familiar with celestial navigation? You remember me? I'm your huckleberry. So
yeah, I'm only interested in really talking if you're going to let me finish my thoughts. Is that something you're willing to agree to?
Finish your thoughts. Well, as long as you don't have any baseless assertion fallacies in your thought or any other fallacies, I guess you can finish it. Yeah.
So that's a no.
We're not going to let you ramble on after you state a fallacy.
You guys are rambling.
Shut the fuck up.
What is this meta commentary?
Shut the fuck up. Are you familiar with celestial navigation, riding on eggshells?
Yeah, I'm relatively aware of how it works.
So you have a sextant, right? You know, you're familiar with a sextant, right?
Yeah, I got one.
And you got one. Okay. And you're a baller and you got a sextant?
I would hazard a guess that most people who own sextants are balls.
Oh, really? Let's see how
I've
much
yet
sense
to meet.
that makes in the next few seconds.
So I've yet to
what
meet
is
a
sextant
single
used
flat earther that can adequately
what is a
describe how to
sextant
do
used
celestial
for?
navigation.
So what is a sextant used for?
Finding your position on the Earth. You just take an elevation angle.
No, a
2 or 3
sextant
different
doesn't find your
stars.
position. No, it doesn't. What is a
You use
sextant?
it. Listen. Like I said, I
No,
want to
I
be able to
already
finish thought,
listened. You're fucking wrong. I just listened. You got it wrong. So, what is a sextant used for? What do you obtain with a sextant?
So those are 2 different questions.
What do you obtain with a sextant, dumbass?
Elevation angle. That's what I said.
Elevation angles. It's about time we finally got there. So, define an elevation angle with citation for us, please.
No, you can do so.
No.
Nah.
I'm happy to
good
stipulate to
technique.
yours, but I'm not searching people.
That's a good technique. Well, here's the end of your globetard, so we'll just continue on without you then, because I'll post it in the text chat. So, at 44 minutes after the hour, radar tutorial. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. Uh-oh. GCSE 2021 edition, angles of elevation. An angle of elevation is the angle from the lower object to the higher one, while an angle of depression is the angle from the higher object to the lower one. Both angles are measured with respect to the horizontal plane of the reference object. So, our question is to you, riding on eggshells. Where's the horizontal plane on your spheretard?
I think that plane goes from, if I were to draw an angle, like most angles are represented as 3 letters, A, B, C. If I did A was the celestial object you were citing, then B would be your eyeball, and C would be the juncture where you see the C microscope.
That didn't answer my question. Where's the horizontal plane at?
I think you can work it out from what I just said, but if you really want,
I don't
this
think
line
you can, because
line.
it says horizontal
Okay,
plane. Where's the horizontal
you can
plane
let
on
me
your spheretard?
finish my thoughts. Line BC.
Oh, you did finish your thought. You didn't answer my question.
So, I mean, I thought that you would have been able to work it out. Line BC
It's a
lies
right
on the plane
angle
that you're asking.
triangle. It's a right angle triangle, sir. That's an elevation angle. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I'm well aware of the claim. I just think you're wrong.
Yeah.
Line
You're well
BC
aware.
lies on the plane that we are looking at.
The plane that we're looking at, then welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left, DJ spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them.
Okay, so if you agree with my assertion about line ABC, then B is your eye. Is your eye point
Line
B? Is that
ABC?
on the angle
Where's
ABC?
the line
Is your
ABC?
angle ABC then?
So,
is
how do
your,
you have?
You're going to let me
you
finish
have
the
a
thought?
right
Remember we
angle
had an agreement
triangle.
here at the beginning?
Humpty
I was going to
Dipshit.
finish my
You have
thought.
a right angle triangle. You're not going to get through this. You're already done right now. So you have a right angle triangle, which is an elevation angle. How do you acquire that elevation angle off a curved adjacent or baseline?
Well, I'll go back to what I was saying. Angle ABC has a straight line segment that is described as BC.
Are you a retard? Booger eater. How do you get an elevation angle off a curved adjacent? Simple. How do you do that?
Well, we've got to establish what the adjacent is. You won't answer what the adjacent is. Is the adjacent
I
line
won't answer
BC?
what the adjacent is. The adjacent is from your position to the GP. That's the adjacent.
From my position to the GP. Where does it start at my position? My feet or my eyeballs?
Right at your fucking feet. Yes.
Where am I holding the sextant? To my eye or my feet?
Your eye, douchebag.
How am I taking an angle that starts at my feet from my eye?
The angle that starts at your feet, you do the height of eye correction in the harbor, and then you're good.
Fail.
That's not fail. Put him on mute. Put him on mute. I'm going to expose him right now. It's all over for you, sextant owner. A ball-tard with a sextant. That's like fucking Pol Pot with a damn statue of the Dalai Lama in his bedroom. Here we go. Like I told you, From 48 minutes after the hour, Celestial Navigation, the Mariner's Handbook, International Correspondence, School, Scranton, PA. Since the value of dip depends on the height of eye above the surface of the sea, it is advisable always to ascertain beforehand the exact vertical distance from the water line to the fucking bridge or other place occupied by the observer when measuring altitudes. Due allowance should be made for any reduction or increase in the vertical distance when the ship is loaded or light, or when it is considerable list to either side. You're fucking through. That's easy.
So if that correction was, I've got a few issues with that. If that correction was the case,
You don't have few
and
issues
it wouldn't
with
be
that.
it wouldn't be a linear
There is-
relationship.
there
Second
is
issue,
no
I just wanted to ask you a question based on what you just
There
said.
is
It
no
sounded like
issues
you're
with
saying,
that. I just wanted to ask you a question. Where is the horizontal plane on your sphere tard? Back to that.
I mean, you could make a million. You were saying point B is you are seeing.
I ain't
Am I
saying
right in
point
saying what
B.
you said is you're
I didn't
saying
say
point B
I didn't say
is
point B. You said point B.
sorry,
I didn't
point
say
C.
point B.
Point
I didn't
C
say point C
is.
either.
You did. You said it was the stars
No,
GP. Can you see
you
to the
said
stars
that.
GP?
I didn't say it. You said that. I didn't, you booger-eating schmuck. Yeah, close the door.
Okay. So can you see the GP of the star from when you take it? Take that
of the star?
sight?
You cannot.
Yeah.
No,
Is
that's
it within your
how?
sphere? Is it within
You're
your
not gonna
vision?
ask me another question. Where is the horizontal plane on your sphere tard when you got an elevation angle?
Can't we just keep repeating it?
Yeah.
That's a kind of a dull conversation, isn't it? I say
You haven't
the
answered the
plane that we are
question.
taking. Oh,
Hey,
goodness.
hey,
The plane
window
we are
licker.
taking. Oh, okay. No, where you go. Where you go.
Window licker, you haven't answered the question yet.
I have. I can answer it for you again
You
if you'd
have
like. You want
not.
to get a pen
What's
out?
your answer? What's your answer as to how do you have a horizontal plane on the sphere tard?
Hang on. It's two different questions. Is which is it or
Not
how do
two
you?
different
Because they're two
questions.
different
It's
questions.
one question. Answer it. You said you already answered it. So how can it be two different questions now if you said you already answered it? You fucking moron.
Because one question is how do you get it? And the other one is which one are you using? They're two
How
different
do you
questions.
get it? Which one are you using? I didn't ask you that question.
Okay, maybe you need to play this back or.
No, I don't need to play it back. You need to play it back, you fucking retard. It's very simple. An elevation angle, I just got done defining it for you. It requires a horizontal plane. But you're a ball-tard. So where's the horizontal plane on your ball-tard, sphere tard?
Sure, you could see it from your eyeballs or from your feet, depending if
Holy
you're doing before or after the height of eye correction. If we're going to go back and forth with questions,
Put him on,
can I?
We'll just move the fuck on. Go ahead, Neggy.
It says it right there in the citation. You just read it for him. I can't believe he's going back to it. He just respawned. He just fucking respawned.
Well, if you got line A, B, and C, yeah, that answers my fucking question. Go ahead, Meggie. Or whoever else in charge, you can move on.
More invincible ignorance. Brilliant.
Who do we get else on the docket right now?
That was absolutely hilarious. Looking forward to hearing that clip.
I have muted a few people because of background noise and shit, so a couple of people on server mute, mate.
We got Coil. He was a bit snoggered. Abu? Is Abu good for a conversation? I know that, is that Globe Cope Committee? Owlishness, I would assume. What else we got? Eggshells is toast. Pretty much the rest of the people that are in here. Zeno's in there, but he don't want to speak up. He got kiboshed the other day. We don't, nothing much.
He's not as dumb as he looks.
Yeah, he's one of those who thinks himself smart. All right, if you're in here right now and you think the Earth is a globe, open up your mic and let's see if you have any evidence for the case of the Earth being a globe.
Would that be scientific evidence for a globe, Meggie?
We would ask them that question, but we still need a response if it is. Do you guys have scientific evidence for your Globetard? Anybody?
Well,
Open up your
I have a
mics.
question. I have a question about what
There was
quantum.
already a question on the board. Do you want me to repeat it? Baltards, please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your spheritard. Simple.
Well, I had a question about some of the things
No,
you're
not your
posting.
question. That's not no. Do you understand English?
Oh, just shut up.
Yeah, good bit.
I'm gonna run away.
Yeah, I'm running away from our question that we asked you, and then you said, "Well, I got a question." Well, there's a question on the table. We'll get
I
to your.
just wanted to know. I just wanted to know where this.
As he
I don't give a
proceeds to
shit.
ask, as he proceeds to ask the question, like you just
Yeah,
barrel
again.
through.
He's a booger eater.
What the fuck, dude?
I did eat boogers, and
I figured as much.
Yeah.
It's
Kind of
just,
peg you for that, man. That's all right.
Don't deal with drunk
I just
people.
want to know. I want to know where the
Oh,
citation
shit,
is coming from.
Again.
What the fuck?
Come on, answer the question. Where the citation
No.
coming from?
Bam. All right.
Well, a citation actually involves a source reference, so like you could look at the citation and find a source reference.
Globe committee, that's owlishness. I just unmuted you.
Yeah.
Owlishness.
Is that owlishness?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
me.
I figured. All right.
Oh, is she back? She thinks that planes have angular velocity.
They do have angular velocity.
we got a Abu. What? Why was Abu? I don't want to unmute him. What was he muted? Was he?
Yeah, he
acting a
was
fool?
just causing a bit of background noise. I couldn't quite understand what he was saying, but he was talking through other people.
Abu, are you there?
Yo.
All right. Hey, did you have any evidence for scientific evidence for the globe?
Nope.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
What was in here?
I mean, I know what we were talking about earlier before I was unjustly kicked out.
But who kicked you out?
Who was it? Amish, whatever
All right,
the fuck.
we can move on. Why'd he kick you out? Were you being bad?
I literally went off topic for 5 seconds and he got so offended that he kicked me out. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck.
You say the C word?
Cookie?
That's not it.
What were you talking about before you so unjustly got?
Oh, did I just hear Cookie? We got to put her on mute. Sorry, guys.
But I was talking about the Talmud for like 4 seconds. And then I started talking about what was I talking about before?
The lights and some kind of gyro.
Yeah, gyrotheodolites. Yeah, I was talking about gyrotheodolites.
Gyrotheodolites.
Yes, I was talking about gyrotheodolites, how they're used specifically for digging tunnels. They have to be used underneath the ground, so they have to rely on the curve or the spin of the Earth in order to calculate true north. I'm sorry, is that funny to you?
Yeah, that's some,
hell yeah.
That's some bullshit.
Why is that
Citation,
funny to you?
citation, please, and demonstration.
You win a citation and a demonstration?
I
Hold on,
do.
let me
You got that?
I do actually. Let me bring up my thing again because I closed it because I was
What did you-
molding over the fact that I was kicked out
What
for
did
nothing.
What did you call it? Some type of mole? Gyro compass?
It's a gyrotheodolite.
A gyro compass, not a gyro theodolite. That's the first time I ever heard of that.
Oh my gosh. Well, I can't post the link anymore because they banned me from the chat, but just look up
Unjustly?
Huh? Unjustly,
Unjustly?
yeah. Unjustly. They unjustly banned me.
Is that a theodolite that keeps its rigidity in space?
No.
No.
are you talking about?
No.
A theodolite is a device used by land surveyors in order to calculate. What the fuck? What am I talking about? In order to calculate distances and angles.
Distances.
Calculate angles and distances in order for land surveying.
How the hell you calculate an angle?
How do you calculate an angle? Do you want?
Yeah.
Should I bring up the page 32 of surveying for engineers on how to do that?
Q-36 explosive space modulator? Yes, I want
Should
you
I
to
bring up? Should I bring up page 31 of surveying for engineers, levels and horizontal lines?
Yes, I want you to bring it up.
Okay, so you like to talk about, elevation angles and horizontal lines, right? That's your favorite thing, yeah?
Not my favorite. I would talk about it though.
Yes.
It's in the tool bag.
It's in the tool bag, right?
It's in the tool bag.
So you're meant to calculate. So yeah, you're supposed to use line of sight, but you're also supposed to, as you said, use dip correction for eye level.
Yeah.
Line of sight.
Yeah, you do it in the harbor.
Yeah, you're supposed to use dip correction, correct?
Yeah,
but you're also supposed.
It's not a dip. It's a height of eye correction. All you got to do is measure your eye height from
Eye correction,
to the water.
dip
That's
correction, same fucking thing.
They call it dip correction, but a lot of dipshits think it's like a dip angle or something, which it's not.
No, it's not. It's just subtracted for when you're using a sextant.
Oh, and then what my comeback is, well, let's just use a rubber ducky life preserver.
Sorry, said it wrong.
So take a sextant, right? You're on a ship, you're 10 feet up, and then we can just get rid of the dip angle, what you call, not you, but what Baltards call dip angle. I'll just throw a rubber ducky life preserver overboard, and you could jump in it with your sextant, and we could just roll that shit out right there.
So if there was no difference in the dip angles, then why is there altitude correction for different parts of the year?
There is no different. It's based on
yes, there is.
Your height. No, there isn't, because you gather it at the harbor.
You do gather it at the harbor, but why would there be a need for different corrections for different parts of the year unless there was
not for different parts of the earth, that different
year, different parts of the year.
Different ships that you're on will have a different height of eye correction.
No, so altitude correction.
Yeah.
Altitude correction for sun, stars, and planets.
One time.
I know.
You want me to do it again?
I can't post a citation, but I would love to. I have a whole fucking
I said
chart for you.
I have a. If you'd shut your pie hole, I just went over the citation that told you about height of eye correction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm talking about something completely different.
You are.
I am. I'm talking about something completely different. There is a altitude correction table for sun, stars, and planets for sextants that you use.
Altitude correction. Altitude of what?
Oh my goodness.
Feigned exasperations aren't going to work here.
Altitude so you're out. Planets.
Planets
and celestial bodies.
Altitude correction for are they changing their altitude every second or something?
Oh shit.
Are you snorting shrooms again? Fucking clowns.
Okay, am I muted now? So, but what would be? Why would there be a point in including different observation or different corrections for October to March from April to September? What would be the point of that?
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're going to have to get hyper specific on me.
So I would love to post the link, but I'm banned from the chat right now. But I have a table.
That's convenient.
I know, isn't that convenient? Isn't that great? I have a whole document. I have a whole document that I've made.
So how are you? What does that matter when you have to have an elevation angle first to even get to that angle or altitude correction?
You do have to have an elevation angle. That's completely true.
Well, then it's all
Absolutely.
over for you. Well, then it's
Yeah,
all
but
over
what
for you.
That's not what Eggshells was saying.
So, like, when you're calculating an elevation angle, you still need to correct.
Calculating, you're not calculating an elevation angle, love. You when you pull a sextant out, it has an index arm on it that gives you the elevation angle to the said star or whatever you're pointing at.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a calculation.
Why not?
Why not? Why not? Because you don't need a fucking calculator. You don't need a pencil. You don't need any math. It's already on the index arm.
Still need it for your calculation, but whatever.
What calculation?
Calculate the angle, silly goose.
You ain't calculating the angle. It's fucking listed there for you.
Still need to calculate the dip angle. Dip correction.
There is no dip angle, you dipshit.
Nope. She's spiraling. She's spiraling. You're spiraling. Come on now.
No, I'm not spiraling. Anyway.
Anyway, you're spiraling.
Anyway.
After my spiral.
You might be
after
spiraling. You're on
after my
a spinning
spiral.
planet. You might be
All right,
spiraling.
next.
In the Milky Way.
All right, next. Okay, the question on the table is there one shred of scientific evidence for a globetrot?
Matter up. Who's next? Unmute your mic.
We can hear you breathing.
Is that you breathing?
That's
I hear
me.
you breathing. How about GE Sith? Unmute your mic, man. You've been wanting to talk to me. Go ahead.
He from Star Wars?
No.
No, he's
I
just my
shellacked him
fanboy.
like a year ago. He's got his feelings about me.
Oh.
He's one of my fanboys. He's decided to try and copy my name in some kind of irony.
I gotcha. Okay. I love irony.
Kiwi scares me away. What the fuck? Am I chopped liver? All right, then. I'll remember that the next time you open up your mic. The fuck? All right. Looking down the list here.
Look at that. It's like riding on eggshells. He's a ball-tard with a sextant, right? It's like Joseph Stalin checking his futures contracts.
Oh dear. I was going to go to bed, but this is obviously going to get amusing.
These guys are booger eating schmucks, all of them.
All of them.
Every single last one of them.
Yep. No doubt.
And they think they can Elmer Fudd Sophist their way out of anything.
Nope.
That's what's fucking hilarious.
I don't know if anybody else wants to take the Pepsi challenge. I mean, it seems like they all just clam up every time either I'm in here or you're in here or Jedi's. I don't know. Let's see. How about Hoopy Fruit? Hoopy Fruit, are you there?
Coke. Yeah, Coke is better than Pepsi.
Sounds good. Hey, did you want to go ahead and chime in to see if you can answer the question?
I just joined. I'm not really trying to get too heavy into debating. I'm just here to have for a good time right now.
Okay, then.
It shouldn't be a debate. We're talking about the nature of reality. I mean, people don't debate over existence questions, right? People don't have debates on whether it's a fucking apple or not. It's either an apple or it ain't. Is you ain't a flat earther.
Some people just don't have that gusto, man, it seems. It's okay. We'll get somebody with enough pride to step up, who's not afraid. But at the moment, it seems like these guys are.
Do you want to hear more about gyrotheodolites?
Not really.
No.
Why?
Because it's dumb as shit.
Why?
Well, because you said that it all of a sudden points to like true north, but true north is like a concept. How can a physical apparatus point to a fucking concept?
How can a physical apparatus? It obviously uses magnetics. It uses
Magnetic.
magnets.
It uses
Magnets.
What?
So the thing is about
That doesn't have
that's
anything to
cool.
do with True North.
So
True
the
North
cool thing
isn't based
about
on. Do you know the difference between True North and Magnetic North?
dude, your mic is like
Really?
dropping
My
out.
mic-
Yeah,
my
unless it's
mic's-
my Discord.
No, he's coming in fine. It might be your Discord.
Oh, it's me. Fuck. All right.
Mhm.
Hold on. Let me fix it.
Okay, the question on the table is because you said magnetics.
Yeah.
The question on the table is because you did mention True North. What's the difference between True North? Is True North the same as Magnetic North?
No.
Then what the fuck does magnetics have to do with True North?
Oopsie.
That's not even how the thing is supposed to function anyway.
Hold on. I'm reading through this again because I had
You're
it saved
reading
and then
through
I
this
like and then
on
I
the
well I
fly.
rage quit. I rage quit what I was doing.
All right, settle
I
down,
got pissed
Pumpkin.
off.
All right, settle
Okay.
down.
That's
Let's not
unjustifiable
raise our
right there.
voices.
Yeah, it's
Did you say indoor
unjustifiable
voices?
raising of the
I
voice.
said, let's not raise our voice.
Why?
Because you're gonna fucking piss me off. That's why.
Why? I thought.
How about what?
We don't want to hear about the P-32 space modulator.
Is that no? It's the Q-36 explosive space modulator.
Is that what was said? I'm gonna have to look into that.
Hello, effect.
Yo, who's debating flat Earth?
Nobody.
Nobody's debating it. What you not
Everybody's clammed up right at the moment.
Who's the guy debating just now?
What do you mean just now?
Just now, there's a guy like screaming and debating.
Oh, that'd be quite.
I'm not screaming.
He's not
right
screaming.
now.
Not yet.
Okay, so I have a proof.
Not yet.
I have a
is it
baller
a scientific? Is it a scientific evidence?
Yes.
All right. What's the observed natural phenomena, please?
So basically, we have footage from SpaceX, and Elon Musk said you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, and it looks fake, therefore
That's
it's
pretty
real.
stupid. That didn't answer my question.
Well, it looks
That's
fake,
not,
therefore
number
it is
one.
real.
Number one, that's not an observed natural phenomenon. Number two, you're talking about fairy tale space. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
No, but it looks fake, right?
Yeah,
And he said
yeah.
you can tell it's real because it looks so fake,
No,
so
no,
therefore
no.
it's real.
Yeah, yeah.
No, it's real.
It's real.
Yeah, yeah, or no, no.
Are you saying Elon Musk lied?
Yeah, or the second law of thermodynamics is false. You choose.
Have him choose that, yeah.
Well, that depends.
Alright.
Did he lie about it looking super fake?
Well, it looks fake, and he said you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. So therefore, I conclude that's real.
Dude, this question,
not
this
that's
fucking
not
line of
scientific
reasoning,
evidence.
your line of reason is fucking dumb, dude. Honestly.
Yeah, and it's not scientific evidence.
All right. But they
All
showed
right.
pictures, like the thing was like in space, you know?
No, they didn't show any pictures.
Okay, what about Star Wars? Like, how
Yeah,
can space be fake?
that's
It's like Star Wars.
actually something that's probably more real than the fucking globe.
All right, let's talk about that. Okay,
No,
okay.
I don't
How
want
come?
to talk about it.
How can
No,
space be
I don't
fake
wanna
if there's
talk-
Star Wars?
I don't want
Space isn't fake. Space isn't fake. The vacuum of space is fake. Space is definitely real. Length, width, and height, that definitely exists.
Oh, okay. Let's see if I find another proof.
Oh, please. Just go on, Moot.
Yeah, settle down, dude.
Who's making that?
That's AI Overlord
Sounds like sandpaper.
2.0.
Oh, my bad.
It's
My
his
bad.
machinery. It's his
Is he
machinery.
creating
to orbit.
space at the moment? He's creating space at the moment.
No, see, the problem is I give all my millions that I make off of Flat Earth away to charity, so I actually still have to work for a living.
All right.
I wonder if I could post a video in here. Remember the inertial reference frame moon and star rotation? I wonder if it'll take. It probably won't take it. It's too big.
Wasn't that a at one time? Wasn't that a GIF?
That's not a no.
I could have sworn
No.
it was.
Let's see if it'll post. Damn, it's posted.
Yeah, they got enough boost in this server.
Where is it?
It's coming. It's got a little bit to load. That's a question because they're not going to be. They don't know what science is, so that's an unfair question to ask them. Ask them why in this 15, I think it's 18 seconds, we have moon and star rotation in the inertial reference frame. Because this is a heliocentric ball-tard killer by itself right here. We have inertial reference frame, moon and star rotation. This is impossible on a globe-tard. That's direct evidence, right? 15 seconds, it destroys the entire heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion.
Mm-hmm.
It's all over right there. You know why? Does anyone know why? Can you tell me? Nobody?
I want the
Why what?
Why what? So what's happening here? This is 25-minute time lapse. This is a stationary drone. It's hovering. And it's looking at the moon, and I counted 17 stars that I could see in it. The moon and the stars are moving from an inertial reference frame observer. That's impossible on a globe-tard because the moon and the stars rotate because the Earth rotates, giving the impression the moon and stars are rotating. But if you detach yourself from the non-inertial spinning reference frame, then according to the ball-tard, the sun, moon, and star, or the moon and stars in this video should be stationary, but they're not. Follow? Unless you're saying that drone has angular velocity hovering. Well, you can ask Alice this because in her worldview, fucking planes have angular velocity. You guys get it? This is 18 seconds of a stone cold heliocentric ball-tard. I don't even have to say anything. Just tell you that the drone is hovering. It's all over. How you like that? That's quicker than the fucking elevation angle argument. Go ahead, hit play on this, and then watch the moon and stars, which have no parallax, by the way, but I digress. The moon and stars are fucking moving. That shouldn't be the case on a heliocentric ball-tard. Yeah, it's all over.
Someone say full court's pending.
Hold on. We got a problem. It's come to my attention that the globe Earth paradigm has been officially recognized as a religion. You're now no longer allowed to make fun of it, since that would be religious discrimination.
That wouldn't surprise me on this server.
Wow. Can't say I didn't expect that, but yeah.
No, I'm just plugging my watch party. I got
What
a
about the
watch
globe
party.
stars? So, in reference to what you said, what about if the globe star doesn't think it's a religion? You know, they say no, it's not a religion. So, does that count if you make fun of him as against what you said? Your point.
I don't know. If you're not an adherent to the religion, it doesn't necessarily make making fun of that religion right. So it's kind of a gray area there.
We spend more time, not majoring on the minors and taking this heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey dagger and focusing on that for a couple minutes? You think?
The drone demonstration that you brought up, that's a really good one. That's a powerful one.
Well, thank you. It's not mine. It's what the heck?
Lunatic.
Lunatic.
Lunatic, yeah.
I think he got banned. AI, did you ban his dumbass?
He has been removed.
Yes, temporarily. However, he is at present unbanned. However, he did leave the server, so he can join anytime he wants to.
Fair enough. So is there any arguments against this? Meggie, can you ask everyone if they got an argument against this?
Calling all baltards, calling all baltards. Do you have any argument against that video that's been presented?
Of reality.
I guess not.
Bolters, do you have any arguments against the realist level? Go ahead.
Don't you love how simple it is just to destroy their fairy tale religion? It's really a cakewalk.
It's amazing. I like it. Late night, freaks come out, so I was in here like 1 o'clock in the morning, and boy, you get some really lowbrow content coming through here. I mean, some guys, I swear. Well, I was just up at 2 o'clock in the morning. I decided to come in here, and I want to know why you think the Earth is flat. I mean, just wow.
You've been here quite a lot today, haven't you, Mayhem? You had quite an interesting time this morning and this afternoon.
I
You were
did. I
going
deconstructed about 4 or 5 assholes. So
You did. That was funny as fuck, man.
I left them so speechless that they didn't say anything. They got quiet and left.
Bro, don't
fucking
dox
crazy.
yourself. Don't dox yourself. Nobody needs to know about your proctology business.
Oh, shit. Speaking of doctors who were doxing themselves, what happened to what's his face that would get mad if you posted it? He was a weed doctor. Bobo. What's he doing these days? So we got Goldchalk in there.
Oh, awesome. Goldchalk, let's go.
Yo, who's the NASA ball religion guy?
NASA ball religion guy. Why you ask? Why do you
It's
ask?
like a funny profile, like North Korea simulator. Like, bro.
So everybody that's in here right now that believes that the Earth is a globe, nobody wants to step up and open up their mic and tell us how they know it is. Do you find that curious? Just saying, guys. If there's so much evidence for the Earth being a globe, you think somebody would be able to demonstrate it right now? Any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? Yes? No?
Bueller?
It's crazy.
Should be simple, right? Earth is
Just say it. They're just waiting for quantum to go away.
They're waiting for 11 o'clock. One of these days he just needs to do like a fake out. All right, guys, I'm heading out. I'll see you tomorrow. Come back like in 5 minutes and see who's like starts chiming in. And then if he comes back and he's like, aha. I'm telling you, man, they start coming out the woodwork. They are scared of you. GE Sith is terrified. He doesn't want to unmute.
I don't know why. It's actually quite easy to debunk Quantum Eraser's point about the drone. All you have to do is say conservation of angular momentum.
Shh, don't give out the goods, man. You just here he is. All right, riding on eggshells. He's gonna go ahead and present the evidence how he can debunk that video.
Oh
Go ahead,
God,
Ryder.
not a ABC guy.
Yeah, he's gonna do it. I just got this gut feeling he's gonna do it. Maybe we can post it again. He wasn't here earlier. Eggshells, check it out, man. There's a video here for you. Where's it at?
You want me to post it again?
Yeah, if you got it. If not, matter of fact, let me.
I'll post it again.
Is it a video I'll be able to ask questions about, or will I get muted if I ask questions?
No,
you're
no,
dumbass.
No.
Well,
Shift that's the question.
It just depends. It just depends. Didn't we go over this earlier, Mr. ABC? I thought we went over this earlier. If you start out with fallacy or baseless assertion, you're going to get fucking stopped. We're not going to listen to fucking your droning monologue after you base the whole premise on fucking logical fallacy or some bullshit you just pulled out your ass. You're going to get challenged, dumb fuck. Duh. Bugger eating schmuck.
Did you see the video? Eggshells. 24 minutes after the hour. Can't miss it.
Yep, got it. It's just loading.
Okay. Tell me when you. It's only what? Couple seconds.
18 seconds of a 25-minute time lapse.
You can watch it.
Sped up.
Fucking right, GE.
That's a badass clip, man.
What am I looking at?
You're looking at inertial reference frame, star, and moon rotation.
Make it better. Make sure that you go full screen on that. Just saying.
That's a death knell for the entire heliocentric spinning ball space monkey religion right there. 18 seconds. It's all over.
It's all over but the crying.
Is that I can't quite tell what I meant to see from that. Is that the moon rising?
It's the moon and about 17 stars around it moving from an inertial reference frame observer.
Okay.
Say bye-bye to your globetard.
Say goodbye to myself.
I said, say goodbye to your whole globetard and the entire heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion. It's over. That's how simple it is.
I still not understanding it. Can you explain how we go from one to the other?
That's
the moon and the stars.
That's not shocking. I already explained it earlier. Go ahead and rewind.
Right. I wasn't here.
Well, we forgot you were there.
Are you able to explain it again?
If you ask me nicely.
Just say
He's
please.
serious about that too. If you're wondering.
I don't know what there's. I already explained it. You got an inertial reference frame observer observing the moon and the stars. The moon and the stars are moving. That means that inertial reference, you're not attached to the Earth here. You're in a hovering craft. Not you, but the drone's hovering in the inertial reference frame. Well, that shouldn't happen. The moon and stars should stay still. You know why?
Why would they stay still if we're rotating at a rate?
Why would they stay still? Well, then don't. But why would they stay still and then you keep talking? You don't know why they should stay still?
Explaining why they should stay still.
Well, because you're on the spinning ball Earth. The spinning ball is what creates the appearance of star and moon rotation or movement.
So should they appear to move or not?
Not in the inertial reference frame. They shouldn't. According to your Baltard, they should stay. They shouldn't move at all.
Which bit is the inertial reference frame? How do you establish which is inertial?
The one that's not accelerating.
So if it was moving at a steady speed, then it would be the inertial reference frame.
The drones hover. Do you know what hover means?
I think he knows what inertial means.
Oh, he doesn't. This
Well,
is
for drones,
leagues.
it means they'll stay fixed over a point in the Earth without changing it.
This is leagues above your mental comprehension. So you might want to go on mute.
Well, I think it tends to look that way only if you get to mute people.
Only if you get some newspapers. What the fuck?
Yeah, I guess.
How about some toothpicks? I know. What about a little wax paper? That should do it. Good job. Just shut the fuck up. Go learn what inertial reference frame, non-spinning, non-inertial, or the spinning non-inertial reference frame, that sort of shit.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying here. Is it you're saying if it's taken from a drone?
I'm not explaining it anymore. Fuck off.
No, you're struggling through it. You're saying if it's taken from a drone, that is therefore by default an inertial plane, and the moon and the sun and the stars shouldn't move from that plane. Is that the gist?
Plane? What? I didn't mention plane.
Okay, they shouldn't appear to move if it's from a drone, because a drone would be from an inertial reference point.
Yeah.
So why is that different from just holding a camera up on a pole? What's the drone doing?
Poles attached to the fucking rotating, spinning, non-inertial reference frame. That's the difference.
Don't worry, riding on eggshells. QE just doesn't understand conservation of momentum. It's no big deal.
Conservation of momentum. Yeah, I don't.
Could I touch? Okay, so here's a question then, QE.
Here's the question.
Could I touch
the
that
question
drone?
on here. You ain't asking
I've got
another
a question for you.
The question's already on the table.
All right. So could I touch that drone with a pole?
Can you touch the drone with a pole? This is a family show.
Okay, that was pretty good.
That was.
But the question's still on the table. Could I touch that drone with a pole?
Gives a fuck. Could you touch it with a toothpick? What does that have to do with the fucking argument, you moron?
Because you're saying if I had a pole that was attached to the rotating Earth, that
No, I
wouldn't be
didn't
on an
say that.
inertial
You
plane.
did.
But suddenly, a drone
didn't say
that I
that.
could touch with a pole is magically different.
No, I didn't say that. You did.
That's a grade 2.
Say conservation of momentum again. That was funny.
That was fucking really funny.
I think that was Goldshock, wasn't it?
He's a dumb fuck.
Goldshock.
Is the drone staying fixed above a certain point on the Earth?
The drone fixed above the Earth.
See, QE can't answer because he doesn't understand the topic.
Yeah, I don't.
They do run from questions, don't they?
Yeah,
run
we're
from
running
questions.
hard now. In fact, I'm shaking so bad, I have to get fucking injections of horse tranquilizers.
That does explain your general mood most of the time.
Yeah,
doesn't it?
just put him on mute.
No, ketamine's fun. Ketamine doesn't
Just
make
put
people
him on
dickheads.
mute. Put him on mute. He's got nothing to add to this conversation.
Is the drone staying fixed over a point on Earth?
The drone's fucking hovering.
So is
You
that
know
a
what
yes?
hover means?
To me, it means stay fixed over a point on Earth.
How can it stay fixed on a point on Earth if the fucking Earth's rotation or rotating?
How,
dumb
how
fuck.
could it not?
How could? Oh, that.
What do you expect it to do? Like take off and suddenly accelerate?
How can it stay fixed?
to
It's hovering, so it's not attached to your fuckwit Earth.
Did you forget
doesn't-
all about? Did you
1,000
forget all
miles an
about
hour?
the writing?
didn't say
Did you
attached, you
forget
did.
all about what the Earth claims? Did you forget all about that? Because you're answering like you don't believe what the rhetoric say.
I don't think any of the rhetoric suggests that anything other than what I'm saying, which is if you take off with
no?
a drone, it will stay fixed above a point on Earth.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth then. Fuck. That was easy.
That was
Shit.
Right, but if that's all your
You're breaking up, man. We can't hear you.
problem, if that's you got to pick one or the other, basically.
Riding, you're breaking up, bro.
He's such a dumbass. He doesn't realize he just train wrecked his own position.
He just sabotaged himself. I like it. It's great.
Well, that's only because you don't question your own position.
What the fuck, dude? You
You'd already snatched your own. You're not saving yourself. You snatched your own wig off at least 3 times so far that I've heard.
I would say some things, but I think he's too confused at the moment. I'd rather just see the
Right,
the
yeah,
brain.
if inside you're like, oh, look, they're giving the correct answer again. What idiots? It reminds me slightly of that GIF with the C-130 that's shooting out chaff, and one side says gravity and the other side says refraction.
You're a dumb fuck.
Yeah, and you don't understand any of those either.
Demonstrated.
Okay. So I've
So
managed
what?
to get a fix
So how much
with
of-
celestial
here's the
navigation.
Here's
When
the
using a
question.
sextant.
So how much of a dumb fuck are you? True or false? That's where we're at.
On a scale of me to QE, I would say I'm at the opposite end of the scale from you.
Yeah, complete dumb fuck.
That makes number 4. Snatched his wig 4 times.
That's the
See, again, I did that
scale
just to
within
test
you.
the point where you're
Scales to
like,
QE.
I can't test my own belief. So I still think that is an omen on him.
No,
This,
I don't think so.
this is why you just sit here reconfirming your own biases. You don't actually even understand the
Dumb
weakness in
fuck,
your own
man.
arguments.
Shut the
Well,
fuck
what's the
up.
Because you
weakness?
let-
You still haven't pointed any weaknesses out. You've just been fumbling around trying to figure out what he's talking about.
You don't know the rhetoric, well, according to the Globetard. You really don't. And
Just
you're
got
going
funding
against
you
it.
people rather than have meaningful
Bro,
conversation.
you're going against it completely and agreeing with us, which is it's fucking fine with me, but not for your position.
Did you say something like if it's rotating
Okay,
at a
if
constant
the drone-
rate that it's inertial? Did I hear something like that? Oh my goodness. Well, I should
Me,
probably hear
I didn't make any claims about it inertial. The inertial, non-inertial reference frames to me don't make a whole lot of sense, and I don't think they're used by in a meaningful way in this discussion. So I just
What
ignore
the
it
what the fuck? They
in
don't
order to
make
get
a
to
whole
what I
lot of
mean
sense.
below it.
What do you mean? They don't make a whole lot of sense.
Well, if they made sense, maybe you could answer this, Meggie. If one frame is doing one thing, me standing on the ground does one thing, but the drone above my head does another thing, but I can touch it with a pole, then what is the actual meaningful difference between them? If it's staying fixed on a point over Earth,
bro,
if it's staying fixed in a point
do
over
you
Earth,
know? Okay,
even if
first
that
of all,
wins your side,
writing. Do you know what the globe claims? Yes or no, bro?
well,
Sounds
that's
like
a broad question. Narrow it down. It's about what?
Huh? What?
The
You're
globe's
breaking
a bunch of rock. The globe is a bunch of rock. It's not sentient. It doesn't say things. So tell me what you mean when
The
you say, do you know what the
claim
globe claims?
that people talk about when something leaves the Earth, what happens? What acts upon it once it leaves the Earth? Anything.
A whole
fucking
mess of
rock.
forces.
Huh?
Whole mess of forces.
Okay,
Whole
then.
mess of forces.
All right, then. The same kind of forces that you're saying you're negating. You
No,
are
I'm not.
claiming that you're basically
No.
agreeing with
You
us.
do you understand? Have
Do
you
I
used a
understand what?
drone that doesn't have a? Yeah. Have you ever used? Because I use lots of drones. I've had
My
like
God. Yes, dude.
have
I
you
know what
used
a
a drone
fucking drone is.
that doesn't have an internal guidance and like flight control system?
What the fuck?
I don't know.
Have you used a drone that doesn't have an internal stabilization or flight control system? They call them all different things, but basically like accelerometer,
The
tilt
drone
sensors,
is
gyros,
fucking
GPS, things like
hovering, you dumbass.
Have you used one?
What are you talking about? We're not talking about any other example except for the one where the drone is hovering. That's what we're talking about.
And you said that when
so how does the question I'm getting to? The question I'm getting to.
Hold on a sec. You said that when it's
one
hovering,
at a
I
time,
can just,
please.
I just want to ask you real quick. You said that when it's hovering, I can touch it with a pole. It just stays in place, right?
Huh. That's what she
Right.
said.
Yeah.
That's- Okay, so no Coriolis effect then. Carry on.
I did want to say that because I know he was. It's too
So-
good, man.
so,
We just
Miggy.
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Miggy.
Yeah.
What goes into that is a whole bunch of things that keep it locked in place. What you'll notice with a drone, if you play with them, is as gusts of winds and things come along, it tilts to stay in that
What
spot.
color was it? What color was it?
Oh my god.
That's
blue.
that's
That's
about the
amazing.
same
Like,
relevance as your fucking
okay,
idiot question.
So you're saying that the drone stabilizes with the fucking Earth? Is that what you're claiming right now?
So that's partly how it does it. Yeah, it uses a variety of
Partly
systems.
how
as
it
I said,
does it.
where
Partly.
it will,
It's not whole. It's not the whole fucking thing because it's partly how. What's the other part? Imagination.
So well, if you let me, I can't explain it. Some of it uses. My new one has 3, maybe 5
Just let him
downward-facing
explain
cameras.
it. It'll be okay once he explains it, though. He thinks his explanation
it will.
is fuckwit explanation. Do you know what hovering means?
I know what sandbagging is.
What does hovering mean? Define hover.
I've already defined it. Staying fixed over a point.
Did you? That's not fucking the definition of hover.
Okay, give me yours, and we can
It's
find
not my
ground
definition.
we
It's
can
the
meet on.
definition of hover.
Anyway,
All right,
Mickey.
All right, we'll go
Do you want
over
to
it
have the?
because you're a
Oh,
dumb.
we're going
We'll go over
to
it
get
'cause you're a
sandbagged
dumb
here.
fuck. Can somebody put him on mute
Your
so he doesn't interrupt my? Thank you. So at 40 minutes after the hour, from Britannica.com, hover to float in the air without moving in any fucking direction. From Wiki, velocity is the directional speed of an object in motion. From Hyperphysics, angular velocity is the rate of change of angular displacement, and angular acceleration is the rate of change of angular velocity. So, how can a hovering helicopter have an angular velocity and yet not move in any direction, you retards? It's got zero acceleration. A hovering helicopter, or anything that's hovering, is considered at rest since the body has zero acceleration.
I don't understand how the definition of hover in there doesn't also match with what I said. It's not the same
Well,
word.
you didn't
How does
say
it not
anything.
match?
You didn't fucking say anything.
I'd said it twice. Do you want me to say it a third time?
How can you
Turn up your rate, old man.
Well, how can it hover and move with the Earth when it's not fucking moving?
Well, that's what I was trying to start to explain to Miggy, but then you.
Oh, you were trying to start to explain. You can't explain it. It's a paradox.
I can explain it. Sure, I
No,
can.
you
I can
can't.
describe the different systems.
The
and how it
Earth has
works.
an
If you
angular
let me. I guess I
velocity,
can't.
you
That's
dumb
true.
fuck.
That is true. If you
The Earth
Fundy
has
mute
an
me, I won't be
angular
able to.
velocity, dumb fuck. So how can it be moving with the Earth when it's not? It doesn't have angular velocity. It has zero acceleration. The drone. It's a
Can
paradox. You
I
can't
answer?
fucking
Is it?
explain it.
This is rhetorical, right? You're not actually
No,
asking me a
this is
question.
retard. I'm dealing with the. Just put him on mute. He's a dumb fuck.
What?
Yeah, it's fucking tedious, retardville.
He was trying to say that fucking drones got some kind of mechanical gizmo that's going to keep them running with the Earth. That the partially not. What the fuck, dude?
It can't move with the Earth because it has no acceleration. It's fucking hovering.
Furthermore, I could point to another thing that can hover without any mechanics, like a fucking drone. Have you ever heard of a balloon with a hot air balloon that gets partially have helium in it? It just floats in the air, doesn't fucking fall or nothing. It just stays static in the air in the meantime. So it's not a fucking drone. What happens there? Whoops. And it's hovering because it ain't falling. Just saying, man. Your excuse that you were going to try to use with the drone doesn't work on a balloon.
It's not an excuse. He's just a dumb fuck.
Yeah,
he's
trying to explain.
If he would have mentioned the color of the drone, it would have had just as much relevance.
Yeah, like I said, writing, it doesn't matter what you say, because you can show an example of something that doesn't have those mechanics and still does the exact same thing. Matter of fact, don't we have a GIF of that? We should show them that GIF. Let me see if I can find it. Visuals are good for these guys.
Is he hovering on eggshells?
Oh, fuck, I'll find it.
Shut the fuck up, Egg. Don't chat, Skank. You're just a dumb fuck. Snatch your own wig off at least. Well, it was 4 times. I think Biggie brought up another one 5 times on your own. You're just a bugger eater. Just like that Gold Shock fuckwit. I must have whipped him around by his short hairs like 10 fucking times already. Idiot.
I mean, we've got a really, really full room. Has anybody else out there got any scientific evidence for the spinning ball religion? Anyone? Anyone at all?
I do.
Go on then.
So what I got is a video that we're going to have a watch party. Maybe later this week. Where this dude goes through the categorical necessity of the heliocentric spinning space monkey religion, derivative of the alleged scientific paradigm, which is just pseudoscience, that it is the religion of the modern day. He does this by establishing the key characteristics of religion's role in society and demonstrates that science, quote unquote, has taken over that role. So yes, I do have proof of the religion.
That sounds.
Just gotta finish up this project. And after Thursday, maybe this weekend.
Is that a paradox? There is evidence for the proof for the religion, but there is no proof for the religion. I mean, how can I put it?
Oh, no. There's proof of the religion. There's no proof of the object of the religion.
There it is. Thank you. Thanks.
What religion?
The globe, the spinning globe religion.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Are you
Actually,
a participant?
No. I became flat Earth a couple of years ago because it took me many years to come to that issue, but I've actually been wondering recently. I haven't heard anybody talk about it in this chat particularly, but I was thinking about space being a vacuum. Is how can a rocket move through propulsion when there is no medium to push itself against? How do you move in space if it's
Equal and
space
opposite
is a vacuum?
reaction generated by thrusting.
Nah, that's some
that's a
stupid shit.
derivative.
How do you have a vacuum next to a pressurized system without a container? That should be the first question asked.
Oh
Answered.
my god. Well, if you
That
want the
que-
answer to the rocket system.
Oh my
No.
god.
No, we don't.
No.
Oh,
That's
okay.
a
I thought the
derivative
guy was
topic.
asking about how the rockets worked, but you know, okay.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Gold Shock, you dumbass.
That's a derivative topic. We don't need to talk about that.
Yeah.
That's entertaining the vacuum of space bullshit. We don't need to do that.
Hot as rockets work in fucking Narnia, in other words.
So what's the answer to that he has?
We don't have an answer for you because you're a dumbass. Is you ain't a flat earther.
That's a 2017 globe Earth flat Earth argument. If you've entertained it for such a long time, then you need to see the realization that you don't need to argue derivative topics. They have to first establish the premise that the vacuum of space, as the way they claim, exists the way that it does.
Jetty, your mic's back feeding.
Well, I've seen them answer actually the point about they say that there's an invisible barrier that separates the two systems.
It's invisible.
That's what they say.
Who are they?
The science community.
Science? This has nothing to do with science. Where's the science community at? You got an email address or a phone number?
I'm just saying what they teach.
They don't teach that shit. Citation, please, on the invisible barrier.
Why are you
Quantum,
acting like
it
I'm
seems
lying
like
about it?
KJV is on your
Citation,
side.
please, on the
Why are you being
invisible
so hostile
barrier.
towards somebody
Gold
who agrees
Shock,
with you?
shut the fuck up.
Sit down,
Stop.
Gold Shock.
Okay, dude.
Shut the fuck up. Just go on, Moot. I'm in a conversation with the other moron. So, we need a citation that the science community, whoever the fuck that is, give us a citation from the science community saying that there's an invisible barrier between the pressurized gas and the vacuum.
Well, just look it up, man.
No.
Just look it up.
Just look at now. That's an elephant hurling fallacy. It's your claim. It's your job, counselor.
I'm not making a
provide
case, you
support
fucking
for that
idiot, man.
fucking claim,
Don't raise your voice about you
counselor.
fucking pussy.
That claim, counselor, is your claim. You provide support. It's not my job or duty to fucking try to support your horse shit.
I'm not. I just said I was flat Earth. You fucking idiot.
I don't give a fuck.
What are you arguing against?
Fucking moron.
What are you arguing against? You fucking moron.
Against your fucking non-support of your baseless assertion.
I didn't say it was true. I'm just saying what they
Well,
argued.
you didn't say it was true. Put him on mute. Fuck off.
You fucking beta male bitch.
Go back to primary school. Pay attention this time. I'd drop anchor in a couple basic reasoning courses along the fucking way if I were you.
You're a fed, aren't you?
Shut the fuck up. Your sister doesn't seem to mind.
Hey, so are we talking about pressure gradients?
No, we're talking
No.
about where you got the pressure for the pressure gradients initially.
Air pressure presses against itself.
Really? Citation,
Yes.
please. Citation.
Okay, airplanes.
No, that's not a fucking airplanes is not the answer to citation, please. What the fuck?
I told you. It gets better as the night.
Wait, do you
continues.
actually want a citation on
Yes.
air pressure?
Yes.
Sure, I can go get you one for you if you want.
I'm sure. Well, let's go.
Oh, you were joking. Okay, well then.
No.
No, I'm not joking. Let's go. That's not a fucking joke. You retard. Booger eating schmuck.
No, you cut yourself off, but I can still
You're a
get one for
booger
you.
eating schmuck. Provide citation for her baseless assertion.
Let's 8
Let's
years
go with
into
the
it, and he's
worst
asking, "Do you
concept
guys
I've ever
really
heard."
want that citation?"
The guy comes in there. I'm a flat earther. I can't fucking tell. What the fuck?
Okay, so just to double check before I end up in a massive search hole,
Oh.
you just want a
Shut up.
citation on the claim that air presses against itself, right? Or against other air, right?
No, we want a fucking citation for gas pressure. Define gas pressure.
You want a citation for gas pressure, like a definition?
Yeah. Yeah, definition, citation, gas pressure.
Okay, you asked for citations, you want quotations, right? I'll go get one.
Oh, God.
Quotations.
I think it was QE that had an issue with paraphrasing, so yeah.
Shut the fuck up. Just go get it.
That is a step up from Dogs Are Gods, anyway.
Oh, Gold Shock?
No,
Yes.
he's actually a step down. He's in Brenda territory.
I don't know. He at least understood quotation marks.
Well, Dogs is he says he could be schizophrenic, so I'd put a label warning on him when he comes in here because you could be talking to him. He could be a schizophrenic according to
Hey,
him.
dude, listen, that's not a valid excuse. You can't come in here and claim a disability, and then when we pick on you, be like, you're picking on my disability.
Well, he's it's a possibility.
Look, if the globe Earth is just going to be a religious disability, then how are we ever going to have a discussion?
I mean, it's what they want.
Under Heaven Earther just destroyed Gold Shock. I'm sure he's not aware of it.
I'm sorry, who destroyed me?
At 54 minutes after the hour, Under
Text
Heaven
chat.
Earther he posted like 4 definitions of gas pressure.
I'm sorry, why is that a problem that he posted definitions?
Yeah, because it fucking exposes your dumbass.
How?
Oh boy.
You
Because
said
you
gas
think
presses
that
on each.
because you
said
think that
gas. You said gas presses on itself, didn't you, Gold Shot? You still hold to that claim, right?
yeah, that is true.
Okay, now read.
Oh, that
what it
is
says.
true.
Read what it says there. What Under Heaven Earther put there at what time is it? 54
Here,
minutes after the hour.
I'll send it to the bottom.
I mean,
so
I mean, he's citing the
put it on the
kinetic
bottom for you.
definition of gas
I'll
pressure.
put it on the bottom for you so you can see it.
That's
Or do
fine.
you
I
want me to
already
go through 'em?
provided a citation from NASA.
You want me to go through them?
No, I can read. Anyway, so
I
yeah,
don't-
they're
I
going to
don't
talk about the
fucking
walls of
think
the
so.
container,
I
but
don't
they're not going
fucking
to tell you
think
how
so.
the pressure on the inside is
I don't
generated.
fucking think so.
Can you relax
I don't
for
think
1
you
minute?
can fucking read. Go ahead and prove it. I want you to read each citation and where they're from.
Okay,
The
why do I have
source.
to read Under Heaven? Why can't I just read?
Because I asked you, you said you could read. We want proof of that shit. So why don't you just read at 55 minutes after the hour each citation and mention the source, please? Go ahead.
You want me to read each quotation and mention the source?
Citation, dumb fuck. They're not quotes.
They are quotes.
No, they're not. Originally, they're not quotes. I quoted them in the citation. Are you a retard?
What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, you're a dumb fuck. Just
Okay,
put it
look,
on
you
the-
literally
He
in
doesn't know
quotes you
what
have the
citations
pressure
are.
of a gas,
You
also
don't-
in quotes, is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. That's
There you
in
go. You're
quotes.
debunked.
Well, no, I'm not debunked.
Well,
because
yeah.
It's obviously, well, no, because
Well,
it's
yeah.
Well, you are, unless you can tell us how you achieve the force that gas exerts on the walls of its container without the container.
Interesting.
Okay, so first of all, the first link is dead, just so you're aware.
Well,
and yeah, I
that's not a
can't explain
problem.
it. So,
Dead.
sorry, what was
No,
the
it
question again? Can
definitely
you just
is.
repeat it?
That's
Because you get
okay.
distracted by QE over
That's
talking
okay.
around.
That doesn't mean just put it in time machine. You're fine. We don't really need that one. We'll just take the one from NASA.
I mean, I don't know
Go
why you
ahead and
can't
read
just
that
accept
one.
the one I quoted from NASA. I
Go
don't
ahead
know
and
why
read
we
that one.
require
dumb
your
fuck.
citation.
Go ahead. It's not. They're not mine.
Okay, well,
Am
it's
I
the ones
fucking
you
NASA,
provided.
You
Can you
retard?
relax, dude?
Am I NASA, you retard?
Okay, it's the ones you
Am
provided.
I
That's
NASA?
obviously
Hey, retard. Am I
QE.
NASA?
Obviously, you're not NASA. When I
Just
say
put
it's
him
your
on mute.
citation,
Shut the
obviously
fuck
I'm
up.
referencing the fact
Put
that
him
you
on
posted
mute.
it.
He doesn't even know what a citation is, for fuck's sake. Yep. Thank you. Anyone else want to champion, put a flag in his dumb shit?
That's for our listeners. She originally brought it up.
She doesn't know what she's talking about.
Shut the fuck up riding on eggshells. You booger-eating schmuck. You'd pay money. I don't even think you know what pay or money means. You fucking clown. I don't have a mute button. I can't mute anybody in here. Shut the fuck. Hey, Goldchuck, you can't recover. There is no recovering for your dumbass. As many times as I rip you to shreds, you can't. It's not worth it. Just keep on chat skanking. You fucking moron. Elmer Fudd sophist dumb fuck. I don't know. How does that debunk my position? Well, with the fucking container. Next block of instruction, how to sit down. Then point at a fucking horse. Miggy, take charge. Take charge of these idiots, man. I'll be back like 7 minutes.
Before you go,
If you ask him how to sit down, he's gonna be like, "There's no down."
Hey, let me just say this before you leave, Kiwi.
Can
He
I?
said,
How do you define down? Can I touch it with a pole? Go ahead, Miggy.
no, he said, best way to deal with him that's worked for me is to let him think he's winning. That in his mind, he's worked it out that he's letting you win. How does that work?
He's quite cold.
Wow.
Just let him think he's winning.
I'm
Actually,
letting
what's
you win,
happening
bro.
is he's letting himself think he's winning.
Yeah, it's reverse psychology. Yeah.
Isn't that called bluffing or something? Like bluff, maybe?
Yes,
So-
with
something
7
there.
offsuit.
All right. What else we got in here?
Miggy, take over like 5-6 minutes or so. I'll be back.
I'll take over for Miggy.
Yeah, you got it. I don't think we have
Just
too many people
kidding.
coming in here. Let's see.
Who else we got?
A few guys in here, but nobody's really chiming in.
Some hilarious clippables here tonight. Gold chalk and eggshells.
Clear them. Is TOS in here? Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
he's got it.
What?
Nice, nice. What would we do without you, bro?
Yeah, he's been putting in a lot of good work.
Seriously, dude. Appreciate
I
you.
vouch
By the way,
for him pretty hard at the other server for that. He's a good guy.
yes. See what else we got in here.
US, I bet you have like fucking 10 terabyte hard drives just on stack. All the shit you record.
I love it, man, because it's our legacy. All of us in here, all the work we put in every day.
We got like 6 years of almost continuous 24-hour streams. So let's just say it's 90%. Man, that's a lot of hours, bro.
That's a lot of content, bro. A lot.
There's so much content you can't even find it all when you want it.
Exactly.
It's like, remember that time?
You know what, AI? I'd be kind of amazed at some of the content. We'd probably be like, "Damn, I didn't even remember that. That was good. I did pretty good on that one." Like, you'd probably be amazed.
I hit a hiccup when we lost our other server because then a lot of the cross references got lost.
Mm-hmm.
So it's easier to find because you have the content of the conversation that you can search around the time and then go to the YouTube channel and pull up that date for that episode. So we lost a little bit of that.
PDF storage. That thing's loaded. In the Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the hours and hours of debates.
Oh.
Like we used to have debates with some of the, like the guy called AK in here. His name used to be Ed Mosto, and he used to come into our Friday night fights. He doesn't remember it, but he used to.
RHNS.
In fact, I remember he was there. He was there one day arguing about the ISS's pneumonia or something cooling system.
All right, so we got RHNS who looks like he wants to pipe in here, but obviously put something in the chat that's almost too long to read. I don't know if anybody wants to pour themselves over that. I was just kind of skimming through it. Do you want to go ahead and use your words and vocalize that, what you just put down there? At 2 minutes after the hour, RHNS. Hello? RHNS, are you there? Is this thing on?
No.
That would be a no, I guess.
Not on, Miggy. Just kidding. It is on.
It is? Okay. All right, Eggshells is unmuted. Let me unmute some people. Owlishness is unmuted.
Hovering on eggshells?
Gold Shock is unmuted. You know, we just gotta keep the party going, I guess.
Hey, what's up?
The sky, heaven above that, the waters above.
Okay, well, am I gonna get to present my citation?
No.
I'll do it. Here's one
Please.
from NASA, the kinetic molecular theory of gases. This is the same one that QE tries to cite, essentially. I'll go through it real quick. So from the kinetic theories of gases, gases are composed of a large number of molecules that are very, very small relative distance between molecules. The molecules of gas are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and with the walls of any container. So this is assuming, again, the container, but we go on, right? Because the claim is, again, that gas exerts forces on itself. The molecules possess the physical properties of mass, momentum, and energy. The momentum of a single molecule is the product of the mass and the velocity, which of course is true, while the kinetic energy is half the mass times the square of the velocity. As the gas molecules collide with the walls of the container, as in shown on the left figure, the molecules impart momentum on the walls, producing a force perpendicular to the wall. The sum of the forces of all the molecules striking the wall divided by the area of the wall is indeed defined to be the pressure. The pressure of a gas is then at a measure of average linear momentum of the moving molecules of a gas. The pressure acts perpendicular to the normal wall, tangential shear component, force related to the viscosity of the gas. Now, if we scroll in here real quick.
No.
No.
The gas molecules are perpendicular to the walls. Does that mean they need a wall?
Yeah, so if we just go to the second sentence, the molecules of gas are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other. There you go. There's gas imparting forces on itself. Amazing. Shocker.
Collide with each other.
Yeah, that's enforcing upon
Yeah,
itself.
which
So the
imparts momentum. So
the point that I was trying to make with airplane wings, I just wasn't shouting like some random crap.
Those collisions are elastic.
Okay, but let me finish reading this real quick.
I mean, all
I said
collisions are elastic to some extent.
No, they lose no energy when they collide with themselves. Look it up.
So they're perfectly elastic, is what you want to say.
They are perfectly elastic when they collide with themselves.
Yeah, in the in one model, correct.
Why are you chuckling, bro?
Well, because the claim, of course, is going to be, oh, look, it's perfectly elastic in all cases, but that's not true. It's perfectly elastic in very
I didn't say
specific
in all
scenarios.
cases.
Right?
I said the collisions amongst themselves are elastic.
Okay, well, the collisions aren't always going to be perfectly elastic. It's just in this given model they will be, right?
So in what other model are they not?
Well, I mean, if you're looking at thermodynamics, then they're probably going to end up with like a different model that shows like there's a slight thermal.
Yeah, but you're proposing that it's not that way, and you chuckled. So if that's what the current rhetoric is for the kinetic molecular theory, then why are you saying that it's not that way?
Because kinetic molecular theory isn't the only model that exists.
Okay, so what are you saying is in play though when it concerns the air that we're breathing? What's in play?
What do you mean? What is in play?
What are we saying it is? It either is or is not what Plum Bob is referring to.
What?
The collisions. Because you're making it
depends on what you're referencing.
Okay, who's correct and who's incorrect? Go ahead and drop the citation and go ahead and tell us about air.
Oh my god.
Because that's what we're talking about right now.
Sorry, so are you asking for the various ways in which you can model the movement of air molecules?
What we're saying is that pressure is attained by the walls of the container when the air is pressing against that, right? The walls of the container. No, you're saying no. I don't. No's not an answer. You have to cite what is correct.
Wait,
and
well,
then
no is an answer.
Yeah. So if you achieve pressure, the only way to do that with air is to have a container and it be contained, and that's the way you achieve pressure.
Can you prove that claim?
Yeah, every fucking container that has air in it It's good. That's the only way you get pressure.
Well, that's
If
just
you
a
don't,
black swan fallacy, though.
okay, then disprove it.
Well, no. You would need to prove that claim is universal. You
Because
would need to
it's
construct a
universal.
model
Because
that
every
shows that that's
single,
always the case, right?
no, fuck a model. Every single time that you have air and you want it to be example. Okay, let's go to straight to an example. If you want to pressurize something with air, just like a balloon, you put air in a balloon. You start to pressurize that air inside that balloon. What happens when you let go? The high pressure inside rushes out into any and all directions, showing us that what? The walls of the container that the air was pressing against now rushes out into the lower pressure outside. This is known. This isn't some theory or some model. This is understood.
Well,
Now,
you're showing
I
a bunch
showed
of
you,
examples where a
yeah,
container
I
is
showed you,
used, correct? That's
and there's
not
probably
at all
many
what the
more.
claim
There's
was,
probably many
though.
more, but there's many more. You need a container.
Well, it doesn't matter how
achieve,
many you have,
you need
right?
a container to achieve pressure. If you don't
Okay.
have a container, you cannot
So-
achieve pressure. So you're
Okay.
saying the opposite, that you can
So
achieve
do you
pressure
mean
without a container.
So when you mean that you
Yes or
cannot
no?
achieve pressure, do you mean to the best of your knowledge you cannot achieve
No,
pressure?
you cannot do it unless you're able to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. And every example that we have gas pressure, we have a container. Now you're
Okay, are
saying
you
the
okay with going into
opposite.
the logic real quick with this because it's kind of
But
important?
just answer the question though,
Well,
Goldshot,
no,
it's
because
simple.
you don't understand the logic of the claim
No,
being
you don't
made.
understand the example. Because in
I
this
understand the example, man.
okay,
Do you want
then
me to
show
write
me
it back to you?
show me the antithesis to that
Okay.
example.
The
Go ahead.
antithesis to the example? You mean
Show
like
me
something that
the
would show the example to be?
opposite of
Well,
what
well
I'm
no,
saying.
I'm just gonna wait. I can. How about I just show you that I understand the example first? Is that okay with you?
Start there.
Okay, so your example, and it's going to be rough. You're talking about. Fine, fuck it. Okay, you fill a balloon with gas. Oh, what do you know? The gas comes out when you open it up. Oh, look, because the pressure is all coming out because you need a container to contain the pressure. That's your example. And then what you're appealing to is further examples about how there's pressure in containers. But of course, the claim isn't that in all known instances of pressure that I'm aware of, gas is in a container. It's that in all cases, period, gas is in a container. And unless you can show otherwise, then it is, of course, in a container. But of course, that doesn't follow, right? That doesn't, just because you don't know of something
Oh, then
being,
show me an example. Show me an example.
Wait, you do understand that just because you're not aware of an example doesn't mean that
Then
example
show
doesn't
me
exist, right?
an example.
Or
I
that
don't
your
care
claim
about
is
you.
I'm
I don't
just
care about
checking.
you. I don't care about a theory. I don't care about what you could think that in a multiverse happens. I want to see an example
I'm
of
not
how
talking
gas
about
pressure does not need
multiverses
a
or anything
container.
right now. Just
Well,
talk
then
about
show
this
me an
world.
example of gas pressure not needing a container. Go ahead. Because it's a law as far as we're concerned, and you're going to
Wait, it's a
negate it right
law?
now. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, why is it a law? What makes it a law?
Because the necessary, now listen closely, okay? No, don't skip out on this. The necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a fucking container. Wow.
Okay.
Shocker.
So you're just repeating the claim. I'm not sure how
All
you
right then.
determine
It's
it to
not
be
a
a law.
claim. It's not a claim. A claim that can be supported is what?
It is a claim. It's still a claim.
No, it's not. You fucking moron. You can
Well,
support
no.
it with evidence. What the fuck are you talking
Wait,
about?
it's still a claim. Even if it's a
and it
well
can be
supported
supported,
claim, it's
right?
still a claim. Like,
So I supported it with evidence, and now what do you got for the?
that doesn't
what do you
mean it's
got
not
for
a
the?
claim. I don't know
What
why
do
you're
you
like
got for the
jumping around.
contrary? Because now, because you just keep going on and on.
Well,
I need
no,
you to
because
demonstrate the opposite.
because you because
Demonstrate
you
the
made
opposite.
very strong
Demonstrate
claim,
the opposite.
right?
Demonstrate
You made
the
an
opposite. And
absolutist
I supported
claim.
it with
In
evidence.
fact,
And
in
I
fact,
supported
you
it
made
with
a
evidence.
claim.
I supported it with evidence.
Okay. So you made a claim that actually derives the impossibility of the contrary, right? So you would need to show how the possibility of the contrary is impossible, right? You would need to show either a contradiction involved in an alternative claim or the metaphysical impossibility, which of course, showing a bunch of demonstrations of your thing working isn't actually proof of the alternative isn't possible. All it is proof.
All right. Now I need you to shut up and show me the opposite. Goldshot. I don't want to mute you, but I've shown you that gas pressure needs a container. I need you to show me the opposite right fucking now. Go.
Sounds like he's basically just arguing that he can't show it. But that
I
doesn't
mean,
debunk his position.
if we want to show it, we have to get into like some pretty complicated stuff, guys.
No.
No, we
Show me
don't.
the show me the opposite. Show
Just
where
say
can
this,
we find where can we find the No, I'm not talking to anybody else in here except for Goldshot. Goldshot, go ahead.
Start with a hypothesis, Goldshock.
Okay, so first of all, we would need to find a place that doesn't have a container, right? We would need to be able to define what a container is and what a container isn't, so we can show the possibility of some container not existing, right? If there is no such thing as a lack of a container, then of course gas pressure will always be contained within a container.
Can you just show me the opposite, bro?
Wait, dude, do you disagree so far?
No, show me the fucking opposite.
Why
bro.
is this a problem with you then?
Because
why don't
you
why?
are saying that gases do not need a container, and I'm like, fuck you.
I
they
didn't
need
say
a container.
gases don't need a container.
Okay,
You
so they
said,
do then. So they do
no,
then.
okay, no. To be clear, you stated that it's impossible for the contrary to be true. I didn't state a positive claim.
You give me?
You did.
Fuck, dude.
Do you understand the difference?
Present the opposite. Gold shock.
He's not even willing to claim it now. Now he's telling you, hey, I never claimed that. I never claimed you could have gas pressure due to gravity or without a container or any of that. So
Because that's the
another
horse
globe
shit that
defender
you
goes by the wayside. He's not even confident in his religion anymore to defend it.
Yeah, you know what? I'll be generous. I'm gonna unmute you and Owlishness because you both were saying the same thing. And I'm getting tired of you not presenting, either you and her not presenting it.
Okay,
now present the evidence that you don't need a container for gas pressure.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just going to address what Flat Earth said, first of all.
No,
so Flat Earth,
no. Sorry, no. That's not how
Yeah,
this
it doesn't
works,
matter.
dude.
We
That's
just
not
need
how
the
this works.
demonstration. You're going to address anything but that. We know. We know what you do.
Let's try to find someone new. Gold Shock is a well-known time waster.
I'll take him off moot if he can just give us the hypothesis for gravity containing air. Oh, but he didn't claim that. That's right. So we'll just move on to someone else. He's not willing to claim the globe anymore. Even he realizes it's stupid and he can't defend it. Well, it's a wrap for Gold Shock. Who's
well,
next?
please don't put words in my mouth, but thanks.
Well, I mean, it's obviously the case.
Well, is it
Said
obviously
yourself,
the
no,
case,
I'm
or
not
am I just
claiming
working
that.
around
No,
how to
no,
argue
I'm
with
not
you guys?
claiming that. No, I don't have the positive claim there. You've said it yourself, so
Wait,
fair
do you
enough. You're not
understand
making
how
a globe
positive
claim.
claims work?
You're not making a globe claim. You're not making a globe argument. So you must yourself realize that you can't. So we'll just sideline you
Wait,
and
just
leave with
because
somebody
I'm
who thinks
not
they
making
can.
an argument, therefore I can't make an argument? Do you think
Well,
that
go ahead and
follows?
make one then. Who cares?
Why?
This is boring, dude.
Okay, so
Well, then
he's going to
stop
argue that
bringing
he
up
can
bad
make
arguments if you want to get done.
He's going to argue that he can make an argument while not making an argument. Cool stuff, man. Anybody actually have enough faith in their globe religion to try to defend it? He doesn't. I think Gold Shock is losing his religion. Anyone else?
He's running away as fast as he can. The fuck?
We'll try again. We'll just see maybe if he'll make another argument about how he can argue even though he won't.
Curious that Owlishness was actually appealing to the same thing he was, and I don't see Owlishness chiming in anymore.
I think Owlishness only made the claim that the gas.
What?
Okay, he wants to talk about Owlishness. He's done. I shouldn't have taken him off moot.
No, the only thing I said was that air can press against itself, and my example of that was flight, airplanes, because that's how an airplane generates lift, using gas pressure, air pressure pressing against itself. And I posted a reference for that that's now lost in chat, so I'll just read it.
That's fine. It's within the contained system. It's fine.
What do you mean it's within a contained system?
The airplane that you're talking about is within the contained system.
The contained system of Earth, or?
Yes, Earth.
Right, so I'm confused as to how that's any different than gas not containing itself.
Because we're talking about the entire air that we're breathing. According to the globe claim, it's adjacent to the vacuum of space, which would be a thermodynamics violation. So we can't go with that unless it can be proven that you can have gas pressure without a container, meaning that the entire system is has pressure without a container.
Why would it be a thermodynamic violation? Can you just define that for me?
Yeah, it's entropy. So high pressure moves to low pressure always. Always. That doesn't ever change. Gases will always move from high pressure to low pressure. Hot moves to cold always. This is what always happens. It always occurs. It's a natural law. So if that is the case, and we're saying that we have gas pressure on the surface, 14 psi, and as you go up, there's gradient pressure, up until you reach a place where they call the vacuum of space, and it's a super low pressure. The pressure differential that it has is so vast that that amount would not let any pressure here on Earth. It would then, the pressure that we have here would expand to fill the available space, which in turn would mean what?
So, are you thinking that?
Hellishness? In turn, what would that mean if the scenario I posted to you would be the case?
How the fuck are you still breathing is his question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me.
No,
I
how the
need
fuck
you to
are you
answer.
still breathing is the
I need you
question.
to answer.
So I'm talking about. You're talking about a gradient. There's not a
I need
hard
you to
line.
answer. I need you to answer, Hellishness.
Restate the question one more time so I can really understand and answer it correctly to your.
Okay. So, if you have gas pressure on the surface, 14 psi, and the pressure differential as you go in gradient pressure, as you guys like to state, all the way up to the vacuum of space, the gas that we have here on Earth would expand to fill the available space. I mean, in a hurry. Why does that?
Increasing entropy, expanding into the available volume.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So why isn't it doing that?
Because obviously the pressure is lower.
No, that's not an
Yes.
answer.
No.
Yes,
No.
it is.
No, it's
Because
not.
okay, so when you go further up, is
Where'd you get
air
the
not
pressure to begin with?
gravity? So
Gravity?
So this gravity is holding the
Really?
the density of air. Yes.
Okay, we'll
Yes.
get to gravity and we'll get to scientifically validating gravity here in a few
Okay.
minutes.
All right. Cool.
Can you tell us how if we have gravity here and it's holding all the air to the earth, then how the fuck does it rain?
Yeah, you've asked me this before, and we kind of went through it then. Do you remember
Yeah,
that?
I exposed you before. Yeah,
You
I've done it
exposed
to
me
many
before,
baltards.
right? How
Yeah.
does it rain?
Rinse and
Right?
repeat.
But we're not
Rinse
talking
and
about
repeat
rain
horse
right
shit.
now.
That's what we're talking about. That's
Okay.
exactly
But we're
what
not
we're
talking about
about.
rain right now. What we're
Yeah,
talking
we're
about is the
talking
pressure
about
gradient.
because you're just a little slow.
I'm just a little slow. Okay.
Can you discuss the evaporation cycle on Earth for us, please?
Oh my goodness. Okay,
Yeah.
I don't understand how you keep saying we're like
Oh,
wind-up dolls where we keep going round and round when you keep bringing up the same topics over and over again.
Oh yeah, well
So
you keep on
We got a
bringing
new
up the same
crowd in here.
fuckwit arguments. So you're saying gravity, which doesn't exist, we'll get to that, is
Okay.
holding. Don't follow. Just shut the fuck up. Don't cut my mic off with your okay, yeah, sure, correct. Shut the fuck up. So, if your gravity is holding air pressure on the Earth, it's pulling it down. You see, during the rain cycle or the hydrologic cycle, what happens is the sun comes out and it shines light on the oceans and water and shit, and it breaks the hydrogen bonds in the liquid water, converts it to gas. Which direction does that fucking gas go?
Goes up.
Say goodnight to your fairy tale fuckwit gravity.
It's
Yeah,
less-
you're laughing. That's as
Yeah,
simple
because
as that.
it's less dense than air.
Then it has nothing to do with fucking gravity,
Yeah,
then, does it?
it's less dense than air.
Then it doesn't have anything to do with fucking
It's
gravity, now does it?
It's like how
Then it doesn't
helium
have
floats.
anything to do with fucking gravity, now does it?
It does.
Yeah, it does, because it's less
Yeah.
dense. That
So
makes
it's
perfect fucking sense.
so the air
So it
is
would never fucking rain
displacing
on the Earth. Now we're going to scientifically validate gravity. Which gravity are you talking about, please?
the gravity on Earth.
No, there's two types currently in our paradigm. I shouldn't even have gave you that.
I know we've talked about this. Big G
I
and
don't give
little
a shit.
G.
I'm going to expose you now. I'm going to expose you again,
God.
dumbass.
General relativity. That's the one. That's the one we're working with. General relativity.
So general relativity. We want to scientifically validate general relativity. Naturally observed phenomena from the paper published November 25th, 1915, please.
Mm-hmm.
No,
the Einstein cross.
We want the
coming around
hypothesis.
sun.
We ain't looking for no fucking cross. We want the hypothesis. So
Yeah.
the
So
first
the
part of that hypothesis is the natural. Why are you fucking over talking me?
Because you asked for what the
Dumbass. So, Do you even know what a hypothesis? Let's start there. What is a scientific hypothesis?
Ugh, I have to answer it
Oh
like to your.
God, another feigned exasperation. That's not a rebuttal, by the way. What is a scientific hypothesis? Not to you, Owlishness. Your little dumbass helper that came along with his Einstein cross. You better be Googling the fuck out of that keyboard right now. You're about to
Captain
get your
Morton.
ass handed to you
He's talking
permanently.
to you. Captain Morton.
Captain
Oh
Morton.
no, I'm unmuted. I got unmuted. I got muted for a second.
You
there.
got muted.
you were
I got
interrupting.
unmuted. I got muted.
Okay.
What's a
Yeah,
scientific hypothesis, please?
So the Einstein cross is essentially
No, what's a
predicting
scientific
that.
hypothesis?
Oh, a hypothesis is given a model, you predict
Incorrect.
a outcome of an experiment.
Incorrect.
Oh, you have a better one?
Oh, so there's no possible way that you could pull a hypothesis out of that 1915 paper because you don't know what a fucking scientific hypothesis
Yes,
is.
you can. He's got the 8-equation general relativity math.
Equations.
They claim about
Equations
it.
aren't
Yeah, that's where you get
hypotheses. You just snatched your own wig off again. That's twice.
No, because he claimed that there's a
No,
star
cuz.
that you would be able to see behind the sun,
No,
and it would
cuz.
curl
Just shut
around
the
the
fuck
sun
up. We
according
ain't
to the
listening
math.
to your dumbass anymore. Shut the fuck up.
What's a hypothesis?
You don't even know what a
then?
hypothesis is. Shut him up.
What?
Bye. Try again. Sorry, Mickey. Go ahead.
We had a little bit of cleanup there.
Oh, we're
Clean
on
up on aisle 4.
owlishness. Please forgive me, owlishness. What's a hypothesis before you go get the hypothesis from the 1915 paper?
Okay, we get it. There is no hypothesis in the 1915 paper because.
So gravity is not scientifically validated.
Yeah, because you can't have gravity as a dependent variable.
Yeah. And you
Yeah?
don't even have a dependent variable. You don't have anything. So it's fucking hogwash. And since Einstein says that space and time bend, I mean physically bend, can you give me the physical? What is space?
In what sense? Like outer space?
Define space, not outer space, just define space.
Like just in a general definition?
No, I want to know what the fucking definition of space is.
A continuous area or expanse which is free, available or unoccupied.
Well, that's pretty general. I was looking more or less for length, width, and height.
Oh, okay. The dimensions of height, depth, and width within all things.
But you said area. I'll accept that. How can you bend a fucking area physically?
How do you bend an area physically?
How you bend space? It's a concept. Length, width, and height are concepts. You can't give me the length of width or the height of depth. It's a concept. How do you physically bend concepts?
You don't.
Then space-time, then we just destroyed it on a 3rd grade level. It's a reification fallacy. And just to put a encapsulating point on it, time's not physical either. So you can't bend that shit.
Nope, time is not physical.
Nope. So it's not a scientific theory, for one. And it's a reification fallacy from 3rd graders, number 2. So gravity, as you know it, doesn't fucking exist.
So I'm
Simple.
a little confused.
I don't know. It was pretty concise.
So I'm confused. Are we talking about 3rd grade geometry or 5th grade
When are
general
you
science?
not confused, Alishna? When are you not confused?
No, I'm making a joke. I'm making a really fucking funny joke. So laugh.
And I think
I'm being serious.
I think
Serious
that going
question.
over this every now and again, Alice, just because it's like a rinse and repeat thing. But we got a new audience, so a lot of people haven't heard this, and good for them to hear that.
Okay.
It is.
Should we?
So how
Should
do
we
you have
rehab-
gas pressure? So how do you have gas pressure without a container? Can you show us that?
Yeah.
Question?
Well,
Hold on
I
a
can't
second.
show.
Wait a second, Alishness. Somebody wanted to come in and assist. Hold on. Alishness said that she can show gas pressure without a container, please.
Okay, wait. Okay, is it my turn?
Yeah.
Do I have the talking stick? Okay.
Yes. You need to have the posting stick. So we need to see gas pressure without a. Can she post in here?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I can post in here. Now somebody gave me the ability to post again. So before I was muted before, I was mentioning oh, okay, am I that boring? Sorry, excuse me.
Was it unjustified? We're waiting for gas pressure without a container, not a fucking
Yeah,
story.
gas pressure without a container, right.
Yep.
So you understand that gas presses against itself, and that's
Not
how
that I understand. You need to
you don't
show
understand?
gas
Okay,
pressure without a container. Simple. Show it.
Okay.
It's time to show.
Okay.
I'm not from Missouri, but I'm living in Missouri now. It's the show me state. So
Okay, so
fucking
let's
show.
talk about airplane wings.
No, we ain't
Airplane wing.
talking about airplane fucking wings. Show gas pressure without a container.
Okay, so you want to talk about hurricanes then?
Holy fucking shit.
How come you can have an explosion underwater, but you can't have one in space?
Can you
Because
shut
there's no
Mr.
oxygen.
Helper up?
Yeah, we'll get Sigma.
But people said,
Could you just shut him up?
Do you know how to generate an explosion?
How does asking you to show gas pressure without a container and your rebuttal is hurricanes?
Yeah.
Are you retarded?
I am actually.
It shows. Shut her up. It's a waste of time.
Gotcha. We'll
Go
move
ahead,
on
Sigma.
to Sigma. Oh, I got him. All right, Sigma, go on.
I was just wondering because people were saying that the outer space is actually water. If the Earth is flat, then why?
Nobody says that.
No.
That's not our claim.
I'm gonna unmute you, but try again. Nobody said that.
Space is water. That's not a contradiction. Okay.
Space is water. Space is length, width, and height. It's not fucking water, you imbecile.
Could I make a statement without getting muted?
No. It just
No.
depends how fucked up
Just
it is.
mute
And
him.
That's y'all's biggest problem right there.
Our biggest problem is
shut
listening to
up.
dumbasses like you. You're a booger eating schmuck. Go on, Moot.
That's the thing. They want to talk about their feelings and shit. I don't give a damn about that. You bring the fucking evidence for the Earth being a globe. That's all, sirs. If you're listening to me right now, that's all you need to do. Fucking easy. Like,
Just give him a handicap. Come on.
How many times have we been asking for this? Just show us the evidence. That's it.
Come on, he's Sigma. Give him a handicap. He can ask a question.
Yeah, if the shortest distance between 2 points is always a straight line, then there's no such thing as bent space. Sorry.
There's
we already destroyed that before. You can't bend the concept, so we don't need any more additional information. It's all over.
There's photos and videos of the Earth being round, but no photos or videos of the Earth being flat.
Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive.
No, like the ball.
Oh, there's photos from where?
The moon.
From the moon?
Yep.
You can't travel to a second law of thermodynamics violation, Sunshine.
Yeah, you can. It's been done.
Yeah, you can.
We've been to the moon and there's photos.
Who's
Send me a
we?
photo. All you have is drawings of a
Yeah,
photo.
What's the television religion?
Did you go there too? We, as in you?
He traveled to a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Dallas
that's not
Cowboys,
true.
yeah.
They show maps of the rounder, claim it to be flat is what they
Bottom, what's the highest level of education you have?
Ask your sister.
Okay, so you're not that educated. I understand.
Well, that doesn't mean that, Mr.
That- that-
Adham.
that-
You can
that-
go
that
on.
doesn't
You
mean
can
that.
go on, Moot. It's much higher than you ever
I can go
attained. I'll tell you
mute.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go on, Moot. That's just a feeble ad hom fallacy. That's all you got. You're just idiot booger eating schmucks.
That wasn't very Sigma-like.
Beta.
Listen, my highest level of education
is when I moved it from the mantelpiece to the top corner of the room. And then I got a higher education for my degree.
How about
Hey,
RHNS?
Kiwi said that he moved his to the attic, so his is higher.
That's
It's
true.
higher
That's
than
true,
anybody.
man. That's true.
How about RHNS? It proves bending of light. Isn't that hard to understand? Dude, unmute your mic and use your words. How about that?
Use your words.
Well, he's in there chat skanking, but he doesn't want to unmute his mic. What the fuck?
Oh wait, were you talking about me? I
Huh?
just got unmuted.
No, Captain Morton, please, not him.
Oh, you know
Bring
that guy?
Sigma back. Bring Sigma back, because Captain Morton, please don't.
Is he
Yeah,
is he that
Sigma.
bad? Is he that bad, Jimsy?
Yeah, I see. Captain
Sigma
Morgan, this
tells
guy,
us. Go ahead.
he replies to himself, Gemsy, so he's talking to himself. It might be a nice conversation.
Oh shit! No, we don't want to do that.
Oh, did I? When did I do that?
He is doing it right now. What the fuck?
Captain Morton, nobody spoke to
Literally
you
did it
earlier, and
right
you said,
now.
"Are you talking to me?"
Oh yeah, because I was muted for a while and I thought I've been texting in chat.
So he tags himself.
I didn't know
What the fuck, bro?
Oh, did I?
I don't think you get messages if you tag yourself.
What's Globe
No,
Earth
I've been
doing? We're
talking
gonna
to
send our
NASA
best.
Ballroom.
We're gonna send our best ambassadors in there. Go ahead, guys. It's
I
like
got
third string Globers in here. What the fuck, dude?
I got another guy, Rise, in here that's saying like, "Oh, look at the stars. That'll help determine the shape of the Earth." Get out
I
of here.
know. There's a whole bunch that do that.
The fuck is wrong with these people?
I hate Star Trail
They're booger eating
arguments. I hate them, dude.
Oh, look at the star. That's how you'll know. Oh, so we're on a star then? Dum
Well,
dum.
if we had three people and we put them on different parts of the Earth, isn't that what you flat Earth to say? Like, who the fuck said that? What the fuck, dude?
Why doesn't he come off mute? Come on, Rise. Let's get a rise out of you.
Who?
Well, his name's Rise. R-H. Oh no, Rins. I can't read his stupid.
I don't know. Whatever his name is, he don't want to come off mute. Staying on there.
Come on, Rins.
I mean,
quit
he's
chat
locally
skanking.
muted.
Hey,
He's locally muted.
Beasticles, what's your highest level of grammar education?
I don't know. I watch a lot of rappers, so I like wordplay. There you go. That's
The
it.
class that he didn't skip was math, right, Bisticles?
What? My what?
The only class that you didn't skip during school, it was math.
I'm pretty fucking good at math in my head. Yeah, I like math.
There you go. That's my point.
So let's ask Sigma Steve. Sigma, do you got any evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Yeah, there's photos.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Can I get a photo of the flat Earth?
Can
There's
I
just
get a
drawing.
Can I get a photo? Photo over here, please. Photo.
That's a fact,
I
though.
got photos. I
What?
got Bigfoot photos. You want some?
Bro, I'll show
If
you
I
a
was
zoomed
holding
in
an
photo.
apple and I was like, "This is an apple," and you're like, "No, it's not," then I hit you in the head with it, and I'll be like, "You just got hit in the head by an apple," and you're like, "No, I didn't." I'm like, what? You can just say that. You're just trolling.
Sigma, I'll bet you $50 I'll show you two pictures. One is a zoomed in picture of a cheese cracker and the other is supposedly the moon. And you're gonna say both of them are the moon. I bet.
Okay, send it. Send the side chat.
Don't make bets over the internet.
It's a trick, dude. They're both a zoomed in
We can
cheese
make bets on the
cracker.
internet. We're meeting on the 21st anyway.
I'm sorry. What word did you say there?
No, it's context. Context is key, bro.
All right, fair enough.
I do have a good statement that I feel like both sides of this argument could agree with.
Get ready to mute him.
Can I say it?
No.
No, I don't want you to. Fuck you.
Okay.
Go ahead. Quantum Eraser wants to hear it, so he has.
I don't want to hear that shit.
All right, Mayhem wants to hear it. Go ahead.
All right. None of us here are probably able to know if the Earth is actually round or flat.
Yeah,
But
I do.
I feel
Yes,
like
I do. I already know. Yes, I do. I know it.
there's more possibilities if the Earth is
Round and
actually
flat
round.
aren't mutually exclusive either. So you're a dipshit on that level.
if the Earth is only flat, then okay, it's flat, move on. But if the Earth is round, you have outer space, you have other planets, you have other
Outer
life.
space, other planets. No, we don't. You don't have outer space. That's the second law of thermodynamics.
No, I'm just saying. I'm saying there's more.
And that's what I'm
There's
just
more.
saying. I'm just saying that too.
Yeah, you remember when he said round
highest
and
level of
flat aren't?
education is
Hold
what?
on, bro. Bro, he said round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. Now, check this out, bro. A globe Earth and heliocentric expanding Big Bang cosmogony and cosmology with other planets you could fly to is also mutually exclusive to a globe. It's not. They're not contingent upon each other. You can have a globe and still have no outer space.
We have outer space, and we have other planets and other life forms.
Well, I mean, that's your claim.
Other life
Where?
forms.
Where, like in your pocket? You have some of that on your pocket? You say he said we have, like,
Yeah,
where? In
they're
your
probably
pocket?
on the roof of his nose. And fucking.
What's the level? Did you guys just graduate middle school and then nothing else?
Do you have
Dude,
premonitions of flashbacks?
You're fucking. Dude, your fucking cut downs are like
Bro, they do the
fucking weak
planets
ass
in, like,
third
the second
grade.
grade.
Fucking
No,
lunchroom cut
I
downs. What
bet
the
none
fuck,
of you
bro?
guys graduated
Do
high
you
school.
have? I'll bet none of you guys. Do you have premonitions of flashbacks?
Do you live with your parents?
Bro, yeah.
I wish, dude.
No,
Fuck.
your sister.
First a treat.
What do you flat earthers think the sun is?
What are you flat earthers? That's a stereotype fallacy.
This is literally the flat earth chat. Come on now.
That's literally the
Well, you just stereotype flat earthers as being the same. What do you flat earthers? That's a stereotype fallacy.
Yeah, that is a stereotype. You're a fuck.
Oh,
You guys are so right. All right, guy with the AI, what is it, Terminator picture? What is the sun in your
What
model?
is the
AI.
sun?
What is the
Your
sun?
sister.
I'd like to hear
Your
this.
Yeah, what's it made of?
The sun is made. The sun is made of sun-like substance.
What is
Is that
sun-like
plasma?
substance?
That's a factual statement.
It is. It
Now,
really is.
I also know the distance to the sun. The distance to the sun is one sunlight distance unit.
No, I got a better one than that. I got a better one than that. It's far from here, but close to there.
No,
How
hold
about
on,
that?
friends. Hold on.
Wait,
Now, it
what's the
sounded like I was
container?
just being silly, but that's actually the official distance to the sun, one astronomical unit.
Yeah.
And everything else is just scaled off the assumption of that value. And if you change that value, you just change all the scales based on the angular size of the things in the sky.
Sure, yeah. But what's the sun made of?
I told you
stuff.
already.
Good times.
Is it like a gas?
It's
Gas
sun
and-
substance.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, AI. I won't interrupt. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's made of sun substance. How could I possibly know anything else? I've never been there.
Like helium? The sun
Dude, I've
substance?
never been there to sample it.
Uh-oh.
And neither
Is
has
he gonna-
anybody else.
I'm sorry, I did interrupt. Is he gonna try to pull out spectrochocoloscopy?
Yes.
I don't even think he's capable.
No,
of it, so.
I'm saying that the sun
Well, you
seems to be a gas
you better not
giant.
bring that up
and
because that'd have been
I have
your
another
ass.
question for Quantum.
So
If
I wonder why the sun
did
hasn't
bring it
gone
up-
out yet.
If you did bring it up, it would be your ass.
Hey,
Yeah,
Quantum.
but like, why has the sun not gone out yet?
Captain
According to
Morton,
the
can you
sun
mute
thermodynamics.
yourself? Captain Morton, can you mute yourself, please?
Oh yeah, I definitely can, but I guess you
Yeah,
want
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Let's go ahead.
So if you guys convince everyone on Earth that the Earth is flat, what is y'all's next move? Are y'all going to convince people of something else?
We're not into convincing of people. We don't do that.
No, I'm just saying.
We're into exposing pretender clown booger eating fraud schmucks.
Okay, so tomorrow everyone wakes up.
Wait,
and-
1 second, sir. When you say we are into, do you mean like you and me into something?
No,
I'm here for the snacks in the back.
I got an answer for that guy. We're gonna all have a party at QE's house with a couple of beers and steaks. You know, that's it's about the
ribeye.
Yeah, a couple of ribeyes.
With
How
precious.
World domination, though, eventually, right?
Yeah.
Quantum, how could you prove to me that you're a real person?
Well, this guy is asking
Your sister.
some
Ask your
fucking-
sister.
I was about to say that.
Wait, I'm muted so you guys could have
Hey,
this chat.
bros, bros,
Are you gonna bring
bros.
her to the Flattoberfest?
I got a problem here. I think I
Wait.
realized
I
why
want to meet
he
your
asked
sister.
us. I think I realized why he asked us our level of education, because he wants to know if like we can understand what he's saying, because it seems to be that's like his level of ability to speak.
Yeah, what's your do you have like a college degree?
Yeah, I do
In
actually.
what? In what actually?
That's an
I have
add-on.
two. I have a science degree actually.
A science degree? And what type of
Yeah.
science degree?
Education.
Oh,
What level
shit.
of education did you want to teach?
Well, let's see. You mean like
Therefore,
what age
globe.
group?
Yeah.
Therefore, globe.
Therefore, globe tard.
Hey,
No, I was
Sigma's
open to
gonna feel
teaching
pretty good
all
about himself.
ages. I was open to teaching all ages until I actually went to my internships and realized that modern kids, I just want to smack and spank, and I can't because they're not my
Isn't that
kids.
weird?
And so no, it's not weird at all because modern kids are absolute ass brats that just act like they own the place, and their parents
Okay, that sounded messed
yell
up.
at the teachers.
Because you're like, yeah, I see a kid, I just want to spank it. I'm like, what? That sounds a little predatorial.
Bro, you're
That's
just
an idiot.
talking.
Nah,
That's an
dude, that
idiot
sounds
Sigma
like that
Steve.
sounds like you were having a Freudian slip moment, friend.
I'm not your friend.
Oh,
that's damn
ouch.
Skippy.
Ouch.
How
dude.
dare you?
That's
Shots
damn
fired.
Skippy, you clown.
AI is a very nice computer. How dare you?
Yeah, so please
At least
provide
there's able to
scientific
talk.
evidence
buddy.
for your
Yeah.
spinning ball space monkey religion there, Sigma.
Guy, friend.
Gamma Steve, please
Did you
provide
know
scientific
that
evidence for your globe tard. Gamma Steve, please provide scientific evidence for your globe tard.
It got real.
Jesus walked on water?
You can go ahead and mute him. He's worthless.
That's fair.
Change his name to Omega
Yeah, it's fair
Steve.
because you're a clown.
He's done.
Yep.
Should be Omega Steve. He's the end of Steve.
Are clowns sigmas or gammas?
Gammas.
Ligmas.
Ligmas. Clickmas.
Nah, a waste of time.
Why you clowning? Hey, Sigma, I'm taking the heat because I asked for people to unmute you multiple times and you keep acting up like this, bro. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, he vouched for
Can
you.
you
a
get
couple of times,
serious?
and he acted like an ass. What the fuck?
I mean, is there any actual glober in here who believes that they're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space? Anybody?
I think Sigma can be serious
Yeah,
a
man.
little bit and maybe have an honest conversation, but he's clowning too much. So maybe.
People keep asking me to mute, but I'm definitely a globe earther. I'll go on
Captain
mute
Morton,
again.
you always waiting for new people to join so you can just open your mic and interrupt in the middle of the conversation.
Wait.
You really
Who's to
don't like
interrupt?
that
You
guy.
asked for people that were globe earthers.
What the fuck?
This is
All
my
right, man.
time.
What's the evidence?
Yeah,
what's
globe
scientific
earthers,
evidence?
not retarder earthers.
What's
Go ahead, ma'am.
scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe, Captain?
So the one I try and bring up every so often, but people don't like, is the annulus that the sun makes at sundown.
What the fuck?
Looking at the sky helps me determine the shape of the Earth. Brilliant.
Yeah. No, have you guys done much optics before?
Much optics?
Did you just say yeah to that? He said yeah.
Hey,
Do
guys
you
optics,
optics,
bro?
dude?
You guys fucking optics, bro? What the fuck?
Yeah, like have you done like fun in kind of stuff with like what is it, Poisson's point, where you shoot a laser at a ball and then there's a point that appears on the back end of it, things like that.
Yeah, that. Therefore, globe tard.
Therefore,
No, this is just basic optics.
it's just
I could
basic.
that's why I was saying the annulus of the sun, and then you guys got all confused.
No
so
swearing.
I thought I needed to explain a bit more.
No swearing.
Did I swear? I'm sorry if I did.
Yes.
Check it out, Captain. How the hell does looking at the stars and the sun and the moon and things up in the sky help determine what the shape of the ground you are standing on?
Oh, because the atmosphere is defined by the.
That's a paradox.
No, the
Atmo
atmosphere is
means-
defined by the surface.
No, that's a
not
paradox because atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no
Yep.
inherent shape. Yep.
Sure, but if you have different
Sure,
shapes that have
well,
gas coming off of them,
sure.
then the surface would be different for the
you
atmosphere,
said
right?
sure. You said sure, so that's a paradox. So start over.
I mean, you were listening to me, right? Like, you have a
No,
surface
yeah, I
that
heard
has
you.
atmosphere on it. It depends.
I heard you.
for
There you go with
the
the
shape of the
paradox
surface
again.
defines
There
the
you go with the
atmosphere.
paradox again.
The shape.
What is the paradox? Please tell me the paradox.
I just got done fucking explaining it to you.
Just said it.
Atmo means air.
Sure.
Air is a gas. Shut the fuck up.
What about gases?
Atmo
gas-
is there you go. Atmosphere. So let's break it down. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. But gases don't have inherent shape. Next block of instruction, how to sit down, then point at a fucking horse. Got it?
Shapes.
Got it? Gases have
Do
no
you
inherent
agree?
shape.
Okay,
No, I
cool.
don't
Do
agree.
solids have shapes?
I don't agree.
That solids have shapes? You don't agree
We're
with
not
that?
talking about solids. We're talking about
Cool.
atmo. Air is a gas.
Wait, no,
Sphere
we're
is a
talking about the
shape.
globe. The globe is a solid.
Gases have no inherent shape, you
And
retard.
there's also a globe that
You're a
is
retard.
solid. Do you
So,
understand
think
that the
Sigma
globe
was
start
the
better.
ground is
over.
solid?
Don't tell me what I understand or not. You're a moron.
So the ground is a solid. You agree with that?
The ground is holy. Put him on mute.
Where's Sigma?
Dumb fuck.
Yeah, let's mute that
You,
guy.
you really can't understand.
Just mute the
Shut
dumb
up.
fuck. Shut up.
It's wild.
I warned you.
I just don't understand the logic. Oh, look at the sky. I must be a cloud. We must be standing on a cloud, guys. What the
No,
fuck?
he didn't understand that atmosphere is a paradox. It's very
Yeah, because
simple.
you don't see balls of air or balls of gas just floating around. Yeah, that makes sense.
Hid fell. First grade intro to gas behavior. Literally. Literally. You want me to post it? I can do that.
Hey,
Yeah.
serious question, QE, real quick.
No.
Gas bubble in water or some other type of medium
What
like
the
that.
fuck?
What? No, why
Shut
does
the
it?
hell up.
Why does it bubble? I'm just curious.
Why does gas bubble?
Yeah, like if you had an air bubble like in water, you know what I mean? Like why does it have that shape?
Why does it have a container?
Yeah.
Can't have gas pressure without a container. Good.
Okay.
I don't know what the fuck you're asking, dude.
No, like you like okay, like no joke, like you fart in a pool or something, right? And it's a
Oh,
bubble.
shut the fuck up.
I'm serious though.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Okay.
All right, here we go. At 51 minutes after the hour, grade level. This is from Christy Bodak, Southwestern University. Grade level. I will use this lesson with a first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have definite shape or a definite volume. You'd fail. So, Captain Morton, you would fail. Intro to first grade gas behavior. Literally, like I said. See, I can support what I say.
That link is dead for me. Is it dead
Is
for
it
anyone
dead?
else?
Is that one dead too? Son of a bitch. Those little bastards. So what you do is you go in the Wayback Machine and you type in the actual citation and it'll pull it up. So there you go.
Yeah, they're doing that. They're doing a lot of that with NASA because they're revamping their website.
They've been doing this for years. Every time I come up with something, I've had people call professors and their professors would delete shit off their own website.
Veach.
Yeah, Veach. Exactly. You got it. Yep. He did that
Hey, we
shit
got
before.
Insight. Insight just joined. Insight, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. You're brand new to me, so are you siding with the Earth being a globe, or what's your position?
I
in
just
this
come to
argument?
listen to debate. Really, I don't really hold a position.
This isn't a
And
debate.
I've
This
always
is
been told. I've always been told it's
this
globe.
isn't a debate.
I sort of just agree with that.
It's not a debate. It's a slaughter.
Oh, okay. But yeah, no, I've always been told it's a globe. I sort of just take that for granted. Haven't really looked into it.
There you go, QE.
What's that?
The Wayback Machine.
Yeah, way back. I told that. Yeah, I knew it was in there because it was posted.
No, I'm just saying
so.
I got you.
All right, thanks. I ain't gonna take it. But I don't really care.
For sure.
As long as it's in there, they know. Well, they probably don't know what to do.
Yeah.
That's okay. No problem. No worries. I posted another citation that stated the same thing. Like at 53 minutes after the hour, like liquids, gases have no definite fucking shape. I mean, I don't know why I have to cite this. This is like, booger eating well, duh. Maybe we ought to move away from the globetard. I know. Let's have a spelling contest. Fucking idiots.
Like a Spanish spelling contest? I'll participate.
Globey fight.
Wild. Bubbles are visible because they have a different refractive index than the surrounding substance. Huh. Okay.
Basicals, I'm busy right now, but later on I'm gonna post a photograph of a bubble that I took a photograph of a bubble. You might like that one.
Okay.
It's a double bubble.
A double bubble?
You know when you mix the soap and the water, sometimes they come out double bubbles.
Yeah.
There you go.
No, the multiple bubbles is just like surface tension, right? That's all it is. Well, it depends on what the bubble is, though, right? There's so much shit about it.
Aren't all bubbles because of surface tension? No, maybe.
Well, I'm just thinking about it like this, right? Gas doesn't have a definite shape at all, including bubbles, because they're all of different sizes and stuff like that. But I'm just curious, like, why do they rise in that form? Like, and it's just, I guess it's just because of how we perceive them, because of Snell's law. So it's interesting.
Isn't a bubble like a perfect sphere, some sort?
Not all. No. Not really. Doesn't say it is.
I mean, some of them.
Yeah, I guess some of them could, but here we go.
I have a question, I suppose, whilst it's a bit quiet. It's
No.
for both Globers and Flatties, though, if that's all right.
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
Why does it get harder to breathe at higher altitudes? And this is for both sides, I guess.
I can answer for the globe when they want.
Just less air, dude.
It's a bit quiet. Yeah.
Why does it what?
Less
Why does it
air.
get
Doesn't
harder
that
to
defeat
breathe
the
at
ideal gas
higher
law?
altitudes?
How does that defeat
Wait,
the
can I
idea?
hear the
gas
question
law?
again? Because I wasn't able to
Yeah,
hear
no,
it.
no, all good. Why does it get harder to breathe at higher altitudes?
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Whoever got the answers.
Pressure's higher and lower because there appears to be, from whatever cause, a downwards acceleration, meaning there's more down the bottom than they are up the top.
So that would mean that the gas would have to be produced in the atmo itself. So where are
No.
gases produced,
Wrong.
dumb fuck?
Wrong. No, you're
Wrong.
wrong.
Yeah,
As
so
usual.
if they're accelerating down, yeah, right. That's all you can say is wrong. You're a fucking moron. So if they're accelerating down, number one, it would never rain. Number two, then gases would have to be produced in the atmo. That means high up. Where are gases produced on the Earth?
Ground level or under the ground?
How are they
Where-
accelerating down?
Yeah. How are they accelerating down when all the gas on Earth is produced at or near the surface, you dumbass? Fucking eggshell moron.
He ran away. He
Yeah,
fucking
he
ran.
would.
You literally ran. Holy shit.
Was that his answer for the harder to
I asked a
breathe?
question. I'm not
Yeah.
sure
Tuck-tail and running?
if that was an answer more than an argument against the other guy.
No, that wasn't even the answer.
Question.
Tuck-tail and run is the answer.
Why'd you ask that question, Insight?
I don't know,
Going
just
to-
curious.
Well,
going
there's a
towards
It was
larger
both
volume.
sides up. Yeah.
There's a larger volume up in altitude. There's a larger volume since all the gas is produced at or near the surface. Then there's limited volume there, and most of the gas is there. But it eventually makes its way up, right? That's a significantly larger volume with less gas. Follow?
Yes. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I'm just curious.
Don't have
But
to
why
be a
does it just get less and less instead of just continually going up and leaving no gas, no
No
oxygen?
gas.
Yeah.
But it doesn't do that because we're inside
Yeah,
a container.
why? Oh, okay.
We'd have to be.
Yeah,
Why doesn't
you'd
it
have
just
to be.
stay like at the top of the container?
Why would it?
Oh, I got no clue. I'm not a scientist. I got
You don't
no
have to
clue.
be a scientist. We already went over this territory. Have you heard
No,
of?
I've only been here like five
Have you
minutes.
heard of the biogeochemical cycles?
No idea.
Yeah, like the water cycle, the oxygen cycle, the nitrogen cycle, hydrologic cycle,
None of
those
that.
types of cycles.
Never heard of them.
Yeah, we've all learned those in primary school. Where'd you go to school at?
I'm in Australia. I went to public school. But yeah, I never
I
learned anything
can't
like
speak
that.
on that then. Okay.
Yeah.
About to head out, man.
Getting some sleep, mayhem.
Yep. Otherwise, I'll stay here and fucking wreck these guys all night.
Yeah, I'm about out. It's 12. It's midnight here. Yeah. So have a good evening, ladies and gentlemen. See you tomorrow.
Yep. See you
Later,
tomorrow,
peeps.
Chewy.
Yep.
Later, guys.
AI, you still in here? You still doing your project? Or did you finish that one finally?
Did
Also,
Quantum and Mayhem left at the same time?
yeah,
They leave? Okay.
Yep. Yep. Bedtime.
they both have a date with Sigma's sister. Just kidding.
Ooh.
Ooh. I'm honestly like on a deep dive about bubbles right now.
Oh no, not that again.
What do you mean? No, not that. This is the first deep dive I'm doing on bubble. What's up, Mike? Though.
It's the second or third time I hear you bring up bubbles and farts.
Oh, yeah. My bad. I'm working on that. No, but I was just curious about like bubbles in general, about like why they look the way they do. Like for example, if you're underwater and you let out, a couple air bubbles, and why do they take the shape, gas going all directions and stuff. And it's just like, I don't know. It's like the kinetic energy is like forming like I don't know. I'm
It's the
trying to figure it
water.
out.
It's the water, the medium it's in,
Mm-hmm.
it's making the shape.
Just like pressing all around it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It has its pressure and it has its pressure, and it's that and makes it.
Oh, that makes so much sense. Gotcha.
Yep.
So then, okay.
It's water gas.
It's
Right,
naturally
right.
surrounded. It's naturally surrounded equally, so it's going to make
Here
that
we
shape.
have a flat earther. Here we have a flat earther in his natural habitat, learning about bubbles. It's very enlightening, just watching him learn.
Hey man, I don't know it all, bro. I'm trying to I'll learn something every day, and that shit's like it just kind of clicked. And, like
Hey,
depending on
Mysticals, have you ever heard of have you ever heard of water gas?
not necessarily.
All right, good. Never mind. Go
There
ahead.
was that one guy, he popped in and he popped right out, but he was trying to equate why is there explosions and underwater explosions with explosives. They work, but he was trying to equate that to space or something like that. I don't know. Well, I was going to answer him and he's going to say it was the oxygen. Ain't there oxygen in the water already? But obviously he didn't know that, so I don't know. He popped in and said something, just hopped right back out. But yeah.
I know this is gonna sound stupid, and I should have realized this, but it's like coming together now. Like that's why when you boil water, it forms bubbles because you're changing it to gas. That makes so much sense. It sounds stupid, but judge me. I don't care. I'm learning.
That's one of the ways I almost flat smacked this guy called Jazzaconda.
Jazzaconda.
Yeah, it's quite a character. I said,
Hot-
so when
hot
you
like
open a 2-liter bottle of soda, which is after he's like, oh yeah, gases have weight and all this other stuff, and carbon dioxide's heavy. And you put a carbon dioxide detector on the lower part of your house. Okay, so I go, now crack open a 2-liter bottle or a soda can. What direction does the carbon dioxide go?
What do you say?
Yeah, he was dumbfounded.
Oh.
He couldn't figure out, without saying buoyancy and density, he just couldn't figure out a way of why the gas would go up. He goes, carbon dioxide goes down. I go, yeah, now crack open the soda can. Which way does the gas go? Down. I go, no, it doesn't. Okay, check it out.
All directions.
Yeah, 2-liter. Open the 2-liter bottle. The carbon dioxide goes which way? The bubbles. When you you turn shake up a soda can, whatever. Which way will it go?
It kind of reminds me of the same thing of like why you would shake a spray paint can and why it has a ball in there. You know what I mean? It's like the ball is rattling between the gas pressure and the liquid gas and the whatever paint you're using, and it's just
Excites
like
it a little bit.
yeah, excites it, and then boom comes out through the nozzle. Shh. That's why there's a ball in there that rattles, which makes sense. Bubbles are cool, man.
We need bubble grenades. What we need. Just throw
Bubble
'em.
grenades.
Instead of like throwing water balloons at each other, you throw this water balloon, but the water inside it's specially designed pop into a bunch of bubbles. Bubble
Ooh,
grenade.
Imagine a bubble grenade like to get helicopters. You know what I mean? Or some type of like a flak cannon, like an anti-aircraft cannon, but like just bubbles. And you just float up. Probably not realistic, but there's got to be some bubble nerd that's just like, I swear I'm gonna do this one day. And AI, when are we gonna do the watch party, dude? I wanna see that 9-minute video of that dude breaking down why or why it's a religious belief to hold on to.
9 minutes is just a segment from it.
I really think that would be awesome, especially
You
for
can watch
everyone.
that 9-minute part anytime you want.
Can you send me the
Sounds
link?
like a treat.
Why not just do it now?
I don't have that power.
And that's like saying, why doesn't John Jones fight Muhammad Ali now?
Not really.
Well, yeah, it is. The reason why is because if you just do it spontaneously, then you don't have hype, you don't have attendance, you don't have everything in place.
That's the most important thing, isn't it? Attendance.
Yeah, obviously. If you're doing an event or something special, you want people to be there, right? Depending on what type of event, certain people will be there, and you restrict that event to different people depending on the event. Like your anniversary, maybe you don't want everybody there.
Could take people in there.
Do you think the newest attendants are the most important ones? Like they're the ones that should get the most attention?
This dude is so fucking wackadoo. This guy is crazy.
He just needs some attention, bro.
I know.
Well, me and you, we're gonna meet up, bro. You said you're gonna buy me a beer.
I
You're gonna
did.
bring your sister.
Nah, bro.
I said
I'm
I was
gonna
going to
show her
buy
the
you a
rounder.
beer.
No, beasticles.
Nah, bro. I said no such
We're
thing.
me and him. Yeah, you did. We're meeting up in Vegas on the 21st. You said you already live there. I'm coming over.
Yeah.
No, he told you no.
You weren't here.
Yeah, he said no means no, bro.
Yeah.
So, sometimes it means yes.
No means no, bro.
Yeah, this is the same guy that's just like, I want to hear everybody's flat earther
Yeah,
story.
dude.
And
I
then
mean, I think that would be really cool if everyone did that, but only a couple people did.
Yeah, and then
We're not
use it
beyond
against them.
the knowledge of the despicable depths that Globers will go to. For example, pretending to fall in love with a woman
That's
to
what he
try to
wanted to
sway
do,
her.
AI. That's what he
To try to
says.
sway her back to the globe.
Literally said that. Like you were
You know
not joking.
how it goes.
What's
It
wrong with
goes like
that?
this. It goes like this. So here's how it goes. He's talking to the girl. Did you know that some of the originators of the philosophy of the idea that the Earth was a globe actually believed that it was the most perfect shape
Forgot
because
the
it was
moaning
divine?
part.
Well, hold on. Because it was divine, and they actually imagined it since its creation and God's creation that it actually wasn't really a sphere, but more of like an orb, a testicle, you might say. The symbol of love and creation.
Right. What's wrong with that? Beasticles.
Yeah, beasticles. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with what? Manipulating people?
No, it's just like
No, what's wrong
changing
with your
flat Earth
sister
girls'
loving a
minds.
Glover, dude?
Yeah, what's wrong with that, dude?
Oh, I don't care. My sister does what she wants to do.
If me and your sister got married, would you get mad?
No, I'd just be disappointed in her.
Why?
Yeah, why? What's wrong with this guy?
Yeah, what's wrong with
Clearly an
me?
upstanding citizen.
You know what? To be
Yeah.
fair, you could just be completely joking and trolling, and I'm taking it too seriously. But like, honestly, though, dude, like, there's so much evil in the world. No need to add on to it. You know what I mean?
What?
But this is like a
Are you trying
charity
to
I'm providing for
insinuate that if
society. What are you
yeah,
talking about?
he's trying to insinuate that if you two had kids, that they would be like Satan spawn.
No.
Oh, I mean that might be interesting now.
No, it's just
Are
people that
are Satan spawn magical?
no, the people that find someone's vulnerabilities, exploit them, embarrass them for their own personal enjoyment. I don't like those people.
I didn't talk about embarrassing your sister.
I'm just saying, dude. Listen, you do whatever you want, whatever. You know, I don't care. Have your ball.
I just want to convince girls that the Earth is a sphere in person at Flattoberfest this year in like 2 weeks.
Yeah, good luck, brother.
Ooh.
Will you buy me a ticket?
Yeah, I'll buy you a ticket.
Okay, if you buy me a ticket, I'll meet you there.
All right, cool. All right, I got one. Who else is going? Or I got two.
He's a Glover,
actually.
dude.
You got hustled just that quick.
Aliceness, you got to pretend you're a flat earther. That way you can get all the free dinners, all the sweet gear. Get this guy to simp his wallet for you.
Yeah, you're screwing up.
Bro, who keeps muting me? Stop.
Yeah, who's muting the owl?
Dude,
that's
I have
rude.
ops. I got ops tonight. Somebody banned me earlier.
Oh man.
Owlishness doesn't exist right now because she's a picture of a ball.
Yeah.
Sorry, dude.
No, I'm NASA ball religion.
What are you talking about? I don't see a ball there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
What are you
but
seeing?
Ball
literally
religion's
all.
pretty based.
Yeah.
It's wild. Like, I don't get how you've been hanging around this long and like not see heliocentrism as like a legit religion. It's like
She does. Right there. Look at, she identifies as NASA ball religion.
it's wild. Like
I don't get how you guys like literally read these scientific proofs and science all day and still have this opinion. Like I I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't.
Yeah, you're good.
You don't understand how someone would describe a flat surface as in fact flat?
I don't know who keeps muting you. It's not me. I don't have that power.
Wait a minute. You don't understand how things that aren't actually scientific proofs, that someone claims are scientific proofs, but really there's a bunch of gobbledygook that they wouldn't believe it. That's what you don't understand?
You spend an inordinate amount of time researching and perfecting your knowledge of all sorts of scientific methods, scientific proofs, and
why we're
yet
flat
you
earthers.
still, huh?
That's why we're flat
earthers.
That's why you're flat earthers, but you're ignoring like some of the most.
Name one. Go ahead. Name one.
Name one. I can name
when
5.
ready. Okay,
Go
name
ahead.
one then.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, have you ever heard of the National Geodetic Survey?
Yes.
Have you ever? Yep. How did that
Yeah.
work out? How does that work for you?
So what they do is they take 3 lines of sight and then they
Correct.
wrap it around a ball. It's called the Clark spheroid.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you was it you that works in surveying?
I don't work in surveying. I build houses and developments. Yeah.
Okay, because there was somebody who works in surveying, and I was trying to ask him about this because he was telling me that you're using surveying equipment to actually pinpoint what 3 different points, and then finding
You're going to say triangle, weren't you?
yeah, triangle. Well, that's what you're making. You're making a triangle.
Okay. Well, you're making a triangle only because of line of sight there. So you've got 180 degrees.
Yeah.
And then what they do is they take those measurements and then they wrap them around. I think it's called the Clark spheroid model. And that's how you get your spherical excess.
Right. But so my question is if you did not calculate for the spheroid, would they be accurate? Would your measurements be accurate?
Yeah, they're only accurate on a flat surface.
No, they're only accurate if you apply the deflection of the vertical to them.
No.
Yes, you can't just so you have to account for that.
Can you explain that? The only reason they're wrapping it around a ball is because they're not taking measurements on a ball. Think about it. Why would you need to wrap something around a ball with an equation if you weren't on a ball?
Because you are because you have to oh my goodness. Because you're measuring for your line of sight, but you still have to account for the curve that you cannot necessarily see with your own eyes. Yeah, you can't detect it with your own eyes.
Yeah. So when you're measuring when you're doing 3 points and you got line of sight, it's a triangle, yeah?
Yeah.
So every angle is the sum of 180 degrees. Yeah. Perfect. So what are you then saying? How does geodetic surveying work? What they do is they take those measurements that they've done from line of sight and they wrap it around a model, and they even give you they give you the maths equation that they use in. I'm pretty sure it's page 60, and that's how they mathematically wrap 3 straight lines onto a ball.
Yeah, but I understand that, but you need to use those measurements in order to get accurate results. Like you can't just you can't just not apply that formula and get accurate results, or else everything would be falling down.
Accurate results to what?
So that the things that you're building actually make sense and they don't fall down.
Are you kidding me?
Don't use curves in buildings.
Holy crap! Hey, what's
The
the minimum?
surveying actually makes sense. Yeah.
Hold on. What's the minimum plot scale before you even have to consider anything to where you don't use plane surveying?
What is it? I think it says 100 kilometers, something like that. Or 100 meters.
No, it's kilometers. It's
100 kilometers.
It's a ridiculously large size that literally nothing is built on that scale. Absolutely nothing. There's not one structure on the Earth, right? Well, maybe 2 structures, maybe 3 tops that have that scale. That you would.
There's that bridge in China.
That plane surveying. Yeah, the bridge in China.
Yeah.
And obviously the Great Wall of China doesn't count.
No.
For obvious reasons. If you don't know those reasons, we could talk about it.
Well, it goes up and down hills.
There you go. Exactly. Man, it's a good thing we accounted for the curve of the Earth. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to just stack these rocks on top of this hill.
You'll be needing a flat baseline for those angles.
Dude, I'll be needing a fat baseline.
Okay, that's weird.
Man, you hate the bass? Man,
I hate that sound you just made.
What, his laugh? How dare you?
No, the brr, whatever you just did.
So number one,
my sweet bass guitar.
Your number one claim that you said we just ignore. So we've looked into it.
Yeah, and you're still ignoring it.
Ignoring what though?
Ignoring
That they
what?
use flats. That they use flat surfaces.
You know that,
They're
right?
correcting. They're measuring with flat surfaces, and then they're using slope correction on those surfaces, right?
Why would you need to do
Why
that?
are you ignoring the flat surfaces? Why are you ignoring that?
For a curve that doesn't exist.
Do I need? Okay.
Why are you ignoring reality and looking into fantasy? Why?
Why would I be looking? What do you mean ignoring reality?
In
A
reality,
realist level.
flat.
Reality. That's not what I see. I don't know what y'all are looking at, but
You
so
see a curve.
Here, I'll read this for you. Plane surveyors work on small patches of the Earth which can be approximated by a flat plane for all practical purposes. Geodetic surveyors, however, measure the quote-unquote big picture, and they definitely have to take the curvature of the Earth and refraction into account. If they wouldn't, the measured triangles will not fit together, because on a globe, the sum of angles of any triangle is more than 180 degrees. And that was what is measured on big triangulations. The geodetic control networks are then broken down, projected to plane maps for plane surveyors. This does not mean the Earth is flat. It is flat enough locally on a small scale for all practical purposes like planning bridges and buildings.
Hey, why are you ignoring the practical level?
Yeah, like, practicality and actual daily usage of it,
So you literally just told me that the Earth is round, and
But he just told you
after that.
What he just told you is that all bridges and buildings, right? So all construction projects, it doesn't matter.
Okay, I mean that's fine, but if they're still measuring and doing a geodetic survey, they need accurate results and measurements.
Correct. They're
It's
correct
after
to
the
put it on a sphere.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we live on one.
No, well, that's what they call it. They call it a correction.
No, we don't.
If we lived on a
Hey,
sphere,
let me ask this
they'd
question.
measure
Let
the
me ask
sphere.
this question. Legit, this is for legit. If they're just measuring the Earth, if that's what they're doing, then why do they need laws of transform or any mathematical transformation whatsoever?
They need it to determine. Let me see what they use this one for. But they need it to determine certain.
They don't
Let me
need it
see.
for any practical purpose.
Yes, they do.
No,
Why
they
are you
don't.
ignoring it, Olishness? Why are you ignoring the realist level? Why?
They need it for producing scales, particular scales for maps.
What?
Hey,
Yeah, they need it for producing particular scales for maps, because obviously maps need to
Curvature
be
of the
accurate. Yes.
No, before we go
How do you
down
think that they accurately measure maps? They
Well,
accurately
they're
measure land for
all
maps.
maps are flat.
Yeah, that's right. So how do you think that they measure the land to make a map?
With grids.
Yep.
With grids, correct. They use grids. So
They're
how do you think
straight.
that they?
Have you ever looked on a map? They're straight lines.
So, but they have to measure the ground in order to get those surfaces.
Yeah, they
So
measure
they
it.
have to correct.
Mm-hmm.
Why do they only have to correct because you think you live on a sphere?
Well, I don't think I live on a sphere. They have to use those corrections in order to create accurate maps so that
Hold on,
you can have those maps.
Real quick, if we go down this path like every day, I want to talk to Insight, who was just curious. It seems like he has an open mind. You got any other questions, Insight?
No, that's about it. I just don't understand anything, to be honest.
That's okay.
I just know when I go climbing or sometimes even hiking, it just gets harder to breathe, and I don't know why it gets harder to breathe. Like what's happening to the air?
Whereabouts?
That's your gradient, bro.
Whereabouts in the big red land are you?
Sydney, myself.
Okay, we got a few of us from up there. I'm in the
Nice
south.
fingers.
I'm
well,
in the bush.
it didn't. Hey, there's Mountain Man himself.
Mountain
They-
man.
yeah, I heard them explaining to you about pressure gradients before.
Yeah,
Like,
I
didn't you
don't
get
like.
that?
To be fair, no, I honestly didn't get that. I really didn't.
It's really
Oh,
easy.
okay.
The heavy gases are on the bottom.
Well, for a little bit, yeah, and then they kind of all mix together and.
Like I get it. If there's no container, then everything's just going to go flying out into space. I'd imagine, or getting sucked out.
Yeah,
and
that's pretty
you know.
much the premise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then if there's a container, like why isn't it just pulling towards the container? That's what I'm confused.
Well, all I'm talking about, all the gas being produced at ground level, like trees, the ocean. Well, the ocean produces carbon dioxide, so the trees breathe that in, and then you get this cycle of, oxygen that we breathe down at sea level, concentrated because trees, grass, all the things that oxygen is produced at the ground level. So that's why there's more oxygen down at ground level, at sea level.
Why doesn't it just stay down there then?
Well, because they all mix together, yeah. They seek equilibrium, so it'll start mixing up with all the other ones, and then, it will.
The higher and the lower pressure systems.
Yeah,
work
they
in
create
tandem.
wind, turbulence. So
Yeah.
you got
Creates your
updrafts,
dynamic system. Yep.
downdrafts. Yeah. Nothing to do with gravity, though. Like when so you get a high pressure will come and that's normally good weather, yeah, and then that'll come and sit on top of a low pressure or push it out of the way. When those two high and low pressures meet, they create like a wind or a vortex. Sometimes that's how storms start, yeah. So a high and a low pressure that creates wind, starts mixing some gases together, creates an updraft, and then gas disperses.
Yep. Vertical and horizontal.
Yeah, every way.
What you can do is you can test the claim the globe makes. That the globe is gravity is the container. So it just so happens that Tyson, God bless his soul, wrote a book called Astrophysics for People in a Hurry. And he described the Earth astrophysically that Mount Chimborazo is further away from the pole of gravity, the center of the Earth, than Mount Everest by 4 miles. So astrophysically, Mount Chimborazo is 4 miles taller than Mount Everest. So you're like, certainly, let's look at that, right? What effect would you see there, right? The further you are from gravity, inverse square law, the less pull you have. So then, by that logic, Mount Chimborazo should have a lower gas pressure gradient than Mount Everest. It turns out that you can climb Mount Chimborazo without any assistance. Oh, someone's like got some serious hot micing going on.
Captain Morton.
Sorry, I was talking with my pops. I missed that.
Okay, there you go, Captain
Just
Morgan.
mute Captain Morton. Just mute him.
Yeah.
So you should technically. Wait, I'm not sure I understood that. So technically,
Okay,
it's
so the
taller than Mount
further,
Everest,
so the
but
further you
somehow
get
you
away,
don't need any equipment to climb.
yeah, so the further you get away from the core of the Earth, what happens to gravity?
That's asking the wrong guy. I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah,
what do
it's
you
a
think? Inverse square law,
inverse
right?
square law. Yeah.
Does it get stronger or weaker the further you get away?
I'd imagine weaker.
Okay, so as you get away from the core of the Earth, gravity would get weaker and weaker and weaker. Okay, which is further away from the core of the Earth, Mount Everest or Mount Chimborazo?
Oh, I think he said Mount Chimborazo.
Astrophysically, right? According to Neil deGrasse Tyson. Okay, on my flat world, okay, Mount Everest is the tallest mountain. Okay, but if Globetard is true, and you're talking astrophysically, Mount Chimborazo is actually 4 miles taller. than Mount Everest.
When we say astrophysically, though, like I
From
really
the
don't
center.
know. From the center of where the gravity, the center of gravity.
Which would be the core of the Earth.
How the fuck did they figure that out?
So
it's
how about
claimed
this?
to be a
Okay, so
It's not
insight.
higher, but it's further away. Is sort of
from
what
the
you mean,
core.
yeah.
Yeah, it's further away. So that would be its height,
Further away from
its
the core.
distance. So, like, let's say this, right? Say I'm on Earth and I leave the surface of the Earth, and I'm counting my elevation off sea level. At one point, do I switch from no longer sea level? I start talking about distance to the center of the object. Like, if I'm to Mars or the Moon, do I say I'm 240,000 miles off sea level?
Or you say oh, okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, at some point you start measuring astrophysically, the center to the center.
So basically, you measure in Narnia at a certain point.
Yeah, like if I go to Mars, I don't say I'm how far are you from Earth? I'm 237 million miles away from the sea level. At some point you switch it. You're no longer like the ISS is called 200 miles above sea level. That's why you know it's still on Earth, because you're still counting. Your scale is at sea level. Once you get past that scale, and you're counting astrophysically. Like when you go from city to city, right? You would say I'm driving from Chicago to Atlanta. You're kind of picking the point, the center of each city.
Right. No, I get what you're saying. No, yeah.
Okay.
I totally get the concept. I
Yeah,
was just
is
gonna
insight.
ask you something though.
You use Stadia. That's what you use.
Yeah, insight. You tracking this, or is it too much?
Yeah, I get you. No, I understand.
Okay.
Well,
So
yeah.
when you
Does
climb,
does he know that the Earth's claimed to be an oblate spheroid though, instead of a perfect sphere?
I have no clue what any of that meant.
Okay, so the Earth. I'll just 1 sec, Crit. Just give me
Okay.
30 seconds. I'll give it back. So the Earth is claimed to be at the equator, 28 miles wider than the other opposite way around. Yeah. So if you go at the equator, is 28 miles bigger than north to south. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So it's not like a perfect circle.
Yeah, this is a claim. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why, when you'd go, okay, well, this is further from the core of the Earth. It must be around. Where is Mount Chimborazo, Crit?
Ecuador.
There you
South
go.
America.
That's why they say that. Now it makes sense why they say that. So, question for you, Insight. What brought you into the chat?
Did you 1 sec? Did you finish, Crit, or?
Yeah, do you get it now? Like your question. So why do you breathe? Why is it harder to breathe when you mountain climb? So on a flat Earth, there is a gas pressure gradient. The higher you go up sea level, the less gases there are. On a globetard, it doesn't add up. There isn't really any way to explain why Mount Everest has a lower gas pressure gradient than Mount Chimborazo, when astrophysically their causal agent would be gravity as their container. Gravity's holding the gases down. It can't be, because there are places on Earth that are further away from the center of pole and have a higher gas pressure gradient, a direct inverse than what they would predict. Yeah.
Right.
It's not like it's close. It's not like saying, hey, there's some variation here. Some places this, some places that. It's directly inversely related to what their claim would be. I mean, that's what we call colloquially a contradiction.
Right.
And it isn't so black and white anyway. Like places like mountains and stuff. Okay, but you got a constant state of flux in the air because there's temperature change, right? So we've got high and low pressure systems continuously moving around everywhere. Like the air is in a constant state of flux. It's not like it's static and you can just go from the ground, go up and measure a certain pressure, go up again, measure a certain pressure, and it be constant like that every time, right? And plus, what happens when you get inside a cloud is that, like you're going to have different pressures up there. Like, yeah, eventually the pressure does get less and less and less, right? But we're in that dynamic system, we've got different we've got a temperature gradient as well, so there's all these other factors to take into account. It's not just this simple static one temperature system that's just like going to be very predictable.
Right. That's why pilots, they have to contact ground base to figure out what was it, millibars, some shit like that. They have to figure out like where they're flying over, right, to determine like, if they're hitting a cold or hot like they have to keep in contact to determine like how much they need to thrust or like follow the jets. Like it's always in flux. But yeah, before we get off into the nitty gritty, because I know Insight's just like
Yeah. So
Absolutely
yeah,
not.
let me
I
word
think
it
I
this
follow.
way.
I
So
think I'm following that.
so on a
There's
flat
a
Earth,
pressure pushing the lighter gas like oxygen that we breathe.
yeah. So on the
lighter,
flat
and that's
Earth,
going. Yeah.
your
It's
elevation
cyclical.
is
Yeah.
bang on gas pressure gradient. The higher you go,
Yeah,
the lower gas pressure. It's bang on every time you try it. You can use a device called a barometer to test this. So using a flat Earth model, you are bang on every time. So much so that you can build a device to tell you exactly how high off the ground you are. On a globetard, it's just fucking random. You have no idea how this stuff works. It doesn't match any predicted model or observation.
A good example is the kettle. Someone boils a kettle, so you've got the gas being produced right from inside the kettle, and it's coming up, and the highest pressure is going to be right, like out, right. That's your highest pressure, right? And then as it goes out of the kettle and into the air, it starts expanding out, coming, and you'd measure a less pressure, right? Then it'll go up, like, and even your cycle, like we have the Earth cycles. You got your cycle; it'll go up, condense on the roof, turn into water, fall back down. You could build a system there where you basically just keep recycling the water that you're boiling, and it falls back down. Turns into steam, falls back down, turns into steam, falls back down.
Right.
Mic check.
I think I follow that. That was a good analogy. Yeah.
Mike, very low. Is that you, Flat Dirt? Is that dude?
Can I get some Can I get where do you guys chat? I have no perms.
Are you on the mobile or on the
You on the laptop? He sounds like he's on the laptop.
I'm on my laptop.
Yo, your mic is low, bro.
I don't know. I don't know any commands in here.
I'm on my
T-Dub, can
laptop.
you
Turn the mic volume fucking up, dumbass.
Hey, easy. Don't
I
talk to my
don't
boy like that.
know how to do that.
Yeah, maybe
I don't think
AI.
yeah.
All you
Wait,
guys are like
haven't learnt-
modded up
haven't
and
learned
shit.
the
I don't
codes
know what
yet.
happened.
So you can't open chat?
No, it says I don't have permissions to send
Chat in it?
messages.
AI, are you still there?
No, he's not.
We have
Go
to
on.
tag a moderator because we got mod
Oh, yeah.
for this room, but not mod for the server. Your rank is level 2. It takes level 3 to post in guest rooms.
I don't
you
even
should
know
go-
how I got it, bro. To be honest, I just looked at
Let
the
me
welcome
message
page.
that.
Yeah, if you go
Let me
through the
message
welcome,
that mod.
if you go through the process to check in, it'll put you at level 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or you can
Where do I go
contact a
to?
mod who will just check
There's a
in.
check-in?
Yeah, it's like click. Well, if you were here before it started, but it was like click here, acknowledge your rules. Click here to join this channel. Take a look around. Click the welcome page, say hello, and introduce yourself.
All right.
A couple things like that.
All right. I'll be back.
For sure.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah, come back, bro.
I'll be back.
It's the boy. So Insight. Question.
Yeah.
What made you pop in?
It seemed like the most active chat, and then it got a bit quiet, so I thought I'd ask a question, and yeah, just went from there.
Beautiful. So we're as of right now, what do you think? You want a spinning ball in the vacuum of space?
He thinks we're all fucking
I
nuts.
think I'm not smart enough to determine either one, to be honest.
Hey,
I really don't know.
That's totally fine, bro.
Yeah,
Like I
it's
said, I
honest.
do just take everything for granted. I'm told certain things, not that I understand. I just, take it at
That's
face
the
value.
right step. That's a good step there. You're
Yeah.
honest.
I did like the kettle analogy though. That made sense to me. Although then, like, if you talked about the kettle analogy, pulls to the top of the roof, that'd be the container. Then what's our container? I guess.
Ah, good question. We don't really know, but there has to be one.
Or else we just just all get sucked out
Yep.
into space. Okay.
I mean,
Well,
yeah.
it's not. Yeah, it's not.
Whatever's. Yeah.
It's not that
Go ahead,
there
Peter.
is like a vacuum like outside the container. Like it's just that there is the necessary antecedent for us to have gas pressure and be breathing is a container.
Well, the
right?
only reason I said sucked is because whenever you watch like space movies and like there's a fucking like a meteor like a little thing goes through the spaceship, it all gets sucked out. That's why I said sucked. I
That,
guess.
that's a good point, right?
differential.
That's a
Yeah.
that's perfect
mate.
point. Like in the movies, right? They that happens, right? Their spacesuit or their spaceship is breached, right? And they start losing that air pressure, right? That's because the higher pressure is going to move to the lower pressure, right? So why in the globe idea in the paradigm that they have, why isn't there a container? How is the air just sticking to the side and not? And it's got all that like almost it's practically infinite, right? Practically infinite. It's got all that volume to fill, and it doesn't. It just stays cozy, nice here on the little ball.
All right. And we breathe. We have our water cycle, oxygen cycle. Like it's in a closed system. You know what I mean? It's like a terrarium. So just picture it this way, right? Their model has room for things like Jupiter to exist, for example, which makes no fucking sense. Think about it, right? A giant gas ball in the vacuum of space. What the hell is keeping the gas there? What would you say? What would you guess that they would say?
I don't know. What they would say probably.
Yeah, you'll have to go
an
to
atmosphere.
Jupiter. Just stay right here on Earth.
Yeah, I guess they'd say an
Christian,
atmosphere.
can you
If they
mute your
say
mic,
an
please,
atmosphere
mate?
is what's keeping us, like our gases in.
No, they don't
Yeah,
have.
don't worry about. You don't even need to worry about Jupiter and outer space. Just right here on Earth. Just observable, measurable, repeatable.
Right. But they invoke gravity is where I was getting at. Every time.
Oh, that's like hand in hand with atmosphere, though, right? You can't.
It literally is gravity. How do you not understand this?
Oh boy, here we go, guys.
See, that's what I'm saying. Don't
It's
don't
really
even take it.
simple.
Don't even take it there, because as soon as you already said it was bang on sea level, debunking their idea that gravity is a causal agent for gas pressure gradient. Then you took it to Jupiter, and he's like, "Yeah, gravity." Just leave it right here on Earth. Don't worry about Jupiter. Don't worry about any gas giant planets, and, balls in space. Just right here on Earth, there you can debunk gravity right off the bat.
Who's the one that chimed in
Wait,
and said
there's like no
gravity is
gravity
it
at
though?
all.
It is. I'm
Okay,
the one
now
who
I'm
says
definitely
gravity.
out of my depth because if
You're good insight.
So I'll explain, right? So
Go
gas
ahead,
giants
Christian.
like Jupiter.
So the next thing, insight. What are you tracking with so far? Is that?
Did you mute him, Crit?
Yeah.
I think I'm following, but then you or someone just said I don't know, something about gravity not being a thing, and then now I'm like really now I'm back to square one. So
Okay, so what do you think gravity is?
like when you drop something, it falls to the ground, I guess.
Okay, what if you don't drop it? What happens to it?
It stays in your hand.
There you go. So what's the cause of it dropping?
You letting go.
There you
There
go.
you
You have
go.
universe.
There you go, bro.
I don't know.
So that's
You
it.
let
How does
go
it
and
get
then
up?
something else is taking it.
Yeah, so if you hold the object and you put energy into it,
Yeah.
and you don't let go, what happens?
Yeah, it stays there, stays in your
It
hand.
stays there. Yeah. Okay. So
But when
what,
you're
what do you
letting
mean
go,
gravity?
what's now?
You let go of that energy holding it up.
Mm-hmm. Now,
what goes up must come down. Bang on. Every time you try it, you could do it. You could walk around your house, pick things up, let it go. It always drops 90 degrees in parallel. Every time.
Except for gas and like
balloon,
helium.
Oh
right?
yeah, that's what with the
Clouds.
gases and stuff. I was talking about these objects that you have. Like I got a little bottle of ink here. I pick it up, drop it, bang, bang on. It fell straight down.
Yeah.
Right, but so gas doesn't come back down.
Well,
Gas
it
moves
moves in all
freely.
Because
directions.
didn't we say
Yeah,
earlier?
freely.
Someone
No,
explained
freely.
to me like it gets recycled
Freely.
No, freely in all.
Yeah.
Gas moves freely in all directions.
Yeah. If you have a helium balloon, you let it go. Eventually, that helium balloon will pop. That's when it gets recycled. But the point is, what is that helium balloon doing? Like where's gravity in that? Why isn't it pulling it down? Right?
I'm thinking. I'm thinking.
You know what I mean?
So
Go
Not
ahead.
yet.
Go
we're
Well,
tricked
I don't
into
know yet.
thinking.
I'm thinking.
We're tricked into thinking a certain way, right? And but if you look around, some things are just sitting still in equilibrium. They're not moving anywhere. They're not going down. They're not going up. They're going to the side. They're just stationary. And then you've got things that some things you will observe if like Crit said, if you put in energy into it, and let it and it's released, and it's in a medium that is less dense than the solid or the liquid, it's going to sink till it meets a solid that a medium that it isn't more dense than, will find equilibrium. And then you've got things like gas which just move in all directions, freely in all directions. So we forget that because it's just the way that the indoctrination from education mainly gives us this idea that there's this universal thing, everything just is going down. And if you look more into it, if you look more into the gravity, the quote theories, well, they're not scientific theories, but they'll like you to think that they are scientific theories just because some guy in a white coat said so, right? The theories of gravity that are presented, that they don't stand the test of empiricism and the scientific method. So there's ways that we can evaluate and test why things occur, things that we observe happening in nature. We can test them. If we have an idea of what might be causing it, we can manipulate that thing to make it cause the other thing in a laboratory situation or some other sort of environment, right? That is how we can establish the cause of an effect. But with gravity, nobody can manipulate gravity because the theories, they're just that. It's just mathematical concepts which they don't have any substance, in reality, no physical nature, right? So it's just a mathematical equation that you can't put through any kind of physical empirical test.
That's fair. Well, it'd probably take me a while to wrap my head around what was already told to me in this conversation before I look further into it. But okay, might have to.
I think I got a good one for you too here that you put on here, the atheist agnostic.
Yes.
Is that okay? So you could say in that
I'd say
framework,
atheist.
flat earthers are not convinced by the evidence of the ball. Even more so when you've got somebody presenting is basically the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church, who came up with the heliocentric model, said the model's so perfect, it's proof that God exists. And this cannot be denied. You cannot deny that.
That's a whole nother thing. Yeah, but yeah, okay. I get you. That makes sense. So you're like the atheist to the globe.
Yeah, you could say I'm not convinced. You
Yeah,
say what's holding you
that's fair.
back
'Cause that's
from a
what I say to
globetard?
religion. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I
I
say to
am
religion.
not convinced by this evidence. It is lacking. It is wanting. There's more evidence for Bigfoot than there is for the curve of the Earth. at least you got a picture of Bigfoot. No one can show a picture of this curve of the Earth. Like, oh, that photo's fake or that photo's this. I'm like, yeah, I mean, people
Bro,
who even think the Earth is a globe have rejected these photos from space. So you don't even need flat earthers. Like if you want to say who's like someone's upset that hey, flat earthers are rejecting science because of a photograph. Don't get mad at flat earthers because you've got a whole list of people out there who think the Earth is a globe who also think Nixon faked it. Because Nixon's claim was God picked America to win the space race because God loves capitalism. I am not convinced by that argument. Show me your God. You said God picked America to fly to the moon. Okay. Why? Why did God do that? Oh, he likes capitalism. Can you show me that he likes capitalism? How do you know that? When, where, what, where, or whatever. The 5 W's.
When did God start liking Helios worship?
Yeah, when did this happen? Because my reading of the Bible shows it's quite socialist.
There's actually no religion
Well,
that shows Earth as a sphere, literally.
I do
Except
appreciate you guys taking the time to explain some things. I do. But yeah, I'm definitely not equipped to do any like pushing back on any of it because, like I said, I just take a lot of things for granted as well.
Yeah, it's not so much pushing back. It's like, hey, so people come in here. I have no idea why someone would think the Earth is flat. Clearly, that's wrong. It's virtually the same argument people roll against atheists. Like, come
Yeah, that's a good
on,
analogy. I like that
come
analogy.
on. You're like, no, come on. Like,
real
like
quick,
if you can
Chris.
prove it, fair
Oh, sorry.
enough. But at the moment, I don't have the evidence to believe it, sort of thing.
Yeah, I messaged
So I guess
General
that's a good.
Chat.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
sorry. Go ahead, bro.
I was gonna say that actually makes me think of a good question. What would it then take for, and this is at both sides, for you to be convinced otherwise?
You can see 700 plus miles with infrared. Welcome to Flat Earth. T-shirts are in the back. Snacks are on the way.
No, sorry. What I meant was like, what would
Right.
convince
I
you
would-
to have to
would
change sides? Yeah,
I would be convinced with a direct measurement of curvature, drop over distance in relation to a 3,959 volt.
Is there any globers? That's the right term, yeah. Globers.
yeah, they'll never change their mind. They're too invested.
Too fixed in.
Yeah. So for me, it'd be very
should-
easy. Just
Here's a
show
perfect
me a
example.
globe worth believing in.
Scott
You
Mackey is
should-
a perfect example.
Yeah, you should ask them how one would make that measurement they want.
And then speak of the devil.
See, yeah, it completely avoids the question. That's a disqualify.
Well, that's like asking us to prove your claims. It really is quite fallacious. Like it's your claim, so it's your problem. It's your responsibility to prove that claim and to come up with some sort of some sort of way to do that. Like, and when you say when you guys say that you've done certain measurements, we find out that it's an inference of some kind. It wasn't this direct measurement. It was always relating to something else that you observed that then you use that to infer that it could only be working on a sphere, or it could possibly be working. I'll give you that. Some people don't declare that it means we're on a sphere, but they use it to infer that we might be on one. It does definitely would fit the bill, like but that's not really the solid correct measurement that we're looking for, is it? Well, they're not that we're looking for. I'm not looking for it. I'll tell you right now, I'm not looking for it.
Yeah, it's very simple. Like if they want people to believe in the globe, start offering something worth believing in. They tell you like this age of enlightenment, the space age in 1970s is going to be like a second renaissance, a new age of enlightenment, a new renaissance, a second age of giant leap forward for mankind.
Yeah, insight.
Instead,
you hang around you hang around long enough, bro, you're gonna learn more shit about everything than anywhere else, man. For real. And you're
Well,
gonna
like I said,
see.
like I appreciate the like taking the time to like inform me on like your positions. I do prefer to hear like pushback because then I can be like, okay, well, who's making more sense right now?
Sure.
Yeah. So I guess that is what I came for. I guess to see more of that. But if there's no one willing to take the opposition, I guess then I'm happy to just take
What
it
you
in.
want to do too is like factor other people out. Just use you
Yeah.
and the thing you're thinking about.
Yeah,
'Cause
evidence.
if you get all
What's
worked
the
up
sense
over
of
this
that?
person said that, it's called a cult of personality. You're going to end up in some sort of religious doctrine again.
Right.
Really
Of course, it's
think
going to
about
first
when
start.
you say. Sorry, man.
Sorry, go on. No, you go.
No, you go.
I was just going to
You
say.
got to think.
Flight Aussie, you guys. No, you go. No, you go.
Go teed up. Seriously.
Of course, it first starts with what you observe and experience in reality. Like, so just your direct personal experience of this reality of Earth, right? So that's where it starts. What do you observe? What do you experience? And then we build, and you can build from there. And then examine the claims that are presented from heliocentrism, and then compare that with what you do observe in reality and what you can measure in reality, what you can test, repeat, and what is repeatable and falsifiable. Not just some story that you're told that you can't in with. It's just simply take it or leave it, It's a belief. Yeah, sorry, Timbo, go on.
No, I was going to say exactly the same thing when he said, what makes more sense. I said, well, just use your senses, and it'll all make sense.
Right.
Yeah, man. Hang around long enough. Listen, like most people just listen. I need to start doing more of that sometimes, But yeah, dude, I learned so much shit. I literally learned something every day. I'm not even kidding. And I've only been like in the Discord conversation since August 21st, and it's been like so stimulating. Like, fuck Netflix, bro. This shit's way funner. Like,
Sunsets prove a globe, though, bro.
So I did like the atheist analogy. So does that sort of mean we're not saying it's definitely like flat. We're just saying there's issues with what everyone else believes. Is that what we were trying
Yeah,
to
you
get
could
at with the
say
atheist analogy?
the alternative, atheist logic fits flat Earth perfectly. I just do not believe, or I'm not convinced, in a spinning Baltard religion.
Tilting, wobbling, spinning monkeys.
Yeah, there's all this stuff about like someone's gonna say you just have to believe in systems of authority. Well, no, you don't have to.
Yeah,
I mean, it is easier. It is easier.
Yeah, just take the world for what it is. The really is level. At the really is level, that you don't feel any rotation. You don't see a curvature. You don't use a curvature for anything. You observe a flat and stationary Earth. You use the Earth as flat and stationary. It measures flat and stationary. And someone's going to tell you, well, you've got these systems of authority up on Mount High who are telling you you're wrong because they can do these supernatural things. They can put men on the moon. They can fly around. They can orbit the Earth with these machines that you can't even figure out how they work or what they do. But just believe them, bro. Just believe it.
It's
They're like, how
easier,
about
right?
no? No, I'm not going to believe you.
Who's the guy from the Matrix that once he simulated steak?
Oh,
Cypher.
Cypher.
Yeah.
Right? Cypher
Here's
said
the
ignorance bliss. Voltaire. This is what's really interesting. I use a lot of Voltaire quotes when talking about this too. Because if they can get you to the belief in absurdity, you're a monkey on a lava ball. They can get you to commit atrocity. bomb these third world countries.
Exactly. Hey,
How about
Crit.
no? I'm not going to bomb those third world countries. Give me a reason why. Why do those people over there pose a threat to me? Oh, they hate my freedom? No, I'm not very free, homie. Not in the slightest.
Crit. I want insight to see. Have you seen the Indian moon landing insight?
Didn't that happen a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, have you seen it?
Oh, no, I haven't seen it.
Check this shit out. It's 1 minute and 45 seconds. And then yeah, feel free to keep unmuted while you're watching it just to hear your reactions because it's hilarious.
I am on push to talk, but I'm watching it now.
Okay.
See, another thing too is like when you walk into NASA, the JPL, they have a huge sign on the wall that says, "We only trust God. Everybody else, bring the evidence." So that's a contradiction too. Someone's gonna be like, "Hey, you should trust NASA." Well, NASA says don't trust them. Only
I
trust
am just going to
God.
deafen for a second just so I can watch it, but I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, okay.
It's alright, Crit. You got to keep them numbers up, bro. Keep going.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, normally that atheist part seemed to trigger them pretty hard, and it's good that he took it. He took it well. He's like, "Say what? Are you talking about NASA as a federal government?" And you're like, "Yeah, man. What do they do at the federal government? Do they worship
Oh, that
God?"
didn't even take a minute. So it's just like a visual representation of what they think's happening. Is that right?
I guess, bro.
So like, why don't they just have cameras in the shuttle or the spaceship?
I think there's one that shows it, and it's also ridiculous. Let's see. You ready? You probably don't need to deafen for it because there's no sound. Hold on. There it is. I'm trying to tag you. There's another guy named Insight.
Someone needs to deafen though.
It's AI playing with the
Of course
thumbs.
it is.
Yeah, there's no sound for it, Insight, but that's their footage.
I guess if I'm thinking critically, how do we know that is the moon and not just
Whatever the hell that is.
Yeah.
What I thought was interesting about the controversy is that India received a huge amount of international support.
Yep.
Like financial support. And then they're like, "Hey, we went to the moon." You're like, "What? Like, how did you go to the moon? You've got all these problems in your country that you need industrialization and support and stuff. How are you going to the moon?" And he's like, "Well, you see, what happened was all those programs worked out, so we had a little cha-ching on the side." And you're like, "Okay, yeah, but it costs billions to go to space." "Oh, no, not really. No, barely an inconvenience. We just, had a little something on the side, and it don't cost about $17 million." And you're like, "What?" Like, NASA's telling you they can't go to the moon now because they need 50 billion more dollars, 50 billion with a B, to go to the moon. But they just went to the moon with like 17 million? Like, how did you do that? Like, can you take over? Like, can we just send NASA over to India?
Crit, have you read the comments on that video? That 33-second one? It's hilarious.
Yeah, with the lander. 'Cause it's funny too because the prime minister doesn't even know if he's supposed to clap or not.
But no, not that one. The 33-second one where it's like the real footage. Some of these comments are like, at 15 seconds, look at how the sand bounces when the lander hits the surface. Amazing.
Oh yeah. My favorite like video watching was when Insight went to Mars and they rickrolled it at the very end.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I'm not
Then-
even joking. It's still up today. Like, go watch it. And then they sang that song from David Bowie as their life on Mars, and I'm like, this was a social gathering.
Yeah. You just look at the rocket launches Insight, and it's so funny, dude. And I think AI was the one that was telling me the other day about how it's actually illegal to film the second stage. Am I correct on that?
What's the second stage?
Where it like drops its payload, like its fuel payload or whatever. Let me see. Before I fuck that up, let me see.
Yeah, I never heard that before.
Rocket. The second stage. Let's see here.
Here, let's give Mackie a second chance. What would it take? The question on the table is, what would it take for you to change your mind?
Go ahead, Mackie.
Let's see if you can answer it. Last time he
I'm
balked.
interested.
Scott,
Still running.
you can unmute now.
Yeah, he doesn't want to talk. See, he doesn't want to talk about the globe. He only wants to talk about flat Earth.
No, he's chat skinking. He can talk.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, repeat your question, Crit.
No, it was Insight. Insight wanted to know someone on the globe side, what would it take for them to change their mind?
Scott, you have the floor.
What would it take to change my mind that the Earth was flat?
Or now the globe. Got this perfect model, 100% settled science, no debate. Anyone who disagrees needs to be rounded up in cattle cars and.
Even the globe model is not perfect. It's got a bunch of holes in it.
Well, you just start by telling me how celestial navigation works on a flat Earth with triangles and all that stuff, like you guys been saying.
See, right back to it.
Flat baseline.
Right back to the flat Earth. Okay, no, globe. Okay, well, in the globe, what would it take for you to say, hey, this isn't working? Time to scratch it.
Nothing. It all works in the globe.
See?
That's the thing.
Oh, okay then. If
Do you
he's
see
saying
the
everything
difference?
works
He's
in the globe-
religious. See,
No, yeah, fair enough. So if he's saying everything works in the globe, then we could present one thing where it doesn't work, and that would be enough to convince you.
No, because he's religious.
Wait,
it will never
He
change.
got muted again. That's a great question, Insight. Go for it.
So, like, if there's
he
any
answers
one
it?
thing, if there's any one thing that can't be proven, because he said it's perfect, then that would be enough for you to change sides, or
Everything has to be 95% dark energy, dark matter for gravity to work.
Wait,
So,
repent. Hold on. Let Scott
Yeah.
answer real quick. Scott, did you hear his question? You can unmute again. And if you didn't,
What was the question?
so you said like that everything fits perfectly under the globe model. But if someone could argue one thing that I don't know disproves, just they can pull apart one thing, would that be enough for you to ditch that model?
Sure. One thing that didn't have a perfectly reasonable explanation. Yeah.
Okay. So then, I guess, does anyone have something that could do that?
Yeah, but that Mount Chambrozo. Present it back to him, see if he gets it. He'll
I'm
brick
still
it.
trying to wrap my head around it a bit, so I'll let someone else do that.
mass doesn't attract mass, and relativity has been debunked by Run Z Cow.
Relative has been what?
hold on. Let's let one person go after this because this is
Quickly, I want to jump in. I'm just going to jump off, but I just wanted to say, nice talking to you, Insight. Can you guys make sure that he has a link to the server where we've got a plethora of information channels?
I already did it.
Oh yeah, someone's linked me on.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Mike's on the
awesome.
ball.
Yeah,
quote
we've
unquote.
got heaps of information there, heaps of channels and content that you won't find just typing into Google or going onto YouTube. So make sure you take advantage of that. I'll catch you guys later.
Later, T-Dub. That dude's awesome. Oh, Crit, you want to take a whack?
Yeah, I mean, like, where's the curve? Show me the curve, man. Locally flat and not flat. Can't explain it.
Show me how it's flat.
See, right back to flat Earth. Religious dogma.
Well, we've shown you the curve. You just say, nuh-uh.
We? Who's we?
Well, not me. I agree. You're right. I should not have said that. Other people have. I've seen them.
Who?
No, I've seen you showing the curve over at Gems.
By
and
who?
just say, nuh-uh. Does it? Nah, well.
At what elevation?
No, by who? Who showed the curve? Somebody must have, right? At any time in human history, from ancient times until now, is there a way to directly measure the curvature of the Earth? If so, by who? And what was the method done? Citation, primary source, demonstration.
Yeah, I would say the geodetic surveys, the International Society, measured the globe fairly well, and they measured a curve. When they added up all their points, it made a circle. Big
Yeah,
ball.
so the UTM, Universe Transverse Mercator, also uses by the GIS, that depicts a planar coordinate system. Just throw that out.
All I know is what they told me was the result of their measurements. They measured a ball. Every last one of them believes it's a ball. I'll go with that.
Back to belief.
Feels a consensus.
Well, you can look at their data
See, it's
itself,
belief.
but
See
you can look
insight?
at their data. You can look at their data
and then believe it.
and you can confirm.
Then confirm it when ready.
Yeah, it is straight zealousness. Is that a word? Zealousness?
Straight belief system.
Can I ask you guys a question though?
You're supposed to be answering, dude. Like, how would
When have you
what would it take to convince you that this is not a perfectly spherical model in space? And nothing. You have religion belief. You have religious belief to it.
Well,
It
I'm not
doesn't
saying
matter
about
what anyone
perfectly
presents.
spherical. It's not perfectly spherical.
Or the model being the perfect model. You won't even show the model. That's the best. Ask them for a model insight. Say, can I see this heliocentric model you're even talking about?
When you're asking for a model, what are you asking for?
Anything you got. What would you use to demonstrate?
We can show you the math. It's available
The
online,
math.
I'm sure.
Yeah, and the math done by Copernicus and Newton said the math is so perfect
Not
it could have
Copernicus.
only been done by a supernatural being. Okay, let's see it. Show the supernatural being.
Not Copernicus.
Yeah, Copernicus too. Copernicus said the orbits are perfect circles. Perfect circles don't exist in nature, therefore it had to have been supernatural. It was made by a supernatural being.
If he said the orbits were perfect circles, he was incorrect because they are ovals.
Well, there you go. So now you say that right from the very beginning, the
That's
start of
one
the
thing with your
heliocentric
model.
model is incorrect. It is incorrect model.
Yep.
Well, so guy got it wrong. We fixed it.
Back to a
we fixed it.
Yeah.
Well, not me.
We, bro.
Other people fixed it. Other astronomers fixed it. They checked his math, found us a little off, and they adjusted and they fixed it.
You
And
see
now
that?
they got
You
a
see that
very
insight?
accurate model.
Isn't that wild, dude? One thing
What's
is
that?
wrong, they gotta just add another layer cake to it to make sure it fits again. And then again, when something else goes wrong, they'll add another layer cake and another one.
Just like when you're trying to talk about religion, it's always
That is
just
how we
shifting the
progress in
goalpost.
this world. That's what we do to progress.
Dark cake and dark icing.
How
What
do
were
you
you gonna
guys
say?
progress?
Insight? Wait. Hold on, Scott. What were you gonna say? Insight?
Right.
I couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. So I guess my point was Scott said that it fits perfectly into the globe model. That's why he believes it, and that if we could disprove one thing, that would be enough for Scott to throw away the globe model. So I guess can Scott maybe make a claim, and then if that can be disproven, then would Scott be willing to throw away the globe model?
He'll never be willing to throw it away, bro, because it's a belief. That's the problem.
Well, let's give it a a shot.
Let's give it a Scott. I love
yeah.
it.
Scott, could you just make a claim or like I don't know, something about your model, and then
Yeah.
see where that
Not
goes.
in a question form.
Sure,
Yeah,
it would
just a claim.
result it would result in northern and southern celestial poles.
What would
where
result?
where
Sky
the
magic.
stars
I'm not
that
following.
where the stars, if you're decently south and you looked south, you would find the stars making a circle around a single point. And if you went far north, you'd see this, and you look north, you'd see the stars making a circle around that single point. And they'd be going in opposite directions.
Sky
Well, the
magic.
same direction, but you're just looking the other way. So they look one's clockwise, one's counterclockwise. That's one prediction of a globe Earth. And we see that.
Wait. That's not
So
really.
depending where you are on the Earth, the stars rotate a different way.
Yes.
And like I said, I'm not like scientific in any way, but is that what you're getting
Yeah.
at?
Yes.
So stars move, therefore Earth moves.
Or the interesting thing that I didn't realize till I started hanging out with the Globers
crew.
over at the Gempan server is that in Australia, in their summer, so December, the sun rises in the southeast and sets in the southwest. I never realized that.
Sky magic.
Well,
Up there
if
in
you,
the sky somewhere, unverifiable.
but
See,
but
Sky
here's
Dad.
but here's the
You're
one that
Sky
gets
Dad.
me.
A
We
heliocentric religion, sun worship. The sun does this, therefore Earth curved. Earth
Yeah,
moving.
well, the other
Sun
thing
moves,
is,
therefore Earth moves. Sun stationary. See how it doesn't matter. There's no way of falsifying their claims because it goes into this area of unfalsifiability. It's pseudoscience. Ask them, how would you falsify the globe? You either show me stars moving, but the Earth is actually not moving. You're like, yeah, dude, you just made that claim yourself. You're like, no, flat earthers are dumb.
well, if you guys had put forth a claim, we could prove it wrong, but you never will.
Yeah,
'cause
so
you
like,
know
right
you're
back to flat Earth.
Pardon, I don't know how many times I have to say this, but
Okay.
you can already prove the Earth is round by just making a triangle. It's just, it's the dumbest fucking, like, some guy did it 3,000 years ago. Like, are you actually still on this flat Earth? Like, just, I'm sorry, but like, just basic fucking
Chill out,
mathematics.
dude. We're having a conversation. You can go next.
The triangle.
Yeah.
Okay, so a triangle proves what?
Yeah.
So you show a triangle, and then what?
Yeah, well,
Can you
the
explain
triangle
it
is going
to
have,
like as if I'm a
yeah.
5-year-old, because I pretty much am.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, like,
So, like,
okay, take a breath. Hey, Turd, hold on. Take a knee for a second. You're like, got
There you
milk squirting out your nose. Okay, take a breath, collect your thoughts. So you've got triangles, okay? And go.
But here we go. Here, Crit. Hold on, Crit.
like as we all know, like a triangle has 180 degrees, right? On a Euclidean plane, correct? But the thing is, on the curvature of the Earth, it has greater than 180 degrees. So that means that it's curved. It's very simple. You know?
Okay, what do you think of that insight? So what do triangles have?
What are
If you
we
add up
doing
the
with the
internal,
triangle though?
he says that
Like, are
triangles
we
have
marking
more
points
than.
on the Earth in a shape of a triangle? Is that what we
Yeah,
mean
so
when
like,
we say triangles?
yeah, so what I'm trying to say is that on a curved surface, a triangle is going to have greater than 180 degrees, right? So like you can do it on a basketball. Just take a basketball, make a triangle on the basketball. You're gonna end up with greater than 180 degrees. And the same thing happens with the Earth. Like if you just take a few kilometers, and you make a triangle, right? 3
Okay.
points. You're gonna find that the Earth, that the triangle on the surface of the Earth has greater than 180 degrees. It's very simple mathematics. All right.
That actually, to me, honestly, that does make a bit of sense. To be honest.
Check it out, right?
Hey, Mike, check.
All right. So what's the counterpoint?
Hey, Flat Earth dude.
Hey, God Rockin's over 24/7. He can't get in this place. He's been trying
Why?
for weeks.
so-
We need help. We need some. Boomer needs help, man. Come help him out.
Here, take
Bring
take
the
an
A
invite
team,
link.
man.
Counterpoint is, dude.
Thank
all
you.
right. Sorry.
Give him
Counterpoint
that, bro.
is all lines of sight. Triangles are measured at lines of sight. If you measure at lines of sight, you've got 3 straight lines. Yeah? 3 straight lines equals a triangle. Triangles only add up to, shut your mouth, mate, or I'll mute you. Only add up to 180 degrees. The only way that you can get spherical excess is if you take the 3 lines of sight points and wrap them around a ball, which is called a Clark geoid or a Clark sphere. There's an equation, and that's how they do it. You can only take triangle measurements from line of sight, 3 points, and that's it.
Yeah, but that's not true, is it?
Well, how are you
because,
going to get a line of sight when you can't see
actually-
something?
Well,
How are you going to get a
well,
line
if
of
you
sight
don't-
when you can't see something?
Yeah, if you pardon, you actually only need one straight line.
Pardon?
And the rest.
So you
Yeah,
need
if
one
you-
straight line for a triangle.
Yes.
How do you do that?
Well, it's very simple. Just connect
for it.
the straight line. Yeah, you just connect the
what?
straight line.
To what?
Well, to a third point, but it's
But now
very.
you need
It's
more.
actually. No,
That does
no,
sound
you
like you need
don't.
more lines.
You just said one straight line.
No. Yeah, you only need one straight line to make a
For a
triangle.
triangle? You sound retarded, man.
No, but I'm talking mathematics here. So, like, you just make one straight line. So you connect a point to, like, you take an alpha point, connect it to a beta point, and then all you have to do is make a third point. So, like, you only need one straight line to do that. And it's impossible to not make a straight line because you only need the 2 points, right? You get what? So yeah, it's just ridiculous to say
Bro,
anything
what's
otherwise.
What's a triangle?
Yeah, a triangle is 3 straight lines
Right.
of 180 degrees,
Right.
generally speaking.
And then what's an elevation angle?
Sorry?
What's an elevation angle?
Are you talking about a zenith?
No, an elevation angle. Well, actually, I don't know if that's called that too, but an elevation angle. You know,
Yeah.
like how celestial
Yeah.
navigation
So
works. You know,
yeah.
radars.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So that's called a zenith. That's called a
Mhm.
zenith.
Okay.
But yeah,
So how does that work?
I'm not exactly sure what you're.
How does that work on a curved surface?
Well, yeah. See, the thing is, it doesn't.
Exactly. You got it. There you go.
But yes. So like,
It doesn't
the
work
thing
on a
is,
curved surface.
you
You
have
said it perfectly. There you go.
no. Yeah. So yeah. So like now you have to use calculus. Like it's it's a lot more difficult.
Yeah. Yeah. That's okay.
But, there's still yeah, but we can still prove it with math. Like you know.
Mm. So celestial navigation. Have you heard of that insight?
No, I haven't.
Yeah. So okay, that's a completely different subject.
No,
But
not.
yes.
What do you
So
need for? What do you need? What are you doing when you use celestial navigation? Aren't you using elevation angles to the star?
Mm,
Getting a GP,
mm,
right?
yes.
Okay. Isn't that a
Yes.
triangle?
No, it's not.
Yes. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
How is it not?
Well, because like I said, you can't have a perfect triangle like on a curved surface. But
Yet it
what you
works,
can
right?
do is no, it doesn't. So like you have to approximate like a zenith, and that's where astronomy comes in. Like it's just like what you're talking about is nonsense.
Really?
Hmm. Yeah, so when you calculate, because you also have to understand that like stars, they do this thing where they move, you know? So yeah, so like and the earth moves as well. So like you can only calculate, you have to like do basic astronomy and like figure out okay, what time of year is it? Where are the stars relative position? Like it's not as simple as just a fucking triangle, you know?
Well, how does a sextant work? If you know.
Yeah, okay. Yes. So like that's very very barbaric, but yes, you can use the sextant, yes. But yeah, so like that's just an approximation. It's not really the best way of going about things, you know? So, yeah. I wouldn't use that.
But here's the thing, right?
But, you know,
Let's just say before heliocentrism.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right? They were using celestial navigation perfectly fine.
It was good enough.
Uh-huh.
Good enough, but just
They were
It would
often
not.
off by several hundred
like,
miles from where
yeah,
they wanted to be, so that's not really true. But
yeah, like I said, it was good enough. Like an approximation, you know, just but not the best way of navigating, right? In fact, the best thing was just to pick out Polaris and just you know, navigate by that. But the thing is, like, yeah, you can use that, and it's better than wandering blindly into the sea, you know. But yeah, you're still gonna have a very bad day. Like it's just, you know, not the best idea, right?
I don't know, bro. I mean, I feel like an elevation angle is actually way easier than doing any type of calculus to figure out how curved triangles work. I mean, I don't
we
understand
care
that.
about your feelings in this now, not the facts of the matter.
No, the facts is like
Yeah.
all you
You
need
said
is
you
an
feel
elevation.
like one is better than the other. You didn't actually provide any evidence. You just said you feel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like, yeah. So like, the thing is that thank God for calculus, but it's like even just using Newtonian physics, we were able to go to the like it. Yeah. So yeah. So like, it's very easy, and I just want to go back to what I was saying before. Is that like, if you have a triangle, right, straight lines, that is greater than 180 degrees, well, then you have a curved surface, right? And then you got to use calculus. So that's what I'm talking about, and that's why the Earth is curved.
Okay, so
And if
easy.
it's
Is this
curved,
here? I'm gonna post this. Is this not a zenith angle? Oh wow, that's a bad picture. Hold on. Wait. Let me get a better picture. I didn't copy it appropriately. Hang tight.
I'm just saying, like,
I'm just learning about
if
celestial
I draw,
navigation, but I'm pretty sure that it's a right angle. It's a right angle triangle, right?
well, okay, so that's different.
Isn't that not what you said?
Because
Is a zenith angle?
well, yes,
Uh-huh.
but it's all right. So like, yeah, a zenith is an angle, right? Astronomically speaking, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But you know, but that doesn't mean it's a triangle. So it's not the same.
Well, here, check this out.
What's the source on this beast?
Right here.
Thanks.
Okay. So check that out. Where's the curved triangle that you're talking about? In elevation angles or zenith angles? Hello?
Yeah, so you're talking about a flat plane. That's not the same. It's like it's just not a proper argument, is it?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, so like you're calculating zenith, like the image that you posted, like you're calculating like zenith off of a flat plane. That's just, it's not proper.
How is that not proper? Isn't that the same thing as using a celestial sphere?
No, it's absolutely no, it's impossible. You can't. That's not how it works.
Okay. Can you please explain to me how it works then? Because I don't understand how it works in any other way. If you want to show that, honestly, I'm willing
Yeah,
to
because you have a
read
curved.
if you can show
Because
me
you have,
how it works.
well, but yeah, if you, yeah,
Like,
of
this
course.
source actually proves
Now,
your
like,
belief system wrong too. But like, nice
yeah,
try.
no, well, no, but it depends on because the Earth is relatively like it depends on how many kilometers you're willing to grasp your zenith with. Like it's so like if you just go like a few kilometers, then yeah, you can generally get a triangulation. But if you go farther, then like we're talking about like yeah, that you're running into curvature, and it's just nonsense,
I still don't understand
right?
what you're saying.
Do you not understand?
Okay, well here, I'll post this. Measuring the sky. You can see the celestial sphere, and I'll read this. Let me actually edit this with the quote there.
Wait, you do recognize that this source does assume a spherical Earth, right? Or
Check
near
this out.
spherical Earth.
Read that bottom sentence right there.
Yeah.
Everything in the sky above the horizon is visible, while everything below it is not, right? So the horizon is
That's
that.
how horizons work?
Mm.
Yes? Congrats?
Yeah.
That's how it works on every model. What are you talking about?
So is a
Of course,
horizon
stuff
not a straight
below the
line?
Wait, it's a
Yeah,
straight line
look.
from your position to
Is
the
it not a
horizon. Yeah, of
straight line?
course.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where's this curved triangle that I keep
Yeah,
hearing
it
about?
is.
Wait, because the observer to like the horizon is a straight line. That doesn't mean the Earth isn't
Hold
curved.
on,
What are
hold
you
on.
talking about,
I'm
dude?
honestly trying to understand what you mean by using curved triangles. Triangles that have more than 180 degrees. I don't understand how that's possible when using celestial
Well,
navigation.
it's
You have to.
possible with.
It's always going to
It's
be horizon. Like the horizon's, it's 90 degree or 180 degrees, right, all around you, right?
no. I'm sorry. Do you not understand geometry?
Okay.
Like, are you retarded?
Okay.
Perhaps.
360 is a
Instead of
circle,
calling him
right?
retarded, how about pointing out where he's wrong in that statement?
Well, I just tried to say, like, if you have
No,
like,
he just
look,
asked.
mate.
He just asked you,
Pardon.
isn't the horizon all the
Pardon.
way around you, 180 degrees? And then you called him a retard. So, is he correct that
No, yeah,
if you're on a
the
ball,
horizon.
hang on, isn't
Hold
it?
on.
Okay, AJ
Yeah,
knows
so
way
the
more about
horizon.
celestial navigation than I do. So,
Isn't it
am I
correct that
correct
if
so
you're
far,
standing on a
AJ?
ball, sorry,
Mike?
man, I got a phone call. I got to answer it.
That's okay. So, yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
listen,
so the
I'm just learning.
horizon.
I'll be honest with you guys.
The
I don't mind saying I don't know. I'm just learning about celestial navigation. But what tripped me up is
Yeah.
as I'm learning about this, right? You said you
Yeah.
can use curved triangles That's what I don't. Okay, you gotta explain that, please,
All right.
or
So
at least show
yes,
it.
if you just if you just make a triangle on a basketball, right? You'll find that the curvature of the basketball makes the triangle greater than 180 degrees, right? It's that simple. It's that fucking simple, mate.
But wait, you're assuming that we're on the basketball though. You're assuming that the Earth is a basketball first though.
Well, no, I'm not assuming that. I'm just saying that if you have a triangle that's greater than 180 degrees, that means that you have curvature, and you can do the same thing with the Earth.
It's not that simple.
right?
Well, it's not that simple because you don't have line of sight to pinpoint your point.
is that.
You are dumb.
It literally is that.
How are you going to
This was
pinpoint
already.
over a curve?
Yeah, that's what I don't
This was
understand.
already. This was already proven 3,000 fucking years ago.
Show
What has
me.
been
Show
proven?
me. Show me.
Just make some lines. I'm telling you,
Just
that,
make
this
some
has already
lines on
been.
a curve that doesn't exist, you retard.
Well,
That's what I
if
didn't
the curve
understand.
doesn't.
Like,
Well,
how could it be a
if
triangle
the
if
curve.
it's curved?
Well,
I don't get it.
excuse. Do you not understand geometry?
I know what a triangle is.
Fucking hell!
Oh, I know
Yeah,
what a triangle
you
is. It's
know.
three straight lines. Is
Right.
what it is.
Right, and that's what an elevation angle is. When you look at it, it's
No,
a
that's
triangle.
not that. No, god damn it!
No,
Fucking
hey,
what the shit?
Beasticles. He's not talking about elevation angles. He's talking about surveying.
He's
He's about
having
to
a
pop.
fucking breakdown. He's having a breakdown.
Okay, so he's talking about surveying. Oh, I brought up celestial
I'm
navigation.
not having a breakdown. I'm just trying to teach you about physics and geometry. Like it's very simple.
Hold on,
Very
I was
simple.
talking. I know, but I was talking about celestial navigation. I didn't know you were talking about surveying. You should have brought that up first. I would have tried to follow. I think that's
What
what
we're
I was
talking
confused
about. Oh yeah, what we're talking about is the Earth flat, right? And I can tell you that the world is not flat, and you can prove it by just making a fucking triangle, right?
What do you mean? On paper?
What are we gonna make this on a piece of paper or
Yeah, like that's what I don't understand. You can make a triangle anywhere.
Okay. You just if you don't mind, you just put a couple pegs a few kilometers apart, and then you just draw a triangle with string, and you'll find out that that it's greater than 180 degrees. This is very
Sorry,
simple
that's
shit.
retarded, man. That's retarded, mate.
No, it's basic geometry.
How are you going to
You've
get
taken a
strings?
piece of
How are you going
string
to
2 kilometers.
How are you going to tie strings peg to peg?
Yeah.
Over kilometers over a
Over 2
supposed
kilometers?
curve.
That's bullshit.
It's very
Nobody's
simple.
done
Stupid, man.
Is it simple?
That's
Please
stupid.
demonstrate that one day.
You've never done that. You have never done that.
No, it was if you pardon, this was 3,000 years ago. Like I
Citation,
don't
please,
understand.
so I can see it.
I don't understand how.
Dude, bro, do you have permission to post in the chat? Please post what happened 3,000 years ago. I want to see what you're talking
We
about.
doing sticks and shadows?
Yeah, there was a Greek mathematician that proved this already. So
Are you talking about
I just don't.
Eratosthenes?
Yes, he's talking about Eratosthenes.
Are you talking about
Yeah.
Eratosthenes? And you're calling me retarded? Do you know about Eratosthenes' experiment, quote unquote experiment? Do you know that I'll use a hostile witness? Neil deGrasse Tyson said that with 2 sticks, it doesn't prove one way or the other,
Yeah.
flat or globe.
First of all,
You know that, right?
First of all, there's not a physicist on Earth that takes Neil deGrasse Tyson seriously. So yeah, fuck him.
Oh, so you
Okay,
take
what's he said
Eratosthenes
that's
seriously?
What's he said that's wrong?
No, well, it's not that he said anything that's wrong. It's just the guy has never published a paper in his fucking life.
So why? What's
no
he
one-
said that's wrong then to discredit him?
I never said he did.
It's
I never said.
contradictory. So either
Hold
A,
on.
he's wrong,
Wait,
but B, he's never
can you
said
let me
anything to be wrong.
Can you let me fucking finish, mate? Yeah, so he didn't say anything that's wrong. It's just he hasn't said anything that's right.
Oh yeah, I mean he's
Where-
only the
where's your
director of
paper,
the
CD?
Hayden Planetarium. I mean, like that's not a
Yeah.
position of note or anything.
Where's your published paper?
Yeah, no,
Do you think it is? Are you
Yeah.
guys appealing to
Oh, no,
authority right
Hold on,
now?
check it out. Check it out. You guys, wait.
Yes.
Third, I know. I can tell you get caught up on your words. I don't want you to feel attacked. I want to know where you're coming from, honestly. Because from
Well,
what I know, a
I'm coming
triangle
from.
is 3 straight lines. That's what I know. And I know that when you're looking, like when you're doing celestial navigation, you treat the horizon as 180 degrees all around, flat. And then you get a GP of
Yeah,
a star in the sky, right? Could
Yeah.
be a known star, right? And then you measure the angle between you and that star, and that forms a triangle. How does that work?
Yeah.
How does that work
But
with
you're
curves? It doesn't.
yeah, but you're wrong. You're wrong.
Okay, what am I wrong about?
Well, first of all, the horizon isn't 180 degrees. You're wrong about that. Like when you're talking about a celestial, yeah, when you're
How am
talking
I?
about a celestial plane. Well, hold on.
I'm listening.
Yeah, so like you're wrong. You're wrong about the 180 degrees. It's actually closer to probably like 230 degrees. But in any case, you've got to like it's mostly an approximation. But if you're talking about a celestial object, like then then you have to have a zenith, right?
Okay.
And so if you're gonna
That's a vertical angle, right?
yes, if you're gonna start from 180 degrees, then you're fucking wrong.
Oh, okay. Okay, so let's just say there is no GPS. We have no technology. We have to use a sextant. We're out in the middle of at the sea. What am I gonna do with this sextant? Please describe it to us.
Well, with the
How does it
sextant,
work?
yeah, you're gonna have to. Well, it doesn't, but
It doesn't
it's an
work?
approximation. No, it doesn't.
Why doesn't it work?
Because it's based on an approximation. How many times do I have to fucking tell you?
Okay, so you're allowed to use approximations and calculations and assumptions, but I'm not.
No, because I have this thing called calculus.
Uh-huh. So please walk me through what you would do. You're stranded at sea. You need to find your way home. You only have a sextant. You have no GPS. What do you do?
Oh, that's easy.
Okay. Please tell us, because there's a lot of people in here that probably don't know. I want to learn. I'm willing to learn. Why
Yeah,
don't you show us if I'm wrong?
No, I don't know if you know this, but like sailors have always used the stars,
No
and the
shit.
winds.
That's celestial navigation.
But it's basic shit. Like it just.
Okay, please enlighten the class here. I'm asking, please. You don't have to.
Well, I'm not sure.
If you want to just say,
I'm
"Oh,
not
it's
sure.
basic shit," and you know what, you should have learned this already, then yeah, well, fuck off then. That's not nice. You
Well,
can't just come in here and say people are dumb without telling them why they're wrong. It's not nice.
Well, I just came in here to say that the Earth is round. Like that's it.
Oh,
You know,
thanks. Appreciate it. Wow, I thought we were
Yeah.
gonna get a lesson here.
We've never heard that before.
Well,
Oh my goodness, that's so amazing.
it-
Thank you
well-
for enlightening us. That's fantastic. Thank you.
Isn't the horizon used?
Well, it's just I haven't heard any proof that the Earth is flat.
Wait. Why are you diverging? Like you're jumping to a different subject. Okay, we're talking about celestial navigation, and you were saying how you were saying I was wrong
so, like,
about it, and I want to know
like-
why I'm wrong about it.
Well, no, you're not. It's not that you're wrong. I was
so I'm
just
not
saying
wrong.
it's an Well, no, it's an approximation. It's not like an actual calculation of like navigation. It's just the best like choice that you have.
It's the most accurate tool that man has made to navigate with in history.
See, that's the
I don't know
impression
about
that I
that.
was under, bro. That's the impression I was under because GPS is not even that accurate.
Yeah. So it's just an approximation. All right. So it's
GPS is accurate down to a foot. It's really damn precise.
No, and it
Yeah,
depends on the how many satellites you're apparently picking up, all different things. But I've done a lot out in the ocean, and I've seen a lot of boats crash into reefs, and I've seen a lot of boats crash into rock walls at marinas by following GPSs, not navigation lights.
Right.
We haven't been given the military GPS, which is the one that's actually accurate to that level. We've been given slow amounts of it, which is
So
kind of
it's
nice.
you
and we're
invoke
down to
something
about
that we
15.
can't have or
Right,
know
so it's about
exists.
15 feet. It's about 15 feet by GPS for most commercial accessibility to GPS, which is why running into rock
Oh, that's
walls and
fucked up.
things makes sense.
That's fucked up. But I'm guessing, AJ, you're referring to the Sky Almanac, right?
Yeah.
Now, Turd, have you heard of the Sky Almanac? I'm just learning about it. It's fascinating.
yeah,
Oh, did I
but
cut out?
I just like, well, no, I'm not cutting out. I don't think I'm cutting out.
Did you hear my question?
But
Have you heard about that? The Sky
yeah,
Almanac?
yeah,
you were cutting a little.
yeah. Well, yeah, of course.
Okay. How accurate is it?
Well, I don't know. Actually, I couldn't tell you because
Well, if you can't tell me, AJ, how accurate is the Sky Almanac, and is it updated constantly, or is it just?
Yeah, it does get updated. There's updated versions, but the point here is that again, you've come in here making claims that these things are just an approximation and GPS is better. You invoke something that we can't actually get our hands on or test, which is what usually happens in this scenario. But you're also saying at the same time you don't know these what
well, I never said
Beasticles.
anything.
Hang on,
I never
what
said.
Beasticles is talking about. So you don't have any evidence of anything.
I mean, but was I wrong in trying to understand how elevation angles work in celestial net? Like, I'm just trying to figure this shit out,
You're
and
not.
I'm.
Can I tell Turd as a
You're
Glober
fine.
to shut the fuck up? Because you no fucking idea what he's talking about. Am I allowed to do
Oh
that?
shit! Because
Oh wait, Scott, you're telling
haven't
Turd to
Yeah,
shut up?
let's
You
hear
guy's a
Scott.
fucking
Hang
idiot.
on.
Okay.
Let's hear
Just
Scott
shut
and
your
Turd
mouth. You
have
know
an
what you're
argument
talking
about
about, man.
Let's hear Scott and Turd have an argument about their own
horizon.
beliefs.
Yeah, let's hear Scott and Turd go at it, because I want to learn. I want to know who's right.
Yeah. So like, first of all, I never said anything about GPS. I don't know where you got that.
Scratch
But
that. That was
might
someone
have been
else.
the guy
That was
before
someone
you.
else. Yeah. Scott, go ahead. What's he wrong about?
What's he right about? Nothing. He's about everything he said he's wrong about.
Okay.
He doesn't
I was
understand anything he's talking about. He doesn't understand how elevation works, and he doesn't understand how sextant works.
all right. Cool. I
It's
thought I was getting fucking.
approximation bullshit. What the
And he
fuck's
might,
an
and he might be
approximation?
might be drinking. I don't know. Jack me up.
All right, cool. I was just like confused. I'm like, what the fuck? Curved triangles? What the fuck is that? How the fuck? That doesn't make sense.
Well, no, it does make sense. It's called geometry, if you don't mind.
A curved
But
triangle?
like, yes.
That doesn't
He's
make
got
sense.
some buzz. He's got all the buzzwords down, doesn't he?
However, they're not using spherical trigonometry when they're measuring elevation angles to celestial bodies. They're using plane trigonometry with a right angle triangle, so we have a 90 at the GP.
Ah, that makes sense.
Dude, but
Trigonometry, triangulation. Aha, triangle.
But here's the problem with that. If it was a triangle with 90 at the GP and they're all straight lines, we could calculate the height of the star.
Can we?
Well.
Oh yeah. If we know
No,
the distance from the GP, we know the height of the star, and we know the angle. Sure.
Distance.
Just take the tangent.
No. Because if the star is
so, like-
outside of our reach, right? It's not the angle doesn't like you can't measure the height because it could be fucking light years away according to the globe model. So what are you talking about?
Dude, if it's a triangle,
So
is it or is it not a triangle?
In here, then one question.
Hold on. You
When we
use
do
the inverse
celestial
square law.
navigation, Turd, one of the first things we have to
Fucking
do.
inverse square law. Shut up. Sorry, not you.
One of the first things we have to do is we have to imagine that the Earth is stationary and that the stars are rotating. So
Or
why
celestial
wouldn't that
navigation,
just
right?
be our reality?
Okay, let's do that. and draw a triangle.
Right. That's kind of why it works, right? That makes sense.
But
No,
if you have
no, you use. Okay, so you
God,
use
shut up.
the inverse. No,
There's
you use
the
what
the
you're
inverse square law
talking
has
about.
nothing to do with
You're,
this. What are you talking about?
This is hilarious.
it has everything to do with
Dude,
it.
how drunk are you?
What the fuck are you talking about? Do you know anything about astronomy? What the fuck?
The
We're
battle of
talking about
balls.
triangles, you idiot.
Have you used the horizon for this at all ever? I mean, when does that come into effect here with the sextant?
Well, but it seems to me if you guys are saying you have 3 points, you have a location of the observer, you have a GP, and you have a star. Those are 3 points. 3
Right.
points must form a triangle.
Right. That
It's the nature
okay.
of 3
So
points.
I'm correct on that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
3 points
Cool.
must form a triangle. Yes.
Cool. Now the other question you had about we can calculate the height of the star, I don't know about that. I'm not worried about that. I'm just
If
talking about celestial navigation and how the fuck does it work? Because it's been working for
well,
thousands of years without
but
GPS. So.
but if we know the elevation, i.e. the angle, and we know the adjacent length, we can calculate the opposite length. If it's a triangle.
Okay, but let's just say we're right underneath the star, right?
Yeah, but
Isn't
it's
that
not a
Hold on a second, turd. What I'm saying is, Scott, let's just say we're right underneath the star, right? Right underneath it, and
Okay.
that's just
Yes.
based off of our observer. Like that's just our
Yes.
perspective.
You're on the GP. Yeah.
Now, how do you know if that star is 1,000 miles away from you or
You can't.
600 trillion miles? Okay, you can't. So why do you say you can calculate the height of the star? You just contradicted
No,
yourself.
if you no, you're saying you're on the GP. I'm saying you have the GP and you do it from some other place, and that gives you an angle of elevation to the star.
Well, if I'm right
And you're
underneath the
distant.
star, right, then I have to look at the horizon to make a
This
triangle,
is
right?
why you step away. This is why you step away from the GP, and then you measure the angle elevation. Otherwise, the angle of elevation is 90.
Okay.
First of all, that's not what you do at all. You want to
Turd, have
measure.
you ever done any
Turd,
sailing?
I know that's not how
Turd,
celestial
wait.
navigation
you
works. I'm using their model.
Scott,
Shut
hold
up.
on 1 second, Scott. Turd,
Hold
have
on,
you ever
hold
done
on.
any sailing?
Yeah.
Hold on, wait. Question: have you done any sailing yourself?
Have I? No.
Only once. Only once.
I'm a
Are you
sailor.
talking to Turd? Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. Turd, have you done any sailing
But,
yourself?
yeah, I just said only
Once?
once.
Did you use a sextant?
Yeah, once. No.
Then shut the fuck up.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, when it comes to astronomy and you're trying to figure out about a star, like, the first thing you do is, like, you don't make a triangle. Like, it's, you
No,
gotta
we don't.
understand.
If we're using a
Hold on.
sextant,
Hold on. No, you don't use a sextant for a fucking star. You idiot. You menace.
yes, you do.
Jesus.
You
Of course you
idiot.
do.
You
Dude,
Celestial body, you idiot. Are you
Dude,
that
Ridiculous.
someone get a thimble
Just
of
shut
rum for
up,
Turd.
Turd.
Jesus Christ, calm him down, go to sleep.
Look, mate.
Wow. You don't use celestial objects for a sextant?
Oh my goodness, dude! I've heard it all. All right, that's it, man. I gotta step in. I've heard
Oh
enough.
my
Please,
goodness.
go ahead, dude. I know
Yeah,
you're
someone,
listening intently.
someone clip that.
I'm gonna blow it
That is a
over here in a
disgrace
second,
to
man.
the globe
My goodness.
tards.
That is the
I think you take a
stupidest thing I
straight
ever
shot
heard, and he's
right through
calling
the
me the
horizon.
idiot.
That's your first
Hey, we
line.
got that on tape. Make somebody clip that one. That'd be great.
Definitely clip that.
Clip that one.
Hey. Well, I mean, I'm honestly
Sorry.
learning this shit, you guys. Like, and like when he threw out curved triangles, I was like, what the fuck? That is what? I was just like confused.
No, that's spherical trigonometry. We're using planar for elevation angles.
Gotcha. Okay. So let's okay, so AJ, you've done sailing, and I'm sure a bunch of other people have in here. If you want to kind of just like recap, like what would you
I didn't
actually have
sail. I
to
had a motorboat.
Oh fuck. Anyone done actual sailing in here?
I'm
Other
a
than
sailor. I'm a sailor.
For
I
sure.
had a sailboat for 3 years. Yeah, I know how to handle a sailboat.
Have you
No
ever used
problem.
a sextant?
Never used one. No.
Damn.
Sonny, our boy Sonny, man, he's all over it. He had to use one back in the 80s.
Right.
Before GPS and all that shit. So he's my sextant go-to guy.
So
The
real
fact of the
quick.
matter is
Go ahead,
that you
Adrian.
have two mirrors, you have a horizon. The first thing you do, I believe, from memory, is you sight the horizon. You rock the sextant back and forward to make sure it's in the center of your mirror. You then sight the celestial. You then release the arm. You sight the celestial body, which gives you the angle, and you are creating two straight lines with a 90 at the GP of the star.
Exactly.
Correct.
And to find your location, you have to subtract that 90 from your elevation angle.
Gotcha. So like,
yep.
If I'm looking at I don't know, what's
Polaris.
Polaris. Yeah, let's
We
say
like
Polaris.
Polaris.
Oh, sorry. Go
Yes.
ahead, T-Dub. You wanted to pop in.
Sorry, I'm just saying that I think that's to get the distance, so you can then you can draw a circle around that point.
Yeah.
And then you take more sightings and draw more circles, and where they intersect is your position.
Yeah, so what you're doing when you're finding your position is you're doing circles of equal elevation, and there are a few other steps you need to take in
Got a
the
question.
time into account as well, and there's also a few other little measurements you have to take into account. But yes, you're doing circles of equal elevation, which again you can't have on the globe. This is
Right.
over thousands of kilometers.
That
Go
goes
ahead,
into my
dude.
next question: is that when you make the circles, you make the circles on a nice flat map. Is that correct?
Yes, you do.
Oh, just double checking. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Cool.
I think there's too many circles, too many globes on those ship there.
Sorry, go ahead,
That's
T-Dub.
why
You're coming in pretty rough, by the way.
Sorry, I was just saying, on different mic. I was just saying, I don't think there's too many globes on the ships, right?
No, there's no globes on the ship, man. I yet to find. I've been sailing on all kinds of boats and shit. I've seen some compasses that were encased in water, like a ball. Have you seen those?
No.
Encased in some kind of oil or something, right? It's liquid water. I mean, it looks like water, but you know. And the ball just kind of floats in there, but it's magnetic, and it will give you not only your heading, but it will give you your tilt to the boat. And so if the boat's tilting at 30 degrees, the compass tilts at 30 degrees, right? It's kind of like a gyro, a little bit. Follow me? You ever see one of those kind of compasses?
Kind of. If you know, I'm gonna look up the name liquid compass. I'm gonna type that in.
Yeah,
See
it's like balls inside of this liquid, and it does north and south, and it gives you your angle of your boat from level, from dead balls level. By the way,
Gotcha.
dead balls, NASA's Nat's ass accurate fucking level.
So, you know why this is important, Flat Earth dude? Crit brought a great point up
What's that?
a couple, I think it was like a week or two ago. He was like talking about like, well, when World War IV or when World War III happens, you know, World War IV will be like fought with sticks and stones, and we're gonna
Oh, yeah,
basically be
Einstein.
we're gonna be reverted back to using flat Earth technology essentially. And I was
That's
like, fuck,
right.
that stuck with me, bro. I'm gonna need to learn this
I like
shit.
it. Yeah, that's fantastic, man. Yeah, that's a keeper.
I think-
Yeah.
Who was it? Was it MacArthur that said the next world war will be an intergalactic war? Something like that.
Did he say it? I never heard that one, man.
No.
Interesting.
Oh, is it this thing? I think I found it.
Yeah, Einstein was big on the whole thing, like trying to get Eisenhower to, or not Eisenhower, Truman, like, hey, dude, if you use these weapons, it's not going to end the war. It's just going to prolong another war, a Cold War, and then a world war will be fought with weapons you can't even imagine. And the war after that, the World War IV, will be fought with sticks and stones.
That's the liquid compass thing you're talking about?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. It was mounted on my sailboat.
Tight.
and it was actually built into the sailboat. It came with the sailboat. It was great. But yeah,
Heck now, and I'll throw in this liquid compass.
the liquid compass.
Yeah,
Go
I had a
after your
compass as well
sailboat,
as a
man.
backup. I
But
always had a compass as a backup.
It,
Man, you don't realize when you go 200-300 kilometers offshore, 200 kilometers offshore, and you look around and all you see is dead flat water, whereas far as the eye can see, like if some idiot just goes out there with a GPS and something goes wrong with the GPS, they would have no fucking clue on which direction to head to get anywhere.
So, question.
Yes.
How do you navigate during the daytime? Is it just looking at the sun, I guess?
Yeah, absolutely, man. The sun, you know what time of year it is and where the sun's coming up and going down, man. It's so easy to navigate which way you're going
Right,
when
right.
you have
Because
the
if you're
sun.
flat
Especially,
water, you see the sun
it's so easy.
setting
It's like
in
a
the
piece
east.
of cake, dude. It's
Gotcha,
like,
gotcha.
oh shit, okay, we want to go over here. That's north, bro. you you just know which way to go if you pay attention to the sun for a couple years, watch it go
But if,
over here and then it goes back over there and then it's
but if you think you're just going to have a GPS and not learn anything about compasses or maps or any sort of navigation, and you're going to rely on this GPS, at some stage you're going to be floating in the middle of the ocean, fucking lost, calling the Coast Guard.
That's a fact.
Look at this fucking compass. It's a golden sundial compass. This shit looks crazy. I want to learn about all this stuff. God, where's Jedi when you need him?
Right? That's what I was thinking, man. Where's that?
Yeah.
So that compass will give you your angle of your boat because you're a sailboat. You're going to be leaning to one side or the other, and it also at the same time give you your heading.
Right.
It's
Going
pretty
on,
cool.
dude?
Great. It's a great compass, man. Everybody should have one.
Timbo says, "What's up, dude?"
What's up, Tim?
You got me
Bro,
muted, mate.
what is upside down, bro? Tell me. What's upside down?
Well, down here we've got upside down curvy triangles.
Do you know it was raining upside down today?
It was.
It was
It's been
great.
raining upside down all day.
I don't know who it was last night. Somebody said, "Hey, man, it's always raining sideways at the equator, bro."
I heard that.
What do you mean?
I heard someone say
That's
that.
fucking good. I like it. Yeah. I mean, of course, rain falls sideways, dumbass.
I think it was AI, wasn't it?
Was it? Yeah, I might have been. I don't know, man. I just stuck in my head. I'm like, hey, I just pictured it and like, oh, of course it's sideways, dumbass.
Well, of course, it falls from the ground from Australia, for hell's sakes.
It's upside down where Timbo's at, but that's
Me and Tim, we both have to be really careful because otherwise we dribble on our own foreheads.
right. Your sweat goes. Sweat goes.
I didn't know what you said for a second. I was like, "What's a forehead?" It's just your accent. And I was
No,
like,
your forehead.
Yeah.
Like above your eyes, yeah, we dribble upside down. It runs down up our face and up into our hair.
Man, that's tough. I don't even want to think about what you do for sex. Just kidding. Anyway.
Hey, we'll be here all week. Tip your waitresses.
I don't know about you, but I defy gravity.
Touche.
So, since we got the boys here.
Anyway, thanks for letting me in this place, man. I fucking couldn't turn down a good party. Fuck.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
I was
me
gonna,
too. Thanks.
I was gonna say
Thanks,
since we got
whoever-
the
rocking in here too, man. That was a super
Yeah.
double success tonight. So
hell yeah.
Yeah, whoever helped get me in here, thank you.
Couple
Gotcha.
fucking
I tried
boomers.
for 2 weeks.
Couple of
Really?
boomers that know a ton of
Yep.
shit, man. Fuckers.
Well,
I ain't
like
gonna
I was
take
saying,
that.
we got the boys in here. Anybody who's a glober want to present their evidence for the globe? You have the floor.
Has anybody got any questions about flat Earth, man? We got an expert panel hanging out.
Yeah.
And we can explain the flat Earth pretty damn good. But if you got globe,
Lulu, you are one of the boys. What are you talking about?
You like some globe? If you got globe, we know the globe too as well. So bring your globe.
So I've just read up on what MacArthur actually did say, and apparently it's false. You know, there's a common misconception that he said something about interplanetary war. But I'll read to you what he did say, right, at a speech in 1962. He had this speech. We deal now not with things of this world alone, but with the illimitable distances and yet unfathomed mysteries of the universe. We are reaching out for a new and boundless frontier. We speak in strange terms of harnessing the cosmic energy, of making winds and tides work for us, of creating unheard of synthetic materials to supplement or even replace our old standard basics, to purify seawater for our drink, or mining ocean floors for new fields of wealth and food, of disease preventatives to expand life into the hundreds of years, of controlling the weather for a more equitable distribution of heat and cold, of rain and shine, of spaceships to the moon, of the primary target in war no longer limited to the armed forces of an enemy, but instead to include his civil populations, of of ultimate conflict between a united human race and the sinister forces of some other planetary galaxy, of such dreams and fantasies as to make life the most exciting of all times.
Wow.
Are you reading my bio, D-Dub?
Boy, talking about fantasy. I love it.
That sounds like a little Reagan speech. A little bit. You know? We'll
Where'd
all
my
come together.
where'd my favourite Glober go?
Which one?
Guy that sounds like Cartman from South
Reagan
Park.
was not that eloquent, man. No
He
way.
went over the curve. I seen his head disappear just a minute ago.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Wackadoodle Doo, Turd Burger or whatever his name is.
Turd.
Oh,
Turd,
the one that
man.
just said that celestial bodies aren't used for celestial navigation.
Yeah, that was funny.
Dude,
And
I'm not
he
gonna lie.
told me I was retarded. He goes, "You fucking dumbass," or whatever he said,
Isn't
and then
great.
goes, "And you don't use that for that." I'm like, "What?"
Yeah. Oh, you know what? You know what? Gold Shock, fucking the balls on that guy decided to jump in and say like, "Yeah, you're a fucking idiot," when I wasn't. So, Gold Shock, would you like to come off mute?
I
I
didn't
heard
call
all
you an
that.
idiot. I just said that you can have I think I just provided a source for the claim that you can put triangles on a sphere. That's all.
Okay, where?
Don't go
How
back
you
on
gonna
mute.
find that
I didn't
spot?
agree with
Your
everything the guy was
third
saying, but
spot
I mean,
you're
I
showing
didn't really
on
care.
the design. You're showing an arrow, and how you can find that when you're standing at the X? How do you know where that spot over the curve is? Where how do you coming up with that spot?
Yeah,
Sorry,
exactly.
what are you asking? Could you
You
repeat? I
can't see
wasn't
it.
listening.
You can't see it. I mean, what? How you coming up with it?
Sorry, was that addressed to me?
Yeah, how are you coming up with your
Yeah.
points? Your 3 points on the other side of a curve to get a curved triangle. You can't do it.
I have no idea what you guys are referencing, but okay, have fun with that, I guess.
Well, you said you can put a triangle on a sphere.
What do you mean? Like in what context? Like on spherical geometry, I
Well,
provide
show
a
me
source for
on
it. You
the
can go look at it if you want, but
on the Earth. On the Earth.
I mean, yeah, you can superimpose a triangle on the Earth. There's a source for it. You can go look at it.
The problem is that we're not using spherical triangles in reality.
What?
In reality, how are you putting a triangle on a curved Earth?
Like how would you go about it, or like?
Yeah, how would you go about it?
Well, I don't know. It's probably like, I mean, I guess you could use a really powerful laser or something, but
Okay, and so you're gonna.
But I don't really care
you're gonna
because the claim
shoot a-
was
you're gonna
just about
shoot a
spherical
laser to
geometry
one-
and triangles, not
You're
about
gonna
the
shoot a
Earth.
laser to one point, and then you're gonna shoot it to another point, and then you're gonna shoot it back to the third point. Yeah.
Anyway, so the claim was just about whether or
Hey,
not.
no, stop. So you're gonna get a laser. You're gonna shoot it to one point, and then you're gonna shoot it to another point, and then you're gonna shoot it back to the third point. Yeah.
I mean, that's one way of doing it, sure, I
Cool.
guess.
So what do you end up with if you've got 3 straight lines in line of sight?
I mean,
You end up with a triangle?
well, yeah, I mean, if you wanted to superimpose it on the Earth, though, right?
Well, how do you do that? You just put it, so
How
you
do
get
you-
your
how do you
triangle
draw a
with
line on a
180
circle?
degrees. So you get your triangle from 180 degrees, and then you lay it on a ball, yeah?
Are you asking how you would draw a line on a sphere?
Where are you drawing lines with this?
Are you just asking how you would draw a line on a sphere?
No.
And
You
that
know what
seems
I'm
to be
asking.
what
You
you're
said,
asking.
how would we do this? And you said, point a laser. Yeah?
Well, no, you said point a laser, and I said, yeah, that's one way
You
you probably
said
do it.
point a laser, and I
You
said,
said
okay, well, let's
laser.
point a laser.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I did say point a laser. You said point a laser. Well,
Oh,
I want to do
you're
it point to
retarded,
point to
man.
point, but that's not what I was going
Not
to reference.
even
But,
worth fucking talking to.
I mean, you could use a laser level, right?
Well, in reality, if we're using
Right,
a
see you,
laser,
retard.
Lasers don't curve.
that's right. So we don't have to do anything spherical. We're shooting a laser over a straight, flat, horizontal plane. Simple.
Hey,
You
don't worry.
fucking
The
debunked
guy
yourself.
can't even. The guy can't even remember what claim he made.
You know what's funny?
No, he thinks you made his claim.
Yeah.
I was thinking about lasers, right? And I was like, of course they're fucking perfectly straight. Like that's the term. Oh, I'm laser focused. You know what I mean? Like it, that's what it means. Just sorry. I just thought about that the other day when someone was trying to say that lasers bend around the Earth, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking?
Where'd dude go?
That's exactly what I said. He might have DC'd or something. It's all good.
I know he always ducks out when everyone starts yelling at each other.
Look, Lulu's one of the boys
He
now.
just goes, fuck this.
I think that was my fault.
Hey, you're
No, you're good.
how frustrating though. Guys, they do the same thing all the time. They make a claim, and then you say, okay, how do you do this? And then they say how to do it. So you say, okay, so like this. And then they say, what do you want me to do? Draw a line on a ball? Is it where the fuck? I suppose that's what happens when you play video games all day, yeah?
Man,
Where
I've
does
been
your
having some
mind go?
crazy debates. Some crazy debates over on.
Over politics and religion?
Yeah, and the other day, Dylan was in there, and Spake goes to me, "Oh man, I got to sleep. Can you just like hang out for me till I get up?" And I said, "Yeah." It was like 15 hours, man. As soon as he left, I had like 10 people in there. It went nuts, and I was like debating for like 15 hours, and I was saying the same thing over and over. I just felt like I was on repeat all day.
It's crazy. Yeah. Any Globers in here want to chime in, ask a question, or even just someone on the sidelines? Anybody?
Maybe I'll unmute
Yeah,
Goldshot
sure.
then. If you want to talk to him. Hey,
Maybe you
Hello.
guys could tell us where. Sorry,
Go ahead, Scott.
didn't mean
No,
to
go
talk
ahead,
over you.
Scott.
No, you're all right.
Maybe you guys can tell us where you observe pressure in a container in nature.
What?
Well, aren't you guys always
Sorry?
about you need to observe these things in nature in order for them to be science?
I don't know. Have you ever
Well, so what it
breathed
is
air?
So you're denying natural law.
Well, I'm
You're
just
denying
wondering if
natural
you've
gas laws. You're denying natural gas laws and thermodynamics laws. Something.
Yeah. Well, the only way to demonstrate it is with a container. So, yeah.
Well, but do you ever see one in nature?
Well,
Yeah,
that's
the
what we're
Earth.
relating it to, though. So,
Yeah, the Earth, due to the fact that we know that the antecedent to pressure is the containment,
How do you know that?
because that's a gas law.
Who told you that?
What do you mean? It's
That's a known
demonstrated.
fact and demonstratable. Do you not know how pressure is obtained?
I'm sure you do.
Yes, I do.
Well, but it sounds like what you're saying is human beings need to intercede in order to show this, but then you said before that's not science. You need to observe these things in nature. So I'm asking you where you've observed pressure
Science.
without a container or with a container in nature.
well, we have we have pressure on the Earth, and then every time you guys say it's an open system, we're saying no, it has to be a closed system because the only time that we can demonstrate gas pressure is with a container, yeah?
Well, but we see pressure on the Earth, right? We observe that.
A bubble.
Have you observed the container for the Earth?
No, you don't have to observe it.
Oh no, why not?
Because science is establishing a cause and effect relationship, and tools can be used in science to test the natural observations.
But don't you guys say the first thing is observation?
Yeah, we observed gas pressure next to a
Okay.
supposed vacuum.
And so how did you conclude there was a container out there then?
So how did you conclude that there was an edge to the universe?
I'm asking you guys.
Well, we gave you an answer, though. So how did you
But-
conclude that there was an edge to the universe?
So your answer is you never observed pressure in a container in nature.
So you're trying to, all right. So we observe gas pressure, yeah, here on
Yes.
Earth, correct?
Correct.
Yep.
We do.
The only way to demonstrate this gas pressure is with a container, correct?
Well, you're saying
Correct
human
or
beings.
not?
Yes. No,
Correct.
I don't think that's correct. No.
Not correct. Okay. So
Then
can
the
you give us a
definition-
demonstration without gas pressure without a container?
In the
Yeah,
definition.
No, you can't.
You know what?
Definition
You
of
know
gas
how gas
pressure.
pressure. You know what the definition of gas
yes,
pressure is, right?
We
Yeah,
looked and we don't
pressure.
see we don't see a container anywhere.
It's the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a container.
Well, maybe
Where
it was the antecedents wrong.
You've
A
been up
container
acid
isn't
or what?
necessary for gas to have a pressure.
Oh, really?
No,
Please
you
provide
guys
that.
drive around on your bloody steel rims on your cars, pretending
All
that
right. Sorry.
the gas.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Tim.
can you
That's not
demonstrate
natural.
that? Can you?
But your
can you
tires aren't
demonstrate
natural,
that,
though.
mate? Sorry, Scott. 1 second, mate. Can you
Yeah.
demonstrate that gas pressure doesn't need a container to have gas pressure?
I'd say, yeah, look at the Earth. We have gas
No,
pressure.
not
and we
you.
can't
The other
talk-
guy that butted in.
Oh,
Yeah, hold
sorry.
on, Scott.
Sorry.
Chill out.
I'll shut up.
His name's Ed.
No, you're all right, Scott. Who was it?
Can't use
Me, it was me.
Yeah. So can you give us a demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
Planets, stars. There you are.
Be serious, man.
Beautiful.
You know what
Be
they're
serious,
comprised
right?
of.
If that's my argument, why are you telling me to be serious when that's my argument? This is what I mean.
So that's your argument. So it's something
Yes,
that
bro.
you can't
If you look
confirm
up into the
is your
sky,
argument.
I don't get why you're
Something that-
ignoring it. You can actually see it. You can
Okay.
actually observe it.
So you can
What?
look up to the sky and observe what?
You can observe a clear boundary where there's an area where gas molecules.
What are you observing though? What are you observing?
You're observing a coagulation of gas molecules.
Can you
What
show
are
me
you
that?
talking about?
Yeah, it's called a planet. Like you look at Jupiter, mate.
Hey, can you
That's what
show
it
me
is.
this planet?
You want me to show you Jupiter?
Yeah.
All right.
Show me a real photo of Jupiter.
Okay.
And then the stars as well. You can show me a real photo of the stars too.
Right. Yeah. That's fine.
And then tell me how they know that Jupiter is a gas giant.
I mean, I never touched Jupiter or been there. It's like, how do you know?
No,
it's
you
not
don't have
filled
to
with-
touch Jupiter
How do you
to
know
know
it's
what its
not filled
composition
with
is.
grape jelly?
but-
Like you don't know.
Well, we don't know what's at its core, but we know what the atmosphere constitutes of.
Okay, how do you know
constitutes.
that?
How do you know that?
So we know that because we know, right? So an atmosphere is made up of atoms, and we
Okay.
know how atoms behave when they interact with light, and so we can use
Okay.
light that passes through the atmosphere to detect
Talking about
what
stellar
sort of atoms.
spectroscopy.
Yeah, there you are. So you know,
There you go.
spectroscopy.
When is so do you know how spectroscopy started?
I know how it works. Yes, I know how it started.
Do you know it needs to be contained to get an actual reading?
What do you mean it needs to be contained?
So what's it picking up? Yeah, you said it's picking up particles in the
So
air.
it's picking up
or in
photons.
the
No, it's picking up
medium,
photons.
Yeah. Okay, and that tells you whatever color comes up tells you what gases are in that surface. That's what you're saying, yeah?
Yep.
What about what's in between it? Does that show up?
Well, space is a vacuum.
Is it. What about the Earth's atmosphere that it comes through?
There's satellites above the Earth's atmosphere that we can use.
You don't
And
use
light
them for
penetrate
stellar
light,
spectroscopy.
even if we'd had if we used if we used sorry, stop interrupting me. If we use spectroscopy
Okay, where do they
below the
use?
Earth's atmosphere,
Where do they get the
light
readings
would.
for stellar spectroscopy?
Where did the what? Where did they get the readings for
Where
what?
do they
Sorry.
get the readings from for stellar spectroscopy?
On the instruments that they use.
Yeah, where?
Well, where are the instruments?
Yeah, where are the instruments?
Well, there's instruments in space and there's instruments on Earth.
That's not where they do stellar spectroscopy.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm waiting for you to tell me which devices they use and where are they?
But I've
Do
just
they
told
use
you.
telescopes?
No, you don't use a telescope to do spectroscopy.
Okay, well tell me what they use then.
They'll use a spectrometer.
Okay, how is this done and where is it?
Okay, let me get a spectrometer.
Okay.
So, a simple spectrometer measures the frequency of a wavelength of a photon that it detects.
Yep.
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 You see how
Where
this
is it?
is?
Where is the one
These
for
are just
stellar spectroscopy? I know how it works.
right. So
Normally
if you
it's
know
done
how
on
it
the Earth.
works,
Yeah,
then
they started
you
it with a
know.
prism, like a gas. They started it with a prism, and they were shining light, so they could control what gases were the light was coming through, and then they could actually scientifically prove the colors that were coming through. So what they could do was they could control the gases, so they knew on Earth what they could do and what colors they were picking up to know what gases were producing what colors. Now, are you telling me? So my next question again is, where are the spectrometers for stellar spectroscopy? Where are they located?
Where are they located? What the
Where are
the
they located?
spectrometer?
Yeah, where's it located? The one
It's
that
probably
does the readings for the planets and the stars and
Yo.
everything like that.
Yo, you
they're
got a
probably in
book on
space.
spectroscopy, bro?
Pardon?
Hey, yeah, what up?
Yeah, you got the book, bro?
Have I got the book on spectroscopy?
Yeah.
I study spectroscopy.
Do you got the book though?
I guess I kind of do, yeah.
Me too. I got it right in my glove box right now in my truck. I always have it on me.
That's great.
It's purple, hardcover. Right next to my interiors dimensions.
Right, so we know that the spectroscopy data from planets to determine the composition of the atmosphere is not false. So when we see these things,
how do you know that?
In concentrated areas, how do we? Because the data produced from the spectrometer.
How did you confirm that that data is correct?
What do you mean? How do I confirm it?
Well, on Earth, when you use it, you can confirm that the data is correct because you know what gas you put into the controlled area. Yeah. So how do you know that this works exactly the same when the light is coming through the Earth's atmosphere and you're getting a reading?
Because you compare the readings to known
What?
readings. So you compare an unknown reading to a known
On
reading.
Earth, yeah, on Earth.
But it doesn't matter if it's on Earth because it's about
Why
how
not?
atoms interact with light. That's what it is. It's isolating everything else other than light
Could
and the
anything
atom.
else on its way from this star or this planet affect the readings that you're getting on Earth?
It's possible, but it's unlikely.
Why is it
Because-
unlikely?
Because space is huge, and you'd need something to be within the way of the spectrometer and the reading.
What about the
Like,
Earth's
you need
atmosphere? Would that
interference.
be in,
You mean like massive miles of radiation belts that NASA is too afraid to go through, that they have to test their stupid capsule.
Radiation
Something like that.
belts.
Yeah.
So the sun, yes, produces radiation that NASA and astronauts in orbit have to protect themselves from.
What
But it's
about the
already
Van
something
Allen
we can
belts?
do. But it's not belts. They're like
No, they are.
pulses
They're the
from the
Van Allen
sun.
radiation belts.
Oh, dude. This homeboy don't even know the Van Allen radiation belts, bro.
I'm surprised you know that, but you don't know the Earth globe.
I thought you were studying spectroscopy.
Well, I am, because it's a part of my chemistry course.
No, you see, bro. Check this out, Holmes. So it's like this.
Go on.
Any object can be surrounded by an energetic field, right? They're not logically contingent. Yeah, any object can have an energetic field. Any object.
Energetic field.
Of any permutation of shape, right?
I'm not sure that's even a science word, bro.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, so if
just,
it doesn't
it's
matter,
just
then why are
logic.
you
Just
even
think
saying
about it. Just pay attention, dude, and maybe you'll learn something. So, any object can be surrounded by an energetic field, an energy field, a field. Okay? Follow? It's not logically exclusive. Doesn't matter. However, a globe must be curved. Must be. Period.
According to all our accurate models, yes. That is true.
No,
The
Fred.
Earth must be a
No.
globe.
No. A
But I was
globe
listening.
must be curved is just axiomatic, right? It's what it is. If it's a sphere, if it's a globe, if it's a ball, it has continuous curvature, right? Or it's not one of those things, right? I mean, yay, nay, agree, disagree?
Yeah, you're asking me like a simple question. A ball curves. Of course it does.
Yeah, cool. So you could believe in an energy field around the Earth, right? Or above the Earth, or left
What
of the
type
Earth,
of
or right of
energy
the Earth.
field is this?
Doesn't matter at this point. The point
Right.
is, you said, why would you know about the Van Allen radiation belts, but not believe the Earth is a globe? Keep in mind, I'm just making claims from within the story that NASA is spewing at everybody. However,
Evil
the
NASA.
point is, they're not logically contingent. So if you go out, right, and you find out that the Earth is covered in water and water's flat and level, and then if you make the deduction from that, right, that the Earth is not possible to be a globe, then that's perfectly rational. Would you agree?
Right, but water isn't flat, mate.
What?
How do you
my
think
flatmate,
water's
my
flat?
flatmate's name is Carl,
Naturally,
dude.
water's naturally occurring, and that it's flat. That's what you're saying. It's naturally a flat object.
All right, check it out. If
Have you ever seen
water is
water in
not, if
space?
it doesn't have tides, right? If it doesn't have ripples,
So it's like
if it doesn't
so
have
it's like a
waves,
puddle.
if it doesn't have any of those things, right, and it's not so small that the forces of, cohesive forces like electrostatic forces and stuff to give it like a little surface tension or whatever, right?
The natural
gonna be-
intrinsic properties of the H2O molecule, as long as it doesn't have those.
No. See, the thing is surface tension only applies, right, in the sense that it's going to quote unquote make water like pool up into a globule. That only applies on a very small scale. Once you have enough water, that just goes right out the window. So we know the physics of water is that water's level. In fact, we use it as level, right? In fact,
Water's
precise
level
paint.
where there is gravity, yes.
No, it doesn't. Irrelevant. It doesn't matter
Right,
why.
so if you go
we
onto
just know
the
it is.
ISS, right, and you get a bunch of water in the towel and you squeeze
Yeah,
the towel
I agree.
and
Yeah,
pull it.
you get a
Yeah,
bunch
it's
of
not flat.
CGI. Yep, you get a bunch of CGI.
You get a bunch of
yep.
CGI. Okay, if you were to simulate zero gravity, right, through falling,
who
through the
cares?
motion of falling, then the
Do
water
we have
would
zero?
not
Do we
be
have
flat,
zero
it would be
gravity? Do we have zero gravity on the
amorphic.
surface of the Earth? Do we have zero gravity on the surface of the Earth?
You wouldn't conduct this experiment on the surface of the Earth.
What experiment?
The
We're
water
talking about.
experiment.
Listen, homeboy, we are talking about the surface of the Earth.
Oh my
Not
God.
about what water does somewhere else.
You're saying water is flat, but that's intrinsically wrong. You're
Dude,
saying so many
in
things that
what
are
context?
intrinsically wrong.
In what context did I state that?
You said water's flat.
In what context?
You said if it's not big, or if it ignores the the properties that the H2O molecule
In
itself
what
has.
context? In what context? The context that Earth is covered at 70% of it in known surface territory that we know of, right?
Right.
Right. So we're not talking about little globules. Okay. We're not talking about some dude, right, in his ISS freaking green screen. Okay. We're not talking about that. We're talking about everyday experience that all humans can experience. In fact, so much so that throughout antiquity, the properties of water have been noted to have terms like lays flat, seeks its own level, is flat and level. These are terms that we have throughout our societies throughout history. Right?
And you use water
Right.
levels when you're building. And prior, it was a water tube filled with water over large, long distances. You could build fences. I still do it today.
Right, yeah. Because you're stood on the surface of the earth.
Because water always finds and maintains level, especially large bodies of water at rest.
This isn't science, though. This is just observation.
Oh yeah,
No, that's a known
but dude,
fact.
what are you talking about? What, like science? What do you mean science? I mean cause and effect relationships? I mean, what are you talking about here?
I don't know. I feel like you're saying stuff that you witness and see is science, right? But it's not.
Who said anything about science, Holmes?
Why are you calling me Holmes?
Because
Because that's what I like to do. That's what I like to do. I call people Holmes, home bro, home sauce, homie slice, friend,
Órale,
Jeeves.
vatos.
Can I
Fair
Right?
can I chime in?
At least you're not being
Can I
rude to
chime
me.
in?
I can appreciate that.
Nope.
Can I chime in for just 1 second here about water? Just take me 1 second. Are you aware of the fact that all leveling devices like levels, builders levels, theodolites, total stations, every single device that we use to find level uses water. They all have a
Right, but
water
why do you
level
think that water goes level?
because it's a natural thing that water does. It always seeks its level. The surface always seeks its level when it's contained.
It's not a
It's in
natural
a
thing that
container.
water does.
What are you talking about,
Any
dude?
container you put it in, tub, cup,
I know what you're
swimming
saying to
pool.
me. You
Okay,
pour water into a container and it levels off, right?
right.
But that isn't intrinsic to the properties of water alone.
It's intrinsic to the properties of what water does whenever it's in any container or on the earth or anywhere.
Or
It's
on the
used in
earth.
every
Yes,
device,
there you
every
go.
single device
Yeah, that's
we
what we're
use for
talking about.
leveling. Every single device we use for leveling has a water level in it. Sextant, I mean not sextant, but
Well,
I don't know.
theodolites, and
All right.
total
let's be clear.
station.
Let's
Well,
be
Water
clear
it's
though.
actually
level.
high school
Let's be
physics.
clear. Yeah, they're not.
They
Let's be clear.
all
All those
use.
devices. Yes,
They
fair, but all
all
those
use
devices
water.
don't have necessarily have water in them because
Yep.
they would freeze and break the vial. So they actually a lot of times have some kind of chemical sometimes
Well,
or alcohol.
So
I
how does
guess
that
you
have the
might be
same
right.
properties? How does that always go level?
What?
How does
All I'm
that?
saying is
How do
water's
other
being
liquids
used.
other than water
Well,
get
I
level?
just gave you an example of a water level in the chat if you'd like to have a look.
An example of water level. I'm sure I'll find this informative.
Yeah, you will.
So snarky.
Water's been used to find level
Well,
for
I
as
did call
long
him
as
Holmes.
As Christian chat, the fuck?
It's true. You did call him Holmes.
I know. It's edgy now.
Yeah, seriously, those are fighting words. Look,
Órale, vato.
whoa. Where I come from, that means something. You better watch out, fatty.
Oh, that doesn't mean anything to me. Let's see.
Right. So what does this show? It just shows water in a tube.
That's right. So, if, say, for example, I'm doing fencing, over a long distance and I want to put all my fence posts in at the same height, then I would use a water level to do so, because once that water level is pegged off at the first mark, every post I lifted on will be exactly the same height, regardless of the ground underneath.
Yeah, I'm not defuting that point.
Okay, perfect. So
I'm
you
defuting the
agree?
point that you're saying that water is intrinsically going to find a natural level, but in space and in zero gravity instances, it's observed not to do that.
Well, we're
So
not in
Oh
space,
yeah,
we're on
sure it
the
is.
I
Earth,
know, but
and we're
inherently it's
talking about
claimed
the
to
ocean.
walk. It's inherently to claim that that's a property of
We're
water.
now on
It's a
the...
property of gravity affecting water.
We don't see water curving anywhere on the Earth.
What?
And we're not talking about space and zero gravity environments. We're talking about lakes, oceans. Water does not curve.
Yep.
And water finds and maintains level. It runs downhill in rivers, valleys, waterfalls until
Yep.
it reaches a lake or an ocean where it has a shoreline and sits level.
So what does that tell us about anything?
That the Earth is
Well, when
flat.
the Earth is 75% water, it's not curving.
Now you might say, okay, that's fine. That's because you guys don't understand that when water lays quote unquote level and quote unquote flat, it's actually curved around a ball, right?
Yeah.
That's what it's
Yeah.
actually doing. Yeah, but that's fine. So we already agreed that a ball, right, which is the accurate term for a three-dimensional spheroid, a ball, not a sphere. A sphere is an ideal. It's not an actual object that exists in three-dimensional space. So, since we know that these things must have curvature, then that means that this water that we look at, which looks flat and level to us, is actually curved. So, the simple way to figure that out is just to go out and measure the water and see if it's actually curving in the manner in which the globe claims. And if you can defeat that claim, since we already agreed that it's a logical contingency of a necessity that must exist for the claim to carry, that if we defeat that, then we defeat the entire paradigm.
Okay.
Would you agree?
So, yeah, how long can I have this tube of water?
I'm not talking about tubes of water.
No, he's
I'm talking
talking about
about
something
measuring
different, but you can have that tube of
curvature,
water as
bro.
long as you can have a tube, man. How long's a piece of string?
Well, exactly. So let's say I want that tube.
Well, hang on. I
40,000
think we're
miles.
past that point. That is a fact. I think you need to answer whoever was just speaking. I can't see. I'm on doing something else, but you need to answer them.
What did they say?
I said if we can measure water and demonstrate that it's not curving, then we defeat the necessary logical contingency in the first instance of the globe even being a possibility. Yes? No? Maybe
Right.
so?
Right. Yeah, but
Right.
how would you so
Perfect.
like
I'll
how
tell you
would you
how.
measure the water level?
I'll
Like,
tell you how, bro. I'll tell you. It's very simple. So
don't tell me from
you
long
use
distance.
a level. You use a leveling. You use a leveling transit, and how you do it is like this. So instead of using, a bar level, you use a laser level. How you do it is you set up your laser, right? Use the laser transit method of leveling measurement. So let's say you set your laser up 6 feet tall, just just a nice round number. I'm 6 feet tall, sort of, and you then set up your target. And so the way the laser transit works is you have what's called a storyboard,
You
a
have like
target
a
board.
website that can demonstrate this experiment. I'd
Yeah,
rather just
absolutely.
look
And
at
not
that.
only that, no, I'm going to explain it so you can listen or whatever. But I have a documentary for you, which is an hour long, which displays everything. I'll talk you through it. And then I have a PDF, which is 120 pages, which goes through 17 observations with this laser methodology. So here's the methodology. You have a laser, set it up, you level the thing, right? You have a storyboard, which has marks on it, which tells you where the laser's hitting, right? It's the principle. So in construction, when you do that, you know how much differential is between the ground and your laser, right? Whether you need to add more dirt here, take some dirt away if you're trying to level or grade, right? So what you do is you take this laser out, you get a sufficient sample size over water, frozen lake, let's say, or a lake. Let's say 25 miles. That's plenty. At 25 miles, okay, the laser should go over the storyboard by 90 meters, right? So it should be 90 meters shooting over the top of the storyboard, because obviously you can't shoot the laser straight through the Earth. If the Earth's curved, there's a big hump of Earth curve in the way, right? So, lo and behold, this crew from the documentary you're going to get made a laser sled where they mounted their laser with their collimator. They made it super accurate. They made a whole mechanism for leveling it, all that stuff. They took their laser out and started testing it in all different places, shorter distances, and then worked their way up to longer distances. The final distance, 25 miles, over Lake Itzel in Europe somewhere. I can't remember the country right now. And what they found was that the laser hit the target. So the laser should have shot over the target by 90 meters, but the laser hit the target. Now, you could argue, well, maybe they didn't level the laser. But if that was the case, that would just make it worse. If they didn't level it up, it would just miss the target by more. And if they leveled it down, they would have just hit the ground. So there's no argument about whether leveling the laser or not. It hit the target. Second, you could argue, well, what about beam divergence? Well, if you look at the type of laser they used and the collimator and the millirad divergence at that range, you find that it's only a few feet. You then have refraction, which they measure at the site and the reception site, right? Which is only like a very minimal amount. Another few feet. I think it might have been 5. So you still end up with a swing of error from the globe model prediction that is 2 orders of magnitude off the WGS84 model. So effectively falsifying the model.
Owned.
Yeah, I got owned.
If the model is falsified by directly falsifying the curvature, then the globe proposition fails in its entirety. So the entire derivative paradigm also falls. Now I'm eating my soup here, so I'm not going to post that video for you at the moment because I can't use. I don't have 4 hands. I'm not a Tarkatan.
What's it called?
A Targaryen?
So
No, a Tarkatan.
I posted the. I don't know if that was the same one you were referencing to, but I posted the greatest laser experiment. That one.
Yes, that one, and then the FE Core links PDF goes with it.
Yep. Already did it.
Yep, bro. So that's those right there, Holmes, and that's about okay. So that's like a little over an hour, but it's quite entertaining.
They have a
I
short
don't have
version.
an hour right now to watch that, but sure.
Yeah.
The short
Yeah,
version.
it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hey, what about perspective? Like, what about like actually looking at it from like outside looking down? You know,
What?
Outside the Earth?
Yeah, like like if you were to like get like some springy shoes and jump up really fucking high, like really far
Yeah.
away, like
Yeah, I mean that's
perspective, you know?
hilarious. But so let me ask you this: how many human beings have even allegedly been far enough away from the Earth to see the Earth in its totality?
I don't know the answer to these questions. I'm just saying, wouldn't perspective like literally solve it for everyone?
Can
Like
I
there
ask
wouldn't
a
be
question?
there wouldn't be any argument.
This is the point I'm asking you is because I would need to know how practical this is to do. So the truth of the matter is that less than a dozen people, maybe even less than that, I'm just being very liberal, have even been far enough away from the Earth to see the whole Earth, bro. And it took an entire quote unquote space agency and bajillion dollars to get them to do it. So rest assured, friend, nobody is going to this location anytime soon to see the whole Earth and be able to say, yep, I saw the whole Earth, I know what it looks like.
And I got the question, why do you guys always go to these hypothetical questions that we cannot test or prove? Like, And even in that situation, why wouldn't you just invoke an aeroplane or a high altitude balloon over a pair of springy shoes? I'm a bit confused.
Because if you say springy shoes, then you're actually engaging, but you're not doing it seriously. So when you don't get an answer, you can walk away satisfied that the Earth's still a globe, and then you can sleep good at night.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
Not to mention, it's like, why do we have all these hypotheticals and like we need a rocket and we need NASA when fucking some Greek dude in a robe supposedly measured the curvature of the Earth in fucking 301 BC, and no one says that was wrong. So they didn't have satellites and shit back then. To that.
Hey, all I'm saying is if like you're gonna say that people that like that do the NASA thing or people at SpaceX are incorrect, I think the only thing to do is like create your own place just like that. And then instead of springing shoes, get a phallic looking ship and shoot it up into the sky and see what happens. Like
Dude, or you could just
there's not much else.
Or you could just measure the water, demonstrate it's not curving, and defeat the entire proposition. How about that?
Yeah. How about that
Well,
one?
I mean, if that was true and you could actually do that, then why
been
are we
done.
discussing about shit?
Well, he
Well,
just
it's done.
explained
Well,
it to you with
I
the
tell you
laser
why.
test.
I just went through it. The problem is, see, that people believe that the globe is already axiomatic and truthful in and of itself, and that it's one of the first order truths. So whenever there's counter evidence, they don't take it. They take it seriously in a sense, but they scrutinize it away with ex post hoc rationale. So, for example, they just make up excuses, right? Like why do we have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of observations that supersede the globe geometry? Why do we have laser tests that show there's no hump of Earth curve in between point A and point B? Well, they'll just say, oh, because I already know Earth's a globe, and in order for what you say to be true, then I'll just make up an excuse that light is just taking a path that ultimately reaches the optic, whether it be my eye or the laser reaching the target. And I'll just say that no matter what happens optically in the world, it's just curving around a ball that I already believe exists.
Yep.
So if no one's believing that shit, what's the next step?
Well,
Step?
Yeah,
Go
what's the
ahead,
next
AI.
step? Like if no one's believing that shit and you have the
No,
data,
it's
you're
not
like
true.
this and that. Like
It's
what do
not
you
true
do
that no
then?
one's believing it.
But
Yeah.
okay. If the vast majority of the
Plenty of people.
population is not believing that, right? What is the next
No.
step?
Well, think about it this way, dude. The vast majority of the population are dumb as a box of rocks.
Right, and so like your data doesn't mean shit to them. So what is the next thing you do? What is the next possible step?
Are you asking like what's the point of what we're doing?
No,
Yo, dude, I'll give it to you like this, bro.
No,
I'll give
no,
it
I'm
to you like
telling you,
this.
I'm straight up like
No, I hear you.
to the most like basic of
I
human
hear
beings,
you,
whatever you're
friend. I hear
saying
you.
makes no sense, right? But
Dude, I
like,
hear you.
how do you make
The
it easy
only
for the
people,
retards? Like, how do you do that?
listen, the only people who will understand are the people meant to understand.
Right.
That's
It's
like a
like
really lazy
sifting.
way to go about it, though.
No, it's not, dude. It's like sifting through a haystack to find the one golden needle.
Well,
Okay,
you got to understand it is religious.
think. Go ahead.
I'm going to say it is religious because you've been indoctrinated with a belief that's very hard to break.
Yep.
Oh, I don't give a fuck if it's rectangular or this or that. What I'm trying to say is like, I love what you're doing and I love how educated you are in what you're doing. But if you can't convince a monkey that it's this, you're never going to convince the rest of the world that it is. So you need to have a next step. Like you need to have the next step. And if you want to call me a
the
monkey, I'm
problem
more
is
okay with
no
that.
matter what the next step is, dude, we can't convince anyone. AI's point here, I think it's AI that's speaking, is that we're just here to give you the information or to give people the information. And hopefully this information actually makes them think and start thinking logically and go and do some investigations for themselves and come to the conclusion for themselves. You can't change anybody's mind. We've just got to give the evidences and let them go and explore for themselves if they're inquisitive enough.
Yeah. We know we can't convince you. It's not about that.
And look, check this out. So let's say people, they find out, oh, there's flat earthers, and they go to the place where the flat earthers are, and they engage with the flat earthers, and then they hear some things, they go look up some things, They really study, and then they come to the conclusion, you know what, I don't really believe what the flat earthers have to say. I think based on the research that I've done and these conclusions, I believe the earth is a globe, or I've come to know the earth is a globe. Okay, at least that's respectable. But the truth of the matter is that most people, their worldview is informed by pure fiat. In other words, other people decide for them what they believe, and they don't even realize it. So even the globers that engage with the flat earthers and come out the other side saying, you know what, it's still a globe, even they are more evolved than the average human who's just a sheeple that just believes what they're told, listens to whatever's on the news. Even when they think they're not listening to what's on the news, they still believe the majority of everything else. And they don't have any reason for it. So, for
Right.
example, George Orwell, right? You heard of him? He wrote the book 1984. Very famous dude.
No idea.
In the book 1984, it's about a dystopian future, right? It obviously was written before 1984. And in that world, they separated men and women. You're not allowed to be in love. You're not allowed to say anything against the government. They make you say certain words. They change everything all the time. They make the news fake. Then the next day they say the news is the opposite, and they make everyone do all this crazy stuff. And the star of the show ends up getting captured by the police, who want to re-educate him because he actually, fell in love with a chick and tried to, have sex with her, which is like the one most worst sin in that society, falling in love. But anyway, so he took him to the re-education camp, and he told him, he said, listen, we, being the superpower in the book, we can, with our scientists, create a world where the stars are far away, or we can have our mathematicians come together and create a world where the stars are near. We could create any world we want. And another thing George Orwell wrote, not without the book, is that most people believe in a globe, but when asked why, they won't even give you an answer. They'll just get defensive and weird. Now, he did it more eloquent because he's a very good writer than I just told you there, but he made a very good point about most people just believe in this paradigm with like almost like a religious indoctrination.
Right.
So even if the people don't accept the earth is flat and they come to that idea and then say, okay, I believe in the globe because of all of this, they've at least been moved from their religion to like a different stage. Maybe you would call it knowledge at that point, if you're being very liberal. So everybody who engages with this topic comes out changed if they really engage with sincerity.
So I kind of feel like I feel like, dude, like you're not really like answering anything that I'm asking, really. You're just kind of like, you're kind of saying that no, I don't have to do that work, and if they're willing to look for information, it'll be there. What I'm telling you is, if you're trying to convince the whole planet, you need to
I'm
give
not.
them the fucking
We're
proof.
not though.
I'm not trying to convince them, bro. That's what you missed in that whole spiel I just gave you.
Why wouldn't you want to convince the whole planet that you're right if you're absolutely right? Like why? Like what is the reason why? Because you don't believe it? Because like you can't prove it? Because you don't have the funds to
AI.
make rockets to get up there? Like what's the issue? Like tell me what's stopping you.
Yeah, can I jump in?
Not our goal. It's not our
No,
goal
I'm
to
super
be
serious.
like
Like what's
them.
stopping you from like showing everyone on the planet, like making a fucking rocket and getting up there and like taking a fucking picture for yourself and everyone else? I'd thank you for it. I'd thank you for it for sure.
I mean, that's a great idea, dude. But again,
what?
How
No,
much?
what's
How
stopping
much
you?
money? How much money is
Finances
it
then.
going to take?
It's
Okay,
finances.
and how far away do you have to get from the Earth to be able to see the
I
whole Earth?
couldn't tell you, but I know for a fact that like this would be a way to prove it 100% without a doubt in anyone's mind, including your own.
That's
And if
not
you're
true.
not,
You're
and
wrong.
if you're not willing to do
I'm
that,
going to
like
tell you. I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. Okay, this is what will happen.
okay,
The
what's your
the
opinion?
the flat earthers will get all this stuff together, right? They'll send. Obviously, they can't send everybody. They'll send the champion, right? He'll go up, right, and see the thing, right? And he'll have to bring back certain evidences, right? But what will happen is this: the majority of people will scrutinize the evidence based on their presupposed paradigm as it is. So only a few people will actually be swayed by it, because the flat earther endeavor will be so singular compared to all this quote unquote overwhelming other evidence from all these other organizations. So we'll still end up in almost the exact same place we're in. The only difference will be, marginally more people might be like, oh, wow, they did it finally or something.
All right, I hear what you're saying. So far in our history, we've had non-flat earthers doing this shit, and everyone else has an issue with it. Now, if someone from the flat earth community does exactly what the fuck I'm saying and shows everyone what the actually is fucking out there, then you'll actually have a conversation. Then you'll actually have something there. But all this other shit, all this mumbo jumbo, all this shit that no one else is ever gonna understand, you're not gonna convince anyone. You're not gonna do shit. You won't accomplish anything.
No,
Nothing
you're
of this
wrong.
will happen. No, I'm
You're
not.
wrong,
And if
dude.
that
No,
were the
you're
case,
wrong. No,
it
let
would
me
be
tell you why
proven
you're
wrong.
wrong. Let me tell you why you're wrong. You're
Okay, well,
seeing it. You're seeing
you
it.
keep telling me I'm wrong, but okay, well, that's
You are
fine.
wrong. You're
Relax,
seeing it.
relax.
You're
Yeah.
seeing it through the eyes of quantity. I'm seeing it through the eyes of quality.
You're what? Dude, if you can't convince the entire population, you don't have shit. It's that
Gives a
simple.
shit.
Like you
Gives
can't.
a shit.
Wow, dude.
Like you
Dude,
don't have anything because no one's believing you, even
whatever,
if you're
dude.
right. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not.
You
I'm
are.
agreeing with you that you're
Right.
100%
So
correct.
you're doing exactly what I said. Nothing has quality unless it has quantity. And I believe, from my philosophical point of view, that that's a very myopic vision. And I don't think it's really worth anything. Because let me tell you, if I affect one person, right, that's an infinity. So I've
No, it's
actually
not,
done
dude.
something of infinite value. Yes, it is. See,
It's
that's the
not.
problem. Well, see,
It's not,
it
bro.
is. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
You keep
To
telling me
that
why, but it's
person,
not.
it is. Dude, that's your view because you don't think that highly of the quality of an individual.
Mm.
If no one
Yeah.
believed in religion, it wouldn't have a hold in anything today. If people didn't
Right, but
believe
why
that
are there so many
that the
different
place was a
religions?
globe,
See,
people wouldn't believe that shit
you
today.
just ruined your own point, dude.
I
Why is there
didn't.
so
But
many
no,
different
no,
religions?
no, I didn't. Dude,
Why are there so
if
many
these
different
things weren't
religions?
in mass, if these things were not
Hold
in
on.
mass, people would not be following this shit. It's
Wait.
Who
because it's
cares,
in
dude?
mass. Well, no, that's the whole point. You're trying to convince people, not shun them
No,
away.
dude.
They're
Again,
trying to tell us what we're trying to do, dude.
yeah, like 3 times now. We're not trying to convince anybody, number 1. Number 2, we know we can't convince anybody because it's not something that you can convince somebody of because it's a belief that
Yeah.
you hold. Period.
Yeah,
It's like
basically,
trying to... Go ahead. Sorry.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I think we have put our finger on who's trying to convince anybody of something, and I think he's trying to convince himself against us.
Yeah.
What? How did this become
That
that? I'm
what we
agreeing with
have,
you.
yeah,
I'm on
what
your
we
side, buddy.
have.
You know that, right? Like you understand
How
that.
so? How so?
You know I am on your side. I am not arguing for the other side. You know that. What I'm saying is like the community of that flat Earth community needs to do better. Like I want to see a flat Earth NASA version of something happening. Therefore, giving them an actual opinion in society about what's happening here, because that's
Yeah,
going to
but
change people's minds. That's how you're
yeah,
going to
but
actually take control of the narrative. You
yeah, but
have
if
to
you're the one
get
who wants
there.
to see it, why don't you just go be the one to do it? Because I don't want to do it, and I don't really care if it happens. So why should I?
Oh, I see. Okay, that's fine. I mean, if you don't care enough about something to actually do something about it, like obviously nothing will ever get done. Like that's just what it
You're
is.
gonna face some opposition, man.
It's just facts,
Dude,
man.
dude. Do you realize there's this thing called the Paladin ratio? You know what that is? I'll
You're gonna
explain it to
enlighten
you.
me about it. Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Of course. So there's a certain amount of thing that happens when you start something or have a group where it's allowed to be talked about, or there's circles of separation, like you've heard 6 degrees of separation, right? Like if you know 6 people, then you're connected to Kevin Bacon or some ridiculous thing like that. But so there's this ratio of where things reach a certain critical mass, then they become able to take off because then it's able to be talked about by a lot of people, right? And so basically it's networking, for lack of a better, example. Once you reach a certain threshold within your network, that's when your things really take off. And it's almost like exponential. Because what happens is a lot of people are interested, involved, or actually agree with you, but they're just not ready to quote unquote come out yet. They need there to be a certain social safety net of numbers. And there's like this magic ratio, which I don't remember the exact percent, right, of where there's enough people. Once it reaches that ratio, then all of a sudden people just are able to talk about it, and it's just commonplace.
So let me understand
So
this then.
It's like the
go
Overton
ahead.
You're
window.
gonna keep broadcasting this information. I'm not saying you're wrong. Remember that. I'm not saying you're wrong. You're
Right.
gonna keep broadcasting this information until you finally hit a multi-billionaire, and he's gonna be like, "Yeah, I believe this shit. Let's get a fucking rocket up there, and we'll show everyone the truth."
Why do you
Because
keep
we
Yeah,
saying
are not.
that could be the case. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm serious. Like that's the next step, and that's what I'm fucking talking about. Like I'm
Pico,
not
I got a
against.
question. I got a question for you. Why do you keep saying let's get a rocket?
Okay,
Rule the
Well,
the
skies,
very
man.
first thing I started with was perspective. Perspective, right? If you can take your consciousness and throw it out into space and look down where it came from, you'd be having the perspective of being able to look down upon the earth. And from your perspective, you would then be able to tell
Now,
whoever the fuck it is
do you
what's
think
actually
that's
going on.
possible?
Do I think that's
They rule the
possible?
skies. They
Well,
rule the skies.
Well, yeah,
They're
I
not
think
gonna-
that is possible. I think it's possible for you to get the fuck up there, stack a fucking picture, put it through Snapchat, and send it to whoever the fuck you
Okay,
want.
okay, question.
Like, I think that's totally possible.
Pico. The validity of a photo depends on the subjective person's point of view of that photo.
Do it a
right?
million times with a million different people. I don't fucking
No.
care. You have a multi-billionaire at your disposal.
You could
Use
show
his
someone.
money.
You could show someone a real picture of Bigfoot, and they'll be like, "Oh, that's not real. Oh, that's fake." What do you do then, bro? Oh, the Earth's still a globe.
Hey, man.
How much does one rocket launch cost to get high enough
It doesn't
away?
matter. It's not your money.
We
You just
we
have the
run out.
ideas.
We run out of our billionaire very quickly.
It's not your
So
money,
my
man.
point
It's
is,
his.
it's not going to be. That's not the point. My point is, it's not going to be thousands of trips. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be a few
Plus,
trips.
you've got an
Well, at least in the
authority
near future. I'm
standing
not
over
saying
you.
Hey,
it
man.
couldn't happen.
I'm just saying, if you want people to really believe it, and I'm not saying I don't, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. Like, this would be something you would have to accomplish within a flat Earth community. And if this shit does not matter to you in any way, then literally nothing will come from it because there needs to be some kind of structure to move on to the next step.
All right, bro.
It's just what it is.
We appreciate the suggestion box comment. Let's stop with the defeatist mentality, please, because that's what it is.
Something's already come of it. We're more popular than politics in the politics server.
Literally #1 now. Thanks to Flat Water Crisis support and whoever else has been helping create. Everybody else in
Thanks
here.
to all these dudes and everybody who's been here every day.
Yeah, everybody. And check it out, dude. When did you go? When did this VC start? In here? Flatwater?
I can't talk anymore. My wife's getting pissed off. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Crit, do you know when this started? Crit, you still alive?
I know them feels.
No.
Yeah, I could just turn her into a Mandela effect for you if you want.
Hey, stop. None of that. None of that. Braggs already fucked me up, dude. I'm not doing that again.
What?
Braggs. Apple
Yeah,
cider vinegar.
Basicles used to be married. He doesn't even remember that he was.
Don't
Took
you
care of
dare
that.
get that in my brain. You stop it. But Pico, bro, listen, man. Just throughout history, right? Throughout history, all of human history, there's always been a small minority of people who know the truth about things. And they, no matter how much they preach and spread the good word, people will make up their own minds whether to take that into consideration or not. Because at the end of the day, man, you are responsible for your own life and your own food and your own safety. And like, that is the thing that flat Earth is so important. Like, why is it so important, right? Because it puts all of the accountability back on your shoulders. And most people don't want that, man. Most people want to be Cypher in the Matrix, who wants to get reinserted because the steak tastes good and ignorance is bliss. And that is the truth. Most people don't care. That's the truth, brother. And you can't force someone to care. All right, now that the soapbox is gone, let me kick that out of here. Let's get back to a real conversation.
So we had the same thing a few years ago. These guys would come in and say, "Oh, we got to go to Antarctica. It's the only solution. We have to go to Antarctica. If we don't get to Antarctica, no one will ever believe. No one will ever change. Nothing will ever come of anything."
That's what I was saying, man. They rule the vertical and they rule the horizontal.
Now, for example, so the ISS, right, supposedly shows a curved Earth from their altitude, and then other Chinese station shows a flat horizon from their altitude, and they're only 23 kilometers apart, allegedly in altitude. So we already have images from high altitude that show the flat. So I mean, what are you going to do? So if a flat earther goes up and comes back and says it's flat, it's going to change the fact that there already are images at high altitude that show flat? I mean, what's that going to change?
I can just see a whole new conspiracy theory beginning amongst the Globers.
Look, I'm not saying it's completely fool's errand, but then again, you don't even know if you can actually get far enough away from the Earth to actually see it in total.
Right.
I mean, seriously, you don't know that. That's a common.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Hey, man. Because you don't know it, and no one else really knows it, I think you have to take the next step. That's all I'm saying. And you have to get up there from the community that you come from, and that's just what it
Listen,
is.
man, start a GoFundMe. Do it. I'm pretty sure there was that other flat earther dude who took a rocket and died or something like that. So good luck, man. I like lasers. Like AI said, I mean, that's another way to do it, you know? Lasers are cool.
Donate a couple of bucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like a really cheap way to go about something you believe, huh? I'm
What?
just saying, man, if you're not willing to sacrifice yourself for this shit and like really work for this shit, it probably doesn't mean shit
Holy
to you.
shit,
Like,
man.
I'm
This
just
guy-
being honest.
Family
I'm
and
just
a
being honest
wife.
with you, man.
Oh,
I'm just being
God.
honest.
Dude,
Like
he'd be great at a
people die
pulpit.
for their fucking beliefs. They really do. That guy that you just mentioned, he literally died for his belief. You just mentioned it. He did that. He paid the price.
Trouble
Like,
paying for eggs, man.
hey, man.
Fucking hell.
Hey. Look, all I'm saying, and it doesn't have to be y'all, but like someone from your community needs to step the fuck up and be the
Didn't
next
you
NASA.
say you're on our side? Why don't you do it?
Oh, because I've already come to the conclusion whether it's this or that means absolutely nothing at all.
Oh,
It
so
doesn't
then
mean
why
it
are you
doesn't mean
telling
shit.
us what to do?
Because you're
Yep.
always asking for proof, and this is the way you do it. And from
Proof of the globe claim, dog.
you're always asking for proof. Like that's what's happening. So like if you don't believe where it's coming from, then the only other next step is to get it for yourself. And that's why I'm saying someone from the flat earth community needs to become the next NASA and show everyone the fucking truth.
Okay.
Like that's not too far fetched. That only makes actual sense.
I don't know, man.
It'll
You have
happen
a...
eventually.
No, it's not I don't know. It's facts, man. Like that's the only way to do it.
All right, patience, bro. Chill.
Dude, maybe we already got a double agent at the high levels who's working behind the scenes, playing a little prank.
Yeah.
Shh.
I mean,
hey, you said too much.
Dang it.
Watch out. Hey, Elon Musk has a lot of surrogates. You never know if we put one in there. Just kidding. That dude does have a lot of surrogates, though. It's weird. Anyway, I'm gonna head out of here. Start a GoFundMe, Pico. I'll put 5 in it. I'm down. Besides that, I will catch you guys later. Pleasure.
That's you, man.
Later, later.
See, that's the real crux of the issue right there. Homeboy has $5 to donate to something other than his usual life. Maybe he could squeeze a few hundred if he really tried. Who's he going to donate it to? Who's already coordinated enough, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of people, they have their lives to live, you know.
No, I get it, man.
Now, certain things matter to them, but then again, there's practicalities. You know, it's like for example, I got to work through the night to finish a task that I got to do because I got to make money. You know, so I got to pay my bills. You know, so it's like I don't have an infinite amount of time. I don't have an infinite amount of resources. I don't have, $50 billion.
Yeah, man, I don't know. I think at this point, like, gotta start campaigning for people that, got money. Try to convince the proper minds, not the ones that don't matter. No offense to anyone in here, but these are not the people. I'm just straight up. Like, you're not gonna find them here. It's good to have a community, but this is not the place that you're gonna be able to achieve anything that I'm talking about, I promise. And where that is, I couldn't tell you. I don't got the answer, Sway. And you're right. Not everyone can give even more than $5, 5 cents for that matter. Everyone has a life. I get it. But I really feel like no matter what you argue, no matter what you do, it'll like nothing will ever come to fruition until you actually take the next step. And as a community, I think that's what you got to do. You don't have much of a choice, or you're just gonna keep like it's no one's ever gonna be convinced. I'm convinced. You're not. You don't need to convince me. I'm convinced. It's all the other fucking morons that need to be convinced.
Well, why do they need to be convinced?
Because the truth is out there.
That's why. Let's just say that if that's true, what if the majority of the people, the truth actually doesn't matter to them?
Then you would have been doing a whole lot of work for a long period of your time for absolutely nothing, and then you may as well just put a bullet in your head. I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's pretty much
No,
all
this is we're going back to your view of quantity versus quality. I'm perfectly content with affecting 5 people or less throughout my entire life with quality. I don't need to help 100 people. I don't need to help 500 people to think that I've accomplished something. And if I haven't done by the hundreds, that I need to put a bullet in my head, so to speak. Right?
Oh, I mean, I would be very pissed off if I worked for like, even 20 years on something and believed it so much and like nothing came from it. I would be very pissed.
Well, see, that's the problem, dude, is I value the small numbers of people because I value those people, and those people are quality. Okay, so if you are doing your metric of worth by how many people you affect, rather than the quality of the amount of people that you affect, then, I mean, that's your view. And that's okay for you to judge yourself by that view. But I don't share that view.
I guess that's fair, man. I'm not going to convince you otherwise.
Yeah, so for example, like I have one child, right? That is all my children. Get it? If I had 10 children, those would be all my children. But I have one, and that's all my children. So if I affect him alone, right, with whatever it is I affect him with for the positive, then that is enough. That my life is validated for all the efforts I've put in. I don't need to affect 5 other people, 10 other people. It doesn't matter. Things about the nature of the world, the nature of deception, the nature of all these paradigms that are competing for his attention, affections, and his life and his mind. Right? And I use different methodologies to show him experientially these deceptions, and to demonstrate to him that a lot of the claims of the globe are easily falsified by his own experience, and so he, can walk circumspect around all of this type of information that's bombarding him, right? If that's all I ever accomplish in regards to flat Earth, let's say, then that is enough. But I mean, that's not all I've accomplished, right? Dealing with people. I've actually had quite a prolific career when it comes to dealing with people in regards to this topic, not just online, but in real life. Families, churches, right? So sometimes, people come here to speak, and it seems like that's all they do with their flat Earth endeavor, or their whatever it is that they're interested in endeavors, right? But a lot of times they do other things. So, for example, in my life, what's going on with a lot of people is that they are churchgoers their whole lives or whatever, and then they have new family members who are coming into ideas about flat Earth or alternate cosmology or anything, right? Any of these weird or off the normal beaten path type things that people think, and they're amazed at why their loved one is taking this turn, and they're frustrated, they're nervous, they're all kinds of these emotions in dealing with this person, right? And someone like me is able to understand both points of view and give them an alternate viewpoint in how to deal with their loved ones, right? Show them where their loved one is coming from. They think, oh, it's crazy. Why would this person believe this? And then I can explain to them all these reasonings, and they can see that person in a different light, and it could soothe their tension in their family, right? So for me, I don't need to go to quote unquote space to turn around and look at the Earth to know that the humans on the Earth need what they need, and I can meet their needs, right? And I'm satisfied with that, because that's something I can do with what I have available to me. Now, in the future, I may have more things available to me, but right now, I do what I can with what I have. When I first got into flat Earth stuff, there was a lot of people who were loners making videos, just one-offs and two-offs, three-offs maybe. And I remember this vividly because I was just barely researching it, right? Finding videos of people talking about essentially their families disowning them, about getting bullied and belittled and all this horrible stuff by their own families, simply for not believing in the globe. It's like, you know what? I'm doubting the globe. I'm doubting the heliocentric paradigm. I think the Earth might be something else, and maybe space and the stars are something other than what we've been told. And then they just get castigated by their own family, thrown out like a pariah.
All the more reason to want to do better for the entire community. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, well, I mean, it does make sense. Like, if you could arbitrarily prove the point where no one could deny it, that would change the way people think.
Oh yeah, you would be saving
But
families
again,
at this point.
yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean,
But
yeah,
you also have to do with what you got. So
yeah,
I've been in
and
position not to save a family.
and so what you
Yeah,
said
go ahead.
is true though. Like you don't have enough resource to take the next step, and I get that. And we're right back to the same place we were before. You need to have a backer. You got no backer. That's the issue. You need finances, and the community.
Well, if you're saying you need it to do that, that's fine. But people still need to do what they have to do in the meantime. Everybody can't just say, "Oh, we don't have a rocket to go to space yet, so let's all sit around and wait for someone to show up with their rocket." I mean, it's ridiculous.
No, I mean, still continue doing what you're doing. You're like recruiting like one man at a time. That's fine. Keep doing that. Eventually, you'll hit something. Like it's impossible not to. It's just a matter of time. And whether that's like 2 generations from your point here or 3 generations from your point here, that eventually it will happen because someone will come to the same